This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 727. 3 Corpses Super Mecha. Are the 3 Majesties going all out? What on earth is that? Just one finger is so terrifying. How terrifying should the real body be? If my guess is correct, it should be the 8-armed demon god behind the 8-armed snake demon clan, an almighty demon god in the bottomless abyss. Demon god? In the communication group chat channel, a captain looked up and glanced outside the floating land shield above his head. The bloody evil that was previously mirrored by Shinshiajioli is still using its tentacles to open the shield crack with all its strength, allowing the low and medium-level Shinhua warships from the outside world to continue to pour into the demon god floating land, while it itself is also trying its best to squeeze into the floating land. Although the strength displayed by the blood god is also extremely amazing, no matter how you look at it, it can only be compared with the finger that has crossed the endless void in front of it. One evil god, one demon god, both are mythical creatures. Why is there such a big gap? The captain who explained it earlier seemed to see the doubts in everyone's hearts and explained again. Since the beginning of historical records, the 8-armed demon god has been a famous demon god in the bottomless abyss. No one knows how long it has been in the myth, but what the Star Sea civilizations tacitly agree on is that even in the mythical rank, this 8-armed demon god is by no means an ordinary existence. In comparison, the blood god's background is too far behind. It just barely entered the mythical level by relying on its own divine bloodline, and because of its own corruption and pollution, it was sealed by the Lord of Blood as soon as it ascended to the godhood. It is the weakest of the mythical creatures. And don't forget, although a large amount of high-level source blood was used to summon His Majesty Pei Dinin this time, there was no mythical blood among them after all, and the blood evil summoned was not in its strongest state. After hearing this explanation, the captain suddenly realized. But the explosion from the distant sky quickly diverted their attention. The terrifying light column stimulated by heavenly holy light officially touched the black finger that stretched out from the storm vortex. The violent explosion was centered on the contact point between the two sides, and the terrifying explosion shock wave continued to spread around. At this moment, the extreme half-step 10th level energy storm almost covered half of the sky of the demon god floating land. Even with the ultra-high spatial stability of the 9th level peak floating land, a large number of spatial cracks were generated at this moment. It was originally thought that this blow with the power of half-step mythology could at least cause some damage to the black finger, but when the energy storm dissipated, the final result was that all the Shinhua captains who witnessed it all turned pale. How is it possible that a half-step mythical attack, which is likely to have the domineering attribute of a true attack, could not cause even a trace of damage to the evil god's finger that came across the endless void? In the communication group chat, the voices of the captains trembled. Fortunately, the extension speed of the evil god's finger was slowed down a lot, which bought enough time for the 3 superdimensional motherships to merge. As for the Shinhua warships such as Song Chi who were far below, they only saw the 3 superdimensional mecha giants transformed into mythical mechas, and their parts were changing rapidly. The dazzling colorful light enveloped them. When the colorful light dissipated, there was only one super mecha giant left in the sky. This super mecha giant is nearly 1 billion kilometers tall, and there are a lot of special law threads around its body. Song Chi didn't know what kind of Star Sea law these special laws were. At this moment, he stared at the shoulders and head of the mecha giant. The power of space flowed around the mecha giant, and the most intense performance was above the shoulders and head. 3 terrifying dimensional vortexes hung above him. Every moment, there was a constant flow of special space power from these 3-dimensional vortexes, blessing the body of the 3 Corpses Super Mecha Giant. Just when Song Chi was confused and didn't know what the 3 giant black hole-like dimensional vortexes were, the captain soon explained in the group chat. 3 corpses contain divine realm. You can imagine those 3 black hole-like dimensional vortexes as 3 small worlds, carrying 2 small worlds on their shoulders and a large world on their heads, with the power of the boundless world blessing. This is the fundamental reason why the 3 Corpses Super Mecha can face mythical creatures directly, and it is also the most representative mythological means of our Shinhua human civilization. Whether it is the human emperor city in the Chaos God land, or the front line of confrontation with the Shanghai Zerg, or the Shinhua territory in the bottomless abyss, this 3 Corpses Super Mecha can go into battle many times. It is the guarantee that our Shinhua civilization can maintain its most basic rights and interests under those overlord-level civilizations and peak tribes. Ji Lai, Tan Lang, Pei Qian, Emil. You go first. In the exclusive communication group chat of the Galaxy ship, Pei Dinin's voice suddenly sounded. The next second, the captain of the Galaxy ship, who was called, did not hesitate at all. With the roar of the engine, he quickly flew towards the 9th level battlefield above his head. The departure of the 3 superdimensional motherships instantly unbalanced the situation on the 9th level battlefield, and only a few galaxy ships could take over first. The several galaxy captains, who were called, were all the top galaxy captains in the 4 empires. The weakest galaxy ship had been built for more than 100,000 years, and their ships were all famous extreme galaxy ships. Everyone knew the significance of this war, and was willing to do their best for it, so even though they knew it was dangerous, they did not hesitate too much. Of course, the most critical point was the full-strength attack of Song-Chi and several extremely powerful galaxy captains. The deaths of several 8th level snake demon masters, including an 8th level snake demon with 9th level combat power, relieved a lot of pressure on the Xinhua civilization, so even if the strongest few galaxy ships were sent to the 9th level battlefield, the balance of the 8th level battlefield could still be maintained. These changes in the 8th and 9th level battlefields may be of great concern to the captains of the Star Destroyers and below, but the 8-armed demon god, who came across the endless void in the distance, did not care at all. At this moment, the only thing that could arouse his interest, apart from the 3 superdimensional motherships transformed into the 3-corpse supermechanical giants, was the mirror image of the evil god outside the floating land shield. The blood evil god was currently blocked outside the floating land shield, and his target naturally fell on the 3-corpse supermechanical giants. After casually defeating the annihilation light column, the demon god's fingers went straight to the 3-corpse supermechanical giants. The special power beyond the law followed all the way, and the void of the demon god continent was easily torn apart. The fingers extended at a very fast speed, and soon collided with the 3-corpse supermechanical giant holding a 7-color ship-slashing knife. The colorful ship-slashing knife passed by, and even though the surface of the demon god's finger was lingering with the power of the Chaos Avenue, it was still cut open from the front. The cold ship-slashing knife chopped on the dark finger, instantly leaving a huge wound on it. Could Fu. The moment the colorful ship-slashing knife passed by, there seemed to be a chaotic sound in the depths of the storm tunnel. It was the rebuke of the 8-armed snake demon behind the space channel. Obviously, being injured by 3 9th-level creatures angered him a little. As for the special combination of the 3 superdimensional motherships, this point was basically ignored by him. In the eyes of a great demon god, who has ascended to godhood for endless years, 9th-level creatures are 9th-level creatures. Since ascending to godhood, no 9th-level creature has been able to cause real damage to his demon god body. This time, it has been an exception. The long-lost pain aroused the tyrannical nature deep in the heart of this abyss devil. The Chaos Avenue was spreading wildly, and the huge wound on the demon god's finger began to heal quickly. At the same time, the avenue chains transformed by the Chaos Avenue shot out from the void and rushed towards the giant 3-corpses super mecha. The 3-corpses super mecha reacted quickly. Sensing the lock of these avenue chains, the soul realm above the super mecha used a huge amount of world power to build a circle of world domain around the super mecha. After entering the world domain, the speed of the amazing number of Chaos Avenue chains was greatly reduced, which gave the 3-corpses super mecha a lot of room to maneuver. In addition, the super mecha itself inherited the extreme speed of the heavenly holy light. The super mecha easily avoided the dense chaos chains in multiple flashes, and came close to the demon god's finger again. However, before the 7-colored ship-slashing blade could strike again, a burst of chaotic power erupted from the demon's fingers again. In the face of this extremely pure chaotic energy, even the 3-corpses super mech, which was blessed by the god's skull halo, fell into chaos for a moment. Taking this opportunity, the demon pointed his finger, and the power of the Chaos Avenue condensed into a sharp drill at his fingertips, which hit the body of the 3-corpses super mech fiercely. Although the 3 human emperors inside the 3-corpses super mech quickly turned around and regained control of the 3-corpses super mech to pull away, the obvious dent on the chest of the super mech was real. The injury may not be serious, but it is still at a disadvantage. In the distance, in the main control room of the Tianqiu Songqiong, Song-Chi, who was using his double pupils with all his strength, was spinning rapidly in his heart. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the 3-corpses super mech giant was at a disadvantage. If it continued like this, the subsequent battlefield balance would be broken. We have to do something. As his mind raced, he suddenly looked up, and his sight followed the crack in the shield above his head to look at the bloody evil outside the floating land. At this moment, he could only think of this bloody evil to influence the situation on the mythical battlefield. It's just an 8th-level Pikajura king. Buzz buzz buzz, the engine sounded, and the next second the Tianqiu Songqiong suddenly disappeared. In the depths of the sky of the demon god floating land, the Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly emerged. The battleship's hatch banged open, and the miniature Asura king rushed out of it, and then his body began to expand rapidly. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers. In a blink of an eye, the body of the Asura king expanded to 1,000,000 kilometers, but it still did not stop. With the blood-colored steam surging around him, his body continued to expand. At a certain moment, the height of the Asura Emperor expanded to nearly 100 million kilometers, and only then did the expansion trend slowly stop. At this time, the aura emanating from the Asura Emperor barely entered the 9th level. After completing this step with the Slave Seal Frenzy feature, Song Qi continued to issue the second command. The Asura Emperor, who had initially mastered the 9th level combat power, flew out and rushed straight to the crack in the sky. The closer to the crack, the more amazing the radiation power of the evil god that needs to be endured. Unlike the high-level group isolation components provided by the royal family of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, plus the absolute isolation effect of the Xinhua battleship itself, the Asura Emperor needs to forcibly resist this radiation power with his body. Fortunately, before this, Song Qi blessed it with a layer of plasma shield with the golden quality Plasma Guardian. Before the plasma shield is broken, it can offset half of the radiation effect for the Asura Emperor. Flying close to the crack, the Asura Emperor, who received Song Qi's order, held the two ends of the crack tightly with both arms, and assisted the blood god evil outside to make the diameter of the crack further increase. With the help of the 9th level Asura Emperor, the speed of the expansion of the diameter of this crack has been greatly improved. According to this trend, it is believed that it will not take long for the blood god evil to squeeze into the interior of the demon god floating land. Crack! In just a few dozen seconds, the LV-80 plasma shield was completely shattered under the powerful radiation force. Without the defense of the plasma shield, the Asura Emperor was completely exposed to the blood god evil, and had to bear all the evil god radiation around the blood god evil. In just a few seconds, the number of granulation tissues on Asura's body, which was originally only faintly beating, increased several times, and the degree of beating became more and more intense. Through the characteristics of the Bridge of the Mind, Song Qi could clearly sense the wailing from the depths of the soul of the Asura king. But even so, he could only grit his teeth and let him continue to persevere. Buzz! Suddenly, an extremely weak space fluctuation came from the stern of the warship. This space fluctuation was extremely weak. If Song Qi's current space law had not reached the level of the Bridge of Law, he might not have been able to discover it in the first time. Without hesitation, he activated the black hole evolution layer component on the ship in the first time. With the blessing of the black hole field, the Tianqiu Sangqiong directly entered an absolutely invincible state. Although he didn't know where the source of the space fluctuation behind him came from, during this all-out war, Song Qi didn't dare to have any fluke mentality. Of course, the fundamental reason is that the real body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong appeared in the depths of the sky at this moment. If it was a mirror battleship, his reaction might not be so great. But it was precisely because of this caution that he avoided a fatal injury. After the space fluctuations, a 9th level snake demon appeared behind the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Song Qi's breathing suddenly became extremely heavy. Various thoughts were jumping in his mind at a very fast speed. Why would a 9th level snake demon target me? Or is it the blood evil that is targeted? Don't want the blood evil to enter the interior of the floating land? No, this breath is the original owner of Deep Swallowing Python. Did the other party notice the previous summoning of the Devouring Python's true spirit for assistance? In a flash, Song Qi figured out the reason. After that, the word runaway flashed in his mind. A 9th level snake demon master, who had entered the 9th level limit under the blessing of the 9th level peak floating land, was obviously not something he could fight. However, after turning his eyes back to the Asura Emperor above his head, a strong hesitation flashed in his eyes again. Swish! The energy fluctuations of the 9th level limit below surged again, and Song Qi's eyes were also condensed at this moment. At this time, the most taboo thing is hesitation. The Asura Emperor has already sacrificed himself. How can he give up at this last moment? Thinking of this, he activated multiple parts on the Tianqiu Sangqiong in succession. Angel King's Wings, Angel King's True Spirit Guardian. Mythpulse Energy Shield, Mythpulse Wave. The Angel King's Phantom, which was more solid than before, condensed above the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and it was like a materialized phantom that enveloped the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and soon touched the attack method of the 9th level snake demon master below. The violent energy explosion sound followed, but this time was different from the past. The Angel King's True Spirit Phantom, whose defensibility had been somewhat poor in the past, lasted several times longer this time, and faced an attack of the 9th level extreme energy level. The LV-90 Angel King's Wings is really good, Song Qi's eyes showed a touch of satisfaction and nodded gently. Before, through the Lord of Machinery and the Songlong Starry Sky Formation, he traded 3 9th-level golden apples from the Xianqin Heavy Industry Group, and the one that was allocated to him was used on this Angel King's wings. Now it seems that the effect is indeed very good. However, what he faced was a 9th-level Serpent Demon Master with extreme combat power. After holding on for half a minute, the Angel King's True Spirit Phantom still exhausted all its power and finally collapsed. Fortunately, after such an obstruction, the 9th-level Serpent Demon's attack below also consumed most of its power, and finally fell on the Mythpulse shield, only consuming less than 5% of the shield value. It sounds like a lot of loss, but in fact, the LV90 Mythpulse energy shield can restore 9% of the maximum shield value every second, which means that with this level of damage, the Mythpulse energy shield can repair itself in 1 second. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi narrowed his eyes. He knew that the situation was far from optimistic. Although the configuration of the Tianxu Sangqiong was luxurious enough, the opponent was a 9th-level extreme combat power Snake Demon Master. The key was that the time chess game feature of the time chessboard had not yet cooled down. The most critical trump card was missing. The danger facing the Tianxu Sangqiong was definitely the greatest in history. But he couldn't just leave like that. He was sure that although the opponent was targeting the Tianxu Sangqiong, its first target must still be the blood evil outside the floating land. It was related to the survival of the entire 8-armed snake demon group. Blocking the blood evil outside the floating land shield was the key to this war, and he was just a byproduct of the opponent's revenge for the interception and picking up the leak. Boom boom boom. The 8 arms of the 9th-level snake demon shot out at a high speed and fell on the Mythpulse energy shield one after another. Under the violent ripples, the brilliance of the Mythpulse shield was constantly dimming. Warning, under strong attack from the outside, the current battleship energy shield is damaged by 24%. Warning, under strong attack from the outside, the current battleship energy shield is damaged by 44%. Energy shield is damaged. Neutron Star Corpulse feature is activated. Energy shield self-repair power supply is effective. Repair 10% of the maximum shield value. The current energy shield is damaged by 34%. Please repair as soon as possible. Warning, under strong attack from the outside, the current battleship energy shield is damaged by 60%. Neutron Star Corpulse feature is effective. Repair 15% of the maximum shield value. The current battleship energy shield is damaged by 72%. Amid the rapid rise of the intelligent brain, the Mythpulse energy shield is constantly dimming. Although the shield itself and the Neutron Star core armor have passive repair capabilities, the attack frequency of the 9th-level snake demon below is too fast, and the repair speed is far behind the damage. After the energy shield was damaged by more than 80% again, Song Qi activated the last blessing component. Although this component has evolved to gold quality, it is 2 levels lower than the Mythpulse energy shield, so the effect is not very good, and it only restores the shield value of the energy shield to 53%. Seeing this, Song Qi first summoned the sky-devouring python spirit again without hesitation, including the illusionary dragon whale palace to protect the sky-ruined sky, and then turned his attention to the time chessboard. The current problem is that the attack frequency of the 9th-level 8-armed snake demon is too fast. If the time chessboard feature can be activated again, this problem can be perfectly solved under the effect of slowing down time. But the problem is that after the battle with the Lord of Truth, there are only a few dozen time pieces left on the time chessboard. If he uses it now, it will be difficult to use this trump card again for a long time. Before he could continue to struggle, several sounds of breaking through the air came from below, and more creatures came. But the good news is that this time it is not the 8-armed snake demon, but 5 Xinhua warships. Sweeping across the 5-star destroyers, Song Qi's eyes flickered. Although there are only 5-star destroyers, Song Qi did not underestimate them, because just from the fact that the 5-star destroyers are much longer than the same level star destroyers, he knew that they must be extraordinary. Moreover, these 5-star destroyers did not hide the names of their warships. Zhoutian Beidou, Xianqin Xiaolong, Tianxia Jioding, Goddess of Light. Eternal Red Dragon Song Qi has a certain impression of these 5 names, because they are the kind of famous star destroyers. Of the 5-star destroyers, 2 are from the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. The other 3 are from the Divine Xia Dynasty, the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, and the Holy Hall Federation. Not to mention anything else, let's just talk about Zhoutian Beidou and Xianqin Xiaolong, which are also from the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. The captain of Zhoutian Beidou is a member of the Beidou Qixing Hall with him, and now ranks 10th on the Xianqin Star Destroyer King list and 63rd on the Xinhua Star Destroyer overall list. Xianqin Xiaolong is even stronger, ranking 3rd on the current Xianqin Star Destroyer King list and 16th on the Xinhua Human Star Destroyer overall list. They are all the most evil among the Xinhua Human Civilization Star Destroyer captains. As for the other three, they are also evil in the Xinhua Human Star Destroyer overall list. At this time, 5 Star Destroyers came together. They obviously saw through Song Qi's idea and came here to lend a helping hand. Chapter 728. After the arrival of the 5 Star Destroyers, the 6 captains did not communicate much, but only nodded to each other in the newly connected communication group chat. At this time, they had to face a 9th level snake demon with a 9th level extreme combat power. Even though they were the strongest Star Destroyer captains in the major empires, they were under great pressure and naturally could not have any idle chat. Mainly, they determined their subsequent combat positioning. After the 6 captains roughly introduced the situation of their respective ships, the Star Destroyer captain of the Xinxia dynasty said, "That's it, Tianqiu Sangqiong and Xianqin Xiaolong, plus this 8th level Star Emperor Crocodile with a berserk talent under my command, you 3 will be responsible for close combat and entangle the 9th level snake demon. The Goddess of Light and the Eternal Red Dragon will be responsible for firepower output with me, and the Zhoutian Beidou will be responsible for peripheral control." Okay. The attitudes of the 6 people were very decisive, and they all agreed to this quite reasonable plan. The next 6 Star Destroyers were divided into 3. Tianqiu Sangqiong and Xianqin Xiaolong rushed to the front, and together, with the Star Emperor Crocodile, which had already faintly possessed some 9th level combat power in its frenzy state, they rushed straight to the 9th level snake demon. The Goddess of Light, Tianxia Jioding, and Yongheng Qilong were hovering just below the crack in the shield of the demon god floating land. The bows of the ships gathered various light groups, and were charging the ship's guns. The last Zhoutian Beidou was wandering at the outermost edge, responsible for various restrictions on the 9th level snake demon from time to time. The Zhoutian Beidou Star Destroyer was equipped with a mythical component called Zhoutian Beidou Star Chain, which could release a large number of star chains containing the laws of starlight, and these chains could easily shuttle through the void, making it difficult for hostile creatures to defend themselves. Look, the Tianqiu Sangqiong and Xianqin Xiaolong had just collided head-on, with the 9th level snake demon in the center of the battlefield, and several star chains that appeared silently from the void had quietly entangled the 2 arms of the 9th level snake demon. Although it was only 2 of the 8 arms, it also caused considerable restrictions on the 9th level snake demon. Seizing this opportunity, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Xianqin Xiaolong and the frenzied Star Emperor Crocodile attacked one after another, and the cold high-level ramming horns and Emperor Crocodile fangs were deeply embedded in the flesh and blood of the 9th level snake demon. The 3 Star Destroyers in the back also did not miss this opportunity. 3 terrifying attacks penetrated the void one after another, and landed accurately on the 9th level snake demon. Hiss! Suddenly, the blood color in the 9th level snake demon's vertical pupils became more intense, and it kept roaring. Obviously, the damage caused by several Star Destroyers to it was far less than imagined. Seeing this, Song Qi and the other 6 were not surprised. Their allocation was not a simple and random arrangement, but was strictly allocated according to the configuration of each Star Destroyer. For example, the 2 Star Destroyers responsible for close-range containment, whether it was the Tianqiu Sangqiong or the Xianqin Xiaolong, both Star Destroyers were equipped with at least one piece of color-level hull armor or energy shield, and even the Xianqin Xiaolong was of lower-level color quality. Apart from them, the 3 Star Destroyers responsible for long-range firepower support were all equipped with color Star Destroyer cannons. Swish! Having sensed that the 6 Star Destroyers in front of him were particularly difficult to deal with, a gray ray suddenly shot out from the snake eyes of the 9th level snake demon. Be careful, it's Petrification Ray. Song Qi's reminder sounded in the communication group chat at the first time, but it was still too late. The speed of the petrifying ray was extremely fast, and it shot to the front of the Star Emperor Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Knowing that the surface of the 2 Star Destroyers had extremely strong energy shields, the 9th level snake demon did not target the Tianqiu Sangqiong or the 2, but aimed at the Star Emperor Crocodile. The petrifying ray fell on the scales on the side of the Star Emperor Crocodile, and soon the gray-white energy continued to spread on the Star Emperor Crocodile, with this landing point as the center. Even though the Star Emperor Crocodile was currently blessed with the 9th level energy, which greatly delayed the spread of the gray-white energy, the Emperor Crocodile's reaction speed still decreased significantly. The 8-armed snake demon would not miss such a good opportunity. The remaining 6 arms were swung out together, either waving a knife, or stabbing a spear, or clenching a fist. 6 arms, 6 ways of attack, but the power they carried was almost the same, all maintained at the 9th level limit. Although the Star Emperor Crocodile was not weak, if it really resisted 6 rounds of attacks like this, even if it did not die, it would at least be seriously injured. Seeing this, Song Qi and the captain of the Xianqin Xiaolong made completely different decisions. The hull of the Xianqin Xiaolong suddenly transformed into a giant meteorite, and crashed directly into the body of the 9th level snake demon in front, trying to save Zhao from Wei. Song Qi controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to rush towards the Star Emperor Crocodile. On the way, 4 warship projections were summoned around the Tianxu Sangqiong. The quadruple projection feature of the Black Component Emperor's Tomb of the Void Sea projection summoned 4 warship projections with good combat power. Under Song Qi's control, these 4 warship projections rushed towards the 4 arms of the 9th level snake demon. For the remaining 2 arms, he chose to activate the Dragon Blood Locking Demon Chain. The appearance of the Black Dragon Chain bound the 5th arm, and the last one was personally met by the Tianxu Sangqiong. Just as the Tianxu Sangqiong had finished intercepting the 6 arms, the Xianqin Xiaolong also rushed to the body of the 9th level snake demon. The ship's hull, covered with meteorite layers, hit the side of the 9th level snake demon fiercely. Even with the terrifying size of the 9th level snake demon, it was thrown back fiercely. In the early collision, the 6-star destroyer seemed to have a certain advantage, but since the 9th level snake demon activated the 8-armed snake prison magical power, the battle situation was instantly reversed. The 8-armed snake prison summoned by the 9th level extreme combat power of the snake demon master himself. The field suppression power is simply indescribable. The Tianxu Sangqiong and Xianqin Xiaolong, which were closest to the opponent, even felt extremely difficult to move, as if the surrounding void was completely imprisoned. In the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi turned his eyes to the right. There is a special golden component on the Tianxu Sangqiong. The LV-80 Blood War Monument. This permanent control-free component is dim at this moment. Under the terrifying suppression force of the outside world, this golden component is completely suppressed and can hardly play any effect. Not only this Blood War Monument, but also the Domain Hedge Device component on the other side is the same. Facing the 9th order extreme domain power of the outside world, the Domain Hedge Device can hardly cause any impact on the opponent, let alone directly collapse the 8-armed snake prison. Seeing this, Song Qi is about to activate the time chessboard. If you want to break free from the influence of the 8-armed snake prison, you can only see whether you can forcibly tear its domain barrier from the inside with a stronger domain power. To achieve this, Song Qi could only think of the time chessboard feature of the time chessboard. This time, he still couldn't wait for it to be activated. The Tianxia Jioding located below the shield crack in the distance had already taken action. A 3-color light suddenly shot out from the 20,000-kilometer-long ship. Don't get me wrong, this time it was not the firing of the colored Star Destroyer cannon, but another colored shield-breaking component. The blast of this shield-breaking light successfully tore a huge crack in the sky above the 8-armed snake prison. The torn barrier of the field greatly reduced the suppression force inside the 8-armed snake prison, and the pressure on the 6 warships, including the Tianxu Sangqiong, was greatly reduced. At the same time, the flash escape components, engine active characteristics, accelerated charge components and other components were quickly activated, and the 6-star destroyers all flew towards the sky at the first time, trying to get out of the cover of the 8-armed snake prison at the first time. Unfortunately, after such a long preparation, the 9th level snake demon has completed the accumulation of energy for the strongest attack in his hand. The shadow of the pitch-black magic knife, with a length of more than millions of kilometers condensed above the 8-armed snake prison, carrying a trace of mythical power. The pitch-black magic knife slashed down towards the 6-star destroyers regardless of everything. A huge space crack started from the blade of the magic knife. Along the area it passed, the space crack spread rapidly. In a short time, it derived a huge space black curtain in the space of the 8-armed snake prison. The violent space fluctuations were mixed with darkness and silence, just like the black abyss that wanted to devour everything. Watching the pitch-black magic knife above his head approaching step by step, Song Qi felt endless horror in his heart. He was sure that this must be the most deadly one, since he awakened the seed of fire. Colorful light emerged, and at the fastest speed, an illusory chessboard consisting of 36 chess pieces condensed in the sky. After consuming 36 time chess pieces again, the number of chess pieces remaining on the time chessboard was officially less than 30, which meant that this component would be difficult to use in a short period of time. But there was no other way. In this emergency, in order to save his life, he could only activate the time chessboard. The appearance of the illusory chessboard greatly slowed down the speed of the giant magic knife above his head. Originally, Song Qi and the other 6 were going to take this opportunity to escape from the 8-armed snake prison as soon as possible and escape from the range covered by the 8-armed demon slash in the sky, but the complete solidification of the surrounding void made the 6 people feel cold in their hearts. This time it was no longer the special suppression of the 8-armed snake prison before, but a real confinement of space. If the guess was correct, it was likely that the 9th level snake demon in front had used a special space wonder. Shanghai Market Order. At a certain moment, Song Qi even thought of activating the Shanghai Market Order in the Xinhua Zuqiao. No matter what the subsequent results were, his own safety was the most important. At this time, a call came from his ear. It was the movement from the communication group chat. "Look, the blood evil has finally come in." Looking up as they said, Song Qi was surprised to find that what everyone said was true. After the assistance of the Asura King and their delay, the blood evil finally succeeded in squeezing into the demon god floating land. Shua, a long rainbow passed by. The 6 people still hadn't reacted to what happened. They only felt that the obscurity from the ship suddenly dissipated. When they looked around, they found that the 8-armed snake prison had completely collapsed, and even the pitch-black magic knife that was close to their heads had completely dissipated. This was not the most important thing. The key point was that the 9th level snake demon, which was still emitting a terrifying aura a second ago, was now cut into 2 parts, one of which was 4 neatly broken arms, and the other was only half of the body. Seeing this, Song Qi and the other 6 people could not understand that after the mirror blood god entered the demon god floating land, it received a call from the Xinxiajiuli at the first time, but before flying to the mythical battlefield, His Majesty Emperor Jiang asked it to deal with the 9th level snake demon. Even if it was just a casual attack, the snake demon master with the 9th level extreme combat power was instantly severely injured. This is the gap between the 9th level creatures and the mythical existence. Everyone, do you have any ideas? In the communication group chat, it was still the captain of the Star Destroyer of the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty who spoke first. He ranks 8th on the Xinhua Star Destroyer list, higher than the Xianqin Xiaolong, so everyone assumes that he has the highest right to speak. As soon as he spoke, Song Qi and the others instantly understood what he meant. After hesitating for a moment, the 6 people looked at each other quickly, and then they saw the answer in each other's eyes. Let's follow the previous plan. If we succeed in killing him, the merit points provided will be shared equally by the 6 of us. As for the subsequent extraction of the 9th level master's true spirit and the 9th level master's source blood, we will talk about it later. Do it. As he said, the 6 Star Destroyers and the Star Emperor Crocodile rushed towards the 9th level snake demon again. Of course, this time there was also an Asura King who was also in a violent state. At this moment, the Asura King, except for some deformed tumors on his body, did not lose much of his aura, and still maintained the combat power of the first entry 9th level. In addition, the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature will last for some time, so Song Qi let him first meet the 9th level snake demon. Even though half of its body was cut off and 4 arms were missing, the 9th level snake demon still did not completely lose its resistance. When Song Qi and the other 6 surrounded it, it still behaved very tough. After all, it was a 9th level snake demon, and it had not lost the blessing of the original will of the floating land at this moment. Even though it was seriously injured, every time it attacked, it was still amazing. The Asura King and the Star Emperor Crocodile, who approached first, were easily repelled, and some of them even worried about the other party's self-destruction. If they cannot make it completely lose its ability to resist in a short time, if the other party really chooses to self-destruct, they will find it difficult to stop it. The self-destruction of a 9th level master will threaten not only them, but also the lives of those low and medium level Xinhua warships hundreds of billions of kilometers away. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi hesitated for a while, and then he took the initiative to say, "Everyone, I am sure that I can give this 9th level snake demon master another heavy blow, and even have a chance to kill it directly, but as a condition, the drop of 9th level master blood in its body will belong to me later. How about it?" Hearing his words, the group chat fell into silence, and the other 5 people were a little hesitant. Song Qi did not urge him. He knew the value of a drop of 9th level master blood. Although he killed the Lord of Truth before, and obtained a 9th level luck holy blood, even if the mechanical race has luck, the master blood is something that they do not have anyway. Now this is his best chance. The 9th level master blood, if there is a drop of it when the Star Destroyer attacks the galaxy ship, it can immediately increase the success rate of promotion by 12%. For any Star Destroyer captain, this is a priceless treasure. After a few seconds of silence, the 5 people finally nodded one after another. Even if they were reluctant, they were unwilling to risk their lives. Once this 9th level Snake Demon Master chose to self-destruct, even if each of them had a good life-saving trump card in their hands, no one dared to guarantee that they would survive this self-destruction. Moreover, even if the 9th level Snake Demon did not self-destruct, there were 6 people present, with a 1/6 chance, and no one could say who would get this drop of 9th level Master Blood. In the end, their own safety was the most important. Seeing that everyone nodded, Song-Chi immediately took action. In the battleship control room, the 7th level psionic energy was flowing in the body. A few light years below, the Tianqiu Sanqiang mirror battleship, which was fighting an 8th level peak snake demon, seemed to have received a special call. When the mirror battleship itself did not reject it, the battleship suddenly turned into a black light and rushed to the side of the sky. After using the chapter of divine thoughts to remotely summon the mirror battleship, Song-Chi only did one thing afterwards. Re-engrave time chessboard 9 lives life and death chess, activated. 9 lives life and death chess has never been just a simple resurrection feature. It can also be activated actively to specify the elimination of a certain command creature. At this moment, Song-Chi's selected target is the 9th level snake demon. Before this, he had never actively activated the 9 lives life and death chess, and did not know what its elimination effect was. Now it is a good opportunity. I saw a ray of cold 9 nether death chi shooting out, and accurately hitting the 9th order snake demon in front. The body of the 9th order snake demon, which had already been severely injured, suddenly trembled and then it froze in the air. Song-Chi thought that the vitality in the body of the 9th order snake demon overlord was completely wiped out, but after a few seconds, the opponent started to move again. It seemed that there were not many changes, but under the detection of the Eye of Truth, Song-Chi could clearly see its detailed status. Originally, there were 28% of the remaining life value, which was directly reduced to 5%. Song-Chi did not hesitate to activate the 9 lives life and death chess again. This time, there was no accident with the 9th order snake demon, and the life breath in the body was completely annihilated. At the same time, the Blood Holy Grail cloned on the Tianqiu Sanqiang also successfully collected the 2nd strand of 9th order holy blood. His eyes swept across the replica time chessboard on the mirror battleship. The 9 lives life and death chess feature only had the last 3 times left, but Song-Chi didn't care. The mirror battleship, as long as it is summoned again later, its number will be restored. As long as the 9 lives life and death chess feature on the Tianqiu Sanqiang body is still there, it can be used unlimitedly. This is also the fundamental reason why he felt cautious about using this feature in this battle. After discussion, Song-Chi took the initiative to use the super body shrinking card component to collect the corpse of the 9th level snake demon into the cabin of the Tianqiu Sanqiang, and at the same time, he looked far away at the mythical battlefield. Although the 9th level snake demon is the highest combat power within the 8-armed snake demon civilization, at this moment, it is obviously the mythical battlefield that affects the entire battle situation. After such a long time, it can be seen that the body of the 3-corpse superstate mecha giant has long been full of potholes, and even the 3 layers of energy shields covering the outer layer of the body have all been overloaded. Even if the mirror blood evil has rushed over, the battle situation is still controlled by the 8-armed demon. It was obviously too much of a stretch for a demon god of the abyss, who had ascended to the godhood for endless years, to fight against it, with this temporary mythical combat power forcibly created by external forces. That is, the body of the 8-armed demon god was far away in the depths of the bottomless abyss, and what came across the boundless starry sky was just a finger. No, after the blood evil joined the battlefield, it had already turned into a whole demon god arm. If not, the 3 corpses superstate mecha giant, and the mirror blood evil would have been suppressed long ago. Even so, the balance that was finally maintained at this moment was no longer easy to maintain. Whether it was the 3 corpses superstate mecha giant or the mirror blood evil, the time they could maintain was limited. If it dragged on like this, the Xinhua civilization would definitely lose. But at this juncture, a cold rebuke suddenly came from the 3 corpses superstate mecha giant, which shocked the captain of the Xinhua ship and the 8-armed snake demons on the entire floating land sky. Why don't you do it? What everyone was suspicious about was not the words themselves, but the figure that responded. Who else could it be but Songli, the current strongest combat force of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, who was at the peak of the 9th level, and had already mastered the combat power of half a step myth under the blessing of the original will of the floating land. This 9th level snake demon, who was fighting a fierce battle with a superdimensional mothership clone just a moment ago, suddenly retreated. The key point was that the superdimensional mothership clone did not choose to pursue it all, but turned the ship and went straight to the myth battlefield. Not only Songli, but after him, 5 9th-level snake demons fled the battlefield one after another. Seeing this, the 8-armed demon god who came across the endless void also noticed something unusual, but the pride of being a demon god made him not choose to withdraw. But the storm vortex in the sky became more and more manic, and soon the second black arm also stretched out from it. That's what I'm waiting for. Even if you are the Abyss demon god and lose 2 arms, you will have to sleep in the melting hell for more than 10,000 years. The cold voice came out again from the body of the 3 corpses super mecha giant, accompanied by a colorful light. Spacetime compass space seal. A large amount of space power overflowed, condensing a circular closed space above the entire floating land sky. Above the sky, the dark storm vortex suddenly solidified, and the 2 dark demon arms that were originally extending downward also stopped completely. This is not over yet. Following the 3 corpses super mecha giant, the 8-armed snake demon also followed suit. In the depths of the demon god floating land core, 10 floating land origin light groups were still flashing. At this time, except for the light group in the middle that almost occupied half of the floating land origin core, the second largest light group began to tremble violently. One after another, the great Tao divine chains filled with the power of order began to extend outward from the core light group of the origin of the floating land. Under the unconditional support of the entire demon god floating land, multiple materialized order divine chains were releasing all their power. Deep in the sky of the floating land, for order divine chains extended from the depths of nothingness. Before the 2 demon arms broke free from the control of the space confinement, the 4 order divine chains were tightly wrapped around the 2 demon arms. Order divine chains plus space confinement, the superposition control of 2 colorful extreme wonders, finally allowed the 2 black giant arms to be completely controlled. Betray the Lord of Blood, the consequences of your 8-armed snake demon clan cannot be borne. Bloodline extraction. Bottomless abyss, molten hell abyss. The boundless molten hell abyss world, whether it is mountains and rivers or the misty sky, is covered with blood and fire. This is a red world. On this day, the sky of the boundless molten hell abyss suddenly became stormy, a large number of volcanoes erupted, endless lava poured down on the earth, and blood clouds gathered above the sky. This doomsday scene enveloped several chaotic regions in the molten hell abyss. Countless low-level chaotic demons living in the molten hell abyss were alarmed, and fear spread throughout the abyss. All the chaotic demons knew that this was the anger of those high-ranking demon gods. Chapter 729. The 8-armed snake demon river system group, the central river systems that have not yet completely fallen, including the northern river system group that has not yet been affected by the war. Inside the thousands of floating lands of life, a large number of 8-armed snake demons are wailing in pain. The 9-headed snake blood that they are proud of is being forcibly extracted bit by bit at this moment. The pain goes deep into their souls and bones. And as the blood power is extracted, the vitality in the bodies of these 8-armed snake demons is also slowly being drained. As blood descendants, this is the blood bondage that they can never break free from. As long as the blood descendant master hanging above their heads is willing, he can take away everything they are proud of with a wave of his hand. Originally, if the 8-armed snake demons did not do these tricks, they would be driven by the 8-armed demon god wholeheartedly, and provide him with a large amount of resources and life energy. As a demon god who has lived for endless years, he also understands the principle of slow and steady flow and continuous harvest. It is not so crazy to extract blood at once, but the joint calculation of the 8-armed snake demon group of rulers has obviously completely angered it. However, although a large number of 8-armed snake demons are having their blood extracted at this moment, if you look closely, you can find that the number of these snake demons is less than half. Although more snake demons are trembling all over at this moment, their bodies are all red, and their blood is boiling violently, but there is a ray of colorful light in the dark that is suppressing the restless blood in their bodies with all their strength. 8-armed snake demon river system community, northern river system community, molten snake floating land. As the only 9th level floating land among the nearly 100 river systems in the north, molten snake floating land is not only the central holy place of the northern river system group of the 8-armed snake demon, but also the storage center of some hidden hands of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. At this moment, an important trump card in the core space of the molten snake floating land was activated by an 8th level extreme snake demon master. Unlike other 9th level floating lands, the molten snake floating land was promoted to the 9th level not long ago, and the floating land has limited foundation, but the power of several mythical objects nurtured by its origin core is more powerful than that of the demon god floating land. The reason is that the demon god floating land is a 9th level peak floating land, and the strength of the floating land origin core is far beyond that of ordinary 9th level floating lands, but its floating land origin core is divided into 10 parts, of which the part with more than 5 points of origin is used to feed the 8-armed demon god, and the remaining less than 5 points of origin is divided into 9 parts, which are used to nourish 9 colorful mythical objects. In this way, even if it is a 9th level peak floating land, how much nourishment can those mythical objects get? In comparison, the origin core of the molten snake floating land is only separated into 3 parts, and the 3 mythical objects fused are finally nourished more obviously. At this moment, one of the 3 origin cores is emitting colorful light with all its strength, and a dazzling furnace shadow emerges from the origin core light group, releasing its power with all its strength. The mythical object integrated into this Fulu origin core is called Blood Furnace. Although it is only a colorful upper-level object, it has the special effect of sealing blood. If Songli had not accidentally obtained this object, when he was traveling tens of thousands of years ago, he would never have thought of rebelling against the 8-armed demon god. It is really that the other party is exploiting too much. Every year, the resources seized from the 8-armed snake demon civilization are so many that they are frightening. In addition, knowing that the demon god Fulu has been promoted to the node of the Star Continent, he still extracts a large amount of his origin core power regardless of anything. All of this makes Songli and other 8-armed snake demon rulers see no hope. As for those 8-armed snake demons that were not sealed by the blood furnace, some of them had not yet had time to use the blood furnace to leave marks in their bodies. After all, this behavior cannot be done in a big way and can only be done secretly. Therefore, even if it continues to advance for tens of thousands of years, it still cannot include the 8-armed snake demons in the entire river system community. However, most of them were screened out because of their fanatical belief in the 8-armed demon god. The blood source of the 8-armed snake demon clan is the 8-armed demon god after all. Even if some high-level officials such as Songli secretly guide and educate, it is still difficult to change this. In order to keep the plan absolutely secret, these snake demons are naturally excluded first. The demon god floats on the land, above the sky. Endless blood-colored threads surge from all directions outside the floating land. These blood-colored threads seem small, but in fact, each thread contained a large amount of pure blood energy. They came from the middle and low-level 8-armed snake demons, and were the entire life energy of those 8-armed snake demons in their long lives. Among them, there were also a small amount of silver-dominant snake demon life energy threads. It can be said that the blood energy gathered in just a short period of time at this moment has exceeded the blood consumed by Ferdinand Ackelman when he summoned the blood evil. After all, it is based on a large group of individuals of a top-level advanced civilization. Even if Songli and the other 6 9th-level snake demons have made some targeted preparations in the past tens of thousands of years, it is still difficult to completely offset the full impact of the blood extraction. The blood extraction effect has not even reached half. It seems that you are well prepared, you are good. But you underestimated. The Order God chain can't hold on for too long. Jiang Yuan, Pei Dinan, Ing do it. As long as we can keep these 2 demon arms, I am sure to remove the restrictions on the blood of the tribe, and then we will definitely fulfill the contract and give this 8-armed snake demon river system community to Yushinhua civilization for free. Sensing more and more blood energy coming from all directions, Songli, whose eyes were already oozing bright red blood, roared. Although he knew that most of these bloody threads came from the fanatical 8-armed snake demons, who believed in the 8-armed demon god, they were all living lives after all, and they were all from the same tribe. When he thought of this, Songli and other 9th-level snake demons were filled with endless anger and deep sorrow. These are the foundation of the 8-armed snake demon tribe. Every second they maintain, the foundation of the 8-armed snake demon tribe will be consumed, and these will take thousands or tens of thousands of years to recover in the future. Especially after that, they will go to a new river community, where war is still waiting for them. They must preserve more foundation, so that their 8-armed snake demon tribe can have a better future. Of course, what makes him most difficult to calm down at this moment is the 3 9th-level snake demons, who are struggling in the distance. Except for the 6, who had already stood on the rebellion front, and the one who took the initiative to attack Song Qi, and the blood god who had fallen, there are only 3 left of the original 10 9th-level snake demons. These 3 9th-level snake demons either firmly believed in the 8-armed demon god, or did not show any attitude at all. They were not sealed and protected by the blood furnace. At this moment, the magnificent life energy like mercury in their bodies was being continuously extracted. As time went by, the aura emitted by the 3 9th-level snake demons was rapidly weakening. During this period, the 9th-level snake demon, who had never shown his attitude, took the initiative to ask Songli for help, but he could only be ignored by Songli. For a top-level advanced civilization, the 9th-level snake demon is like a world-destroying nuclear bomb in a planetary civilization. The deterrence is too great. At this time, Songli dare not keep such a nuclear bomb that may explode at any time in his hand. If they were really soft-hearted at this moment, once the other party betrayed them at a critical moment in the future, the 8-armed demon god that they had finally gotten rid of would probably cling to the 8-armed snake demon civilization again, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, which was unbearable for the 8-armed snake demon civilization that had already experienced ups and downs. With his roar, the two sides that were originally fighting each other in the sky suddenly changed their targets. An 8-armed snake demon summoned the snake demon magic phase, pinched the snake demon fist seal, and bombarded the two solidified demon god arms above his head without hesitation. In comparison, the attack of the Xinhua warship group was even more powerful. Under the wrapping of the Song family's Sunlong Starry Sky formation, more than 10 million Xinhua warships were storing energy for their naval guns together. The huge energy condensed almost drained the energy of a certain sky dome of the demon god floating on the land, and the super Songlong Phantom that enveloped the heads of more than 10 million Xinhua warships was almost solid, roaring and rushing towards the top of their heads. Blue Dragon Starry Sky Array Anger Blue Dragon Destroying the World Dragon Breath. Big Dipper Hull Zhou Tian Big Dipper Star Annihilation Strike. Dragon Sparrow Knife Dragon Sparrow God Slayer. Dragon Sparrow God Slash. Dragon God Picture Heavenly Holy Light. Human Emperor Sword Human Emperor Universe Splitting Sword Light. Red Dragon Tablet Dragon Language Magic Burning the Sky and Boiling the Sea. Light of Order Light of Order. One after another shocking attack methods erupted, and the energy fluctuations caused by each one were enough to move the 9th-level snake demons in the distance. Under the joint attack, Songli, the snake demon master who currently controls the half-step mythical combat power, felt a strong threat to his life. You must know that even when facing the 3 corpses of the superstate mecha giant, he had never felt such a strong threat of death. The last attack erupted from the energy core in the chest of the 3 corpses super mecha giant. This light of order, which brought together nearly 10,000 star destroyers, 2 superdimensional motherships, and dozens of galaxy ships, has a power that has surpassed ordinary mythical attack methods. This time, countless attacks were fired at the same time. All other attack methods were aimed at the first arm of the 8-armed demon god, and only this light of order targeted the second arm. The familiar mumbling sound once again emerged from the depths of the storm vortex above the head, but this time, the mumbling sound was no longer angry as before, and there was nothing but wailing in the voice. Hundreds of millions of attacks fell on its arms one after another. As the saying goes, too many ants can kill an elephant, not to mention that there are still a few tigers standing among these ants. This round of attacks lasted for a long time. When the explosion was completely quelled, the 2 black demon god arms had already been soaked in blood. However, it must be said that the mythical creatures are really terrifying. Even in the face of such a concentrated fire, the 2 arms have not completely lost their activity, and the remaining power of the Chaos Avenue is still trying to repair their damaged flesh and blood tissue. At the same time, under the impact of this terrifying explosion, the previous means of confinement are about to fail, and the 2 demon arms begin to struggle again. At this time, the 8-armed snake demon once again activated a mythical artifact, a 5-color bow-like artifact. The longbow was fully strung, and the 5-color energy arrows gathered, and then turned into a residual image and shot out. The 3 corpses superstate mecha giant was not slow either. Under the control of Emperor Jiang, the mirror blood evil also swept to the depths of the storm vortex above the head. The 5-color arrows successfully hit one of the 2 demon arms, and the mirror evil chose to self-destruct without hesitation after successfully rushing to the depths of the storm vortex. After all, it was just a mirror image, and the duration was about to end. This final self-explosion undoubtedly maximized its effect. The damage caused by the close-range self-explosion of a mythical warrior seemed to be no weaker than the cluster attack of all the Xinhua warships before. In the violent explosion, the dark storm vortex above the head dissipated with a bang. Seeing this scene, countless low and middle-level Xinhua captains and 8-armed snake demons all flashed with surprise in their eyes. At the same time, the bottomless abyss, the molten hell abyss, the red melting domain, the boundless blood cloud condensed above the sky quickly dissipated, and all the erupting volcanoes also completely subsided at this moment. As the base camp of the 8-armed demon god, the Chiron Great Domain is completely occupied by the 8-armed demon clan and the Abyss Hydra clan. An endless Abyss Chaos Domain provides the 2 major clans with abundant living space and various rare resources. With the help of such excellent conditions, the 8-armed Demon Clan and the Abyss Hydra Clan have undoubtedly become one of the strongest races in the Molten Hell Abyss. The two major clans together have a 9-level combat power of more than 3 digits. Such a strong strength makes the demons in other chaotic domains of the Molten Hell Abyss dare not cross the border at all. However, today, this rule that has been tacitly accepted by all parties for millions of years was broken because of the arrival of an uninvited guest. The vast pressure enveloped the entire Chiron Great Domain, and the life breath of the mythical creatures was unconcealed, and it rushed straight to the depths of the Chiron Great Domain with full malice. This unscrupulous temptation aroused the anger of many 9th-level masters of the two races, but as soon as they flew into the sky, they were crushed by the majestic mythological power. This was not a remote attack across the endless starry sky, but the arrival of another Abyss Demon God in person. The two were completely different. It was not until this unknown Molten Hell Demon God was about to reach the central area of the red melting domain that he was stopped by a terrifying 9-headed python. As the mount of the 8-armed Demon God, the Abyss Hydra was also a fierce creature that had lived for a long time. Although it has not yet officially entered the mythical rank, it was already a half-step myth hundreds of thousands of years ago. At this moment, with the blessing of the 8-armed kingdom, it forcibly repelled this new demon god. After this, the entire red melting domain fell into peace again, but everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As long as the 8-armed demon god did not show up in person, the temptations from all parties would never stop in the future. Although the Molten Hell Abyss is vast, and its area is larger than that of the ordinary star continent, there are many demons born in it over the long years. Now that the 8-armed demon god is suspected to be injured, it is inevitable that he will be watched by all parties. Neither the Shinhua human civilization nor the 8-armed snake demon civilization knows the specific situation in the Molten Hell Abyss, but they can guess it roughly. The Molten Hell Abyss is one of the lowest layers of the Abyss, and it is also one of the most dangerous and terrifying layers of the Abyss. Because of this, there will be a lot of demons in it. The 8-armed demon god will definitely be injured this time, and there will definitely be all kinds of waves. And this is also the premise for the two civilizations to cooperate secretly. With the help of this period of time, they will be able to grow and develop with all their strength without any constraints. When the 8-armed demon god wakes up from his slumber, they may not be afraid of each other anymore. Looking at the two black arms falling rapidly from the sky above, the three corpses Super Mecha Giant and Songli, who had not yet released their combined state, rushed out one after the other, and soon, both sides tacitly took one each. Although these two arms are full of potholes and blurry, their value is the highest in this civilization war. These two are from real mythical existences. The value of the demon blood contained in them alone is almost priceless. Every drop can provide a considerable success rate of promotion when the galaxy ship impacts the super-dimensional mothership. Even if 80% of the blood is purified into mythical source blood, it will also have a considerable blessing for the subsequent Shinshiajioli to impact the 10th level. For the 8-armed snake demon clan, the flesh and blood of the 8-armed demon god is the key to removing the blood shackles in their bodies, and it is also priceless. Inside the three corpses Super Mecha Giant, the faces of the three Shinhua human emperors also showed a faint smile. With this demon arm, Shinshiajioli will have a better chance of reaching the 10th level. Let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to complete the contract with the 8-armed snake demon. Only when they reach the territory of the Truth Mechanical Civilization, everything will be finalized, and we can proceed to the last step. As they said this, the three of them did not remove the three corpses Super State Mecha Giant form, but just communicated with Songli face to face. The two parties had indeed signed a cooperation contract of the color extreme level, but it was not 100% safe. What if the other party still had the same level of contract-breaking artifacts in their hands? Maintaining the three corpses Super State Mecha Giant form can not only ensure safety, but also maintain a certain deterrence against the 8-armed snake demon. In this way, the other party will probably want to rush to the territory of the Truth Mechanical Civilization as soon as possible, and for this reason, the subsequent migration efficiency will be increased to the highest level, and they don't even need to urge them. Songli, according to the contract we signed before, after this, you have to put the migration action on the agenda. Don't worry, we don't want to be neighbors with your Shinhua human civilization at the moment. You don't need to urge me. I have issued a comprehensive migration order. However, before going to the territory of the Truth Mechanical Civilization, we have to go there first. Although you have guaranteed it through the contract, it is related to the future survival of my 8-armed snake demon civilization. We must go there in person to confirm it. That's no problem. You can go there at any time. Also, let's confirm our previous contract again. After the migration is completed, we will still assist you in cleaning up the Truth Mechanical Civilization and the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization. However, as compensation, we need the final kill of all high-level Star Sea Giant Apes, including their corpses, and the other gains on the battlefield will be divided equally between the two sides. There was no disagreement between the two sides during this conversation. In fact, this was a win-win cooperation. The Xinhua civilization gained the territory of the entire 8-armed snake demon river community, and the 8-armed snake demon migrated to a new river community where no top-level advanced civilization had yet appeared, and took the opportunity to completely get rid of the control of the 8-armed demon god. This mutually beneficial cooperation naturally did not have any major disputes. As for the minor aspects, they were not important in the face of the general trend of both parties. This exchange lasted for a long time, and in the end, Songli once again made another unexpected request. 3. After the end of this cooperation, can you keep the wormhole corridor between us? In the past, the confrontation lasted for more than 100,000 years, which was due to the fact that the two sides were adjacent to each other and were controlled by the 8-armed demon god. After the migration is completed, as you said, the distance between them is tens of billions of light years, and the above conflict factors will basically break down. In this case, how about we form an alliance with each other? When they heard this proposal suddenly, the 3 Xinhua emperors and the 3 corpses super mecha giants did not answer immediately. The 3 looked at each other, and there was a strange look in their eyes. All of them have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. They have heard and seen too many things, so they saw through the other party's intentions at the first time. If it is just based on what the other party said just now, there is naturally nothing to refute. The alliance between the two top advanced civilizations can bring too many benefits. The free trade between the two sides alone can benefit both sides infinitely. But the problem is that it sounds good, but can the other party really rest assured in the future? The current foundation and energy of Xinhua human civilization are much greater than that of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. When the other party takes root in that new river system community in the future, they will probably have basically digested the entire 8-armed snake demon river system community. With 2 river system communities, their strength will only become more terrifying. Can the other party really rest assured of the free connection and trade between the two parties? However, even if they did not have much hope for this, the 3 of them quickly agreed. Although the hope is not great, it is always right to agree. As for how the subsequent things will develop, it is not too late to talk about it then. As long as there is a possibility of an alliance, it is also good. Moreover, even if the alliance fails, the exchanges and transactions during this period can also generate huge benefits, right? After the two sides agreed, the Xinhua human civilization and the 8-armed snake demon civilization became clearly separated in the future. One side was fully engaged in the preparation for the subsequent migration, while the other side took over the star regions that had not yet been conquered from the 8-armed snake demon in accordance with the previous war merits and the distribution rules issued by the 4 empires. During this process, there was no conflict between the two sides, because the top leaders of both sides issued a ban. Once the order was violated, the punishment to be borne was frighteningly heavy. Of course, there was also the most important thing. That was the final merit ranking and reward exchange of this demon god floating land war. Although this process only lasted halfway, and the entire 8-armed snake demon civilization turned against it afterwards, the merit points generated were real. After many days of statistics by the statistics departments of the 4 empires, the results were finally released today. Chapter 7 31st, Dragaback God Whale Galaxy Ship, 986-5000. Second, Tianshu Sanqiong Star Destroyer, 9580500. Third, Xianqin Jiaowang Galaxy Ship, 8700000. Fourth, Yoguang Tianqin Galaxy Ship, 7952300. Fifth, Goddess of Light Star Destroyer, 7089000. 28th, Lion Boiling Sea Star Destroyer, 3481000. Not long after the 4 empires' joint statistics department gave the final statistical results, the entire Xinhua fleet's joint communication group chat was in an uproar. It was because of the 2 star destroyers, one ranked 2nd and the other 5th on the list, which really blinded their eyes. You should know that the more than 30 galaxy ships participating in this final battle were all ruthless people, who were ranked on the Star Destroyer list when they were Star Destroyers. After being promoted to galaxy ships, their combat power became more and more amazing. However, they were suppressed by 2 Star Destroyers. Even if they were entangled by many 8th level snake demons at the beginning of the battle, it would not have been such a result. However, everyone soon understood. According to the explanation given by the statistics department, the only 9th level snake demon killed by the Xinhua warship in this battle was surrounded and killed by the 6 people of Tianxu Sanqiong. And because that 9th level snake demon had the 9th level extreme combat power at that time, the statistics departments of the 4 empires further raised its merit value, from the tens of millions of merit values of ordinary 9th level snake demons to 18 million, and each of the 6 star destroyers was allocated 3 million merits. With the help of these 3 million merits, the rankings of the 6 star destroyers such as Tianxu Sanqiong soared. Therefore, Song Qi did not even need to rely on the merits of the ancestors, and it would be enough to exchange for one of the mythical parts later. Based on this ranking, he obtained the second priority exchange right, and after the Extreme Galaxy Captain of Xinxiapei family, Song Qi officially started the exchange. Chaos Energy Generator. Original Sky Silver Ship Armor. Void Warehouse. Holy Light Punishment Arrow Exchange Treasure List. Song Qi glanced at the 4 mythical items that were originally placed on the top, and the Chaos Energy Generator was gone at this moment. Obviously, the Galaxy Captain of Xinxiapei family exchanged for this energy shield. After scanning the subsequent 3 parts for several times, Song Qi's eyes finally fixed on the Void Warehouse part. Void Warehouse LV0. Quality, color/lower. Merit points required for exchange, 8000000. After taking this part, seeing that there were more than 1 million merits left in his hand, Song Qi looked at other exchange items. This time, he did not look at the gold and black parts, but looked at the exchange list of rare floating land spiritual objects, top special resources, and additional promotion resources for Xinhua warships. The current configuration of Tianxu Sanqiong is not enough to be described as luxurious. Instead of exchanging 2 decent gold or black parts, it is far better to exchange for these special resources that are in short supply in the outside world. Name: Demon Snake 9 Shedding Fruit. Category: Legendary Spirit Fruit. Exchange price: 200,000 merit points. Name: Chaos Blood. Category: Additional promotion resources. Exchange price: 700,000 merit points. Name: Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone. Rank: 9th rank. Category: Additional promotion resources. Effect: When a dreadnought is promoted to a star destroyer, the promotion success rate is increased by 30%, and when a star destroyer is promoted to a galaxy ship, the promotion success rate is increased by 13%. Exchange price: 150,000 merit points. Name: Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin. Level: 8th level. Effect: Can assist in the practice of guiding techniques, greatly improve the speed of guiding techniques practice, and can be effective for the practice of the 8th level guiding techniques. Exchange price: 2 million merit points. After some inquiries and comparisons, Song Qi finally exchanged the only piece of Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone. It is said that this thing was stripped from the body of a Chaos Demon Ape after the Emperor Ji of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty killed it. It is only in this one, and the outside world can't see it at all. Not to mention that the Chaos Demon Ape is one of the many peak tribes on the Chaos Divine Land. There are more than a handful of mythical Chaos Demon Apes in the tribe, and few creatures dare to attack them. The key is that the Chaos Demon Ape itself is extremely powerful, and it can be said to be the top of the same level. Moreover, this spiritual bone does not exist in every Chaos Demon Ape. It is good to have 3 out of 10. Therefore, if Song Qi misses this opportunity, he does not know whether he will have the chance to get such a high-level Chaos Demon Ape spiritual bone again. After exchanging this, it is difficult to exchange the remaining more than 80,000 merits for anything good. At most, it can be exchanged for some silver apples, titanium crystals, etc., which are of limited value. Song Qi did not use it again, but transferred it to the ancestors. In the following time, one captain after another exchanged. When it was Song Wujiang's turn, many things had been exchanged, and the Chaos Demon Ape spiritual bone was naturally forgotten. Fortunately, the ranking of the eldest brother Song Yan was not bad, and he successfully exchanged a Chaos Blood to prepare for the subsequent impact on the galaxy ship. In addition, he also exchanged the Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin. After the 7th level, the speed of guiding technique training is getting slower and slower. This Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin can be borrowed by the 4 of them in the future, and the cost effectiveness is very good. As for Song Wujiang and Song Xuan, they have limited merit points in their hands, and finally they only exchanged for an 8th level Flame Giant Hardcore. This Flame Giant Hardcore contains a large amount of pure flame energy, which can further transform the environment of the Yenshin clan inheritance site. As long as they continue to persist, in the future, that piece of flame space will be able to mass-produce silver and lower-level fire seed wonders, and it is not impossible to occasionally produce a golden fire seed. Tianqiu Songqiong Main Control Room. Song Qi loaded the Void Warehouse onto the battleship, and soon this component was strengthened to level 90. Void Warehouse LV90. Quality: color/lower. Features: battleship cabin space increased by 470%. Feature 2: space resistance plus 40,000. Feature 3: void hull. Feature 4: depending on the abundance of external space energy, the battleship speed is increased accordingly. Feature 5: purify the internal space energy of the loaded battleship, and the speed is moderately increased when comprehending space-related secret arts, space laws, and space avenues. Feature 6: void storage. Feature 7: void warehouse. Void hull. The outer hull of the loaded battleship will be surrounded by a large amount of void power, with a 45% chance of avoiding external attacks. As this component is strengthened to LV90, the cabin space of Tianqiu Songqiong has skyrocketed several times. Coupled with the terrifying space resistance blessing, once it enters the Chaos God land in the future, it will definitely have a great advantage. Hurry up, everyone, speed up. It's full. I go to the elders to hand over this batch of resources, you continue. On the vast land with a diameter of more than 2 million light years, groups of warships, like ants, are scattered in an orderly manner all over the land, and are constantly mining various mineral resources on this 9th-level floating land through floating land mining vehicles, interstellar mining ships, heavy drilling machines, etc. When the warships responsible for transportation are fully loaded, they will rush to the nearest family elders as soon as possible. All the resources they have mined need to be handed over to the elders, and then the elders will send them directly back to the Dragon Ridge continent through special means. After all, there is only one space wormhole channel, and this truth floating land stretches over 2 million light years in diameter. Under the situation of tight time, those mining points far away from the wormhole channel naturally cannot spend a lot of time on the road. So the Song family sent a lot of Zulu captains to let them take a market walking order to station at specific locations to greatly speed up transportation efficiency. Now, with the efforts of tens of billions of Xinhua citizens, in just a few years, various resources on the floating land of truth have been developed by several 100%. Although the undeveloped area still occupies most of the land, the harvest still benefits the Song family a lot. At the same time, millions of light years away from the floating land of truth, the Mineral Star continent. As in the past few years, densely packed mechanical tribes continue to gather from outer space, bringing a large number of various mineral resources to various exchange points. In this case, every few minutes, the Song family can acquire a large amount of resources. With the size of the truth mechanical civilization, as long as time permits, this kind of transaction can continue for more than a few decades. Unfortunately, whether it is the Star Sea giant ape civilization army advancing all the way from the front line, or the 8-armed snake demon tribe that is already prepared for migration and is about to cross trillions of light years, the time left for the Song family is destined to enter the countdown. Just a few days ago, the family leaders have issued relevant instructions, and the 1-month countdown for comprehensive retreat. Now, the Song family members at various exchange points are working overtime, just wanting to exchange as many resources as possible. But what these hundreds of millions of mechanical people don't know is that at this moment, deep in the core of the Earth under their feet, the space where the origin core of the true Mineral Star continent is located, several warships are quietly floating. 2 of the dreadnoughts are stationed at the entrance of the passage to prevent any possible interference from the outside world, and the other dreadnought is floating above the origin core of the Mineral Star floating land. A golden light column starts from its hull and connects to the light group with an astonishing diameter below. Compared with a few years ago, the core light group of the origin of this mining star floating land has obviously shrunk by several times, and the valuable cores have been stolen by the dreadnought in the sky through this connecting light column. Warship Communication Channel, Song Zhe, Xiaoming, I think 50% of the core has been extracted, almost enough. Song Bei, the ancestors have sent news that we have formed an alliance with the 8-armed snake demon. This floating land of truth is the primary base camp for the subsequent migration of the 8-armed snake demon tribe. If too many cores are extracted, the other party will most likely have opinions. The 2 dreadnought captains responsible for guarding the entrance of the passage are Song Zhe and Song Bei. Because the battle on the main battlefield of the demon god floating land was imminent, 3 people had been responsible for extracting the origin core with the origin core stealer component in the past few years. Although the speed was certainly not as fast as the Star Destroyer, there was no other way. The main battlefield was the top priority before, and the 4-star destroyers of the family had to deal with the demon god floating land with all their strength. Fortunately, what they stole was the origin core of the mineral star continent, not the truth floating land. Even if the speed was slower, they had already stolen 50% in a few years. Such a peak level 8-star sea floating land, even if it was only 5 original cores, would have a great effect on the continued growth of the Dragon Spine continent if it was subsequently integrated into the Dragon Spine continent. As for the issue of whether it was a life floating land, this did not affect it. The Dragon Spine continent itself already had this attribute. It would only integrate the original will and rules of the origin core in the future. It would never be said that after integrating these 5 original cores, it would directly transform from an 8-level life floating land into a resource floating land. Hearing this, Song Yiming did not hesitate. The golden light column that had lasted for several years suddenly dissipated, and then the engine of the Ha Hai Minglong dreadnought roared, and soon it joined Song Zhe and Song Bei, who were hovering at the entrance of the tunnel. Following the Tianqing tunnel, the 3 dreadnoughts rushed out of the ground, and after leaving the mining star continent, they went directly to the floating land of truth. In more than 20 days, the 8-armed snake demon tribe will officially start migrating. Taking advantage of this last time, we will extract a trace of the origin core of the floating land of truth. Okay. Unfortunately, the quality of the origin core stealer is only gold, and it is difficult to effectively steal the origin core of the floating land of truth. In the main control room of the Northern Galaxy, Song Bei shook his head and sighed. At this time, an old voice sounded, "Bei boy, you are wrong. The key is not the quality of the origin core stealing instrument, but the time." "Teacher, what do you mean? Didn't your Song family issue an announcement before? The machine master artifact that was stripped from the origin core of the truth floating land has been traded to the Xianqin Heavy Industry Group." Not long after that, the news of the quality evolution of the Blue Dragon Starry Sky Array came out. What was the first thing you thought of when you heard this news? Song Bei raised his eyebrows and said without any hesitation, "9th level golden apple." "Yes, it is the 9th level golden apple. As far as I know, more than 100,000 years ago, the Xianqin Heavy Industry Group and the Northern Dipper Palace jointly controlled it. There is a secret universe, and the most valuable thing in that secret realm is a golden apple mother tree. Over the past 100,000 years, the number of golden apples hoarded by these 2 giant forces is definitely not small. Since your ancestors can trade for a 9th level golden apple, why can't they trade for 2 or even 3? With the important Xianqin Heavy Industry Group attaches to the Master of Machinery, as long as it is not too much, they will never refuse your request, but until now, this origin core stealer component is still a golden component. Don't you understand it? Teacher, what you mean is that even if this origin core stealer evolves to black quality, a few years is far from enough for us to steal the origin core of the truth floating land. Yes, even 1/10 of it is impossible. Even if a star destroyer is allocated to the 9th level floating land, it will take more than several decades to steal 1 core of the origin. After hearing this, Song Bei nodded gently. Although he did not have a clear understanding of these, he still trusted his teacher very much. Although the teacher was only an extreme dreadnought captain during his lifetime, his background was quite good. He was a direct member of a giant force in the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, and his experience was far beyond his. Bei boy, don't participate in the subsequent war against the giant ape civilization in the Star Sea. After more than 1,000 years of civilization war, now Northern Galaxy has half a foot in the extreme dreadnought, and it is time to explore the civilization ruins I told you about before. According to speculation, the danger level of the civilization ruins has been greatly reduced after the previous exploration by your teacher. As long as the subsequent exploration can be completed, the benefits obtained should be enough for you to be promoted to the Star Destroyer Captain. Song Bei did not answer, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "Teacher, do you want to report to the family? With the help of several ancestors, the danger will be lower." The old voice was obviously not surprised by Song Bei's words. He neither opposed nor explicitly agreed, but gave the decision to Song Bei. "You can decide for yourself. There are countless murders and robberies in the Star Sea, but I have also seen the style of your Song family. If you are not worried about several Star Destroyer captains in the family trying to seize the benefits of the ruins, then report it." After the old voice, Song Bei's eyes flashed, and after nearly 2 minutes of silence, he said firmly, "Report it." "Decided?" "Yes." More than 20 days later, a strong space fluctuation emerged in the sky of the floating land of truth, followed by a space vortex gradually converging. The diameter of this space vortex is quite amazing. Even though it has expanded to tens of thousands of kilometers, it has not stopped. Finally, the diameter of this space vortex is fixed at 3 million kilometers. After the space vortex tunnel is stabilized, countless 8-armed snake demons continue to rush out of the tunnel. After arriving at the floating land of truth, these 8-armed snake demons dispersed and wandered around the floating land of truth, carefully exploring this 9th-level floating land that will become their new ancestral land for a long time in the future. Among these 8-armed snake demons, some snake demons also hold special space-related wonders in their hands. Once they are activated, a large number of low-level snake demons are summoned, watching everything around with curiosity. This migration is not just about high-level snake demons, but more about low and middle-level 8-armed snake demons. These snake demons survived the blood extraction by the 8-armed demon god because they were protected by the blood furnace. They are the key to the future development and growth of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. For a Star Sea civilization, the strength of individuals is important, but the most important thing is the number of tribes. The larger the ethnic base, the greater the wealth and value created, and the greater the probability of high-level individuals appearing. All tribesmen of level 7 and above, listen to the order, search the entire floating land first, and eliminate all the mechanical tribes that have slipped through the net. Tribesmen of level 6 and below are responsible for the construction of temporary settlements, and must build residences that can accommodate more than 100 billion tribesmen in the shortest time. I will follow the Lord's orders. The shortest time mentioned by Zhongli is of course only relative. Even though the number of 8-armed snake demons has been reduced by more than half due to the previous blood extraction and civilization war, the individual base number is still calculated in trillions. Although it is impossible for such a number of 8-armed snake demons to migrate here in a short period of time, the number of hundreds of billions is by no means a small number. This is still a space wormhole with a diameter of millions of kilometers. If not, the difficulty will increase countless times. After setting these two most basic execution goals, Zhongli's gray-black vertical pupils looked at the other 9-level snake demons around him, and then turned to the 3 superdimensional motherships that were speeding behind him. What do you mean, Zhongli? Are you going to solve the shackles of the blood in your body first, or solve the Star Sea giant ape civilization first? The peak combat power of the two civilizations met again, without any greetings, but went straight to the point. The gray light in Zhongli's vertical pupils flashed many times, and he did not rush to reply. This issue is of great importance, so we must be very careful. Logically speaking, it is more important to remove the blood shackles first. After all, the blood furnace can only suppress it, and cannot solve the threat of the blood extraction of the 8-armed demon god from the root. If the other party extracts blood again, even with the suppression of the blood furnace, it will inevitably take away the lives of a large number of low and medium-level 8-armed snake demons. But the key point is that it is not so simple to remove the blood shackles in the body. First of all, it takes a long time to refine the mythical flesh and blood of the demon god's arm, and the subsequent process of contacting the blood shackles must also be gradual. If we really wait until then, the Shanghai giant ape civilization will probably have pushed over long ago. Let's deal with the Shanghai giant ape civilization first. With you guys working together, it won't take long. Okay, let's go now. Compared to the 8-armed snake demon, the enthusiasm of the 3 Shinhoi human emperors is no less. The 8-armed snake demon river system has been included in the territory of Shinhoi human civilization. The 5 9th-level floating lands of life, the blessing of the 8-armed demon god mythical blood, plus their careful preparations over the past 100,000 years, and the luck of the 5 9th-level Shanghai giant apes of the Shanghai giant ape civilization. If everything they planned before has been accomplished, only this last step is left. It is related to whether the Shinhoi human civilization can enter the Overlord civilization. Their mood at this moment can be imagined. Soon, 5 9th-level snake demon masters, 3 superdimensional motherships, 2 9th-level slave creatures, dozens of 8th-level snake demons, more than 30 galaxy ships, thousands of star destroyers, and 7th-level snake demon masters, a total of less than 20,000 figures, quickly rushed out of the floating land of truth. This time they did not lead the low and middle-level tribesmen, but prepared to launch a dimensionality reduction attack. It is conceivable that when these less than 20,000 creatures meet the army of the Star Sea giant ape civilization, what kind of slaughter feast will it be? Although the Star Sea giant ape civilization is not weak, and is several points stronger than the Truth Machine civilization, the combined power of the entire civilization, nearly 100 river systems, only has a total of 5 9th-level Star Sea giant apes, no more than 58th-level Star Sea giant apes, and only 2,000 7th-level Star Sea giant apes. With such strength, how can it collide with the joint team of the 2 top advanced civilizations, time passed, and with all their efforts, in just a few years, the joint team of Shinhoi humans and the 8-armed snake demons arrived at the location of the advancing army of the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization. Chapter 731. The Star Sea Giant Ape clan is a kind of creature that specializes in physical training. They are born with strong physiques, and are first-level creatures in the Star Sea once they reach adulthood. Although their genetic bloodline potential is slightly inferior to that of the 8-armed snake demon clan, their strong physical bodies give them the ability to easily cross the Star Sea. Based on this, even if they have not developed cutting-edge technology unique to civilization, and do not have technological creations such as star battleships, they can still conquer the Star Sea with their own strength. Of course, the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization has not changed completely in the more than 100,000 years of confrontation with the Truth Mechanical civilization. At least for now, this main force of the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization is mixed with a large number of mechanical transport ships. Some of these mechanical transport ships are the products of those intermediate technology-side civilizations that the Star Sea Giant Ape once annexed, but the vast majority are various types of mechanical transport ships and large Truth battleships captured from the Truth Mechanical civilization. Although the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization can cross the Star Sea with its flesh, the advancement speed is greatly reduced when carrying a large number of low and medium-level Star Sea Giant Apes. Only by using these captured mechanical warships as a means of transporting troops can this be avoided as much as possible. If not, the pioneering steps of the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization had already been taken nearly 300,000 years ago. How could it have only occupied 100 galaxies now? In the middle of the Star Sea Giant Ape's advancement team, the extremely burly Jean Poe's eyes flashed with a ray of light from time to time. Although there have been various accidents in the past 200,000 years, he believes that all of this will no longer exist after this. The sudden fall of the Lord of Truth has made the Truth Mechanical civilization no longer a threat. In addition, the high-level intelligent brain artifact seized in his hand can control a large number of mechanical warships to advance in coordination. In the future, the speed of the exploration and conquest of the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization will only skyrocket infinitely. He could already imagine that in the near future, the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization would become a giant civilization in the Star Sea, and no civilization would dare to despise it. Roar, roar, roar! What's the commotion? The sharp roar that suddenly came from the side pulled Jean back to reality from his beautiful imagination of the future, which squeezed out a bit of anger on his already rough face, making him, a 9th-level giant ape, even more tyrannical. Before the explanations of other high-level Star Sea Giant Apes beside him came, the first thing that rang in Jean Poe's ears was the roar and explosion that gradually got out of control. The next second, he seemed to sense something, and his eyes, which were larger than the size of ordinary 7th-level creatures, were wide open, and the life pressure of the 9th level spread out. Looking in the direction of his eyes, it was a dark starry sky without any abnormalities, except for silence and eternal darkness. The Star Sea Giant Apes beside him did not find anything unusual, but Jinpa, who was controlling a colorful exploration-type strange object, was different. The peak aura of the 9th level burst out, and the materialized blood energy turned into a blood-colored giant ape phantom, and rushed towards the dark starry sky. Demon Ape shaking the universe fist, this top bloodline magical power was activated. Until then, the high-level giant apes around them realized that something was wrong and knew that Jean Pa had definitely discovered something. However, just before they were about to react together, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the originally completely dark starry sky in the distance. 8-armed snake-tailed giants, streamlined mechanical wars. Although these creatures that suddenly appeared were of different types, they had one thing in common at this moment, that is, they were all accumulating energy for attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless terrifying energy beams pierced through, and before the giant apes of the Star Sea had time to make any defense, these countless attacks had already poured down. The Shinhoi human and the 8-armed snake demon joint team would not show up for no reason. With the blessing of a colorful lower-level group concealment component, even if the 9th level peak Gold Soul noticed something, as long as the Gold Soul's attack had not landed, their whereabouts would not be exposed. The reason they showed up before was naturally because the energy storage of all attack methods had been completed. Successfully killed a 7th level giant ape, cloned the Blood Holy Grail and successfully collected a strand of 7th level Holy Blood, and the Eternal True Spirit Nest successfully absorbed a 7th level True Spirit Soul, and you obtained a strand of 6th level Floating Land Origin. Song Chi activated the Infinite Xian Quantum Star Destroyer, which included the weakness mark of the God of Hunting and Black Hole Singularity Explosion, and other characteristics. With one strike, he directly killed a 7th level giant ape. And there are still many people like him in the joint team at this moment. After all, the top combat forces of the two top advanced civilizations attacked together, and even if it was an accidental collision, the lethality that could be caused was very terrifying. Hearing the reminder in his ear, Song Chi turned his head and glanced at the Eternal True Spirit Nest components on the ship. Eternal True Spirit Nest LV90. Quality, Black. True Spirit Nest. The component comes with a nest space for storing true spirit bodies. All the souls of enemy units killed by the loaded warship will be automatically absorbed into the True Spirit Nest. After being absorbed into the True Spirit Nest, these souls will be nourished by the special energy in the nest until they are restored to their peak state before death. Note: currently, the highest level that can be absorbed is the 9th level soul. Currently, 1 9th level soul, 7 8th level souls, and 42 7th level souls have been stored. He had not intended to strengthen this component to the 9th level so early. The Lord of Truth was an accident. He had to use the precious 9 lives chest of life and death feature to kill him. The 9th level master was not easy to kill. Moreover, as a silicon-based creature, the Lord of Truth did not have a soul, so he had never strengthened this Eternal True Spirit Nest. This strengthening was because he had killed the severely injured 9th level Snake Demon Master before. He did not have much hope, but he was not disappointed in the end. It can be said that this was the most valuable thing he did in the battle of the Demon God Floating Land. Not only did he get 3 million merits, which gave him the second priority exchange right, but also included the 9th level Luck Holy Blood, the 9th level True Spirit Soul, and the 9th level Master Source Blood that had not yet been refined. It can be said that the value of the 9th level Snake Demon Master was tapped to the extreme by him. Quickly withdrawing his thoughts, Song Chi did not think about it anymore. Now a new war has begun, and distraction at this time is a taboo. 3 superdimensional motherships, 5 9th level Snake Demons, and 2 9th level Slave Creatures, Dragonback Tyrant Whale, Black Flame Dragon, a total of 10 9th level combat forces took the lead and rushed straight to the 5 9th level Star Sea Giant Apes in the distance. In fact, with the combat power of 3 superdimensional motherships alone, they are enough to have an absolute advantage, without the blessing of the enemy's original will of the floating land, not to mention the current 10-5. The battle situation on the 9th level battlefield is very obvious, and the rooftop is obviously one-sided. Not only the 9th level battlefield, but also the 8th and 7th levels are the same. Originally, whether in terms of quantity or single combat power, the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization did not have an advantage. Just now, after such a round of ruthless destructive attacks, more than 20% of the high-level Star Sea Giant Apes died directly or indirectly, which further aggravated this trend. In less than a month, the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization, which had dominated this unknown river community for hundreds of thousands of years, was almost completely wiped out. In the starry sky battlefield, countless mechanical wreckage and broken limbs floated everywhere in the starry sky. In just 1 month, this main battlefield turned into a starry sky ruin. In the center of the war, powerful energy fluctuations continued to sweep in waves. Under the joint efforts of several superdimensional motherships and the 9th level Snake Demon Master, the last 9th level Star Sea Giant Ape completely lost the ability to resist. This 9th level Star Sea Giant Ape was finally sent to the Shinxiajiuli. Jiang Yuan, but you continue to complete the final blow? In response to Song Li's inquiry, a reply came out quickly from Shinxiajiuli. No need, we have other arrangements for this last 9th level Star Sea Giant Ape. As he said, in the superdimensional encrypted group chat inside the battleship, Jiang Yuan looked at the two people opposite. The luck of the 4 9th level Giant Apes, I will go to the Bottomless Abyss front, the Star Sea Insect front, and the Human Emperor City respectively later, firstly for the final shot before the retreat breakthrough, and secondly to further obtain some civilization luck. As for this 9th level Peak Giant Ape, you enslave it. After this, you will soon impact the myth level. With more civilization luck, the success rate of Shinxiajiuli will increase by 1 point. You don't have to worry about the other things. Facing the consistent attitude of the two, Jiang Yuan still shook his head. No, although everything is ready, you also know the difficulty of impacting the myth. You must not hold the attitude of dying if you don't succeed. Even if Shinxiajiuli fails in the final impact, it will not affect the safety of the entire Xinhua civilization. Although a 9th level Peak Giant Ape cannot completely eliminate the temporary lack of combat power of Shinxiajiuli, it is enough to reduce the pressure on you. Besides, the myth that Shinxiajiuli is attacking is not the promotion of Galaxy Ship to Super Dimension Mothership. Although a 9th order civilization luck can increase the success rate of promotion, it is not as important as imagined. Don't argue about it. Having said this, the other two did not say anything else. Then the two superdimensional motherships began to hit colorful slavery marks one after another. Although high-level slavery parts are rare, they are not so rare that they have none in their hands. You should know that before this, the four families all had ninth-order slave creatures. Even the colorful slavery parts are far from easy when facing a ninth-order peak master. The two superdimensional motherships tried more than 20 times the slavery, and finally Xianqin Zulong successfully completed the slavery. After completing this step, the first cooperation contract signed between the two parties has been basically completed. If the 8-armed snake demon is willing, they are naturally willing to assist the other party in reversing the entire Truth Mechanical Civilization territory and the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization territory. But the result is obvious: the 8-armed snake demon chose to decline. The Xinhua captains were not surprised by this reply. After all, both sides knew it well. Now the top combat forces of the Truth Mechanical Civilization and the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization have been almost completely cleared, and the two civilizations occupy nearly 150 river systems. If the Xinhua civilization can help, although it can save a lot of time, the corresponding efforts will definitely be indispensable. Apart from other things, all kinds of mineral resources, floating land spirits, etc. will definitely not be left behind wherever the Xinhua warships pass. If it were in the past, the 8-armed snake demons might not care too much, but now that they have just left their hometown in a panic, the ethnic heritage has been severely damaged. At this time, what they need most is to collect various resources and accumulate heritage again. Only in this way will they not be left too far behind by the Xinhua human civilization in the future, and both sides will be able to continue to maintain the same starting line and continue to cooperate comprehensively. In that case, we won't stay here any longer, but we can continue to trade with each other. After all, it is beneficial to both of us. Of course, the war lasted for nearly a month, and the end result was that the Xinhua human civilization took away all the corpses of the middle and high-level giant apes on the battlefield. One day, on the floating land of truth, in a newly built giant city somewhere, the only 6 remaining 9th-level snake demon masters of the 8-armed snake demon civilization gathered here. Suddenly, the statistics are out. The various resources on the True Truth floating continent have been reduced by 40%. The mineral star continent not far away has even had half of its original core extracted. In addition, the overall resources in the entire territory of the Truth Mechanical Civilization are also obviously lower than the normal level. Although these are the most common characteristics of the mechanical civilization, this civilization cannot do without various mechanical creations, but according to the information collected, it seems to be inseparable from the Song family of the Xinhua civilization, and Songli also obviously had a bad relationship with the other party before. Should we? Before the 9th level snake demon in charge of reporting finished speaking, Songli directly waved his hand to interrupt. There's no need to mention this. Although the Song family is only a small 7th tier family now, after this battle, they have already entered the sights of the major giants of the Xinhua civilization. In addition, they are also a direct subordinate of the Big Dipper Palace. Don't bother them at this time. But the Big Dipper Palace is only an 8th tier force. Stupid. After all this trouble, you still don't understand? Can the Big Dipper Palace still be regarded as an ordinary 8th tier force? The territory of the Xinhua human civilization has doubled this time. With the help of this favorable wind, they will have several more, even more than 10, superdimensional motherships in the next 10,000 years, and this must include the Big Dipper Palace. Don't you understand? Since we decided to form an alliance and officially moved out of the 8-armed snake demon river system, we are no longer qualified to be compared with them. What we have to do next is to do our best to improve ourselves and try to keep up with them before they soar into the sky. Only in this way, when they ascend to the Overlord civilization in the future, we will have the possibility to rely on this thigh. Almost shouting out this series of words, regardless of the uncertain faces of the 5 people, Songli continued, "Don't worry about the Truth Machine Civilization territory. What about the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization territory? The Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization territory is not bad, and the resources in each river system are very intact. As long as we complete the occupation in the future, plus the part of the foundation we brought from the 8-armed snake demon river system community, it is enough to support us to quickly complete the occupation of this new river system community under our feet." Songli nodded. "Okay, now that the number of people who have migrated here has exceeded tens of billions, let's officially start the reverse push. The 4 of you will each lead a team and advance separately. Songlu, you will be responsible for staying behind on the Truth floating land. I need to refine the demon arm next, and I can't share it. Just leave it to us. Songlu, you should be careful too. In this way, after the Xinhua civilization left, the 8-armed snake demon civilization quickly started the subsequent advancement plan. The low and medium level 8-armed snake demons left in the 8-armed snake demon river system community still exceeded 1 trillion, and a piece of Truth floating land alone could not accommodate them. Even the entire Truth mechanical civilization territory could not. Although the Truth mechanical civilization occupied dozens of river systems, the life floating land was limited, and it was a foolish dream to want to eat all the individuals of a top-level advanced civilization. Only if we take over the Shanghai giant ape civilization territory, maybe we can barely do it. However, what the 8-armed snake demons could not imagine is that at this moment, there is already a team that has arrived at the Shanghai giant ape civilization territory one step ahead of them. In the dark starry sky, 4 Star Destroyers are speeding at full speed. Star Destroyer Communication Group Chat. Song Yen, if you ask me, let's go to the Demon Ape floating land. Without the 9th level Shanghai giant ape, we can always find a way to get in. A 9th level floating land, as long as we get in, we will definitely gain a lot. Song Xiuan, I don't agree. Having said that, if the Shanghai demon ape is under high martial law, it is not as easy as imagined to pass through the floating land shield of a 9th level floating land. The subsequent large force of the 8-armed snake demon will not give us time. There is no need to gamble. Facing the different opinions of the two, Song Wujiang did not express his opinion. He was a little difficult to decide at the moment. At this time, Song Qi suddenly said, "Don't argue, I found a very special area here." As he said that, he sent the radar map detected by the Eye of Truth to the group chat. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Xiaoqi, did your patrol radar give a specific energy level mark? Song Qi spoke quickly, but as soon as he said this, the breathing of Song Wujiang and the other two in the group chat stagnated. Beyond the 9th level, the Eye of Truth of the color upper level has now been strengthened to LV90. Not only does the conventional detection distance reach thousands of light years, but after activating the Eye of Truth feature, it can reach tens of thousands of light years. It can also give the most detailed analysis of all things at the 9th level and below. Therefore, since the energy source of super high intensity shown on the radar map at this moment has been questioned, there is only one result. The energy intensity of the opponent has exceeded the 9th level. The 4 looked up and looked at each other. The next second, Song Qi continued, according to the rough star map collected before, the area where this energy source is located is a starry sky restricted area marked as a life-dead zone by the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization. What do you mean? Do you want to go and take a look? Don't forget that the degenerate Sky Python in the clan is not rejecting all energy. No matter what the source of this energy is, as long as it can be swallowed, we may be able to use it to allow the degenerate Sky Python to directly accumulate enough energy for the next round of evolution. Song Wujiang and the other two hesitated to speak, but finally they all nodded. The opinions reached a consensus, and the 4 Star Destroyers no longer hesitated, and they all started to jump and shuttle directly to the energy source coordinates shown on the radar map. Of course, the main reason is that they are only in the form of battleship clones at the moment, and they are not afraid even if they encounter danger. If not, the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization, which has 5 9th level combat forces, could not avoid it, so why were the 4 Star Destroyer captains so ignorant? The jump point chosen by the 4 Star Destroyer clones did not coincide with the unknown energy source, but chose an area that was a certain distance away from the energy source. After the jump was over, they activated the flash escape component again and slowly approached the energy source. After several hours, the 4 Star Destroyer clones that had been running at full speed finally slowed down. At the same time, the Zutian market. How is it? Do you feel anything? Time? The speed of time has changed. That's right. And as we advance further, time passes faster. No, it seems that we haven't reached the officially marked area of the energy source yet. How can an area that is not even considered as the periphery have such a strong influence of time energy? Go on, it doesn't involve our main body anyway. After dozens of minutes, the 4 Star Destroyers still have not officially entered the peripheral area marked by the energy source, but even so, except for the Tianqiu Sanqing Mirror battleship, the other 3 Star Destroyer clones are now difficult to move forward. It's not that they don't want to, but under the influence of this increasingly terrifying time energy, the configurations inside their battleship clones are rapidly decaying. Just now, all the secondary guns on the 3 battleship clones have been shattered, and even the main guns have shown corresponding signs. Looking at this posture, if they continue to move forward, I'm afraid that the battleship hulls will be decayed by the terrifying power of time. Ancestor, you guys just collect time energy here. I'm fine here, I want to continue exploring. Okay, be careful. Completely different from the situation of Song Wujiang and the other two, because of the existence of the replica time chessboard. This colorful upper-level special time-type component can offset more than 90% of the impact of external time energy on the mirror battleship by itself, plus the Pazuo Zen meditation seal. At this moment, the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship has not been affected at all. Separated from the battleship clones of the ancestors, and the other three, Song Qi naturally would not continue to waste time without any extra concerns, and once again activated the flash escape component of the battleship. This time, he directly controlled the mirror battleship to flash into the edge of the energy source. After rushing out of the space vortex, infinite time energy suddenly invaded. Even with the resistance of the replica time chessboard, Song Qi also sensed the changes inside the mirror battleship. After officially entering the direct coverage of this time energy source, the time energy in the outside world has far exceeded imagination. After a rough estimate, Song Qi got a shocking answer. At this moment, the time acceleration in the outside world has reached more than 1,000,000 times the normal time flow rate. Chapter 732. 1,000,000 times the speed of time? This is no longer horrible. You should know that when the time chessboard was collected, the highest speed of time was only about 100,000 times. And the key is that it is only at the edge of the area. If it continues to move towards the center of this time energy source, the speed of time will only become more exaggerated. What could it be? Like the previous time chessboard, a super high-level time-related wonder? Or is it just a huge amount of time energy? Song Qi's thoughts flowed for a moment, and were quickly taken back. What exactly it was, he had to see it himself. It was useless to think about it. The time chessboard can still hold on, continue. Even if it was 1,000,000 times the speed of time, under the effect of the time chessboard, the mirror battleship only reached 100 times, not to the extent that he was daunted. Amid the roar of the engine, the mirror battleship continued to move forward. As the battleship shuttled at a high speed, the intensity of the surrounding time energy was changing as expected. At first, it was only 1,000,000 times. Gradually, it became 1.1 million times. 1.2 million. 1.5 million. The Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship only moved forward less than a light year, and the speed of time increased to a terrifying 2,000,000 times. And you should know that in the detection results given by the Eye of Truth, the area covered by this group of time energy source has a diameter of tens of light years. Buzz buzz buzz. I don't know how long it took, but the speed of the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirror battleship, which was speeding all the way, suddenly dropped, and finally stopped completely. This is not the core area of the time energy source. The reason why it suddenly stopped is because Song Qi captured a special light not far away through his mind. Silver light, could it be a silver star sea wonder? The battleship turned and headed towards the silver light. When it got closer, Song Qi confirmed that the source of the silver light was indeed a legendary wonder. Seeing this, his mind turned, and at the same time, a traction beam shot out from the mirror battleship, thinking of pulling the silver wonder into the battleship. However, Song Qi was soon disappointed. Under the millions of times of the time flow rate in the outside world, the traction beam stimulated by the mirror was also affected by this terrifying time flow rate. The battleship is protected by the time chessboard, which can weaken the time energy of the outside world by more than 10,000 times, but once it leaves the battleship, it is no longer within the protection range. So the final result is that the psionic energy consumed to maintain the traction beam is also increased by 1,000,000 times. Even if the mirror battleship has two engine components, the antimatter energy evolution engine and the flame roaring engine, their energy pools are also being quickly drained. That is to say, Song Qi had been extremely focused and immediately withdrew the tractor beam. Otherwise, if it was only a few seconds later, the psionic energy reserves inside the entire mirror battleship would be completely drained, and the entire battleship would be temporarily shut down. After thinking for a few seconds, Song Qi chose to let the slave creatures left in the mirror battleship activate the market projection order. Every time the market projection order is used, it is basically equivalent to a silver wonder, which means that he will not lose anything. If the silver wonder outside can be converted into a shipborne component, he will earn half a silver component. Fortunately, the status of the market is high enough. Even if the time of the outside world passes millions of times, the projected purple mist energy is not affected too much. Under Song Qi's remote control, the silver legendary wonder was quickly taken into the mirror battleship, and then sent to Song Qi in the market of the heavens. Special item, Fantasy Air Armor. Quality, silver. Transformable, none. Note, in the era of the multiverse, the long river of time that connected all the heavens and the worlds was broken together with many universes, and turned into many time ruins and left somewhere in the broken star sea. One of the long river of time ruins accidentally gave birth to this strange item. After reading the attribute introduction of this strange item, Song Chi's eyes sparkled. This attribute information in front of him perfectly introduced the source of the current unknown time energy source. The ruins of the long river of time. I thought it was just a fiction in the novel of the previous life, but I didn't expect it to be real. A small long river of time ruins is so terrifying. How amazing should the real long river of time be? Thinking in his heart, Song Chi quickly retracted his thoughts, and his eyes fell on the silver legendary strange item in his hand again. To be more precise, it fell on the special material on the surface of this silver strange item. Through the experience of the three ancestors before, Song Chi knew very well that under this boundless power of time, let alone the silver legendary wonders, even the black ultimate wonders would gradually decay under the cruel power of time without special reasons. Although the replica parts on the 3-star destroyer clones are not real wonder parts, they cannot be disassembled or upgraded, and have great limitations. But one thing is certain, their wonder essences are all there. There may be some special things, but the essence cannot be changed. They can be eroded and decayed by the power of time, which also means that other wonders in the star sea are the same. Therefore, in Song Chi's view, a silver legendary wonder that can be preserved intact under the millions of times the speed of time must have its special features. Under his careful control, the special transparent energy film wrapped on the surface of this phantom sky armor was soon completely peeled off. This is, just as the doubtful thought emerged in his mind, the Eye of Truth had already given the detection result. Name, source of time. Category, special time resource. Note, a rare resource type time product bred by the ruins of the ancient long river of time. It contains the most original state of time power, and has the effect of isolating the influence of time energy. Value, very high. Source of time. Looking at the information given by the Eye of Truth, Song Chi's attention was not on the attribute panel in front of him. Obviously, this special energy film called Source of Time is the fundamental reason why Phantom Sky armor can survive in the ruins of the long river of time. However, the violent vibration from another component behind him, at this moment, has attracted most of his attention. Because the violent movement is not caused by other components, but one of the two highest quality components of Tianxu Sangqiong time chessboard. Looking at the abnormal reaction of the time chessboard parts, Song Chi seemed to have thought of something in his heart. Could it be? Thinking, he slowly handed the thin source of time in his hand to the time chessboard. The next second, the time chessboard trembled more and more violently, which seemed to verify his guess. He loosened his palm, and no longer tried to restrain the limited amount of source of time in his hand. Without his restraint, this source of time quickly merged into the colorful chessboard under the attraction of the time chessboard. Perhaps because of the small number, the fusion time was very short. After just 2 seconds, the time chessboard returned to calm. At this time, the properties of the time chessboard did not change at all. Seeing this, Song Chi did not show any strangeness in his eyes. His intuition told him that the source of time itself had a great effect on the time chessboard. The reason why there was no change was only temporary. As long as more source of time was collected, there would be a qualitative change in the future. Could it be that the first colored extreme component on the Tianxu Sangqiong would be the time chessboard? With this idea in mind, Song Chi and the three ancestors greeted each other, and then excitedly began the subsequent long-term search. In his opinion, although the time chessboard must have a lot of source of time to transform, the ruins of the long river of time under his feet were not small, and the strange objects and source of time bred in it were probably not few. After exploring the entire ruins, it might be enough for the transformation of the time chessboard. It's a pity that the time energy radiation in the ruins of the long river of time is too high, completely covering the energy fluctuations emitted by those strange objects themselves. Even the Eye of Truth can hardly accurately detect the specific distribution information, which undoubtedly greatly increases Song Chi's workload. Time passed, and 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. In 10 years, the exploration and search of the entire long river of time ruins is far from over, but Song Chi had to temporarily stop the action. That day, he took the initiative to call the ancestors. Just received news from the demon god Fulu. The post-war distribution is about to begin. Hearing this, Song Wujiang and the other two, who had been busy collecting time energy for 10 years, were delighted. For them, this was undoubtedly great news. They had been waiting for this day since the end of the war between the 8-armed snake demon river groups. They were not only concerned about the final conclusion of the territory that their Song family had occupied before, but also because they all knew that in this final post-war summary and distribution meeting, their Song family would also have a huge wave of rewards. The reason was that the river group where the Truth Mechanical Civilization and the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization were located was provided by their Song family, which was already a huge contribution. You know, the reason why the 8-armed snake demon civilization agreed to form an alliance and relocate was all based on this. If it weren't for the news provided by their Song family, including the space wormhole that assisted in the subsequent migration, the result of this civilization war would never be like it is now, and the duration would be extended by thousands of years. Don't say that the Xinhua civilization has had an absolute advantage since the beginning of the war. Although this is true, it is because the 8-armed demon god has not yet died. An ancient demon god from the bottomless abyss, plus a piece of level 9 peak floating land. If there is no agreement with the 8-armed snake demon, it would be difficult to completely capture the ancestral land of the 8-armed snake demon clan. Even if it succeeds in the end, the price paid by the Xinhua civilization will be unimaginable. Therefore, the contributions they have made in this civilization war can be regarded as one of the best. With the previous style of the 4 empires of Xinhua, it is impossible not to express it. Post-war distribution is a big deal. Let's stop here for a while. The key is to prioritize our benefits. Of course, but I'm worried about the 8-armed snake demons. In the past 10 years, their advancement speed is faster than expected. Without the leadership of the 8th and 9th level Star Sea Giant Apes, the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization can't organize effective resistance. Basically, wherever the 8-armed snake demon troops go, all the floating lands surrender. In just 10 years, nearly half of the nearly 100 river systems under the Star Sea Giant Ape civilization have fallen. According to the news we received not long ago, a force of the 8-armed snake demon has entered the river system we are currently in. It won't be long before they will pass through this starry sky. If the other party follows their curiosity to explore this time ruins, it will be troublesome. Hearing what the original ancestor said, Song Qi nodded slightly. This point does need to be paid attention to. The Tianxu Songqiong mirror battleship is fine. It is located inside the ruins of the Long River of Time. He estimated that the 8-armed snake demon should not have the ability to carry millions of times the time flow rate to contact the mirror battleship. On the other hand, the 3 old ancestors did not enter the ruins with their 3-star destroyer clones. Once the 8-armed snake demon team had a mind, the probability of discovering them was quite high. How about this? We will take the initiative to recall the battleship clones first, and wait until the subsequent war distribution is over. The 8-armed snake demons will basically lose interest in this time ruins, and then let Shaoqi send us over. Okay, in 10 years, the time energy we collected has increased the swallowing and transformation progress of devouring sky python's metamorphosis to 81%. If we persist for a while longer, this mythical artifact will undergo a fundamental transformation, so it's better to be careful. 8-armed snake demon river community, central star field, demon god floating land. One after another, the sky snake mothership circled up from the earth and rushed all the way to the giant space corridor above the sky. In 10 years, under the full-speed migration of the 8-armed snake demons, the number of the remaining 8-armed snake demons on the demon god floating land has been reduced by more than half, but it will obviously take a long time for them to complete the transfer. After all, the entire 8-armed snake demon river system community is more than one demon god floating land, and at this moment, the outside world is still rushing to the 8-armed snake demon. For this, the Xinhua captains of the Xinhua civilization did not care. The 2 sides occupied the north and south sides of the floating land respectively, without conflict and clear distinction. In the south of the demon god floating land, the former demon god temple was above the sky. With the order of the 3 Xinhua emperors, countless Xinhua warships gathered. In a short time, the dense Xinhua warships almost covered the entire sky. This was because the 4 empires had ordered early that only individuals, or forces with the 4th level Zulu captain or above could be invited to participate in this final war meeting. Just like the last time, 12 giant golden shadows gathered in the sky. When the golden light covered everything, millions of Xinhua warships disappeared and entered the dark and silent void. In the main control room of Tianxu Songqiong, Song Qi suddenly raised his eyebrows. His eyes were fixed on the center of the void in front of him. There, in addition to the 3 superdimensional motherships Shinxiajioli, Xianxin Zulong and Heaven Holy Light, there were 2 completely unfamiliar superdimensional motherships. However, these 2 were not entities, but illusory projections. Xian Wangqiyu and Shiniqiongyu. Not only Song Qi, many captains recognized the identities of these 2 warship projections. Needless to say, Xian Wangqiyu is the ship of Jihuang Jiheng, the master of Qiyu Divine Dynasty, one of the 4 emperors of Xinhua humanity. He was stationed in Human Emperor City of Chaos Divine Continent to ensure that the rights and interests of Xinhua civilization in Chaos Divine Continent would not be occupied by other races or civilizations during the Civilization War. Shini Qingyu is the new superdimensional captain of the Divine Xia dynasty. He was initially responsible for deterring the Corpse Emperor clan in the south, and then went to the Abyss and the Star Sea Zerg fronts for a period of time. Although he did not directly participate in the Civilization War, his contribution was not less. In addition to the 5 superdimensional captains, there are more than 3-digit galaxy captains. Of course, only a small number of them came in person, and the vast majority appeared in the form of projection. Not only the galaxy ship, but also many Star Destroyer captains are the same. Like Jihuang and the two, they were the top combat forces responsible for guarding other fronts before, and their efforts were not less. Okay, I declare the final post-war meeting officially open. Let's listen to the detailed statistics of the war. As before, it was still Emperor Jiang and the Xinxia Jiuli who spoke first. Then the Minister of the Joint Statistics Department of the 4 empires on the side began to report. According to all the information that the Joint Statistics Department can collect, this civilization war lasted for 1,780 years. During this period, more than 13.5 million Xinhua captains of our Xinhua civilization died, including 5 galaxy captains, 468 Star Destroyer captains, and more than 1 million captains who fought to the level of Dreadnought. In addition, more than 50 billion ordinary Xinhua citizens were killed. These are all comrades who sacrificed heroically for the development and growth of our Xinhua civilization. Now everyone, please pay attention and mourn for all the martyrs. After half an hour of silence, the voice of the Minister of Statistics sounded again. Of course, these sacrifices are not worthless. With the end of the Civilization War, we have successfully incorporated the entire 8-armed Snake Demon River System community into the territory of Xinhua civilization. The 8-armed Snake Demon River System community includes 821 river systems, 5 level 9 life floating lands, and 12 level 9 resource floating lands. Listening to these reports, the breathing of all the Xinhua captains in the entire quiet space became heavier. With the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community being included in the territory of Xinhua civilization, the territory under the command of Xinhua human civilization now has 2 complete river system communities. Although neither of them is a large river system community, the 2 river system communities add up to the number of river systems under the jurisdiction of Xinhua human civilization, which may still be a little behind those hegemonic civilizations, but compared with those top advanced civilizations of the same level, it is already second to none. And at this moment, everyone seemed to have a telepathic connection in their hearts, and they couldn't help but think of the Corpse King clan. As another river community connected to the Xinhua human civilization, the river community where the Corpse King clan is located is far behind. Even the Corpse King clan civilization, which is the most powerful in the river community, is still inferior to the Xinghai giant ape civilization in terms of civilization. Even though they launched a group mobilization order in the past 1,000 years, and took advantage of the all-out war between the Xinhua human civilization and the 8-armed Snake Demon civilization to expand their colonies, and 2 new 9th-level Corpse Kings were born in the middle, their strength is still far from enough compared to the Xinhua human civilization. Thinking of this, the captains naturally couldn't hide their thoughts. In their view, if they could annex the entire river community where the Corpse Emperor clan was located in one go, their human civilization would occupy 3 river communities. By then, their territory would be close to the Overlord-level civilizations at the end, such as the 3-Eye clan. As if seeing the thoughts in the hearts of the captains, the projected Emperor Ji said in a calm voice, "Don't think too much. It's not time yet. Now everyone needs to do only one thing, that is, to digest the resources in the 8-armed Snake Demon River community with all their strength and accelerate the accumulation of their own and the forces behind them. Your Majesty, wouldn't this add to the changes? Wouldn't it be good to take advantage of this opportunity to take down the Corpse Emperor clan in one fell swoop?" Facing the doubts of the Star Destroyer captain, the voice of Xin Huang Qiyu was heard again. If virtue is not worthy of the position, there will be disasters. Before controlling the real mythical combat power, the 2 river communities are already the limit under the default rules. If you make another move, those giant civilizations in the Star Sea will not stand by and watch. At this point, the questioning voice of Emperor Ing suddenly came. But has there been any clues over at Human Emperor City? Well, in the past 500 years, the aura of strange mythical creatures has appeared many times outside Human Emperor City. Aren't they the same ones? Yes, they are different every time. Listening to the exchange, even though Song Qi didn't know much about the Chaos God continent at the moment, he felt a huge pressure from it. Although he heard Bai Mei say that every human emperor of Xinhua could obtain mythical combat power with the blessing of his ship and human emperor city, this kind of mythical combat power blessed by external forces is always like a moon in the water and a flower in the mirror, and there is a certain gap between it and the real mythical combat power, not to mention that there are still many mythical creatures appearing now. Okay, let's not worry about the Corpse Emperor clan for now, let's proceed with the final war distribution. Feeling the increasingly solemn atmosphere in the quiet space, the Minister of the Joint Statistics Department changed the topic at the right time. First, according to the preliminary discussion, the eastern part of the eight-armed snake demon river system community belongs to the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, the southern part belongs to Qiyu, the western part belongs to the Holy Hall Federation, and the central part belongs to the Divine Xia Dynasty. As for the northern part, it will be distributed by the forces that were previously responsible for guarding other fronts and have never participated in the war with Star Destroyers or above. As the minister's voice fell, the originally solemn atmosphere instantly became chaotic, and the leaders of various forces began to fight for more benefits for their own families. For a while, the entire space was noisy. However, there are exceptions among them, such as the 4-star destroyers represented by the Longji Song family to attend the meeting this time. They never spoke and just waited quietly. They did not disappoint them. After a long time, when the discussion in the field gradually weakened and the distribution of various forces was basically settled, the sound came from the 5 superdimensional motherships in the middle again. The target they were talking about this time was the Longji Song family. Quiet, there is one last thing about the reward for the Longji Song family. I think you all know more or less that the fact that this war ended so quickly is directly related to the Longji Song family. Chapter 733. Hearing this, all eyes immediately converged on the communication projection of Song Qi and the other 4. Although there was inevitably a little scrutiny and jealousy, there was more envy and gratitude. The people present were basically the rulers of various forces, or at least the real power figures. They all saw the situation of this civilization war, and knew very well that if it were not for the Song family's operation, the severity of the civilization war would increase several times, and the loss rate would also increase sharply. It can be said that all forces owed the Song family a favor this time. Song Qi and the other 4 still did not say anything, and continued to wait for the words of the human emperors. The coordinates of the New River community, where the Truth Mechanical Civilization and the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization are located, were provided by the Song family, and the acquired space wormhole channel was also constructed by them. Based on these 2 points, after discussion by the 4 of us, we decided to add the following 5 rewards to the Song family. First, 3 places for the Origin Energy Tidal Bath after the promotion to the 9th level floating land. Second, a mythical soul. Third, 2 plots of land in the Demon God floating land public open area. Fourth, a mythical component of your choice. Fifth, an additional river system territory. After hearing all 5 rewards, a series of sharp inhalations were heard in the joint communication group chat. Without other things, each of the 5 rewards given by Emperor Jiang is priceless. First of all, the 9th level floating land origin energy tide bathing qualification *3. This first item means that in the future, the Song family will obtain 3 bathing energy tide qualifications when the 8th level floating land under the 4 empires is promoted to the 9th level, and it is not an ordinary qualification. The key point is the word origin. When the 8th level floating land is promoted to the 9th level floating land, the energy tide generated is so amazing. It can benefit millions of creatures at the same time, but these quotas are actually just ordinary quotas, which can only increase the 5th level creatures to the 6th level at most. Those special bathing areas that can promote the 6th level creatures to the 7th level, the 7th level creatures to the 8th level, and even the 8th level creatures to the 9th level are naturally limited. There are only a few dozen of them on a whole floating land. These places, due to the special terrain, can gather more impure energy tide power, and then have a greater blessing effect on the promotion of Xinhua warships or flesh and blood creatures. They are also called the Origin Energy Tide bathing places by captains. As for the 3 places promised by the 4 emperors, they naturally cannot be the core of the origin deep in the core of the floating land. That is the fundamental tidal convergence place, which must be provided to the captain of the Extreme Galaxy ship to impact the superdimensional mothership, but in addition, the bathing place that is enough to greatly enhance the promotion of the Star Destroyer to the Galaxy ship should be no problem. The value of these 3 places can be imagined. Of course, all the captains also understand that the biggest reason for this is that they have just occupied the entire 8-armed snake demon river community. The 8-armed snake demon civilization has been passed down for more than 1 million years. The number of level 9 floating lands in their river community is not as many as that of the Xinhui human river community, but there are many floating lands at the peak of level 8 or even the limit of level 8. In the future, only manual intervention is needed, and these floating lands have a high probability of directly transforming. The second item, the mythical soul? Even those galaxy captains, who have already reached the limit of the 8th level, are envious of this thing. In essence, it is the same thing as the dominant true spirit, but the dominant true spirit comes from the 7th to 9th level star C dominant creatures. As the name suggests, this mythical soul comes from mythical creatures. For Captain Xinhua, this mythical soul is a necessary resource for the color parts to be strengthened to level 100. Of course, the mythical soul is not only produced from mythical creatures. Some special environments, or even special creatures, can also condense this mythical soul. But this does not mean that the value of the mythical soul is not high. How can something related to the word myth be ordinary? The 2 pieces of land on the third item, the demon god floating land. Needless to say, this floating land is very likely to be the highest trading holy land for the entire Xinhui human race in the future. As long as the Song family uses the 2 pieces of land reasonably, they will definitely be 2 money bags that make a lot of money in the future, the kind that will continue to flow. Not to mention choosing any mythical component. I just don't know if they are all of lower quality colors, or if there will be 1 or 2 higher quality colored components mixed in. What makes all parties jealous is actually the last item, which is to add a river system. This is the territory directly under the Xinhui human civilization. Without saying anything else, it is safe and stable enough. It is the kind of foundation that can be passed down for 100,000 or 1 million years. It is much more valuable than those alien colonies. This can be seen from the 10 major hegemonic civilizations in the Star Sea. Take the wizard civilization as an example. Which of the giant forces in this hegemonic civilization did not occupy multiple river systems in the original wizard human river community? It is precisely because of the support of these territories that they can accumulate enough original foundation, so that these giant forces will be able to expand outward in the future and seize larger territories and interests in the boundless Star Sea. Even if they fail occasionally, they can return to the original ancestral land to lick their wounds, and show their fangs to the outside world after they are fully recovered. Not only the wizard civilization, but all the long-standing Star Sea civilizations must follow this law internally, and the same is true for the human civilization of the Torch. Just like in this civilization war, similar to Beidou Qixing Hall, Xianxin Heavy Industry Group, Fuyou Pei family, Tianying Ten family, these giant forces all strive for the 2nd or even the 3rd river system outside their own ancestral river system. The captains are actually not disgusted by this. The reason why they have such a big reaction at the moment is just because the Song family has only been passed down for more than 5,000 years, and it has only been less than 2,000 years since it became an immortal family, which makes them feel too disappointed. The 4 emperors, including Song Qi, knew what these captains were thinking, but they didn't care. What's the saying? 1. Don't steal. 2. Don't rob, and have a clear conscience. These are all earned by the Song family with real contributions, not special treatment. In addition to the territory of the Cheap End River system, can you choose the 2nd river system? Your Majesty, Emperor Jiang, this matter is of great importance. Can we discuss it? Of course. The 4 Song family star destroyers communicated in a group chat, Song Yin, or choose the adjacent Xia river system. This will make it more convenient for us to manage in the future. Song Xiuan, although it is a river system that was obtained for free, it is also related to the family's future potential. The diameter of the Snake Tooth River system is only more than 700,000 light years. It is convenient, but the resources in it are more than half of those in the Tianpan River system. Song Yin, what does the original ancestor mean? Song Xiuan, what about the Copper Snake River system? Not to mention its diameter of 1.6 million light years. You are also aware of the resources of the Misty Half-Snake people on the Copper Snake floating land. Choosing this river system can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Song Qi, the Copper Snake River system is indeed a good choice, and it can also discuss the Fusang dynasty, but the problem is that it is tens of millions of light years away from the Cheepan River system. Isn't this a bad thing? Song Qi, it may be okay in normal times, but once our Song family loses power one day in the future, it will be easy for those spying forces in the dark to cut off the connection between the 2 sides. Song Qi's meaning is very simple. The territory under his command is too large, and the difficulty of management will rise sharply in the future. It's okay when the Song family is in power, but what I'm afraid of is that in the future, when the Song family declines, even if there is a space wormhole connected, some forces in the dark can cut it off with special means. After all, the space wormhole generator is just a golden component, and the acquired space wormhole it creates is by no means invincible. After a discussion, the few people finally failed to reach a unified view, and they could only look at the ancestor Song Wujiang. Song Wujiang pondered for a long time, and finally he said, "Choose Dragon Snake River System." Song Qi and the other two raised their eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. Scanning the star map on one side, they quickly found the location of the Dragon Snake River System. Strictly speaking, the Lanxi River System is also adjacent to the Qipan River System, but unlike the Xia River System, which is located directly north of the Qipan River System, the Lanxi River System is located on the northeast side of the Qipan River System. The two sides are farther apart than the Xia River System, but are only more than 300,000 light-years away, which is naturally not worth mentioning compared to tens of millions of light-years. The key is that this Dragon Snake River System is not small in size, stretching for 1.26 million light-years in diameter, and the capital of the river system, Dragon Snake Floating Land, is an 8th-level floating land of life. Moreover, according to a message just sent by Song Wujiang, this Dragon Snake Floating Land also has a special biological resource. Dragon Blood King Snake. The Dragon Blood King Snake has a trace of black dragon blood in its body. After it actively recognizes Captain Xinhua as its master, it can allow Captain Xinhua to obtain a special physique, the Dragon Snake King Body. This physique can improve Captain Xinhua's comprehension, and he can get a certain blessing in the future, whether it is to comprehend the laws or practice secret arts. Of course, this blessing is not very big, otherwise it would have been known to everyone long ago, and the overall effect is a little worse than the cultivation blessing of the Misty Half-Snake Man. However, Song Wujiang meant that they already occupied a large share of the Mist Half-Snake people. Instead of increasing their share from 20% to 100%, it would be better to choose a new resource. More importantly, it can be adjacent to the Qipan River System, killing two birds with one stone. I think it's feasible. Me too. Then choose this Dragon Snake River System. But this river system is occupied by the 9th Propulsion Fleet. As early as the beginning of the Civilization War, it was divided by many immortal families of the 9th Propulsion Fleet. Will this offend them? Don't worry about these. Since the four majesties have spoken, they will have their own solutions later. As for whether they will offend or not, this is certain. With the 5 rewards this time, we only need to digest them for a while. Even if my Longji Song family cannot be promoted to an immortal giant in a short period of time, it is enough to enter the top of the immortal families. Why should we look at their faces? Are you sure it's the Dragon Snake River System? Once you choose it, you can't change it later. Your Majesty, my Song family is determined to get the Dragon Snake River System. In the communication group chat, facing the second inquiry from Shinxiajiuli, Song Wujiang said with certainty. In this way, the territory under the Song family was completely determined. In addition to the 300,000 light-year territory of the Qipan River System, there was another entire Dragon Snake River System. This is not over yet, there is still one step left, to select the colorful mythical parts. The 4 emperors were not in a hurry about this matter. Instead, after confirming the distribution of all parties, when all the Xinhua warships had left and only 5 superdimensional motherships and Tianxu Sangqiong were left in the quiet space, they let Song Qi make the choice. The truth mechanical civilization was originally discovered by Song Qi Song Wujiang, and the other two would not compete for this colorful mythical object. In addition, Song Qi also occupied 2 of the 3 places for bathing the energy tide of the 9th level floating land origin. The last one was for the whole family. As for the allocation of these 2 quotas, one of them was naturally reserved for the Tianxu Sangqiong, but Song Qi did not plan to leave the second one for Shen Yuren or Song Hanyu. The 2 were only fearless captains now. The family now had the golden quality origin core stealing device, plus the newly controlled Dragon Snake River System. It was not difficult to create 2 or 3 7th level floating lands in a short period of time. There was no need to waste this precious 9th level energy tide bathing quota. His idea was to use it on the ancestors or the original ancestors, which could further increase the chances of the 2 to impact the captains of the galaxy in the future. A flash of light flashed before his eyes, pulling Song Qi's drifting thoughts back. Looking at the light curtain projected in front, Song Qi's eyes kept scanning it carefully. This light curtain was projected by Shinxiajiuli, and it showed a number of colorful mythical level components, including the detailed properties of the components themselves. Song Qi's eyes first fell on a component called 3 Realms 5 Element Certificate, because this component was the only colorful upper-level component among the 7 components. 3 realms 5 elements certificate LV0. Quality, color/upper. Unique feature, beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Consumption, 800/S, phantom energy points. Effect, the loaded warship will automatically obtain a layer of 3 realms 5 elements, aura. When not actively attacking or being attacked, the warship itself will enter an absolute hidden state and obtain the highest priority hidden effect. Note, this component needs to occupy 20 slots. Beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Consume 2 million psionic points, the warship immediately enters a state of nothingness, cannot be hit or locked by any form of attack, lasts for 3 seconds, and the cooldown time is constant at 1,000 years. After just looking at this component, Song Chi's breathing immediately became heavier. This 3 realms and 5 elements certificate is not only a permanent concealment component, but can provide a concealment effect far exceeding Void Membrane and Mirage Dragon Pearl. Its only characteristic beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements, is an invincible attribute ability. These 2 effects, even if viewed separately, are both top-notch characteristics, not to mention the 2 added together. With just one glance, Song Chi has already determined that this component is his choice, but at this moment he is a little confused. He couldn't understand why the 4 emperors would give out such a top-quality component as a reward. Logically speaking, this component would be more effective when installed on 4 superdimensional motherships. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Since he had seen it, he would naturally take it directly. Of course, before speaking, he still glanced at the other 6 components. After all, they were all colorful mythical components. It's not too much to feast your eyes on them, right? Dark Energy Counterattack Violence Shield. Titan Guardian Hull Armor. High Energy Particle Star Destroyer. Of the 6 components, half are basic components, which are not very attractive to Song Chi. The last 3 are special components, and the strange effects of them make him quite envious. Virtual Battle System LV0. Quality, color/lower. Feature, Real Virtual World. Feature 2, can double the input group template. Feature 3, Virtual/real-time flow rate is October 1st. Feature 4, Random Virtual Reward Copy. Feature 5, Virtual Copy Reward is constantly upgraded by 1 level. Feature 6, Virtual Link. Feature 7, Virtual World LAN. Guishu Furnace LV0. Quality, color/lower. Feature, Guishu Energy Pool. Feature 2, All things return to the ruins. Wings of Heaven LV0. Quality, color/lower. Feature, Soul Heaven. Feature 2, Pseudo-Soul Immortality. Among the 3 components, Song Chi is most envious of the virtual battle system. This component allows the captain to input various targets that he wants to fight in virtual battles. The degree of reality of the virtual battle is almost the same as reality, except that he will not die. In addition, it can generate a new virtual copy every once in a while. As long as he can pass the level, he can get various rare rewards. In addition, it can also make virtual links, allowing other Xinhua captains and Xinhua warships to enter the virtual land world for combat training. While greatly improving the practical skills of Xinhua captains, it can also greatly improve the captain's time utilization efficiency by taking advantage of the different time flow rates between the virtual world and the outside world. As for the Guishu Furnace, it is actually a type of component with a black hole evolution layer, which can transform Guishu energy by itself. This Guishu energy can also produce various different effects through the various characteristics of the Guishu Furnace component. Finally, Song Chi couldn't say much about the Heavenly Wings component. Its Soul Heaven characteristic can collect the souls of flesh and blood creatures, allowing those souls that should have been annihilated to survive in this Soul Heaven. If a better method can be found in the future, the souls can be sent out from the Soul Heaven again and resurrected by more sophisticated means. It can be said that this is equivalent to a resurrection component, but it itself does not have a proper resurrection characteristic. It can only retain the souls of designated creatures, and it is not permanent. The pseudo-immortality of soul feature can only keep the soul body that enters the Soul Heaven for 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, if the soul body still cannot be resurrected by other means, the soul will be completely wiped out. For Song Chi, this is not a rare resurrection component, but more like a useless component. It may be useful in some special circumstances, but the result is basically that it will still be wiped out after 50,000 years. Resurrection abilities are so rare that even a time-related wonder of the color upper level has only 9 chances. If you can be resurrected, you will basically use it as soon as possible. If you can't be resurrected, it's useless to wait for 50,000 years. Finally, Song Chi's eyes fell on the two components of 3 Realms 5 Elements voucher and virtual battle system. Among the 7 components, only these 2 were of the highest value in his eyes. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose 3 Realms 5 Elements voucher. In terms of component quality, level 3 5 Elements voucher is of higher quality, and in terms of component practicality, both components are very good. Following the principle of choosing the best from the best, 3 Realms 5 Elements voucher is naturally more valuable. After confirming the choice, Song Chi finally asked a tentative question. "Excuse me, Your Majesty, will the virtual battle system be taken out as a reward in the future?" Hearing this, laughter came from several hyperdimensional motherships at the same time. "Why, you want this component too?" Before Song Chi could answer, the projection of Xin Wang Qiyu on one side was the first to reply. "This part is something I got unexpectedly. If you are interested, I will allow you to exchange it later. However, you can't just talk nonsense. You must make enough contributions to civilization like today." Delighted, Song Chi hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will work hard in the future." After getting the 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate, Tianxiu Songqiong also quickly left the quiet space. Only 5 superdimensional motherships were left in the space. After Song Chi left, the only 5 superdimensional captains of Xinhui humans continued to communicate. "This kid is good. This time he got this 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate, which should be enough to officially enter the Xinhui Star Destroyer list." "Jihong, you are wrong. You were not present in the previous battle of the Demon Snake Floating Land. This kid's ship has a high-quality battleship clone component. According to the 3 of us, the virtual chessboard components summoned by his battleship clone at the time were of the highest quality at the lowest level." Hearing this, the expression of the Jihuang communication projection, which was still smiling a moment ago, suddenly changed, and only solemnity remained on his face. "Are the warship clone parts that are enough to replicate the colored upper-level parts? Not to mention that the value is comparable to the strategic level parts of the same level. The key is that this is a good seedling for walking in the Chaos God land in the future. I said that you are so generous that you have taken out the 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate." As soon as Ji Hung finished speaking, the other 4 people nodded gently. They meant the same thing. As early as the moment when the Tianxiu Songqing mirror warship activated the replica of the time chessboard, Song Chi had been designated by them as the Xinhua Civilization Chaos God Land Walker. As a special floating land that is even more than the Star Continent, the Chaos God Land not only breeds a large number of chaos beasts, but also has countless peak tribes. Some people say that they are the descendants of the races that dominate the universe when the multiverse was broken, and some people say that these peak tribes are the survivors after the end of each era of the boundless universe and star sea. No matter what the truth is, there is no doubt that danger is everywhere on the Chaos God Land. Even mythical creatures have a great risk of falling when exploring it. Because of this, how to ensure one's own safety while freely exploring the Chaos God Land has become the most urgent problem for all civilizations. Over countless years, several methods such as clones, cloning, and remote control have become the most popular ways for civilizations to explore the Chaos God Land. After all, if the real body goes out to explore, once it falls, there will be nothing left, which is also a huge loss for the entire civilization. Clone and clone are different. Even if they die, they can be summoned again after a period of time. Without losing the foundation of civilization, they can freely explore the Chaos God Land without any hidden dangers, and compete with civilizations, or peak tribes, and chaos beasts for high-level treasures. However, although there are many means such as clones and doppelgangers, they are naturally divided into different levels. The most common means such as clones have almost no effect. There are so many people competing for the real treasures, or relics on the Chaos Divine Continent. Not to mention the best clones that are the best at the same level, at least those of medium level can have a chance to compete. Chapter 734. Based on the combat power of this kid's battleship clone, the battleship clone component is definitely a super quality component. With the identity of a Star Destroyer captain, it won't be long before he will be a Chaos Walker who can take charge of everything. Okay, we just need to know about this matter. Now the key is the promotion of Shinxiajiuli. Only when a true mythical combat power appears can we solve our current dilemma. Indeed, once Shinxiajiuli is promoted, with that super quality clone component, it will be much more convenient to act in the Chaos God Land in the future, without being so restricted as it is now. Have you considered it? Which 3 9th-level life floating lands should be sacrificed? At a certain moment, when talking about something, the 5 superdimensional captains paused at the same time, and the group chat fell into an abnormal silence. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan took the initiative to speak, with the demon god floating land as the base, assisted by 3 pieces of the 8th source core of the 9th level floating land. It is enough for the demon god floating land to enter the threshold of the star continent. At that time, with the assistance of this component, the Xinxiajiuli's promotion success rate will soar to the highest. As he said, he took the initiative to send a screenshot of the component attribute panel in the group chat. Life per God Sacrifice LV100. Quality, color/lower. Unique feature, Life per God Sacrifice. Consumption, 500/S, psionic points. Effect, the internal life energy of the loaded warship is increased by 200%, and the lifespan of the captain is moderately extended imperceptibly. No need for charging and buffering. Life per God Sacrifice. Consume 50 million psionic points. At the cost of completely breaking this component, gather the life energy of 3 pieces of life floating lands of the same level that are not higher than the loaded warship itself, assist the loaded warship to impact the next stage, and can increase the promotion success rate of the loaded warship by an additional 20%. Although everyone has seen the properties of this component more than once in the past tens of thousands of years, they are still amazed every time they see it. The 20% additional promotion success rate may not seem too much, but you have to know that this is the success rate when the 9th level impacts the myth. Generally speaking, even if a 9th level creature has prepared for hundreds of thousands of years in advance, its total success rate when impacting the myth is difficult to exceed this value. Now only one component can provide such an additional success rate. It is conceivable how amazing the value of this life per sacrifice component is. But unfortunately, this component is only a disposable component. Once used, it will immediately break apart. Except for Xinxiajiuli, the other superdimensional motherships are not so lucky to enjoy this heaven-defying effect. Retracting their eyes from this attribute screenshot, Ing Huang and the other 4 looked at each other, and then the 4 finally made a decision. Just the demonic snake, black snake and snake feeding floating land, but the subsequent territories on the demonic god floating land must be divided equally among the 4 families. After saying that, the 3 people of Emperor Ing did not speak again, waiting for Jiang Yuan's final reply. According to the original distribution of the parties, except for the public open areas, the rest of the territories of the demonic god floating land after the promotion to the star continent were naturally occupied by the Xinxiajiang family. Now the condition has been changed to be divided equally among the 4 parties. Faced with this request, Jiang Yuan only pondered for a moment, and then nodded and agreed very readily. 80% of the floating land's origin core, this has long exceeded the limit of a piece of star sea floating land self-repair. Although it will not cause the extracted floating land to collapse immediately, it basically eliminates the possibility of further development in the future. Even the origin and resource production of the floating land itself will be affected to a certain extent. Based on this, the other 3 families must be compensated accordingly. After reaching an agreement on this point, there were no other problems in the future. The 5 people present quickly began to discuss a more detailed division of labor plan. It is not easy to extract the origin cores of the 3 9th level floating lands. If it is all done by Xinxiajiuli, the final time may take thousands of years, but if everyone works together, this time can be compressed to hundreds of years. The final result is that everyone is responsible for the floating land they currently occupy, such as Emperor Ing is responsible for extracting the origin core of the demon snake floating land. In addition to Emperor Ing, Emperor Ji and Emperor Sheng, Jiang Yi will be in charge of the human Emperor's city for the time being. As for other battle lines, only 1 or more 9th level slave creatures can be assigned to guard them for the time being. In this case, the battle line will be affected to a certain extent, and even some areas may be lost. Although they are all 9th level masters, the combat power of ordinary slave creatures and a superdimensional mothership is not comparable after all. All parties have already made corresponding emergency preparations. After talking about all this, before releasing this absolutely sealed closed space, Jiang Yi finally asked the question. Yuan Zhu, taking into account all the preparations and backup plans, how confident is Xinxiajiuli in this promotion? As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the 4 people around him all gathered at once, which was also what the other 3 wanted to ask. Jiang Yuan did not hide it, and said truthfully, after the demon god floating land was promoted to the star continent, the original energy tide plus life per sacrifice plus special resource formula plus all the additional promotion resources in hand should have a success rate of more than 50%. After getting this answer, the 4 people felt relieved. A success rate of more than 50% for promotion is definitely an astonishing number for creatures that are impacting the mythical rank. But even so, they are still more nervous and worried. As the strongest conventional combat force of Xinhui human civilization, Even if there is full preparation in advance, even if the Shinxiajiuli fails to be promoted, it will be difficult to restore its peak combat power for a long time. But even if it is such a price that has been weakened countless times, once it really comes to this result, the entire Xinhua civilization will still be greatly affected. Because tens of billions and hundreds of billions of Xinhua citizens will suffer great turmoil because of this. Time flies, and decades have passed since the end of the post-war division meeting. The territory of Xinhua civilization, the border area between the Xinhua human river community and the eight-armed snake demon river community. In the dark starry sky, thousands of large-scale standard Kunping-class starships are shuttling in the space corridor. Starship communication channel. Old He, how about it? Are you going to continue after this round? Nonsense. This is just the beginning? The Dragon Ridge Kingdom has just been established, and the Wang and Song families are now vigorously calling on domestic citizens to participate in the second round of interstellar immigration. The rewards for each round of transportation are much better than before. If you don't take this opportunity to save more money, where will you regret it after the bonus period is over? It's not that exaggerated. I heard that there is another river system behind this wormhole tunnel, and the diameter is more than 1.2 million light-years. According to my cousin who is the captain of the frigate, this immigration plan will last at least hundreds of years. Hearing this, the man called Old He in the old Kunping transport starship looked convinced, and actually considered it thoughtfully. He knew that the uncle his old friend mentioned was indeed a big shot at the level of a frigate captain. Even the big boss, who organized their joint transport fleet, had to come over and greet him in person every time he saw him. So in his opinion, these words were still very credible. Brother Long, are you sure you heard me right? What are you talking about? Don't you know who I am, Old He? In addition, I heard that the Wang and Song families implemented several preferential policies a few years ago, including one for those who took the initiative to settle in the Longxi River system. It is said that as long as they are willing, the Wang and Song families will not only provide jobs, but also as long as the settlers have offspring, when they reach a certain age, these children will have the opportunity to study in public Xinhua schools and receive the best education. If you ask me, Old He, you should just take the initiative and propose to Zhao Qin, and then take the initiative to apply for immigration to the Longxi River system. This will not only not delay your work, but also provide good learning opportunities for your children born in the future. If your offspring are good enough, when this wave of immigration dividends ends, there may be a new Xinhua He family in the Longxi River system. Hearing this, the middle-aged man called Old He's eyes turned faster, and it was obvious that he really listened to what he said. The two sides chatted for a while, and finally Lao He said firmly, "Okay, I will propose to Qi Mei when I go back this time, and then directly immigrate to the Longxi River system. But Brother Long, do you have any special ways? Give me some advice." "This is easy, leave it to me." After a conversation, the man called Brother Long cut off the communication, and the moment the communication was cut off, his expression suddenly relaxed. The 25th household, it's done, and judging from the hint of interest in the eyes of more than a dozen other people in the group chat just now, there may be unexpected gains in the future. As he said this, he took the initiative to use the quantum communication bracelet to send a message of mission completion to the latest Kunping transport ship at the front of the transport fleet. All of this is actually a secret means of the Song family. Whether it is him, the boss who organized the transport fleet, or his cousin, they are all part of the secret plan. The target is not just the people in the current fleet, but also hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Longji Kingdom who have interests with the fleet. And for people like them, the Longji Song family has mobilized millions in recent years. As for why they do this, it is naturally to develop the entire Dragon Snake River system better and faster. Again, it is not impossible for the Song family to develop a river system with a diameter of nearly 1.3 million light-years, but it will definitely take tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, and the efficiency is too low. And you have to know that the entire Xinhua human civilization has only developed for a little over 300,000 years. For a large and thriving power, this is absolutely undesirable. Relatively speaking, the most perfect way is to disperse some insignificant benefits from the fingers, so as to drive the citizens of the entire kingdom to jointly develop, and the final production will be occupied by the owner of the Song family. Of course, the Song family has always been determined to develop in this way. It's just that because this time they directly obtained the territory of an entire medium-sized river system, it is far from enough to rely solely on policy guidance, so the Song family can only send people to push it secretly. But let's not say that after decades, the results achieved are really good. In addition to the nearly 1 billion people who immigrated from the Song family, the number of citizens in the kingdom is more than 100 billion. Although this is still a drop in the bucket for a river system that spreads over 1.2 million light-years, at least the results are obvious to all. In the eyes of the top leaders of the Song family, it only takes a few hundred years, and then the entire Longxi River system will be completely revitalized. Qipan River System, Longji Kingdom, Longji Continent. It has been 20 years since the Longji Song family took the lead, and the Qihu Luo family was assisted to establish the Longji Kingdom with the Qipan River System and the Longxi River System as their borders. In these 20 years, the name of the Longji Song family has long spread throughout the entire territory of Xinhua human civilization. However, the fundamental reason is not the Longji Kingdom itself. In these decades, the four empire Xinhua ancestral courts have received many applications for the establishment of kingdoms and the upgrading of principalities. According to rough statistics, in the less than 100 years since the end of the Civilization War, the number of human civilization has soared from just over 100 kingdoms to 160, and it is conceivable that this number will continue to rise in the next 1,000 or even thousands of years. Among the dozens of newly established kingdoms, the Longji Song family should not be too conspicuous. The reason is naturally because of the meritorious deeds of the Song family itself. The super reward decades ago shocked countless people and countless forces, and the Song family was originally concerned by many forces because of the bargain. The combination of the two has created the current situation. Longji Continent, Longji Divine Mountain, Longjing Palace. Deep in the chaotic fog, several figures were sitting on the starry throne and the golden throne. From the outline, except for Song Xiuan at the head of the hall, everyone else was in a projection state, and their real bodies were not here. However, this did not affect the communication of everyone at the moment. The above is the current situation in the Longxi River system. Please share any suggestions. The immigration speed is still a bit slow. Can we continue to accelerate interstellar immigration? I'm afraid it won't work. Although we have deliberately promoted the birth plan of the entire Qipan River system as early as after the migration of the Dragon Ridge continent, it is a brand new floating land of life after all, which is different from the floating land of life that has been transformed for hundreds or thousands of years in the Morning Star Kingdom. For various reasons, the mortality rate of the Xinhua citizens who immigrated here is not low. Up to now, the number of citizens in the entire Qipan River system has barely exceeded 1 trillion. This immigration speed is already the extreme under the premise of ensuring the effective growth of the base number of Xinhua citizens in the Qipan River system. If immigration is increased, the number of citizens in the Qipan River system will decrease. What about our Song family? The Longxi River system is so big, how can it be enough to just migrate 1 billion people? After we took over the Qipan River system, didn't the clan issue an order to increase the base number of the clan members? At that time, we didn't expect that there would be another whole river system, so we only raised the base number of the clan members from 1 billion to 2 billion. Now half of the clan members have migrated there. Hearing this, Song Wujiang, who was sitting on the starry throne in the middle of the sky, said, "There are 2 river systems. The Longxi River system nominally belongs to our Song family. Even if we only occupy the richest 600,000 to 700,000 light-year star field in the Longxi River system, 2 billion people are far from enough. How about this? We will raise the upper limit of the base number of the clan members again, from 2 billion to 6 billion. Okay, I give the order as soon as possible. With a population base of 2 billion now, I believe it won't take long. Besides that, the number of citizens in the kingdom is far from enough. With the carrying capacity of the Qipan River system, even tens of trillions, let alone trillions, would not be a problem. Only when the population base increases, the wealth created by the entire kingdom will be greater." After discussing the relevant situations of the Qipan River system and the Dragon Snake River system, everyone changed the topic and turned to the other multiple river systems in the 8-armed Snake Demon River system community. Song Xiuan said, "After these years of negotiations with other immortal clans, the territories we previously occupied in other river systems have all been transferred to the 2 major river systems of Bronze Snake and Spirit Snake. Among them, the Bronze Snake River system is the river system where the Misty Swamp and the Misty Half-Snake people are located, and the Spirit Snake River system is where the Young Snake Floating Land is located. Among them, the Bronze Snake River system we occupy a total of 30,000 light-year star fields, and the Spirit Snake River system is larger, exceeding 100,000 light-years. In addition, during this exchange process, we have also more or less won a few pieces of land on the floating land of the capital of the 6 river systems. The dominant forces of those river systems have agreed to include the land we have taken into the public open area. Later, we can use these lands to build trading cities to obtain more benefits." Buzz, As the communication sounds in the Dragon Whale Hall came one after another, a dull engine roar suddenly came from the outside world. When the sound dissipated, a figure quickly passed through the chaotic fog and entered the vision of everyone in the hall. Seeing who was coming, Song Chi's virtual projection laughed and said, "Ha ha, brother, have you reached an agreement?" Hearing his laughter, Song Yen, who had just entered the hall, shook his head helplessly and said, "What did you agree on? We haven't even met yet." Song Chi laughed even louder when he heard this. In fact, he had a deep understanding of this, because it was not just Song Yen, he had also been annoyed by this matter for decades. This was actually an inevitable result of the fame of the Longji Song family. In recent decades, representatives of various old immortal forces have been visiting in person. The purpose of these captains visiting was nothing more than either to discuss the construction of the acquired space wormhole with the Song family, or to discuss this red event. The most popular one was naturally the eldest brother Song Yin. As the only one of the 4 current Star Destroyer captains of the Longji Song family who was not married, most of the immortal forces who took the initiative to visit were basically asking about Song Yin's ideas, and there were even immortal giant forces who visited. In addition, there was Song Chi. Song Chi originally thought that he was already married and didn't need to be bothered by this. Who knew that those immortal forces knew who the real potential of the Longji Song family was? After Song Chi repeatedly declined on the grounds that he was already married, these forces actually started to save the country in a roundabout way. I heard that the eldest sister of King Cheongyu is kind and elegant, and is known as the proud daughter of heaven. My Xianqin Xiong family is interested. In the previous civilized battlefield, my niece fought side by side with the prince of Cheongyu, and the two lived and died together. In the past few decades, Song Chi heard this kind of words the most, which made him very annoyed. In the end, he could only use seclusion as an excuse to avoid these troubles. In fact, at the beginning, he was still interested. After all, Song Ting's age was there. If there was really a chance, he, as a brother, would naturally find a good husband for her. Who knew that when he took the initiative to ask for her opinion, Song Ting, who had obviously long lost her eccentric personality, reacted unusually. As for Song Hanyu, he also didn't have this idea for the time being, so he had to give up in the end. Xiao Yan, the ancestor doesn't want to force you on this matter, but it's time for you to consider it. If the guidance technique breaks through the 8th level in the future, the chance of wanting to give birth to offspring will be even lower. Grandson knows it, the ancestor is relieved. Perhaps unwilling to dwell on this matter, after replying, Song Yan immediately changed the subject. By the way, the battleship clone parts on the Lian Zhuhai have been cooled down. Do we still need to continue collecting the time energy? Song Xiuan nodded quickly to this. Of course, I deliberately went to see the devouring sky python's metamorphosis a few days ago. Its current devouring progress has reached 89%. It is not far from complete transformation, so we have to make a concerted effort. Okay, let's get ready. Let Xiaoqi take us there again. In the past few decades, the 8-armed snake demon team has tried to explore this restricted area many times, but it has always been difficult to enter the periphery. They should not interfere again in the short term. Compared to Song Wujiang and the other two, Song Chi has never given up exploring the ruins of the long river of time in the past few decades. The evolution of the chessboard of time requires a large amount of source of time. In the past few decades, he has been conducting carpet exploration in the ruins of the long river of time. Naturally, he has also plundered a large number of source of time in the middle, but it is still a long way from making the chessboard of time completely transform. After decades, he has discovered a rule that the faster the time flow rate, the greater the probability of the source of time appearing, and vice versa. Based on this, he basically gave up the exploration of the edge area, which saved him a lot of time. After decades, he has basically explored the core area of the ruins of the long river of time. This time, complete the exploration of the entire core area at once. I hope you can give me some surprises. Send the 3 ancestors to the area where they collected time energy before. After summoning the warship clone, the 3 immediately returned to the market and started another time energy collection operation. As for Song Chi, his mirror warship has been staying in the depths of the long river of time ruins, and he can just continue the previous exploration. Buzz, through mental control, the mirror warship engine is activated and a new exploration begins again. However, he can clearly hear the obvious intermittent sound in the mirror warship engine. He knows that it is a sign of serious damage to the engine. Even with the existence of the replica time chessboard, the mirror warship still inevitably suffers from irreversible time erosion. You know, the time flow rate in the deepest part of the long river of time ruins here has long been close to tens of millions of times that of the outside world. Chapter 735. It is said to be the last small area, but that is only relative. If you really want to complete this last exploration, it will take several years. Time passes day by day in such exploration. I thought there would be no more accidents in this process, but the facts are often the opposite. One day, in the Shutian market, Song Qi, Song Wujiang and others suddenly received a rather unexpected news. Song Bei, a core member of the clan, a 6th-level dreadnought captain, whose ship has entered the limit dreadnought, took the initiative to report an important message. Because of this news, Song Qi and the other 4-star destroyer captains were all alarmed, and the Dragon Whale Hall Starry Sky projection effect that had just ended was activated again. Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, deep in the mountain covered by chaotic fog. As waves of space fluctuations passed by, the only 4-star thrones in the ancient Starry Sky Palace were trembling at the same time, and then 4 figures slowly emerged on the thrones. Song Bei, tell us everything you reported before. Hearing this, Song Bei, who had been waiting in the hall for a long time, bowed and spoke. Yes, ancestor, this is what happened. By chance, my grandson got the news of an ancient civilization ruins. That ruins? Compared to before, Song Bei's report in front of Song Qi and the other 4 was obviously much more detailed. After he finished speaking, Song Qi and the other 4 looked at each other. After such a more detailed report, they had gathered more information and had basically had a relatively complete understanding of the civilization ruins mentioned by Song Bei. According to what you said, the civilization ruins named Ginza Ruins have been explored once before. According to your speculation, there shouldn't be too much threat in this Ginza Ruins? Yes, ancestor. How sure are you about this judgment? Hearing this, Song Bei's originally firm expression suddenly paused. It was not him who actually explored the Ginza Ruins, but his teacher, so he naturally couldn't answer this question. Fortunately, at this time, the familiar old voice in his mind soon sounded. Well, you just say 70%. 70%. Hearing this answer, Song Qi and the other 4 on the 4-star thrones in the sky fell silent together. Although they did not show any emotions on their faces, this short silence itself was already silently telling something. It must be said that Song Wujiang's reaction was still fast. Before Song Bei could react, he took the lead and said, We already know about this matter, but let's wait. The shedding of the sky-swallowing python in the family has reached the critical period of transformation. At most, in a dozen years, this strange object will be able to transform into a colorful upper-level quality. By then, no matter whether there is any danger in the Ginza Ruins, the safety will be further improved. Song Bei instantly understood what Song Wujiang meant, and at the same time, the old voice in his mind also sounded. If I remember correctly, the swallowing progress of the shedding of the sky-swallowing python was still more than 70 decades ago? It is still a long way from transformation. However, considering the personalities of the ancestors in your family, they should not deceive you, a youngster. If the transformation of the sky-swallowing python can really transform into a colorful superior quality, then the combat power of the summoned sky-swallowing python spirit can indeed be greatly improved, which is also good. Grandson understands, and will obey the order of the ancestors. This matter seems to be just an episode, and it did not directly trigger too much action from the Song family, but in fact it is just an appearance. Song Qi and the other 4 are very concerned about this matter. The reason is very simple. In Song Bei's statement, Ginza Ruins may be related to a former hegemonic civilization. When it comes to hegemonic civilization, the value of the ruins itself will naturally rise. This is also the main reason why Song Bei is so sure, but Song Qi and the other 4 are still unwilling to explore rashly. Otherwise, if it is just an ordinary advanced civilization, and the highest combat power of the civilization was only level 7 or 8, why would they bother? With the market projection that Song Qi can summon now, it has the power of half a step to level 9. Even if it gathers the power of ordinary advanced civilizations, it can only bring a small threat to the Tianxu Sangqiong. In this way, several years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in a market walking room in Zhutian Market, accompanied by a space fluctuation, a 6th-level Jiexing clan appeared in the middle of the room. After it appeared, holding the silver token, it quickly handed over the 3 strange objects in its hand, which were shining with different brilliance, to Song Qi respectfully. These 3 strange objects were red, silver and gold respectively. As Song Qi's 9th-level master power was mobilized, the source of time around the 3 strange objects was quickly peeled off. After dealing with this, Song Qi looked at the 3 strange objects themselves. There was not much to pay attention to about the red and silver strange objects. Although they could be transformed into shipborne parts, they were the most common type, and were not lacking in the Tianxu Sangqiong. Only the golden strange object, or the golden space beacon-like parts, it was still attractive to Song Qi. Star Sea Beacon Launcher LV0. Quality, gold. Features, beacon marking range increased by 170%. Feature 2, beacon marking +1. Feature 3, beacon duration doubled. Feature 4, void marking. Feature 5, solidified Star Sea Beacon. Consumption, 10,000/time, psionic points, usable marks, 2 halves. Effect, launch a beacon mark that can last for 20 months toward the specified coordinates. This mark can be activated when launching in the alien star domain, allowing the ship to be launched at this coordinate. After using it once, this mark will become invalid directly. Charging, 30s, buffer time, 2 years. Upgrade requirements, 100 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 10,000 psionic points. Mark of nothingness. The mark of the beacon made by the component has a special void power, which is extremely difficult to be discovered by other creatures. Solidified Star Sea Beacon. Consume 100,000 psionic years to make a solidified Star Sea Beacon in a certain starry sky. This beacon is a permanent beacon. If the captain does not actively cancel it, the beacon mark will exist forever. If it is actively cancelled, it will take 100 years to reactivate this feature. As a space beacon component, now that the space anchor point feature of Xutian market has increased to 6, in fact, for Tianxu Sangqiong, the demand for space beacon components has long been dispensable. It is precisely for this reason that after so many years, the Tianxu Sangqiong is still equipped with a blue and an orange beacon component. Although this space beacon component has always been a hot commodity, and all forces in Xinhua civilization basically need it in large quantities, Song Qi's current status, if he really wanted it, would not have nothing to gain in more than 2,000 years. Not to mention other things, just in the past civilization, there were many red and silver quality components in the past, but he never deliberately fought for it. After all, even with the space wormhole generator, the family still has a great demand for this space beacon component. However, never deliberately obtaining it does not mean that Song Qi rejects it. A golden space beacon component has already appeared in his hands, so he naturally directly replaced the blue quality space beacon launcher component and strengthened it all the way to level 70. The reason why it was not enhanced to the 8th level was not because Song Qi did not want to, but because the resources in his hands did not allow it. The acquisition of 2 consecutive colored myth parts, and all of them were enhanced to LV90 at one time, which reduced the number of master true spirits in his hands. Although there are still some stocks, this Star Sea beacon launcher is difficult to use in a short period of time, and it is really unnecessary. Thinking of the 2 newly loaded colored myth parts on the warship, Song Qi's eyes turned. Beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements. Consume 10 million psionic points, the warship immediately enters the state of nothingness, and cannot be hit or locked by any form of attack. The duration is 40 seconds, and the cooling time is constant at 1,000 years. With the 3 realms and 5 element certificate part being enhanced to LV90, the duration of its unique characteristic beyond the 3 levels, and not in the 5 elements has been increased from 3 seconds to 40 seconds. This time is not long, but for a life-saving feature that is more powerful than the black hole field feature, 40 seconds is definitely enough time to make people feel at ease. His thoughts were quickly retracted, and Song Qi, who had turned back, turned his mind, and was about to call the 6th level Jiexing clan in front of him to return to the mirror battleship in the outside world. However, his expression suddenly paused in the end. After thinking about it, he still used the power of his mind to remotely control the mirror battleship in the outside world to activate the replica chapter of Divine Thoughts component. With the activation of the replica chapter of Divine Thoughts, a dark light suddenly shot out from the mirror battleship in the ruins of the long river of time in the outside world. This black light sank into the void at an extremely fast speed, and ordinary creatures could hardly capture it with the naked eye. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from outside the Xutian market, which was located deep in the dark side of the virtual sea. Because of Song Qi's advanced control, this dark light was not blocked at all, and directly passed through the dark energy protection formation on the outer layer of the market, and fell on another 6th level Jiexing clan inside the market. As this black light sank in, the divine mark that had been stamped on the body of this 6th level Jiexing clan decades ago suddenly activated. Finally, this new 6th level Jiexing clan disappeared in the market, and was remotely summoned away by the external mirror worship. As for the 6th level Jiexing clan in the market walking room, Song Qi thought about it, and sent it back to the Dragon Ridge continent. This Jiexing clan itself has a good bloodline level, and has the ability to summon the power of the dead Jiexing star. The Song family naturally tried to keep it in captivity in secret. Now there is such a captive area on the Dragon Ridge continent. There is no way. Although the mirror battleship is protected by the replica of the time chessboard, how terrifying is the speed of time in the ruins of the long river of time? The speed of time is hundreds of millions of times. Even if it is reduced by 10,000 times, the speed of time that finally penetrates into the mirror battleship is as high as hundreds or even thousands of times. After decades, the 6th-level Jishin clan, who were originally in their prime, have now reached the end of their lives. After all, they are slave creatures on his ship. Song Chi is unwilling to kill them directly after using them up. He can only send them back to the Dragon Ridge continent to see if they can leave some blood in this last time. After doing all this, Song Chi, who returned to the Shutian ruined city, finally summoned the Tianchu Sanqiong body again. The 3 sources of time that had just been extracted were merged into the time chessboard. No, this is. The colorful light that suddenly flashed in front of him made Song Chi, who had not paid much attention to it, suddenly raise his eyes. Unlike the previous fusions, the fusion reaction of the time chessboard this time seemed to be more intense, and the colorful light flashing on the component itself became more and more intense, which made Song Chi realize that something was wrong. As if he thought of something, his breathing suddenly accelerated, and his eyes looking at the time chessboard were also particularly hot, but soon he had to close his eyes again, because the light emitted by the time chessboard became more and more dazzling, so he could only close his eyes tightly. This process lasted for about half an hour. When Song Chi turned his eyes back to the time chessboard, the colorful light originally emitted on this small chessboard suddenly changed into a more dazzling 7 colors. This also means that this component has officially transformed from a color upper position to a color extreme position. Time chessboard LV90. Quality: color/ultimate. Feature: reduce the cooling time of all parts of the loaded warship by 80%. Feature 2: time resistance plus 34,000. Feature 3: time chess. Feature 4: time chessboard. Feature 5: time chess game. Feature 6: light cage. Feature 7: the efficiency of understanding the time law inside the loaded warship is increased by 530%. Feature 8: 12 life and death chess. Feature 9: time retrace. Consumption: 15,000/s psionic points. Time chessboard: consume a specified number of time chess pieces, minimum 36 pieces, and psionic points. The consumption of psionic points depends on the number of time chess pieces used. Condense a time chessboard in the starry sky, and all non-friendly units within the chessboard will be affected by the time acceleration or deceleration effect of the chessboard field. The specific time multiplier depends on the number of time chess pieces used. 36 pieces are 110 times, 72 pieces are 220 times, and so on. The duration is 90 minutes, and the cooling time is 72 hours. 12 Fates Life and Death Chess. The 361st chess piece on the time chessboard is a special 12 Fates chess, which contains a vast power of life and death. It can be used to absolutely revive or kill a designated unit. The target's life level cannot exceed the component enhancement level. However, each time it is activated, the life and death chess will break into pieces. After 12 times, the life and death chess will completely collapse. Currently available times November 12th. Time rewind. Consume 20 million psionic points plus a source of time to rewind the time in a designated spherical space with a radius of 10,000 kilometers to 9 seconds ago. If no target is specified, the loaded warship will default to the effective target, and the warship body and everything inside the warship will immediately regress to the state before 9 seconds. The cooling time is constant for 1,000 years. After transforming into a color extreme quality, the properties of time chessboard have changed greatly. Not only did it have the domineering attribute of time rewind, the 9 life and death chess also became a 12 life and death chess, and the flow rate of the time field of time chessboard was also doubled. If 360 time chess pieces were sacrificed at one time, the maximum time flow rate could reach more than 1,000 times. Although it cannot be compared with the ruins of the long river of time under his feet, this effect is absolutely terrifying in battle. However, the 3 items of time chess game, and time prison did not change much, and there was also some bad news. As the time chessboard transformed into a color extreme quality, the mirror split parts would be difficult to reproduce in the future. For the mirror battleship, this is undoubtedly a great weakening. But there is no solution. He can't give up the opportunity to transform the time chessboard because of this. Chapter 736. The successful transformation of time chessboard is undoubtedly a great improvement for the main body of Tianchu Sanqiong. However, although the transformation has been completed, the exploration of the ruins of the Time River in the outside world has not ended. The time retracing feature of Time Chessboard not only consumes a lot of psionic energy, but also requires the resource of the source of time. At present, this ruins of the Time River is the only place he knows that can produce this resource. Source of time may not be as popular as super resources such as Hunyuan Copper, Eternal Stone Brick, and Chaos Gas, but it is even more rare. Now that there is a chance, it is natural to try to hoard some. However, this is obviously irrelevant to his personal will. After decades of exploration of the ruins of the Time River in the outside world, there is only a small area left. Even in the most core area, there can't be too much source of time. Inside the external mirror warship, Song Qi used his remotely projected mental power to control the warship to continue moving in the designated direction. At the same time, he used part of his mental power to look at the replica time chessboard component on the side. Unlike the time chessboard on the main body of Tianshu Sanqiong, which has evolved into a color extreme, this replica time chessboard is still of color upper quality. However, compared to the last two 9 lives life and death chess features left at the end of the civilization war nearly 100 years ago, the 361st 9 lives life and death chess piece on this replica time chessboard at this moment has obviously far less dense cracks. 9 lives life and death chess. The 361st chess piece on the time chessboard is a special 9 lives chess. It contains a vast power of life and death, which can be used to absolutely revive or kill a designated unit. The target's life level cannot exceed the component enhancement level. However, each time it is activated, the life and death chess will break into pieces. After 9 times, the life and death chess will completely collapse. At that time, this feature will be transformed into a random new feature. The current number of times the 9 lives life and death chess can be used is August 9th. That's right, at this moment, the 9 lives life and death chess has returned to the highest 8 times. As for the reason, it is naturally that he refreshed the mirror battleship in advance. Since he knew that the source of time resources produced in the ruins of the Long River of Time could promote the transformation of the time chessboard components, how could Song Qi not have thought of the current situation? Considering that once the time chessboard transforms into a color extreme quality, the mirror image can no longer mirror it, so in the past few decades, in order to maximize the effects of the two components of mirror image and time chessboard, he had already reset the mirror battleship. Anyway, there is a high cooling effect, and it can be summoned again after waiting for a few months. At the moment, this decision in advance is obviously the right one. Even if it is said that because of this transformation, the time chessboard parts will not be able to be mirrored for a long time in the future, but at least there is a premise at present. Unless he actively recalls the mirror battleship, the colorful upper quality time chessboard will be retained until this mirror battleship completely consumes the remaining 8 resurrection opportunities. Compared with the ability to replicate infinitely, this is naturally nothing to praise, but at least it is a blessing in disguise for now. Swish! The golden light enveloped the entire main control room of the mirror battleship. As the 6th level Jiexing clan activated the market projection order in their hands, the familiar purple mist energy quickly gathered in the outside world. Not long after, the half-step 9th level Zhutian market projection appeared above the mirror battleship. With the blessing of this half-step 9th level purple mist phantom, not only the subsequent exploration speed has been greatly improved, but the key is that the time force that penetrated into the ship's body has also been greatly reduced. The mirror battleship was indeed reset once in the middle of the journey, but the subsequent time erosion force that the ship body itself endured was also real. This was naturally not a big deal before, but now with the promotion of time chessboard, the remaining resurrection opportunities of the mirror battleship will be permanently reduced by 1 every time they are consumed. Before the mirror split shadow component officially solves the problem of reproducing the color extreme position components, Song Qi will not easily consume every precious resurrection opportunity. Huh? At a certain moment, he uttered a light huh in his mouth. His eyes were completely attracted by the eternal dark light in front of him. After a long period of exploration, this last piece of the ruins of the Long River of Time has basically been searched. He never expected that this would give him a little surprise in the end. Black quality wonders have not been found in the past few decades, but the number is extremely limited. The key is that they cannot be converted into shipborne components. Therefore, this last black ultimate wonder still gave him a lot of expectations. Is this a key? As the market projection took this strange object emitting dazzling black light into the warship, Song Qi finally saw the specific appearance of this strange object. This was not the most important thing. The key point was that he soon discovered that the surface of this black light key was not covered with special resources such as Source of Time. Without the isolation of the Source of Time, it still survived safely in the ruins of the long river of time. Could it be another time-related strange object? An idea instinctively emerged in his mind, but Song Chi did not continue to think about it. What the result would be, he would know at a glance. With his eyes focused, an attribute panel quickly appeared in front of him. Special item, Time Temple Inheritance Key. Quality, black. Transformable, none. Note, the inheritance certificate of the Time Temple that once stood at the end of the long river of time for several eras. If you find the location of the Time Temple in the future, you can receive the highest inheritance of the Time Temple with this certificate. Song Chi's eyes swept across the attribute panel in front of him several times, and the joy in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. He didn't know about this Time Temple yet. With the current foundation of the Song family, it was obviously not possible to access such a secret. But just the 4 words Time Temple can make you feel the silent domineering. It can call itself with these 4 words, and the words standing at the end of the long river of time for several eras mentioned in its attribute introduction all remind Song Chi that the horror of this Time Temple must be far beyond imagination. Several eras, among which the word era is probably not a simple tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, and its real meaning is more likely to be the multiverse era, the Broken Star Sea era, etc. Not to mention the multiverse era, the Broken Star Sea era alone has continued to this day for tens of millions of years. If this is really what he thought, the origin of this Time Temple can be imagined. Perhaps, it is even stronger than the Pajua Heritage Tower. Song Chi suddenly had such a thought in his mind. In his impression, the origin of the Pajua Heritage Tower is also extraordinary, so it is instinctively compared with the Time Temple. Of course, no one can give an answer to which of the two is stronger. We can only wait for Song Chi's strength to improve in the future, and see if he can take the initiative to pursue the source of the two. Only in this way can we get the answer. After putting away the key to the Time Temple inheritance, Song Chi turned his attention back to the outside world. This long river of time ruins has been explored, and it may continue to breed more galactic wonders and resources such as the Source of Time in the future, but this will definitely take a very long time. The good news is that after the successful transformation of the time chessboard, he has accumulated nearly 10 sources of time in his hands. At least in the short term, the time rewind feature will not be unusable. As for more sources of time, he can only get them from other places in the future, unless he is willing to wait here for tens of thousands of years. Controlling the Tianxu Sangqing mirror battleship to turn the ship around and head towards the battleship clones of the 3 ancestors. After greeting the 3 people, Song Chi did not stay for long. He quickly controlled the mirror battleship to completely get out of the influence range of the time energy. Then he used the super body shrinking card component to shrink the mirror battleship to the minimum, and then put it into the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiang. Even so, the mirror battleship still occupies a large part of the cabin space, that is, the void warehouse component was just installed, which increased the internal space of the battleship several times, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. If it was before, he would definitely not be so troublesome and directly cancel the summoning of the mirror battleship. Anyway, he could summon it again in a few months, but now he can't do so. Once it is cancelled actively, the mirror battleship summoned next time will no longer have the time chessboard component. Recalling the mirror battleship, Song Chi returned to the market. The matter of collecting time energy was all handed over to the 3 ancestors. It was estimated that it would take some time. Taking this opportunity, Song Chi entered the full attribute training room in the market. For more than 1,000 years, because of the civilization war, he was unable to practice the guidance technique in seclusion, so his guidance technique has only just broken through LV73. Strictly speaking, this speed is not slow. It takes 500 years to improve 1 level. For the 7th level guidance technique, it is already a medium to high speed, but that is relative to ordinary Star Destroyer captains. Once promoted to a Star Destroyer, the ship will directly enter the ranks of extreme Star Destroyers. Can Song Chi really be judged by the standards of ordinary Star Destroyer captains? The answer is obviously no. Moreover, after nearly 2,000 years of civilization war, the current Tianxu Sangqing can be steadily included in the strongest batch among the extreme Star Destroyers. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Tianxu Sangqing already has the basic foundation to impact the galaxy ship. In this way, as a captain, the LV73 guidance level is obviously a bit out of place. According to this calculation, it would take 3,000 or 4,000 years for him to reach the limit of the 7th level guidance technique. In addition, the huge threshold between the 7th level guidance technique and the 8th level guidance technique would take at least 5,000 years, which was obviously not acceptable to Song Chi. I hope this wizard magic assisted training chamber can bring some surprises. Inside the full attribute training room, in a training room on the innermost side, a large high-tech training chamber was placed at the moment. As a super technological product of wizard civilization, the training chamber naturally serves humans. So after Song Chi entered the training chamber, he found that the space inside the chamber was just right. As he quickly clicked several buttons inside the training chamber several times, the door of the training chamber, which looked like it was full of technology, began to slowly close. When the training cabin was completely closed, a stream of special energy quickly enveloped the entire cabin, and with the extremely rich psionic energy in the full attribute training room, the energy concentration around the auxiliary training cabin became even more amazing, and the energy concentration inside the training cabin also reached an amazing level. Comfortable. In the auxiliary training cabin, Song Chi felt that all the cells in his body were completely relaxed. Even if he did not use the special training posture to operate the internal guidance technique, with the assistance of this training cabin, there was still a constant flow of psionic energy flowing into the deep flesh and blood from all parts of his body. At this moment, he finally knew why his elder brother Song Yan could make another breakthrough in the guidance technique in these decades. As the captains of the Star Destroyer, who were promoted one after the other, he was even promoted hundreds of years earlier. In addition to the full attribute training room and the blessing of the higher deep-water clam pearls, his guidance technique level should be much ahead. This was indeed the case before, but more than 20 years ago, Song Yan's guidance technique also broke through LV-73, and once surpassed him in the LV-73 training progress. At the moment, it seems that the effect of this wizard magic-assisted training chamber is indeed powerful enough. Feeling the rapidly increasing psionic energy in his body, Song Chi once again drank a super-level bodybuilding potion that neutralized the 80,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl. As he took this bodybuilding potion, his body seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. A large amount of burning energy continued to flow out of his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and bones, assisting the pure psionic energy that continued to flow into his body, quickly polishing and strengthening every inch of his flesh and bone marrow. Time passed by minute, but Song Chi was intoxicated by it. Since the level of his guiding technique has been getting higher and higher, he hasn't felt the progress of his guiding technique as clearly as today. However, Song Chi was still not satisfied. As time passed, when the effect of the super-grade bodybuilding potion in his body gradually weakened, he waved his hand again and took out an object from the storage capsule that had been placed in the cabin long ago. Specifically, it was a spiritual peach emitting a faint holy light. Unlike the blue blood peach in the cultivation secret realm, this spiritual peach was larger and emitted more concentrated energy. It was the Holy Spirit peach he had obtained from the secret vault of the Holy City of Truth before. Although both were a type of peach spiritual root, the level of the Holy Spirit peach was obviously several levels higher than that of the blue blood peach. Not long after this Holy Spirit peach entered his stomach, the fiery energy that far exceeded the previous super-grade bodybuilding potion rose wildly from his body. The energy was obviously more violent, but the good news was that it was still within Song Chi's tolerance. With the help of this more powerful energy, the progress of the internal guidance technique was obviously several times faster. It was not that the super-level bodybuilding potion with 80,000-year-old deep-water clam pearls was not effective, but in the past 2,000 years, Song Chi had taken too many bodybuilding potions and deep-water clam pearl powder, and his body inevitably developed a high resistance to drugs. Now that he suddenly switched to another high-level resource, the effect was naturally significant. The energy contained in a Holy Spirit peach was so much that it was a bit unbelievable. Even with the assistance of the wizard's magic training cabin, it took him several months to absorb it all. The result was that the level 73 guidance technique advanced a lot. Judging from the progress of one level every 500 years, Song Chi estimated that this Holy Spirit peach reduced his hard training by at least 50 years. Seeing such a strong effect, he naturally did not want to stop there. He still had a lot of Holy Spirit peach in his hand, so he would use them all up first. Soon, another 10 years passed. On this day, Song Wujiang and the other two were still controlling the battleship clones to collect the time energy remotely. At this time, the hatch of the all-attribute training room deep in the market was opened, and Song Chi, who had been in seclusion for nearly 20 years, walked out. In 16 years, his original level 73 guidance technique, which was only about 20% of the progress, has now completed the breakthrough to level 74. This speed will definitely shock those veteran Star Destroyer captains. In just 16 years, they have crossed a whole level. How can they feel when they usually need 2,000 or 3,000 years to break through normally? However, Song Chi's family knows their own business, and all this is due to various auxiliary blessings. In 16 years, all 12 Holy Spirit peaches were consumed, and several super-grade bodybuilding potions, including higher deep-water clam pearls, were also used. Not only that, there are also full attribute training rooms, wizard magic auxiliary training cabins, and a 7th level mist half-snake master who provides training blessings. Under these multiple training blessings, such an amazing move was finally achieved. But that's it. After 16 years of uninterrupted consumption, not only the Holy Spirit peaches have been consumed, but also the higher deep-water clam pearls that have been stockpiled with great difficulty have been used up. Without the assistance of these two resources, the training speed has been reduced a lot. Of course, this is only relative to the previous 16 years. In fact, with the help of the Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin, the training speed is still much faster than during the Civilization War. At least Song Chi estimated that if his guidance technique wants to break through LV-74 to LV-75, it should only take about 300 years if he practices with all his strength. This speed is not slow, but as I said, he can't accept it. If this Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin is only provided to him, then he may be able to practice with peace of mind, but the problem is that it is not the case. This Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin was exchanged by Song Yen, and it must be used by the 4-star destroyer captains of the family in turn. Without the blessing of this training cabin, the training speed will only be slower. No, I have to find a way to get some other high-level auxiliary training spiritual objects. This is still too slow. With this idea, Song Chi quickly withdrew from the market. Dragon Ridge Continent, Dragon Whale Hall. Accompanied by a roar from far to near, a figure soon came from the outside world. Passing through the chaotic mist that enveloped the hall, Song Xuansong saw Song Chi sitting on a throne full of stars in the sky. Xiao Qi, are you in a hurry to call me? Is there something? Without saying any more polite words, Song Xuansong went straight to the point. After more than 1,000 years of civilization war, his ship has also consolidated enough foundation in the war. Like Song Chi and the other 4, he is now also practicing the guiding technique. Before Song Chi called him, Song Xuansong was in seclusion. Song Chi also knew what Song Xuansong meant, and he said directly, I want to collect specific information about the Evil Buddha Continent. Evil Buddha Continent, Xiao Qi, what are you doing? Instinctively, Song Xuansong wanted to further explore Song Chi's purpose. However, he paused for a moment when he thought of something. The 7th level floating land of life, the Evil Buddha Continent, is quite special. Not only is the extraordinary system born from it the fallen ancient Buddhist cultivation system, but the entire floating land is also filled with a lot of distortion and bloody air. Even though several immortal forces in the Yaoan Kingdom and the St. Laurent Kingdom have discovered it for nearly 4,000 years, they have never been able to fully control it. This is all the information related to the Evil Buddha Continent in the clan. Song Xuansong clicked on the quantum communication bracelet in his hand several times, and soon a piece of information was sent to Song Chi's communication bracelet. While Song Chi was carefully checking the information, Song Xuansong hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Qi, although your current combat power is strong, it is related to this Evil Buddha Continent. I still want to remind you that this continent is different from ordinary level 7 floating land. It is suspected that there are even greater secrets hidden. You must be careful when exploring it later. Don't be careless. Song Chi, who knew Song Xuansong's character very well, nodded seriously and became more vigilant. A person who has been sitting in the position of the head of the Song family for more than 2,000 years, his ability is naturally beyond words. He reminded him like this, so of course he would not turn a deaf ear to it. After checking the information in his hand, Song Chi learned more about the Evil Buddha Continent. According to the family's records, the Evil Buddha Continent seems to be just a floating land that has just been promoted to level 7, but the floating land itself has bred nearly 10 indigenous dominant creatures, including 3 level 7 Evil Buddhas and 5 level 7 Lingji Meat Mountains. In addition to the extraordinary floating land origin of the Evil Buddha Continent itself, the combat power of these 8 local masters is far beyond imagination. After scanning a few times, Song Chi's eyes were almost completely fixed on the information of the 5 7th level Lingji Meat Mountains. The reason why Song Chi suddenly set his sights on this Evil Buddha Continent was that the only purpose was this Lingji Meat Mountain, a 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain. This Lingji Meat Mountain is a unique product of the Evil Buddha Continent. It grows from deep underground of the Evil Buddha Continent. No one can tell what it is at present. However, although this thing looks quite disgusting on the outside, it is actually the most valuable resource on this Evil Buddha Continent. These Lingji meat mountains will grow different numbers of blood and flesh Lingji of different levels, and the main function of these blood and flesh Lingji is to greatly promote the practice of the same level guiding technique. Chapter 737. Evil Buddha Continent, Mekong Temple. As the undisputed leader among the Buddhist temples in Mekong Domain, Mekong Temple once supported more than 5 Bodhisattva-level evil Buddhas, and more than 30 ordinary arhats in its heyday, dominating the entire Mekong Domain. However, that is a thing of the past, and the real Mekong Temple is no longer what it used to be. Although Mekong Temple is still the undisputed master of Mekong Domain in the eyes of other temples outside, its interior has long been infiltrated like a sieve. On this day, many figures gathered in a secret room deep underground below Mekong Temple. What do you mean? Do the elders in your family have any ideas? John, are you sure that this evil Buddha continent will definitely change drastically soon? Although I can't be 100% sure, the probability is very high. You have all seen that the mutual devouring of the Lingji meat mountains in various regions of the continent has greatly intensified recently. In addition, I was born with a special ability to predict. Believe me, if we don't take action, this evil Buddha continent will soon be completely out of the control of our families. It's not that we don't believe you, but now that the civilization war has just ended, each family is working hard to digest the gains of the war. It's really hard to persuade the ancestors just by relying on intuition. Beep beep. While everyone in the secret room was discussing, the man named John suddenly received a communication. Lord John, urgent news, an unknown star destroyer appeared in the 100 Arms region. After reading the communication information, John's eyes suddenly changed. He did not choose to immediately ask the person who reported further, but raised his eyes and looked at the other people in the secret room. Most of the people present were from immortal families, and their subordinates had strong intelligence capabilities. In this short period of time, they all received the same news. Seeing John looking at them, several people shook their heads and said, "Don't look at me. The ancestor of my Baal family is still in the 8-armed snake demon river system community. It is impossible that he is my ancestor. The forces behind these people all come from the 2 major river systems of Tianfeng and Tianpan, and they are all immortal clans under the jurisdiction of Yaoan Kingdom and the Violet Kingdom. As the direct descendant of the royal family of the Violet Kingdom, John's status is the highest among the crowd. So seeing his reaction, everyone started to explain. Since it is not our ancestors, could it be? John suddenly thought of something and looked at the middle-aged captain on the left. This man is called Liu Yu, born in the Lu royal family of Yaoan Kingdom. Although he is only a long-declined branch of the Lu clan, Liu Yu himself has a good talent. When he first awakened, he was a red fire seed. Now he has already entered the ranks of senior fearless captains, and his status among the crowd is also not low. Facing John's gaze, Liu nodded slowly. It seems that we have the same idea. If the guess is correct, it is most likely the Star Destroyer captain of the Longji Song family. When the 4 words Longji Song family came out, the faces of everyone in the secret room changed at the same time. As elite members of the immortal families, how could they not know the current famous Longji Song family, not to mention that the Song family itself was separated from the Tianpan River system? There have been people from the Song family operating in this evil Buddha continent for thousands of years. Thinking of this, everyone believed John and the others' speculation more and more, and couldn't help but think of the fact that the Song family now has 4 Star Destroyer captains. What should we do? What else can we do? Notify the family immediately. The sky of the evil Buddha continent, above the 100 Arms domain. Accompanied by a burst of artillery fire, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was originally covered by the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate, showed up. Song Qi knew that this appearance would definitely attract the attention of several other immortal families hidden in the evil Buddha continent, but he didn't care. Whether it was the Yaoan Kingdom or the Violet Kingdom, they were no longer enough in front of him now. The key is that the evil Buddha continent is not within the territory of the Xinhua human civilization, which makes the Tianxu Sangqiong more intimidating. He believes that even if all the captains of the Star Destroyers of the 2 kingdoms are present, they dare only protest verbally, and never dare to really fight with him. Throughout the entire civilization war, the Tianxu Sangqiong has made a lot of headlines, whether it is the direct bombardment of the 8th level unit, or the joint efforts of several other Star Destroyers to kill the 9th level Snake Demon. This is already a matter that has been spread all over. As long as the Star Destroyer captains of the Yaoan Kingdom and the Violet Kingdom are not stupid, they will never take the initiative to attack him. A violent explosion erupted on the ground below. Under the terrifying energy shock wave, the towering blood-colored flesh mountain quickly blurred, and the 5th and 6th level evil Buddhas guarding around it were circling around the Buddha's mantras, and a large number of mantras gathered around them. Before they could turn their anger to the Tianxu Sangqiong, the initiator, the terrifying energy shock had already annihilated them first. The current firepower of the Tianxu Sangqiong, whether it is the Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer, or the Blood Spear, Antimatter Energy Annihilation Cannon, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon, the power that can be erupted is far beyond the 7th level. How can ordinary 5th and 6th level units resist it? Even if these 5th and 6th order evil Buddhas controlled by the Lingji Meat Mountain still have the blessing of the original will of the evil Buddha continent, they can't change this outcome. When the power of the explosion dissipated, the situation at the point where the artillery fire fell was clearly presented in front of Song Qi. This round of concentrated fire directly caused the 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain below to be half destroyed. Even though it was far away, Song Qi could still capture the flesh and blood Lingji exposed in the 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain from a distance, through the eye of truth, to determine that the 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain below was completely free of threat. The Tianxu Sangqiong fell rapidly. As it got closer to the ground, a powerful traction beam shot out from the hull of the warship, continuously taking away the 7th level flesh and blood Lingji in the broken meat mountain below. With Song Qi's active control, the collection work was quickly completed. After completing this, he did not delay for a moment, and continued to control the Tianxu Sangqiong to another 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain. The Lingji Meat Mountains on the evil Buddha continent have the ability to control the evil Buddhas. The 7th level Lingji Meat Mountains can control the 7th level evil Buddhas at most, and use these Buddhas with amazing combat power as powerful fighters. However, the number of 7th level evil Buddhas on the evil Buddha continent is really limited. There are only 3 in total, and 2 of them have not been controlled yet. In other words, there is only one 7th level evil Buddha that is truly controlled by the Lingji Meat Mountains on the evil Buddha continent, which provides Song Qi with an excellent opportunity. However, the reactions of the distorted and fallen creatures on the evil Buddha continent are much faster than expected. Before the Star Destroyer captains behind the other 2 kingdoms arrived, these distorted creatures had already taken the lead in reacting. Or it was the floating land original will of the evil Buddha continent that drove them to react. When they just arrived above the second 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had not yet taken action, was the first to be attacked by a 7th level evil Buddha. The dark golden body of the evil Buddha expanded infinitely, mixed with the blessing of the floating land original will, and the combat power it showed was surprisingly in the 8th level category, and the pressure directly pointing to the 8th level even covered a large area of the world. In addition, the oppressive power of the floating land original will that was pressing in from all around was even more overwhelming, and Song Qi felt that it was even no worse than the original will of an ordinary 8th level floating land. In this case, if it were an ordinary Star Destroyer, the pressure it faced at this moment would have reached its limit, but for the Tianxu Sangqiong, it had long been accustomed to it. Song Qi thought for a moment, and finally, he was too lazy to summon the mirror battleship again. Although this evil Buddha continent gave him a strange feeling, and was very different from the ordinary 7th level floating land, he had something else to rely on at the moment. The airtight hatch opened, and 2 figures rushed out of the cabin quickly. After rushing out of the warship, the volume of the 2 figures expanded rapidly. Thousands of meters. 10,000 meters. 10,000 kilometers. Millions of kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the 2 turned into 2 huge monsters with a height of more than 1 million kilometers. One of them had a bright red skin and held a blood-red long sword. Who else could it be but the 8th level Asura king who Song Qi had resurrected with the 9 lives chess of life and death before? As for the second one, it was an 8th level Star Sea giant ape. At that time, as the top team of Xinhua civilization assisted the 8-armed snake demon civilization in fighting against the Star Sea giant ape civilization fleet, although he could not openly summon the market projection for help, he had the assistance of the Asura king who had returned to his peak, and the mirror battleship that could be resurrected infinitely. Song Qi not only successfully killed several 8th level Star Sea giant apes, but also enslaved 2 8th level Star Sea giant ape overlords again. Now, apart from the one he brought with him, he left another 8th level giant ape in Longji continent. For a long time in the future, the 8th level giant ape will be the strongest trump card to ensure the safety of Longji continent. With the appearance of 2 8th level slave creatures, the subsequent results will naturally be no surprises. The 7th level evil Buddha was easily killed. That is, the evil Buddha clan is good at the law of words and spirits, and the slave parts and related secrets cannot work on it at all, otherwise Song Qi would definitely try to enslave it. It was not until the blood and flesh Ganoderma lucidum in the second 7th level Ganoderma lucidum meat mountain was taken away by Song Qi that the figures of several Star Destroyers slowly emerged above the sky of the evil Buddha continent. After receiving the report from their clansmen, the immortal ancestors of the two kingdoms all rushed over as soon as possible. Even if all parties have gained something in this civilization war, a 7th level floating land is still not something they can ignore, not to mention that this evil Buddha continent is not an ordinary 7th level floating land. But when the Star Destroyer captains saw the two 8th level slave creatures on the side of the Tianxu Sangqiong, they all chose to remain silent in tacit agreement. Alien Star Domain. 8th level Peak Asura King. 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape. The Tianxu Sangqiong with the combat power of the 8th level counterattack. All of this shows that Song Qi has the ability to keep them all here forever. Everyone is a veteran captain who has lived for more than 10,000 years, and they still have this judgment ability. In the end, the Star Destroyer captains of the two kingdoms still failed to stop Song Qi, and could only watch Song Qi continue to go to the 3rd and 4th 7th level Lingji Meat Mountains. A few hours later, the 4th 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain also collapsed under the terrifying artillery fire of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Before Song Qi began to collect the large number of blood and flesh Lingji in it, Song Qi's face changed first. At the moment when the 4th 7th level Lingji Meat Mountain collapsed, Eye of Truth suddenly popped up a new radar map. There was an extremely dazzling red dot on this radar map. When Song Qi focused his eyes, detailed information about this red dot soon appeared in his eyes. Name: Abnormal Life Energy Coordinate Point. Level: 8th level Early Stage. Status: Rapidly climbing. Estimated Energy Final Threshold: 8th level Limit. Danger Estimation: High. This is all the information given by Eye of Truth. After reading the information, Song Qi's mind quickly worked. First of all, it can be confirmed that this sudden abnormal life energy is definitely not normal. Common sense in the Star Sea: if there is no external force to bless, the creatures on a piece of Star Sea floating land will never be able to break through the rank limit of the floating land itself. Even those gifted monster creatures, or relying on their extraordinary understanding, or relying on their powerful bloodline potential, may be able to surpass the floating land rank by half a step, but this is already the limit. It is impossible to directly increase from the 7th rank to the 8th rank limit like now. And there is another point to note: the abnormal point of life energy shown on the radar map is exactly the location of the 5th 7th rank Ganoderma Lucida Meat Mountain detected before. After confirming this, Song Qi had to guess that this change was most likely related to the initial abnormality of the evil Buddha continent under his feet. But then again, being able to expand a level 7 unit directly to the level 8 limit is definitely not an ordinary method. Thinking of this, Song Qi still summoned the mirror battleship. 2 level 8 slave creatures, plus the already amazing Tianxu Sangqiong, although he is not afraid of the level 8 limit combat power, but just in case, it is safer to let the mirror battleship go instead of him. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. About a few minutes after the Eye of Truth gave the prompt, the Star Destroyers of the two kingdoms of Yaoan and Violet also detected this terrifying life energy fluctuation one after another. They were afraid of Song Qi's threat and dared not speak, and immediately responded quickly along this step. At their invitation, the clansmen of several clans stationed in this evil Buddha continent left one after another, saying that the level 8 creatures were definitely not something they could deal with. In this regard, Song Qi naturally did not try to keep them, and soon only a small number of Song family members were left on this evil Buddha continent. Song Qi did not hesitate. The engine of the mirror battleship roared, and together, with the 2 8th level slave creatures, they flew straight to the source of life energy that had surged to the peak of the 8th level. Song Qi wanted to see what was hidden in the dark on this evil Buddha continent. At full speed, the three of them did not spend too much time and soon arrived at the source of life energy. Above the sky, the mirror battleship was hanging high. Through the remote perspective, Song Qi saw the main cause of all the abnormalities below. A super large mountain of flesh and blood that was beating violently. Chapter 738. Boom, boom, boom. With every beat of the giant mountain of flesh and blood below, the sound of violent vibrations also resounded through the sky. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, all the creatures who heard the Sanskrit sound with waves of bewitching power almost hugged their heads and wailed at the same time, with bloody mantras condensing in the depths of their minds. As these bloody mantras gradually took shape, whether it was the flesh and blood Ganoderma lucidum or the hundreds of millions of evil Buddhas, their bodies and flesh would be completely dried up within a few breaths, and these bloody mantras that had devoured all the essence of flesh and blood would return to the supergiant mountain of flesh and blood at the center of the earth at the fastest speed. In a short period of time, the core territory of the evil Buddha continent was completely transformed into a purgatory on earth. The endless wailing was just the prelude to the advent of this purgatory. Above the sky, the Tianshu Sangqiong was quietly watching all this, without any movement. Compared to these evil alien races, Song Qi was more concerned about the initiator of all this. Endless blood-colored Buddhist mantras continued to gather from all directions, pouring into the super flesh and blood mountain frantically. With the fusion of countless flesh and blood power, this flesh and blood Ganoderma lucidum that had reached the 8th level limit did not continue to move forward to the 9th level, but only made the pulsation of the flesh and blood Ganoderma lucidum more and more intense. Relying on the absolute isolation of the worship hall, the interior of the mirror worship was not affected, but Song Qi, who was remotely controlling all this, could still feel the increasingly strong threat. Without hesitation, the mirror worship tilted slightly downward, and the several black holes on the bow of the worship that continued to condense white light pointed directly at the flesh and blood mountain below. When the energy was completed, several beams of light burst out. Boom! After the violent explosion, Song Qi's face suddenly changed. Compared to the previous attacks, after the explosive energy wave below dissipated, what he saw was no longer the bloody and blurred scene he imagined, but a circle of bright red mantra shield. This circle of blood-colored mantra shield lingered on the surface of the super blood-colored giant mountain below, and waves of Sanskrit sound came from it. The blood-colored meat ball that was originally only ferocious now had a sense of solemnity. Seeing that this round of tentative attacks was completely blocked outside and had no effect, Song Qi immediately issued a second order. The hatch of the mirror battleship opened, and the Asura King and the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape rushed out again. Soon, the Asura King holding a blood-colored long sword, and the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape holding a giant hammer rushed down at the same time. Asura Time Blade. Demon Ape Heaven-shaking hammer, with the terrifying power of the 8th level, the long sword and the giant hammer slashed at the flesh and blood mountain of the 8th level. What surprised Song Qi was that the strength of the blood-colored Buddha spell shield was beyond imagination, and it actually withstood the frontal bombardment of the blood-colored long sword and the giant hammer. Fortunately, its brilliance was gone after that. It only needed one more round of attack, and the blood-colored Buddha spell shield would be completely broken. Boom boom boom. But before the Asura King and the Star Sea Giant Ape could attack again, the flesh and blood mountain inside the Buddha spell shield changed first. Perhaps it was because the absorbed flesh and blood power was enough, and it took the initiative to speed up the beating frequency. Under this earth-shaking Sanskrit sound, even though the Asura King and the Star Sea Giant Ape were both at the 8th level, they were also affected for a while. Under the erosion of the Sanskrit sound, the movements of the two enslaved creatures suddenly stopped. Even though Song Qi took the initiative to call them through telepathy, it only intensified the struggle on their faces, but still failed to completely free them from the bewitching spell. At the same time, the flesh and blood giant mountain that should have been beating at a high speed a moment ago suddenly stopped, and the Sanskrit sound that filled the sky was weakened a little bit. However, this not only did not let Song Qi relax his vigilance, but he felt even worse in his heart. Crack! A subtle sound suddenly came, almost attracting all his attention. Then Song Qi's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The sound just came from the super flesh and blood giant mountain below. After stopping the violent beating, the flesh wall on the surface of the flesh and blood giant mountain began to gradually break. When Song Qi first caught it, it was just a small one, but in the blink of an eye it spread to the entire flesh and blood giant mountain. The moment before the Asura King and the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape completely broke free from the Sanskrit sound, the super flesh and blood giant mountain was completely torn apart. Seeing the pair of dark arms sticking out from the flesh mountain, Song Qi's pupils suddenly shrank violently, tens of thousands of light years away. The pair of black arms forcibly tore the giant mountain of flesh and blood from the inside out, and when his body was completely exposed to the outside world, Song Qi also recognized the other party's identity at the first time. The Shur clan. It was a high-level Shur clan that followed the path of the demon Buddha. Until this time, Song Qi had a complete guess about the origin of this evil Buddha continent. If the guess is correct, this evil Buddha continent was originally just an ordinary floating land in the Sea of Stars. Thousands of years ago, a high-level Shur clan member accidentally fell here. After a long time, the demon Buddha's golden body of this high-level Shur clan was slowly swallowed and merged by the floating land. With the help of this extremely high-ranking demon Buddha's golden body, the evil Buddha continent was promoted to level 7 in one fell swoop, and the floating land itself was also affected by the original Buddha power of the demon Buddha's golden body, thus giving birth to the unique group of the evil Buddha clan. As for those Lingji Meat Mountains, they are most likely still related to the golden body of the demon Buddha. The Shattered Star Sea Overlord Shur clan civilization is divided into two factions, the Holy Buddha and the Demon Buddha. The Holy Buddha advocates being upright and fair, and leading the world with compassion, while the Demon Buddha has no taboos. The Demon Buddha is promoted very quickly, but the disadvantage is that it is very easy to fall. It is not just talk that a thought can turn into a demon. The Shur clan that fell on this floating land is obviously a fallen Demon Buddha. Although the original Buddha power contained in the Demon Buddha's golden body is vast, it also contains a strong power of fall and distortion. Even if it is integrated into the entire continent, it is still difficult to change its essence. If it were just this, Song Chi would not be so out of control. The key point is that this respect has just walked out of the giant mountain of flesh and blood. Judging from the lingering words and spiritual laws around it, it is obviously a real Shur clan, and it is definitely not an evil Buddha derived by coincidence on the evil Buddha continent. Reincarnation Buddhism. Song Chi, who had already guessed the reason, looked rather grim. If it was just a fallen Buddhist, he would not be embarrassed even if he was at the 8th or 9th level in his lifetime. But now it was a genuine Buddhist who had reincarnated and returned. An 8th level extreme Buddhist who had long been corrupted and extremely bloodthirsty. As the overlord of the Star Sea, the strength of the Buddhist civilization is not inferior to that of the wizard civilization, and they are also known for their single combat power, claiming that they can sweep everything under the golden body of the Buddha. The Tianqiu Sangqiong is powerful, but it is impossible to say that there is no pressure when facing an 8th level extreme Buddhist. Without thinking too much, the eyes of the corrupted Buddhist who stepped out of the giant mountain of flesh and blood were completely occupied by darkness. Even though he had just appeared in the world, he had already shown great malice towards the Emperor of Asura and the Star Sea giant ape. Come back. Just as he was about to summon the two back, Song Chi was suddenly shocked. Subconsciously, he thought that the target of the 8th level extremely tribe would be the two enslaved creatures. He really didn't expect that the other party's target was himself from beginning to end. Buzz buzz buzz. There was only a faint space fluctuation that could be almost ignored, and the next second, the 8th level tribe appeared out of thin air in front of the mirror battleship on the sky. That is, Song Chi himself practiced the law of space and had a deep attainment. In addition, the reaction was not difficult. The moment the 8th level tribe appeared, the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship also immediately completed a flash escape. How is it possible? But when Song Chi's sight caught the 8th level tribe again, he only had a look of disbelief in his eyes. It seemed that the other party had the ability to predict, and the speed was so fast that it was frightening. The mirror battleship had just ended the flash escape state, and the other party had once again appeared out of thin air on the side of the battleship. This time, even Song Chi could not react. The dark palm of the 8th level Shur clan pushed forward, and the boundless Buddha spell runes condensed a giant magic Buddha shadow above it. The magic Buddha palm also slapped out, and the terrifying energy collided with the outer energy shield of the mirror battleship, causing a violent explosion. Under this boundless thrust, the mirror battleship flew far back. Taking this opportunity, Song Chi signaled the slave creatures in the mirror battleship to activate the market projection order. At present, there are no other forces of Xinhui humans on this evil Buddha continent except the Song family, and Song Chi has no scruples at all. Buzz buzz buzz, boundless purple mist energy began to gather rapidly. But the next second, the 8th level extreme Shur clan appeared out of thin air again, and its palm close to the mirror battleship was pushed out again. Under the slap of the magic Buddha shadow Buddha palm, the purple mist energy of the market of the heavens that had not yet completed the projection condensation was forcibly shattered. The direct result of this is that the summoning of the Shutian market projection failed. In other words, the number of times the market projection order was used this time was wasted. Song Chi was not concerned about this at the moment. What he was thinking about was how to complete the summoning of the market projection. Buzz buzz buzz, the warship dodged again. This time Song Chi chose to dodge the maximum distance, and the mirror warship disappeared directly from the field of vision. But this still had no effect. The mirror warship just appeared from the void, and the 8th level Shur clan still followed closely. The result still did not change. The purple mist energy that emerged for the second time was dispersed again. At this point, Song Chi was completely sure of his thoughts. This can't go on. This should be one of the 6 great magical powers of the Shur clan, the Divine Foot Passage, one of the extreme speeds in the Sea of Stars. Comparing speed with the Shur clan, who mastered this magical power, is no different from playing with a big knife in front of Guangong. Thinking of this, Song Chi had another further guess. He felt that perhaps it was not just the Divine Foot Pass, the other party might also have the Heavenly Eye Pass. Only in this way could it explain why the other party could always capture the movement trajectory of the Tianqiu Sangqiong in advance, and then with the assistance of the Divine Foot Pass, the Tianshu Sanqiong could not even summon the projection of the Tianshu market. With the help of the huge force of the giant Buddha's palm, Song Qi controlled the mirror warship to fly away at a high speed. However, as he thought, no matter how fast the mirror warship was, it didn't matter if it had 2 engines. The 8th level Shur clan appeared in front of the warship again in a thought. However, at this time, Song Qi's eyes flashed, and a certain component that had been prepared long ago was activated by him. Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Domain. Instantly, a large amount of black hole energy surged out, and a special black hole domain was about to condense into shape. But this feature is not an instantaneous feature after all. The condensation of the black hole domain also takes time. Although from the actual situation of multiple activations in the past, the condensation speed of this black hole domain is extremely fast, and generally no accidents will occur. This time is different. The speed of the 8th level Shur clan is too fast, so fast that this black hole domain has not been completely condensed into shape, and it was also forcibly interrupted by the opponent. For a moment, Song Qi had the urge to swear, but the habit he developed over 2,000 years still forced him to calm down. Warning, the battleship's energy shield is damaged by high-intensity attacks from the outside world. The current energy shield value is 62%. Please repair it as soon as possible. The collision between the blood-colored Buddha light and the Myth Pulse shield further aggravated the damage to the energy shield. Fortunately, this 8th level Shur clan did not exceed the 8th level scope, and each attack was acceptable to the Myth Pulse energy shield strengthened to the 9th level. But it was obvious that this was only temporary. If Song Qi still couldn't find a way to deal with it later, it would only be a matter of time before the replica Myth Pulse energy shield would overload. After that, he tried many other special abilities, such as Angel King True Spirit Guardian, Zen Seal External Time Stop, Oracle Chaos Aura, Inner, etc., but the results were the same. Either they were interrupted directly, or they couldn't hit the opponent accurately. Even the last activated Oracle Chaos Aura, Inner, characteristic also didn't have much effect. Chaos Godhead. This component has been strengthened to level 90. The dodge effect that the Oracle Chaos Aura, Inner, feature can add to the warship's hull is not bad. However, although the mirror warship successfully dodged the attack of the 8th level Shur clan, the purple mist energy condensed above the warship could not be dodged, and it could only be forcibly dispelled. After many attempts, he still failed to successfully summon the market projection, but he had already consumed many silver artifacts in his hand, which made Song Qi feel a little irritated. Originally, he was unwilling to activate the Beyond the Three Realms, and not in the 5 Elements feature. The cooling time of this feature is as high as 1,000 years. Even after being shortened, it still takes 200 years. The cooling time is too long. But there is no way now. The effect of the instantaneous feature is different. After Song Qi made up his mind, the mirror warship suddenly disappeared above the sky. Even if the 8th level Shur clan was fast, it was still difficult to stop it. A few seconds later, when the mirror battleship reappeared, a group of fully formed purple mist energy appeared above the battleship. The terrifying half-step 9th level power spread out, and the 8th level extreme Shur clan felt bad. As an ancient master who had returned from reincarnation, he was very decisive. Sensing the fatal threat brought by the market projection, his divine foot pass was activated again, but this time it was no longer used to chase the mirror battleship, but chose to escape. For this reincarnation, he spent hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he sensed the fatal threat again, he naturally didn't want to gamble. However, Song Qi naturally couldn't let him go so easily. At this moment, a certain part of the battleship had already been activated. Chapter 739. It is certain that, because of the active intervention of the Tianshu Sanqiong, the strength of this great Shur clan venerable who reincarnated and returned early is most likely not back to the peak state. That is why he is particularly cautious. If he was at the peak of the 9th level, he would never be afraid of Song Qi, but now his own strength is still at the limit of the 8th level, and the mirror warship of the Tianshu Sanqiong has revealed a big enough threat. Out of vigilance, he is unwilling to entangle with Song Qi. Even as a great 9th level master, he does not want to repeat the previous experience, even if there is only a slight possibility. After sinking for hundreds of thousands of years, only he himself knows the torment. In fact, this great Shur clan venerable is indeed decisive enough. When the void vibrates, Shinzatong is activated again. However, Song Qi was obviously well prepared and had already recognized Divine Foot Pass, one of the supreme magical powers of the Shur clan. How could he not do anything to counter it? Buzz buzz buzz. A sudden vibration came from the depths of the sky above his head. The 8th level extreme Shur clan who disappeared quietly a moment ago appeared in a panic from the void, and above his head, A layer of void curtain that was difficult to observe with the naked eye was showing violent ripples. Facing the impact of an 8th level extreme creature, and an 8th level extreme creature that almost gathered all the original will of the entire 7th level floating land, the LV-80 Frost Void Prison was obviously not good enough. However, Song-Chi never pinned his hopes on this. While Frost Void Prison temporarily restricted this great Shur clan, the replica time chessboard component on the mirror battleship was already activated. The vast power of time descended, and not only the 8th level Shur clan, but also the mirror battleship was enveloped by this boundless power. The next second, the two felt that the world was hanging upside down. When they turned around again, they were already in a quiet closed space. Under the power of the time chess game characteristic, the 8th level extreme combat power of the great master of the Shur clan was greatly weakened, and finally fell to the 8th level, which was weakened by a whole level. All kinds of changes happened in an instant. Song-Chi, the initiator, was well prepared. Before the master of the Shur clan could recover from his surprise, the projection of the Zhutian market, which was pulled into the closed space along with the mirror warship, attacked. The purple mist handprint was wrapped with boundless power, and the pressure like a deep abyss and a prison swept the entire high-dimensional space. The 8th level Shur clan had no way to dodge. With the power of half a step to the 9th level, the blood-colored Buddha light on the body of the 8th level Shur clan no longer had the previous style, and was easily torn like thin paper. Until the end, the purple mist energy collided with the flesh of the Shur clan, leaving a series of horrible wounds deep enough to see the bone on the dark body. Dragon Blood Demon Lock Chain, Dragon Blood Demon Suppression, Dragon Will Rage C. Blood Spear Weakness, Mark of the Hunting God, Wuji Xian Quantum Star Destroyer Cannon, Wuji Xian Quantum Sword Light. The activation of several trump card level attack methods shows that Song-Chi does not want to give the other party any breathing space. After all, the other party is from a hegemony level civilization. It is very likely that he was a 9th level master before unknown years. With this level of existence, you never know what trump cards the other party has. If you don't kill it completely in one go, there will be endless troubles. Song-Chi knows this very well. It's a pity that the 8th level Shur clan has not yet adjusted from the destructive attack of the projection of the Zhutian market, and the second round of attacks followed. Hum! An ancient Sanskrit sound rang out, and the 8th level Shakti clan suddenly had dazzling Buddha light all over his body. Under the blessing of his 6th level demon Buddha golden body, the Buddha light in the sky condensed into a solemn Buddha phantom in an instant. Om. Mani. Padme. Hum. The moment the Buddha phantom condensed, the endless chanting of Buddhist mantras came across the endless void and resounded throughout the enclosed space. In the market of the heavens, Song-Chi, who was standing on the sky, suddenly felt a little dazed. Across the mirror worship hall, the projection of the market of the heavens, and the endless dark space, the ancient Sanskrit sound still had a certain impact on him. But this was not what he cared about at the moment. The status of the market of the heavens was here, even if it was affected to a certain extent. As long as he was in the market, the Sanskrit sound could not really bewitch and control him. The most important thing at the moment is the Buddha phantom summoned by the 8th level Shur clan. What is its origin? Not only did it ignore the barrier of the projection of the half-step 9th level Zhutian market, it was able to cross the dark void of the star sea and affect the original body in the Zhutian market. Obviously, this is not normal. As his mind turned, Xiongtian's intelligent brain quickly listed a lot of information. Through this information, Song-Chi finally confirmed the identity of the other party. That Buddha. Maybe it would be more accurate to call him the ancestor Buddha. In the Qinghai Shur clan civilization, the Shur clan above the 7th level can call themselves Buddhas, and only after reaching the 10th level myth can they be called the ancestor Buddha. And the projection summoned by the 8th level Shur clan is most likely a 10th level ancestor Buddha in the Shur clan civilization, the Brahma Taizong wheel-turning king. After reaching this conclusion, Song-Chi's heart sank. Now he is no longer a rookie who has just started out, and he knows a lot about the Qinghai hegemony civilization. Brahma Sound Garbetsukuta turning wheel to Jayasamatha, this ancestor Buddha was born in the lineage of the demon Buddha of the Sakya clan. He achieved the status of the ancestor Buddha more than 500,000 years ago. He is a well-known existence in the civilization of the Sakya clan. In the boundless sea of stars, he is even more notorious. As a demon Buddha who abides by all taboos, the killings committed by this Brahma Sound Garbetsukuta turning wheel to Jayasamatha can be described as innumerable, and countless sea of stars civilizations have been destroyed by him. If that's the case, Song-Chi's eyes flashed coldly. In the space of the chess game of time, seeing that all the attacks triggered in the previous round were turned into nothingness under the shadow of the Brahma Tathagata Chakravartin, the mirror battleship's engine exploded. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. Flame Roaring Engine. Hunyuan Copper Mother RAM. Dominant Ivory RAM and other components were activated one after another. Suddenly, the mirror battleship turned into a residual image, carrying infinite power, and rushing towards the 8th level Buddhist clan in front. Above the head of the 8th level Buddhist clan, the shadow of the Brahma Taizong wheel turning Vidyaraja threw out the white bone Buddhist beads in his hand, which soon turned into a white bone cage, trying to suppress the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship. But this is the chess game space transformed by the colorful upper-level replica time chessboard after all, and this wheel-turning Vidyaraja himself is also projected across billions of light years. On the other hand, the mirror battleship is now blessed by the projection of the half-step 9th level Zhutian market. Under the full impact of the two cold ramming horns, the illusory white-boned Buddhist bead shattered. Looking at the mirror battleship again at this moment, although the flying speed has been reduced a lot, the power it carries is still terrifying, and it still rushes directly towards the 8th level Buddhist clan regardless of everything. Song Chi knew very well that the territory of the Shakti civilization where Brahma Garbha Chakravartin was located was more than tens of trillions of light years away from here. Without the medium of the 8th level Shakti clan, the other party's projection would be nothing but rootless duckweed, and would soon dissipate on its own. But obviously, Song Chi was not the only one who knew this. The white-boned Buddha beads were broken, and the solemn and majestic phantom of the Brahma Buddha seemed to sense Song Chi's provocation. The Buddha's light shone all over the sky, and the Buddha's phantom slapped out his palm, turning into a hand that covered the sky and pushed forward. Wherever the Buddha's palm passed, the power of the avenue followed all the way, and the endless words and spiritual laws could only serve as a foil at this moment. Staring at the mysterious power surrounding the palm of the Buddha's palm, Song Chi, who was far away in the market of the heavens, felt a little familiar. The power of the world. Soon he thought of something. The energy surrounding the palm of the Buddha's palm was very similar to what he had seen on the Three Corpses Super Mecha not long ago. When fighting the 8-armed demon god from the bottomless abyss before, the three emperors and their warships transformed into the Three Corpses Super State Mecha Giant also showed this kind of power. At that time, the Three Corpses Super State Mecha Giant carried two small worlds on its shoulders and a big world on its head. With the help of the power of these three worlds, the Mecha Giant could temporarily exert the mythical combat power. At this moment, Song Chi captured a considerable world power from the Buddha's palm that was pushing over his head. Thoughts flew in his mind, and some of the information that had just been scanned from the Sky Intelligence brain reappeared. It's Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Song Chi instantly had the answer. He could only think of this one of the Shur clan's magical powers that could stimulate the power of an entire big world. Regardless of whether it was right or not, he could only bite the bullet and respond in a targeted manner. Two more parts were activated. Replica Domain Hedge Domain. Replica Time Chessboard. If the Domain Hedge was a black part, Song Chi might have some confidence in it, but it was only a golden part. Facing a mythical Buddha projection, Song Chi had to activate the backup method together. Buddha Kingdom in the palm magical power suddenly became powerful, but the time domain condensed by the colored upper-level components was not weak at all. Moreover, Song Chi's orders never stopped. Following these two components, several more components in the mirror battleship were activated. Neutron Star Core Armor High Energy Particle Storm Angel King's Wings Angel King's True Spirit Guardian. The magical power of the Buddha Kingdom in the palm is one of the strongest magical powers of the Overlord Shur clan. In addition, it is now performed by a mythical ancestor Buddha Phantom. The first collision with it did not cause any waves at all, but only weakened the world barrier of the big world transformed by the Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Next was the colorful field transformed by Time Chessboard. The impact caused this time was obviously even greater. There were already tiny cracks on the world barrier of the Buddha Kingdom. Then, a high-energy particle storm continued to surge from the hull of the mirror battleship. Under the impact of these high-energy particle flows, the world barrier of the Buddha Kingdom was further eroded, but it was still not broken here. At this moment, the purple mist finger that was once again extended by the projection of the Zhutian market became the key to breaking the situation. The purple mist finger heavily stabbed on the cracked world barrier of the Buddha Kingdom. The Buddha Kingdom in the palm could no longer hold on, and the whole world collapsed. For a time, a large amount of Buddhist wishes burst out from it. Fortunately, at this moment, the outer layer of the Tianxu Sangqiong was still protected by the market projection and the true spirit of the Angel King. The self-explosion of this close-fitting world did not cause too much damage to the mirror battleship in the end. Without the obstruction of the Buddha Kingdom in the palm, there was no obstacle between the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror battleship and the 8th level Shur clan. Even this 8th-ranked Buddhist clan still wanted to dodge, but Song Chi had planned everything out. the obscure light shot out from the mirror worship, and when the 8th rank Buddhist clan was about to continue to use divine foot passage, the obscure light had already hit his body. Just as he was about to mobilize the Buddha power in his body, he found that the energy in his body was in chaos and out of control. At this time, the 8th rank Buddhist clan had no time to activate other means, and the mirror worship that was speeding all the way had already hit his chest hard. The 2 sharp horns pierced deep into his flesh and blood, carrying boundless potential energy, and the 8th ranked Buddhist clan screamed miserably, and blood gushed out crazily. This is not enough. Neutron Star Core Armor Neutron Star Fission. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon 9-layered Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed. 3 parts were activated together again, and the mirror battleship quickly transformed into a miniature neutron star. The terrifying high temperature emitted at a certain moment directly melted a huge wound in the 8th level Shur clan. In the deepest part of this wound, the yin and yang and blood and bones inside could even be vaguely seen. The last 9-layered Purple Sky World Destroying Tribulation Thunder exploded directly under the blessing of Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal without any time to accumulate energy. The 9-layered Purple Sky Divine Thunder was the final blow to the 8th level Shur clan. They were reincarnated in a hurry, and their combat power was far from returning to the peak. Under this final blow, the 8th level Shur clan could not resist to the end, and were soon wiped out. Without the 8th rank Buddha clan using themselves as a medium, the phantom of the Brahma Tathagata Chakravartin, which had not suffered much trauma from beginning to end, finally lost its support and soon began to slowly dissipate. The sound of the Sanskrit gradually faded away, and the universal Buddha light also dimmed. In the Jutian market, without the interference of the Sanskrit sound, the mind that was originally a little uncomfortable was immediately restored. The effect of this Sanskrit sound on him inside the market was limited. In addition, his fire ancestral acupoint was protected by the dragon whale hull, and the foundation of the black fire seed itself, so he recovered quickly. Before exiting this time chess game space, Song Chi took the lead in putting the corpse of the 8th level Shur clan into the worship, and quickly sent it to the Jutian market. To be honest, an 8th level extreme Shur clan corpse is still very attractive to him. The 8th level Master's True Spirit and the 8th level Master Source Blood are just one of them. The most important thing is the specialness of the Shur clan itself. The freestall area of the market, where the freestall area of an astonishing area is located, is now placed with the corpse of the 8th level Shur clan. At the same time, Song Chi relied on his own authority and condensed hundreds of law knives with the power of the 9th level of the market. Using these law knives, Song Chi was constantly cutting every inch of the flesh and blood of the 8th level Shur clan corpse in front of him. Not long after, one of the law knives successfully dug out a black stone emitting black light from the flesh and blood of a certain part of the Shur clan corpse. Of course, it is not a real stone, but a relic that basically all Shur clans will produce in their bodies after death. The one he got now is the 8th level Shur clan relic. As a unique resource that the Shur clan can breed, this Shur clan relic has magical effects. In addition to improving the comprehension of the wearer, it can also help the wearer refine blood and promote the wearer's physical improvement. Even if it is taken directly with a special prescription, it can assist in the breakthrough of the great level of the guiding technique. However, this relic of the Buddhist clan is obviously different at this moment. It is emitting an eternally dark black light, which is very different from the relics produced by ordinary demon Buddhas. As for the reason, it is very simple. After being nurtured by the flesh and blood of this great Buddhist clan for hundreds of thousands of years, this 8th level Buddhist clan relic has been transformed into a special and strange object. Strange object, Demon Buddha relic. Quality, black. Can be transformed into Demon Buddha purifying relic. Note, the relic nurtured in the body of a 9th level Buddhist clan has been nurtured by the flesh and blood of the 9th level clan for hundreds of thousands of years, and has been transformed into a black and strange object. Demon Buddha Purifying Relics LV0. Quality, black. Features. The captain's comprehension of the loaded warship increases by 1%. Feature 2. The blood energy concentration inside the loaded warship increases by 170%. Feature 3. When comprehending the word spirit law inside the warship and practicing Buddha's secrets, the speed increases by 170%. Feature 4. Buddha's light shines. Feature 5. Demon Buddha single purifying aura. Feature 6. Demon Buddha group purifying aura. Buddha's light shines. Consumes 200,000 psionic points, summons a piece of Buddha's light to protect the warship, and the shield value of the warship's energy shield temporarily increases by 1.0%, duration 30 minutes, Cooldown 240 hours. Demon Buddha Single Purification Aura. The loaded warship will gain a layer of Purification Aura. When affected by negative effects, including but not limited to dizziness, knockback, external marking, deceleration, imprisonment, etc., the aura will automatically purify all negative effects. Demon Buddha Group Purification Aura. Consumes 300,000 psionic points. With the loaded warship as the center, within a radius of no more than 10 kilometers, all negative effects suffered by all friendly units will be immediately cleared. The cooldown time is 100 years. After looking at the properties in front of him, Song Chi felt that the properties of this Demon Buddha purifying relics were pretty good. It has the effects of improving comprehension, strengthening defense capabilities, and single and group purification. Although two of its properties are quite useless, it is still a good component. Thinking of this, he directly strengthened this component to level 90. After this action, he gained a lot of Master True Spirits, and the ones that need to be strengthened must be strengthened. After the 9th level, the properties of this component have changed a lot. Comprehension Blessing 1%, 10%. Although the energy shield blessed by the Buddha's light is still 100%, the duration is from 30 minutes to 120 minutes. The cooling time of the group purification aura is from 100 years to 10 years, and the effective radius is from 10 kilometers to 10 billion kilometers. Overall, Song Chi is quite satisfied. After returning to the evil Buddha continent, Song Chi began to lead the tribesmen stationed here to clean up the entire floating land, and those remaining threats must be dealt with first. This process lasted for several months, which was not a short time. There was no impatience. After all, from now on, this floating land would become the base for the family to produce various levels of blood and flesh Ganoderma lucidum. Its importance to a certain force was self-evident, so it had to be handled properly. When he left later, Song Chi also brought all the clan members back to the Dragon-Rich continent. Only a 7th level giant ape was left to guard the entire continent, and the rest were thousands of low and medium level slave creatures. The Phantom of the Brahma Sound Taizong Will King was summoned by the 8th level Shur clan in the time and chess game space. However, the other party was an ancestor Buddha who had ascended to the gods for more than 500,000 years. Even though they were tens of trillions of light years apart, Song Chi was still worried that he could find any clues about the evil Buddha continent. Although this possibility is not great, tens of trillions of light years is still a long distance even for mythical creatures. However, for the sake of safety, it is safer to indirectly control the evil Buddha continent by enslaving creatures and the market walk order. In this way, even if the other party really comes to find us in the future, the Song family will not be put in danger. According to the information, the evil Buddha continent is more than 8 billion light years away from the territory of Xinhua human civilization. For tens of trillions of light years, this distance is indeed not worth mentioning, but at least it allows the Song family to prepare in advance. With the incorporation of the 8-armed snake demon river system community, several great emperors of Xinhua civilization are already planning to impact the 10th level. Once successful, Xinhua human civilization will gain real mythical combat power. As long as they have this confidence, and the Song family has made some preparations in advance, an alien mythical creature will never be able to enter the territory of Xinhua civilization so casually. Now Song Chi only hopes that the few great emperors will be as fast as possible, and take that step as soon as possible. It's not just out of worry about their own safety. It's not just a regular mythical combat power. It's also the bright future of the Xinhua battleship system. As long as this step can be taken, it means the further improvement of the Xinhua battleship system, which means that the Xinhua battleship system is a real road to heaven, rather than only stopping at the 9th level, and the mythical road is completely cut off. For more than 300,000 years, hasn't this been a knot in the hearts of all Xinhua captains? The top few beings of the Xinhua civilization have always stayed at the 9th level, and have been unable to take that crucial step. After hundreds of thousands of years, how could there be no Xinhua captains who despair of this? The road ahead is cut off. This is the greatest despair for all creatures, tribes, and even civilizations. Song Chi even vaguely heard that, after more than 300,000 years, because they have never gotten a final answer, the top leaders of the Xinhua human race seem to have secretly implemented a secret civilization diversion plan. As for this plan, he only heard Bai Mei mention it unintentionally, and he didn't know much about it. As for the specific content of the plan, it seems that they have taken the initiative to divide up multiple batches of civilization fire fleets, allowing them to develop in different alien star regions, break away from the Xinhua warship system, and take other extraordinary paths. For example, cultivating immortals. For example, believing in the deification. For example, the magic side. Including the technology side. Like this civilization fire fleet, many have been sent out, but the final result seems to be very unsatisfactory. More than 95% of them quickly lost contact completely, and only a small number of fire teams remained, but unfortunately they are basically lingering on. Not to mention developing all the way to the size of the Shinhua human civilization. Even ordinary advanced civilizations are difficult. I hope it will succeed. Rubbing his forehead, Song-Chi tried his best to dispel these messy thoughts and stop dwelling on them. What he had to do now was to use the newly harvested 7th level flesh and blood Ganoderma to improve his own guiding skills as soon as possible. The 9th and 10th levels were still too far away for him now. Chapter 740. Venji Continent, Tianhua Mountains. Countless warships with amazing captains flew over from high altitude, leaving only bursts of fierce artillery fire along the way. Columns of light fell one after another, and the thorny mountains were covered with flames. As the gravel flew, some red figures hidden in the mountains were greatly affected and continued to be annihilated in wailing. After this round of high-intensity artillery fire, the dense low-level warships suspended in the low altitude in the distance quickly rushed over, taking advantage of the unpreparedness of the red figures in various parts of the mountain front that had not yet adjusted from the artillery bombardment, and causing as much damage as possible to them. Lu De, Lu Er, you are responsible for attracting attention. Lin Yang, don't be stingy with your orange super main gun. The subsequent team will reimburse you twice the purple crystal. Captain, leave it to us. If you are so generous on weekdays, why should I be stingy? In the internal communication group chat of the exploration team, the team members are communicating quickly. As a team with hundreds of years of exploration history, the members have already participated in many operations together. At this moment, as the captain of the battleship spoke, the team members under his command quickly completed the division of labor in an orderly manner. The 2 Zulu ships equipped with orange hull armor rushed towards the newly reorganized red biological force below. Behind the 2, more Zulu ships were wandering in the sky, and white light was condensed at the bow position, and the ship guns were being charged. In addition, the only battleship in the team faced the 5th level red alien creature that was flying in the air below. With this tacit cooperation, and the fact that these red aliens all had some injuries to varying degrees, this team of more than 20 warships finally succeeded in wiping out this red alien force at the cost of only 1 warship sinking and 2 temporarily losing their mobility. However, they are a minority after all. In the situation of the mountain front that stretches for billions of kilometers, most of them are killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. It took a full half-month for the battle on the mountain front to end, and Captain Shinhua's side barely won. Over the Red Land, more than a dozen warships were flying at full speed in a certain direction. The warship magnetic wave communication group chat. Captain, this time we should have enough time to rest for a few years, right? That can't be possible. 2 5th level red volcanoes Shao and more than 34th level red volcanoes Shao. The source blood that can be refined alone is enough for our team to rest for decades. Not to mention that we have also looted tens of thousands of tons of red iron ore, which can also be worth a lot. Listening to the discussion of the team members in the group chat, the captain of the battleship also nodded gently and said, "Indeed." Hearing his definite reply, a cheer finally sounded in the group chat. They are all old people in the exploration team, and they still trust their captain's words very much. As a veteran battleship captain, their captain has many ways in his hands. It should not be difficult to sell all the gains this time. At this time, someone in the group chat asked curiously, "Captain, I heard that a new store opened in Tianhua City not long ago. I remember it was called Dinghai Commercial Building. As far as I know, this Dinghai Commercial Building buys all kinds of fire attribute resources in large quantities. As long as the quantity is sufficient, the purchase price they offer is much higher than that of other companies. I have heard about it too, but the key is that the other companies are really too low priced. Why don't we go to Dinghai Commercial Building this time?" Okay. Skyfire City. As one of the few resident cities of the Shinhua human civilization on the 7th level floating land of life on the Burning Silence continent, it covers a very large area. The red city walls made entirely of thick red stone stand on the ground, surrounding the entire city tightly. Shinhua warships with different captains rise and fall, making it very lively. The first to discover the Burning Silence continent was an immortal force. After struggling to enter the interior of the continent, they found that the Burning Silence continent was different from the ordinary 7th level floating land of life. The Red Fire Mountain Shao clan bred on it was so powerful that it was a bit scary. There were more than 27th level Red Fire Mountain Shaos alone, which was not something an ordinary immortal family could deal with. For this reason, This immortal clan had to take the initiative to cooperate with several friendly immortal forces, and only then did they barely take over some territory on this burning silence continent. In order to maintain this situation later, several immortal clans took the initiative to launch a call to action in the territory of Shinhua human civilization, and took the initiative to attract a large number of civilian captains and exploration teams to help them resist the fierce counterattack of the Red Fire Mountain Shao clan. Over time, the coordinates of this burning silence continent are naturally no longer a secret. After thousands of years, many Shinhua human settlement cities have been established on this burning silence continent, and more forces have gathered on this 7th-level floating land, constantly exploiting various resources on the floating land. Tianhua City, 2nd Street. Dinghai Commercial Building. As a shop that was just opened a few years ago, Dinghai Commercial Building has a very good reputation, which has made this shop particularly popular recently. The top floor of the shop, the reception room. Captain Huang, I want all the red flame iron in your hands. Happy cooperation. Haha, Manager Chuan is really straightforward. This is the 5th-level floating land origin you want, Captain Huang. If there are raw mineral resources of this scale in the future, please give priority to Dinghai Merchant Building. Of course, Manager Chuan, don't worry. By the way, I heard that there has been a lot of movement in the Tianhua Mountains recently. Does Captain Huang know anything? Stop talking. I just came from there. I don't know what's wrong with the Red Fire Mountain Shao. Suddenly, a large number of Mountain Shao troops were dispatched to attack the Tianhua defense line, like they were desperate. But there is no need to worry. Now the Red Fire Mountain Shao army has been severely damaged by the Sun and Lu families. The Tianhua defense line is still in our hands. Captain Huang, take care. At the door of Dinghai Merchant Building, more than 10 Shinhua captains were seen off with a smile, and the manager of the merchant building quickly turned around and went to the top floor of the merchant building. After entering the special secret room, the manager, who had a faint smile on his face a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression and said indifferently with a blank expression, "It has been basically confirmed that something big must have happened in the Tianhua Mountains to trigger such a big reaction from the Red Fire Mountain Shao clan. It is likely that some special resources have been discovered in the Tianhua Mountains. You return to the family as soon as possible and lead 5 shadow teams in my name. I want to see what has been discovered to make the Red Fire Mountain Shao clan so crazy. By the way, the business building has recently accumulated a lot of fire attribute resources. You can send them back to the family." Yes. Not long after, a battleship hidden in the depths of the void quietly took off into the sky. When it rushed to the deep sky of the Finji continent, violent space fluctuations suddenly appeared around the battleship's hull, and then the battleship completely disappeared above the sky. It was not until the battleship completely disappeared that the gaze from the Tianhua city on the surface below was withdrawn. In the secret room on the top floor of Dinghai Commercial Building, the shadow of the double pupils in Song Yichuan's eyes slowly dissipated. As a fearless captain, he is naturally one of the core members of the Longji Song family. Because of this, even though the family's Chongming Divine Bird cultivation plan that has lasted for 1,000 years has limited results, he has also been allocated the right to contract a Chongming Divine Bird. After personally confirming that his battleship captain had successfully left, he was completely relieved and continued to turn his mind back to the commercial building transaction. This Finji continent is a typical floating land of fire attribute, which is rich in various fire attribute resources. This is also the fundamental reason why the family sent him here. For hundreds and thousands of years, various fire attribute resources have been continuously invested in the inheritance of the Yenshin clan. Now that space is on the verge of transformation. As long as the transformation can be completed, the Song family will have a stable channel for the production of silver and lower fire-related rare objects in the future. For any immortal family, this is the top priority. However, at this last moment, the Song family also needs to invest more fire attribute resources. Only in this way can the successful transformation of the Yenshin clan's inheritance land be ensured. Song Yichuan came to the Finji continent because of the high production of various fire attribute resources here. The current emergency was not expected by the Song family, otherwise he would not have to temporarily call the family to call the Shadow tribe members. I hope I can catch up. Half a day later, a small fleet that was hidden in the depths of the void fell rapidly from the sky. Because there was an order in advance, dozens of warships in this fleet did not fall to the Skyfire city, but went straight to the Skyfire mountains. This small fleet is composed of the 5 Shadow Department teams of the Song family. The Song family Shadow Department has undergone many reforms since its development, and its internal specifications are no longer the same as when it was first established. The Shadow Department now has more than 100,000 people under its jurisdiction. Although the number of people is large, the internal division is extremely simple and clear. Except for the Shadow Department Minister, who is the captain of the Dreadnought, and the 2 Shadow Department Vice Ministers, the rest are all teams composed of 10 clansmen. Yes, there is only the team organization, and the Shadow Department of more than 100,000 people is divided into tens of thousands of teams. As for why this is the case, the reason is very simple. The Shadow Department members are usually responsible for secretly collecting information, tracking, and reconnaissance. Such tasks are naturally not suitable for a large number of clansmen to act together, which will only increase the chance of exposure. In comparison, the organization of a 10-person team is the most suitable. Of course, although there is only a team organization, there are tens of thousands of Shadow Department teams, which are divided into 4 levels: Tiandixian Huang. Yellow Class Team. All 10 members are composed of 2nd-class escort captains. Mysterious Class Team. All 10 members are composed of 3rd-class cruiser captains. Earth Class Team. 10 4th-class chasing captains. Heaven Class Team. 10 5th-class battleship captains. Of these 4 types of teams, the largest number is naturally the Yellow Class Team, with a number of up to 9,000, and the Mysterious Class Team, 1,000. There are only 10 Earth Class teams in the entire Shadow Department. As for the Heaven Class Team, there is only 1. Of the 5 teams that Song Yichuan transferred this time, for our Mysterious Class, and the last one is a Ground Class Team. That is, Song Yichuan's status is high enough. If he is a 5th-class clan member of the family, the highest authority can only mobilize the Mysterious Class Team. The warships rushing in the front at this moment are the Tenjilu warships. These Tenjilu warships belong to the 8th team of the Song family Shadow Department. The Tenjilu warships in the team are all equipped with red quality void membrane, and the captain of the team has a small group temporary concealment component on his ship. With the double concealment blessing, the Tenjilu warships landed in the Tianhua Mountains quietly, without attracting the attention of several immortal families stationed in the mountain defense line. However, even if they quietly entered the range of the mountain defense line, the exploration work was obviously not that easy. It was not until nearly half a month later that Song Yichuan, who was far away in Tianhua City, received a message from the ground-level team. Dinghai Commercial Building, the top-floor secret room. Song Yichuan's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be unable to make up his mind for a while. Just now, he received a message from the ground-level team. The content of the message was very simple, only a few words, but the involvement was not small. A secret realm entrance was found in Tianhua Mountain Range, suspected to be the original secret realm entrance. The value of a secret realm is neither high nor low. It depends on the specific level of the secret realm and the specific resources produced in the secret realm. This is exactly what Song Yichuan is struggling with at the moment. The information sent back did not clearly state the specific level of the secret realm, including the secret realm resource production. What if it is just a broken secret realm? The same is true for the Xinghai secret realm. For the current Song family, only secret realms above the original level are attractive enough. If it is an ownerless secret realm, then it is easy to say. The key is that this secret realm is now controlled by many immortal clans. If the Song family wants to intervene, it will inevitably conflict with several immortal clans. If the secret realm is of great value, then the Song family can also suffer the consequences. The only thing they are afraid of is that the secret realm is of limited value. For a moment, Song Yichuan was somewhat entangled. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Come here. Chuanzu. You immediately return to Longji Continent and explain to Yuanzhu all the current situations of Finji Continent. You can say that the value of that secret realm is extremely high. In the end, Song Yichuan decided to inform the family's Star Destroyer ancestor. It was not that he was making a fuss, but judging from the reaction of the Red Fire Mountain Shao clan during this period, he always felt that the value of that secret realm was extraordinary. For this reason, he was willing to take a gamble. Even if he would receive a little punishment for this, once the gamble was right, Song Yichuan knew that he would definitely get unexpected gains. Thinking of this, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Although his ship was still far from the ultimate dreadnought, it did not prevent him from making preparations for the impact of the Star Destroyer in the future. His talent is not as high as his elder brother Song Yiming. The clan will give him some support, but he still has to prepare a lot of resources by himself. To do this, he must first accumulate a lot of contributions. In less than half a day, a strange Star Destroyer landed on the Finji continent. This Star Destroyer, like the previous Song family Shadow Fleet, was not discovered by the other immortal families on the continent from beginning to end. After joining Song Yichuan, the Akala headed straight for the Tianhua Mountains. Chapter 741. Until it officially rushed into the secret entrance, Akela never revealed a trace. However, the secret entrance deep in the Tianhui Mountains was different. The medium-sized combined illusion device was a minor matter. The main thing was that the immortal families such as Sun and Lu actually set up a defensive space barrier at the entrance. This space barrier was completely transparent. Not to mention the naked eye, even the advanced patrol radar on the Akela could not detect it at all. In the end, the warship collided with it, and the Akela passively appeared from the depths of the void. Song Xiuan noticed its existence. The appearance of the Akela immediately aroused the hostility of the immortal families stationed at the secret entrance. Not long after, 2 star destroyers rushed out of the secret entrance. Seeing this scene, Song Xiuan and the Akela suddenly fixed his eyes. The battleship hatch opened, and a giant ape rushed out from it. Feeling the pressure from the rapidly expanding giant ape, the 2 star destroyer captains on the inner side of the space barrier changed their expressions at the same time. 8th level. Before they could recover from their shock, the giant ape, whose body had expanded to the extreme, punched down. The space barrier that was strong enough to withstand the impact of the 7th level was easily shattered. Without the protection of the space barrier, the heavy pressure from the giant ape, like the deep sea, was fully exerted on the 2 star destroyers without any obstruction. Even though there was no movement, the energy shields on the surface of the 2 star destroyers were constantly flashing, and the shield fullness was obviously decreasing at a slow speed. These 2 star destroyers were born in the New Zhao Kingdom under the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. They have limited resources, and are limited by the silver fire seeds of their captains. They cannot compete with the 8th level master. Friend, this secret realm behind is not monopolized by any family. Let's talk it over. Facing the threat of an 8th level giant ape, the Lu family star destroyer ancestor, who had just connected to the warship communication, hurriedly spoke. The Sun family ancestor on the other side also nodded. Yes, this secret realm is very special. Although it is only a medium-sized primitive secret realm, the secret realm produces a very special star sea wonder. As he said, a screenshot of the attribute panel has been sent to Song Xiuan. Wonderful item, Rui Suixin Pot. Quality, red. Transformable, Rui Suixin Pot. Note, a wonder bred in a primitive secret realm with a very special environment. Rui Suixin Pot LV0. Quality, red. Unique feature, Rui Suixin. Consumption, 50/S, psionic points. Effect, the activity of the loaded warship hull is increased by 30%, and a certain self-healing ability is obtained. The duration of the mythical mecha form is slightly increased. Rui Suixin, the loaded warship can freely control the size of the hull. The current minimum shrinkage is 10 times, and the maximum expansion is 1 time. After the warship hull changes, the quality of the warship itself will also change accordingly. Rui Suixin Pot is actually a component that can freely control the size of the warship. No wonder. Song Xiuan's mind turned instantly after his eyes swept across the attribute panel in front of him. With just one glance, he saw the great value of such components. The size of the Xinhua warship not only affects the actual combat performance of the warship itself, but also has a direct relationship with its own concealment performance. In addition, the vast starry sea is not suitable for large creatures and warships to fight in all places. If such a component can be installed, all the above problems can be solved. Let's go in and take a look first. Suppressing all the thoughts in his heart, Song Xiuan directly took the 2 star destroyers into the secret realm. No matter what, it is most important to determine the specific situation in the secret realm first. A few days later, a star destroyer appeared again in the sky above the Fenji continent. This star destroyer swept down all the way, and soon met the Akela that came. After the communication was completed, Song Xiuan quickly said, I have checked the entire secret realm. It is indeed a medium-sized primitive secret realm. The production resources of the secret realm are determined to be Rui Suixin Pot, including 4 qualities of purple, orange, red, and silver. The ratio of each round of production is 6:2 to 1.5 to 0.5, and each round of production is about 20 pieces. However, this Rui secret realm should have not been opened for millions of years. The total number of Rui Suixin Pot discovered now is nearly 4 digits, including 650 purple quality pieces, 124 orange pieces, 92 red pieces, and 30 silver pieces. While speaking, 2 star destroyers were also falling rapidly. Above the Tianhui Mountains, the 3 star destroyers behind the 3 families of Sun, Lu, Zhao, etc. were quietly waiting. In the past few days of contact, they have known Song Xiuan's identity, and knew that the Longji Song family was behind him. After confirming the identity of the Song family, the three families dared not act rashly. The strength of the Longji Song family is no secret in the entire Xinhua human civilization. The 4-star destroyer captains are definitely the ceiling among the immortal clan forces. If they had any thoughts in their minds before, they were instantly shattered after knowing that Song Xuan was from the Longji Song family. The 4-star destroyer captains were only one of the reasons. The key point was that one of them was a terrifying existence on the Xianqin Star Destroyer King list, which one of the Star Destroyers that had been able to make it to the Xianqin Star Destroyer King list was not able to cross the level and bombard the 8th level master. Remember, it was bombardment, not ordinary cross-level combat. The Xinhua warship was a unique system that combined countless Star Sea wonders. Its combat power was far superior to that of creatures of the same level. Even at the level of the 7th and 8th levels, the gap between creatures was already a world of difference. However, as long as the Star Destroyer could barely enter the extreme level, it could basically fight with ordinary 8th level creatures. But fighting and bombardment were completely different things. Even for the extreme Star Destroyer captains, 90% of them could hardly do this. When Song Wujiang arrived, the 5 of them immediately started a heated discussion on the distribution of the Rui's secret realm. The 5 of them spent a lot of time on this, and finally gave an answer that all 4 parties could barely accept. 5.5:1.5:1.5:1.5. The Song family was naturally the 5.5. The Zhao, Lu, and Sun families naturally had a lot of opinions about this distribution ratio. After all, they discovered the Finji continent, and they were the first to occupy the entrance to the Rui's secret realm. Now a latecomer from the Song family directly took away most of the secret realm's production. How could they not have any opinions? However, in the end, under the powerful pressure of the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape, they had no choice but to agree. After that, the 4 families signed confidentiality and confirmation agreements, and then divided all the collected Rui Suation pot in this ratio. The Song family finally obtained a total of 854 Rui Suation pots, including 17 silver ones and 50 red ones, which was a great harvest. For this distribution, Song Wujiang and his companions actually decided after careful consideration. Although with their current strength, they can completely monopolize the entire secret realm, with the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape, and the other 3 Star Destroyers can't make too many waves. The reason why they didn't do so, in addition to being able to find that this secret realm has been contributed by the other 3 families from beginning to end, it is indeed a bit unreasonable for them to do so. And they don't want to ruin their reputation because of this. The number of Xinhua captains gathered on this Finji continent is no less than tens of millions. Under the eyes of so many Xinhua warships, it is basically impossible to be seamless. Once this information is transmitted back to the territory of Xinhua human civilization, one can imagine what the reputation of the Song family will become. After dividing the Rui Suation pot that had been hoarded for countless years, several people discussed the issue of how to deal with the Finji continent under their feet. The news of Rui's secret realm had already been passed to the Red Mountain Shao clan, that was certain, so there were only 2 ways to ensure the safety of this Rui's secret realm. Either move the entrance to the secret realm back to the territory of Xinhua human civilization, or the 4 families work together to eliminate all the Red Mountain Shao on the Finji continent. The 4 families have different opinions on this. Song Wujiang and the others hope to transfer the Rui's secret realm back to the territory of Xinhua civilization. After all, even if all the Red Mountain Shao are eliminated, it is definitely not 100% safe. After all, this Finji continent is in the alien star domain. They can solve the danger on the floating land, but what if an enemy that cannot be resisted appears in the starry sky? Everyone understands the importance of Rui's secret realm. Although this possibility is extremely small, it is not impossible. Transferring it back to the territory of Xinhua civilization is the real solution once and for all. The star-annihilating ancestors of the Zhao, Lu, and Sun families naturally understand this, but in their opinion, once the secret realm is transferred back to the territory of Xinhua civilization, the most powerful Song family will most likely firmly control the entrance to the secret realm. By then, once the Song family obtains the high-level decoupling parts, they can easily control the entire secret realm in their own hands. Song Wujiang and Song Xuan also cleared the ideas of the 3 families. After the 2 communicated, they made a relatively compromising proposal. After transferring it back to the territory of Xinhua human civilization, the entrance to this secret realm can be set on a public floating land, and our 4 families can take turns to send people to guard it. How about it? Under the sincere suggestions of the 2, the Rui's secret realm was finally transferred back to the territory of Xinhua human civilization. 8-Armed Snake Demon River System Community East region, Demon Snake Floating Land. As the only 9th level floating land among the hundreds of river systems in the east of the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community, the Demon Snake Floating Land has undergone some unfavorable changes in recent years. The energy concentration of the floating land has declined, the production of floating land resources has decreased, and the area of the floating land has been slightly reduced. However, even if this series of problems has occurred, it does not affect the prosperity of this floating land. In recent years, the entire floating land has taken the initiative to divide a large area open to the public. In addition, now that the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community has been initially controlled by various forces of the Xinhua civilization, various development and cultivation work is in full swing. Hundreds of river systems in the east are all in ruins. Under such circumstances, it naturally greatly promotes the development of various resources, machinery, slaves, and other businesses. As the center of more than 100 river systems in the east of the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community, and the only 9th level floating land, the Demon Snake Floating Land naturally became a trading center for various forces. Driven by these countless transactions, the floating land naturally prospered rapidly. Demon Snake Floating Land, Public Open Area, Longji City. After the Demon Snake Floating Land operation, in order to reward Song Qi for his great contribution in the operation, the Divine Dynasty took the initiative to give Song Qi a city-building quota. And this Longji City was built by the Song family. After a period of development, coupled with the fire carp, ancient demon slaves, limited mist half-snakes, and other unique resources that the Longji Song family took the initiative to offer in the early days, Longji City is now very popular in this public open area. There are a large number of Xinhua warships rising and falling above the city every moment, which is very lively. On this day, under the ground of Longji City, there is a small underground secret room. At this moment, several figures are standing in the secret room. That's it, what do you think? Hearing this, several captains from the New Zhao Kingdom retracted their glances, and envy appeared in their eyes that could not be concealed. This is a public trading city on a level 9 floating land, and it is also a new public trading holy land that the Xianqin Divine Dynasty is committed to building. In such a place, even 1 or 2 trading shops in a certain city are hard to come by, let alone an entire trading city. It can be imagined that the Song family, who owns an entire city, will make a lot of money every year even if they just collect rent, and as they just saw, the business of the shops opened by the Song family in this city is even more popular. Thinking of this, the 3 captains were so envious. I think it's okay. This is a level 9 floating land directly under the Divine Dynasty. The entire public open area is within the monitoring range of the Divine Dynasty. It is safest to place the entrance to the secret realm here. My Zhao family agrees. After reaching an agreement, several families first set up a set of advanced concealment devices in this secret room, and then they worked together to move the entrance of the Rui secret realm here. After completing all this, the 4 families organized their core members to garrison. Outside, Longji Trading City. Master Xuansong, your Longji City is really lively. In just a short time, the number of Xinhua warships that landed will probably not be less than tens of thousands. Brother Zhao Song is too flattering. It's just that we have benefited from the bonus of the Divine Dynasty building a trading holy land. Master Xuansong, I wonder if Longji City still has a good store? If it is convenient, our 3 families want to rent one in the city. Hearing this, Song Xuansong in the reception room still had a smile on his face, but he did not say anything in reply. The people in the reception room were all powerful people from their respective families, so they naturally understood what Song Xuansong meant. In such a large trading city, there are naturally vacant shops, but in this public open area of the Demon Snake Floating Land, where every inch of land is valuable, renting a shop is not just a matter of empty words, but also depends on the specific sincerity of several families. Chapter 742. Although our New Zhao royal family is not famous, our heritage has been passed down for more than 10,000 years. Please look, Master Xuansong, this is the lantern fruit bred by the legendary floating land spiritual root lantern ancestral tree of our Zhao family's ancestral land. This lantern fruit can produce 10 fruits every 50,000 years. Once each fruit is consumed, the speed of practicing the guiding technique in the next year will increase by 1,000 times, and it can be used in combination with other spiritual objects, bodybuilding potions, etc. The reception room was silent for nearly 10 minutes, and the one who took the initiative to break the silence was the fearless captain of the New Zhao royal family. This person is called Zhao Nanchong. He also made a good reputation in the previous civilization war. Now he has long been ranked as the ultimate fearless captain. However, even so, His tone when talking to Song Xuansong is still quite cautious. This is not only because of the powerful strength that the Longji Song family has now shown to the outside world, but also because they are now passively begging. The public open area of the demonic snake continent is neither small nor big. There are only dozens of trading cities built now. With the size of an immortal family, it may not be difficult to buy 1 or 2 shops, but if you want to rent a high-quality shop in the middle and upper areas, the difficulty will rise sharply. Such a golden shop cannot be rented at a high price, and often requires sufficient connections. Taking the lantern fruit from the other party, feeling the huge energy contained in this spiritual fruit, Song Xuansong agreed after just thinking for a moment. Okay, this lantern fruit in exchange for 100 years of leasing a high-quality shop in the city. Of course, the transaction tax must still be paid during the period. Of course, but 100 years, right? Zhao Nanchong wanted to fight for it again, but the captains of the Sun and Lu families beside him were eager to speak. The 2 families had the same goal, and they all wanted to buy a store in this Dragon Ridge trading city. Song Xuansong finally agreed, and all 3 families rented a shop in the city. In addition to the fact that the things they brought out were indeed good, the Song family also wanted to further pull these 3 families into their own chariot. Although the family's size has been rising rapidly, whether it wants to get involved in the transactions between several 9th-level forces in the Red Star Super Dimension continent, or the all-round cooperation with the Wizard Civilization Sky Mechanical City, and the Kamoyan Giant Snake Warlock family in the Shutian market, the size is still far from enough. Not only the current Song family, even if Song Qi is successfully promoted to the captain of the galaxy in the future, this point will be difficult to change in a short time. For this reason, it is naturally necessary to pull in a group of allies in advance. As for why the 3 families of the New Xiao Kingdom were chosen, the reason is very simple. The 3 families have been passed down for a long time, and have considerable foundation. The key is that their foundation can only be regarded as mediocre among the immortal families. Even if the procedures allow them to enjoy certain dividends and sweetness, it is difficult to impact the immortal giants in a short period of time. In this way, it is enough to ensure the absolute voice of the Song family in this alliance, and facilitate the control of the Song family. The last and most critical point is that the New Xiao Kingdom is far away from the Qipan River system, and the Longxi River system. If the 3 families really develop in the future, they will not have substantial conflicts with the Longji Song family for a long time. In comparison, several families in the Yaoan Kingdom, including the Longji Luo family and the Yipan Tuoba family, are not suitable. Master Xian Song, that's settled. Please send someone to take our 3 families to select shops. As for the 3 of us, we need to return to the kingdom of New Zhao as soon as possible to collect various materials. Okay, but before that, I have a small suggestion. My Song family is currently making every effort to purchase magic stones, cores of advanced creatures, various finished floating land spirit plants, and other materials. There is no limit on the quantity, and the purchase price is 50% higher than the market price. After you return to the family, you can mobilize the entire family to collect these things. My Song family will purchase them for a long time. This is easy, Master Xian Song, don't worry, but these materials seem to be related to the magic civilization. What's the matter? Is your Song family related to a certain advanced magic civilization? As soon as these words came out, the other 2 people in the reception room also became interested and gathered their eyes. The fundamental reason why the previous civilization war came to an abrupt end was that the Song family took the initiative to provide relevant information about the Truth Mechanical Civilization and the Star Sea Giant Ape Civilization. This is no secret. If this matter alone is acceptable, after all, the Xinhua human civilization has developed for hundreds of thousands of years, and naturally many captains have discovered other galaxy communities and other top advanced civilizations in the long years. Although this situation is rare, more than 90% of the boundless broken star sea are empty belts, and most of the remaining 10% are scattered star systems, star fields and galaxies. There are even fewer galaxy communities that gather hundreds or thousands of galaxies, but there will always be some lucky ones, right? However, the alien starfield galaxy communities discovered before this either already had the ruling civilization of the galaxy community, or had been widely developed by the Xinhua forces that first discovered them, and were constantly and easily given up. Because of this, the Dragon Ridge Song family got the upper hand in the end of the war, with the 8-armed snake demon civilization. However, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Song family finds another advanced or even top-level advanced technology civilization so easily again, they will be too lucky. In this case, I am afraid that everyone will have to look at everything hidden behind the Dragon Ridge Song family. Song Xuanzong's expression did not change. He just smiled and shook his head, and did not speak, his eyes just wandering back and forth between the three people. Seeing this, Zhao Nanchang did not ask any more questions, but nodded and left, followed by the Sun and Lu families. In the days that followed, the four families maintained continuous transactions, and each family enjoyed it. Although the Song family seemed to have increased the purchase price by 50%, the Zhao, Sun, and Lu families tasted a lot of sweetness. But if these resources really arrived at the Zhutian market, whether it was the Sky Mechanical City or the Blood Warlock family, they would all be traded away by the two families at the fastest speed, and the remuneration paid by both parties was strictly equivalent to several times the purchase price of the Xinhui human civilization territory. The purchase price was 50% higher than the market price, and the price difference was several times the market price after the resale. The Song family was the one who secretly reaped the biggest profits. In this way, time passed in a flash in the daily life of these transactions, and the rapid development of each family. In a blink of an eye, it has been exactly 300 years since Song Qi officially returned from the evil Buddha continent. In the past 300 years, Song Qi has never left the Zhutian market, and has been in seclusion in the deepest practice room. On this day, accompanied by a click, the door of the practice room suddenly opened. At this time, a member of the Song family happened to walk in from the outside world. After seeing Song Qi walking out of the innermost practice room, this person's face suddenly showed a deep surprise. Grandson Song Bo, meet Master Qi. Song Qi's eyes swept over this clan member, whose guiding technique was obviously at the peak of level 3, and only one step away from level 40. He chuckled and nodded, and quickly left the full attribute training room without paying too much attention. Since the market was promoted to level 7, the area inside the full attribute training room has become more and more frightening. Later, the Song family used a variety of high-level sound insulation and energy shielding materials to isolate and build dozens of closed training rooms in this full attribute training room, which was enough for dozens of Song family members to practice in seclusion at the same time. As for Songbo, his ship should have been promoted to the Zhulu ship not long ago, and this time, he was going to use the super high psionic training blessing in the training room to try to break through in one fell swoop. Song Qi has long been accustomed to this. Compared to this, he is more concerned about his physical condition at this moment. 300 years, although in the eyes of the captain of the 7th level Star Destroyer, this is just a trivial time to improve the 1st level guiding technique, but Song Qi is different. During these 300 years, he not only had the full blessing of the psychic training room and the wizard magic assisted training cabin, but also had a continuous supply of 7th level blood and flesh Ganoderma lucidum, super quality bodybuilding potions, and the middle family even sent him a lantern fruit. With these blessings, his guidance technique soared from LV73 to LV78. And you know, if it is normal training, this time will never be less than 3,000 years. Minus the 1,000 years of lantern fruit, it will take 2,000 years, but Song Qi has compressed it to 300 years. The biggest contribution is the continuous supply of 7th level blood and flesh Ganoderma lucidum, and then the full attribute training room and wizard magic assisted training cabin. It can be seen that the 7th level flesh and blood Ganoderma produced by the 7th level flesh and blood giant mountain is indeed amazing. However, since Song Qi chose to come out of retreat at this time, he had his reasons. In addition to the 7th level flesh and blood Ganoderma being exhausted, the wizard magic assisted training chamber that he had occupied for 300 years should also change hands. Even though the eldest brother Song Yin, the old ancestor and the original ancestor had never urged him from beginning to end, Song Qi knew it in his heart. This wizard magic assisted training chamber was originally exchanged by the eldest brother with merits. The original purpose was to give it to the 4-star destroyer captains of the family in turn. Now that the flesh and blood Ganoderma has been consumed, the training speed has fallen back, so he naturally can't continue to occupy it. The 4-star destroyer captains of the family will not take more than 1,000 years to be promoted to the 7th level guidance technique. Now the guidance techniques of Song Wujiang and the other two are still stuck at LV72 and LV73 and cannot break through. In comparison, Song Qi, who is now LV78, is definitely a huge lead. Just after stepping out of the all-attribute training room, Song Qi was about to go back to the Dragon Ridge continent. After 300 years of seclusion, he didn't know how the family was developing now. But soon the dense tide of alien creatures in front of him stopped him. The ongoing new market transaction was not the key, but the familiar figure captured from the god's perspective. Brooke Benjamin. Song Qi suddenly became interested after thinking of something. Although he had been in seclusion for the past 300 years, each round of market transactions was still going on. With his clone condensed by the power of the market, the order of market transactions would never be challenged. If I remember correctly, in the previous market transactions, Brooke Benjamin had taken the initiative to inquire about the relevant information of antimatter energy several times. When he thought of what the other party had said before, 90% of his attention instantly fell on the other party. Brooke Benjamin did not disappoint him. After entering the strange item exchange shop, he quickly took out a storage ring. A flash of light passed, and many familiar energy light balls and energy crystals continued to appear. They were several antimatter sources and antimatter energy crystals. Brooke did not take out much, only 2 antimatter sources and 3 antimatter energy crystals. Although the number was small, for Song Qi, these 2 were the 2 most needed resources for the Tianxu Sangqiong. As more and more parts were loaded on the Tianxu Sangqiong, they were basically high-level parts, which naturally caused the battleship to gradually lack energy supply. With only a LV-90 black engine, facing multiple colored extreme, upper and lower parts, and a large number of gold and black parts, the Tianxu Sangqiong has occasionally had insufficient engine power supply. Under such circumstances, replacing the engine or continuing to improve the engine quality have become the only 2 options to solve the problem. If you want to replace a black engine, you must at least have a colored lower level. It is extremely difficult to get an engine of this level. So it seems like there are 2 options, but in fact there is only one. Fortunately, the antimatter energy evolution engine itself has a special feature, which can be tried now. This is the resource set before. In the strange item exchange shop, Song Qi took the initiative to speak with the projection light screen. Then several storage capsules appeared in front of Brooke Benjamin. After a simple inventory, Brooke Benjamin took out all the antimatter sources and antimatter energy crystals. Feeling the tremors coming from the deep ancestral cavity between the eyebrows, Song Qi knew that this was the abnormality caused by the Tianxu Sangqiong. After the 2 parties completed the transaction, Song Qi was busy summoning the Tianxu Sangqiong to devour these antimatter energy resources, but soon another small episode occurred. After leaving the strange object exchange shop, Brooke Benjamin did not go to the freestall area, but began to search for the identity of Blue Blood Vest. Out of curiosity, Song Qi took the initiative to transform into a blue blood man. When the 2 of them came into contact, Brooke Benjamin's first words triggered his ecstasy. "Brother Blue Blood, I have received accurate information about the Mother Earth Stone you offered a reward for before. It can be confirmed that it is the Mother Earth Stone, but the other party clearly stated that it is necessary to meet with the buyer behind it in person, so..." He did not pay attention to the other party's subsequent words at all. Song Qi's attention was completely focused on the Earth Mother Stone. Earth Mother Stone is one of the special resources needed by the Star Destroyer to impact the galaxy ship. It is definitely an extremely precious resource in the Xinhua civilization. Now that his guidance skill has reached level 78, and he already has the Dragon Blood Stone, one of the special resources needed to impact the galaxy ship, plus Chaos Blood, 9th level Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone, etc., it can be said that this Earth Mother Stone is definitely one of the resources he most desires to obtain now. Chapter 743. Brooke Benjamin did not disturb Song Qi's thinking. In his opinion, the silence of more than 10 seconds was just the blue blood merchant considering whether to take a risk. After a long time, although Song Qi, the blue blood merchant, was still only at the level of a 6th-order creature, after countless transactions, the scale of transactions that shocked him, the true spirit wizard, was not only known to Brooke Benjamin, but also to the regulars of the Zhution market. No one would regard the blue blood vest as an ordinary 6th-order creature. However, no matter how great the identity of the blue blood merchant is, he must be extremely cautious when facing the wizard civilization of the hegemony level civilization. This is also the fundamental reason why Brooke Benjamin did not urge him at this moment. But what he did not expect was that Song Qi did not hesitate at all at this moment, but was inexplicably happy. Compared with the priceless special resources of the galaxy ship in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, what is a personal meeting? Does the other party want to ask for a market token? After calming down, Song Qi asked softly. But he was obviously wrong, and Brooke Benjamin shook his head quickly. The existence of the Zhution market has been tacitly agreed with the Kamoyan family. In the territory of the wizard civilization, our 2 families are enough. What I mean is that the power behind you should send a senior official to my wizard civilization territory to negotiate with the other party in person. The tone of Brooke Benjamin's words was obviously unquestionable. Obviously, he and the Kamoyan giant snake warlock family had already reached a consensus, and did not want the relevant information of the Zhution market to be widely spread. As the saying goes, things are precious because they are scarce. The greatest significance of the existence of the Zhution market is to carry out cross-star transactions at will, and to reasonably allocate and transfer various resources that are unevenly distributed in various galaxies, so as to maximize the utilization of resources. But if there are too many market members in a certain star field, the value will naturally drop sharply. Ignoring the other party's little thoughts, for Song Chi himself, getting the Earth Mother Stone is the most important thing. As for further expanding the market members in the wizard civilization, this is not important. At least for now, it is like this. In fact, before this, he was not completely ignorant of these things, but he did not deliberately pay attention to them. At least for now, whether it is the forces behind Brook or the Kamoyan giant serpent warlock family, both parties are very active in various transactions in the market, and Song Chi is quite satisfied with this. Moreover, as the master of the Zhution market, he has always taken the absolute initiative in this matter. If he is dissatisfied with either of the two parties in the future, he can completely go to the territory of the wizard civilization to replace the agent. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. Song Chi quickly replied in the tone of a blue-blood merchant, and then he pretended to borrow the dimensional space stone from the lord of the Zhution market temporarily. After doing this, he disappeared in the market. After more than 10 minutes, when he reappeared, the surface of the dimensional space stone in his hand was already flashing with silver-white light, which was a sign that the dimensional space in the space stone had been activated. The two looked at each other, and under the witness of the lord of the Zhution market, the blue blood transformed by Song Chi through the dimensional space stone to Brook Benjamin. Don't worry, in a month or several months, I will send the dimensional space stone and the people in it back to the market safely. After saying that, he quickly disappeared in the market. Wizard Civilization, Wizard Human Galaxy Community. Sky City Galaxy. As the home of one of the ancient giant forces of Wizard Civilization, the Sky City Galaxy is an absolutely large galaxy with a diameter of nearly 4 million light-years. The super-floating land in the middle of the galaxy alone occupies more than 70% of the galaxy. The Sky Mechanical Floating Land is an old 9th-level floating land, and now its diameter exceeds 2.8 million light-years. It is the ancestral land of the Sky Mechanical City. Strictly speaking, the Sky Mechanical Floating Land itself is a whole river system, but after it was promoted to the 9th-level floating land, the floating land itself quickly occupied the entire river system, and finally extended into another river system under the jurisdiction of the Sky Mechanical City. Finally, the two river systems merged into one, turning into a super river system with a diameter of nearly 4 million light-years. Nearly a million light-years away from the Sky Mechanical Floating Land, there is another 7th-level floating land under the jurisdiction of the Sky City River System. This is the floating land where the true spirit wizard Brook Benjamin is located. The eastern continent of the floating land, Bloodthorn True Spirit Tower, the top floor of the True Spirit Tower. Brook Benjamin's figure emerged from this highly confidential secret room. He waved his hand casually, and the boiling magic power in his body, like a tide, surged out, and continued to be injected into the silver crystal. With a burst of brilliant silver light shining in the secret room of the True Spirit Tower, Brook Benjamin was soon startled. In the sudden shock, the dimensional space stone in his hand almost slipped. I am the True Spirit Wizard Brook Benjamin under the Sky Mechanical City. I am here to meet you. Although he seemed calm and respectful, he could not hide the suspicion in his eyes. In fact, Brook Benjamin was really in a storm at this moment. 8th level, he was actually an 8th level master, and he was infinitely close to the 8th level limit. This was the only thought that came to his mind before. Although he had some guesses about the power behind the Blue Blood Clan businessman before, Brook Benjamin really did not associate it with the 8th level master. 8th level peak, this kind of combat power is definitely a big shot even in the wizard civilization. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Brook Benjamin saw the Asura king who appeared in front of him nodded lightly, and he hurriedly said, Sir, the one who possesses the Earth Mother Stone is not on this floating land yet, and I have to trouble you to go to the Dimensional Space Stone again. The beginning river system is to the west of the Wizard Human River System community. As the first stop for the wizard civilization to expand abroad, the beginning river system is the first step that the wizard civilization has taken out of this river system. For this reason, it does not belong to the territory of the Wizard Human River System community, but to the first pioneering river system community under the wizard civilization. The person who took out the Earth Mother Stone this time was the wizard on this beginning floating land. The first foreign expansion war of the wizard civilization was more than 1 million years ago, and the history of this beginning floating land will only be longer. The accumulation of long years has not only allowed it to enter the 9th level, but also allowed a large wizard organization to derive on the floating land. Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance, the former floating land of the beginning, was just a chess piece firmly controlled by the ancient wizard forces in the wizard-human river community. Over the long years, various forces have used various means to play games here. Under the baptism of blood and fire, 300,000 years ago, a new force called Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance rose all the way and eventually became the dominant force on the entire floating land of the beginning. Since the development of the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance, there are 3 level 8 true spirit wizards in the alliance. Although it is not a leading force, it is more than enough to defend this floating land of the beginning. Stop, this place is the territory of the Pure White Tower Alliance. I am Brooke Benjamin, a true spirit wizard under the Sky Mechanical City. This time, I am invited by Bishop Goran of the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance. After actively reporting the name Goran Amir, Brooke Benjamin was quickly released. Grand Amil is the master of the Pure White Tower, the founder of the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance, and the eldest disciple of the 8th level true spirit wizard Wayne Green. At the beginning of this, Bulu still had enough face. Pure White True Spirit Tower 548th floor, the reception floor of the True Spirit Tower. Brooke Benjamin, meet Lord Wayne Green. Brooke Benjamin was shocked at first, but soon reacted. The reason why the highest authority of the Pure White Tower appeared in person was obviously because of the Asura King, who had been summoned in advance behind him. Seeing that the 8th level True Spirit Wizard just nodded indifferently, he had no intention of speaking at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not show the slightest sidelong glance at the Asura Emperor. Brooke Benjamin understood that Wayne Green only showed up after noticing the existence of the Asura Emperor, and did not want his eldest disciple to be controlled by others. He would not interfere with the subsequent transactions. As for the attitude towards the Asura Emperor, although the Asura clan is also a clan with a certain reputation in the Star Sea, for an 8th level extreme true spirit wizard from a hegemonic civilization, he does have the qualifications to despise him. Brooke, is this Lord Asura, the one who is seeking the Earth Mother Stone? After nodding, Brooke Benjamin then closed his eyes, and rested his mind like Wayne Green on the side, and did not say a word. If this 8th level true spirit wizard was not here, he would definitely take the initiative to introduce something. He only needed to slightly raise the background of the Asura Emperor, and the subsequent transactions would be easier. But the situation at the moment obviously did not allow him to speak. Who is Wayne Green? He is a true spirit wizard who is infinitely close to the 9th level. With the blessing of the origin of the floating land, he can even fight against the real 9th level wizards. Otherwise, how can he lead the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance to break free from the secret control of the ancient giants of the wizard civilization? Lord Emperor Asura, this is the Mother Earth Stone you want. Perhaps because he has the support of his own teacher, Goran took out the Mother Earth Stone very directly. Far away, the market of the heavens. Yes, it is indeed the Mother Earth Stone. Following the brainwave mark on the Emperor Asura that has not yet expired, Song Chi confirmed that what the other party took out was indeed the Mother Earth Stone. After confirming this, he no longer insisted and took the initiative to dispel the brainwave mark. In front of a true spirit wizard, who was infinitely close to the 9th level, if he was not careful, the brainwave mark might be detected by the other party, so there was no need to keep it. In comparison, it was more secretive to communicate with the Asura King's mind. After there was no need to actively cover up the brainwave mark, the blood-colored energy around the Asura King dissipated, which eased the atmosphere in the reception room a lot. What do you want to trade? It depends on what the Lord Asura King can come up with. After a conversation, the other party kicked the ball back to Song Chi. Song Chi thought about it, and according to his meaning, the Asura King then slowly took out several items from the Dimensional Space Stone. Breakthrough True Immortal Pill 1. After taking it, the success rate of breaking through the True Spirit Wizard can be increased by 20%. Light and Shadow Tomb. Star Spirit Soil. Dragon Vein Core. And other black wonders. 3 6th level Time Realm Fruits. You can choose one of the above 3. Not enough, choose 2 out of 3. Earth Mother Stone is just a mine resource, not a rare item, nor a high-level spiritual item. The price I offer is already much higher than that. The words of the Asura King were very tough, and he had obviously given his bottom line. This was equivalent to saying in disguise, "You want to choose 2 out of 3, no way." Goran Amir was about to say something else, but Wayne Green, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, and stared at the 3 6th level Time Realm Fruits. "Friend, do you have a higher level Time Realm Fruit in your hand? I can exchange it with other resources." As he spoke, he also waved his hand, and the next second, several black objects appeared in the reception room. Listening to the words of the Asura king, Song Chi did not show much interest. He did have the 7th level Time Realm fruit in his hand, but he was not very interested in these objects at the moment. There were enough loading parts on the Tianxu Sanqiong. Although these black objects might not be suitable for the Tianxu Sanqiong, what Song Chi needed more now was obviously not these objects and parts, but the special resources for impacting the galaxy ship, additional resources, and auxiliary training resources for practicing the guidance technique. As if seeing the indifference in the eyes of the Asura king, Wayne Green turned to say seriously, "Does my friend want anything? Just say it directly. Although my Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance was established not long ago, I believe that I have some foundation." Hearing this, Song Chi did not hesitate. Soon, the Asura king said, in addition to this Earth Mother Stone, other things such as Neutron Star remains. High-level Chaos Beast Heart. High-level Golden Apple. High-level Fire Seed Wonder are all fine. In addition, my lord is also interested in the high-level Wizard Magic-assisted training chamber of the Wizard Civilization. All of these are what Song Chi, or the Song family urgently need now. Originally, Song Chi did not have too much expectation. After all, none of these things are ordinary, and it is extremely difficult to get them. However, he soon found out that he was wrong. The Pure White Tower behind Wayne Green seems to have an unusual background. After hearing the several resources he proposed, the other party actually responded quickly. This surprised Song Chi and made him very happy. Chapter 744. The items taken out by the owner of the Pure White Tower were not many, but they were all what the Asura Emperor had just proposed. 8th level Chaos Blood, 8th level Wizard Magic Assisted Training Chamber 3, 7th level Wizard Magic Assisted Training Chamber, 56th level Wizard Magic Assisted Training Chamber 3, 7th level Silver Apples, 1 strand of the Black Fire Seed Abyss Magic Fire. The Asura Emperor's eyes swept over these items in front of him one by one, and at the same time, he transmitted all of them to Song Chi in his mind in real time. Song Chi immediately became interested. Except for the 3 7th level Silver Apples, the other items were what he needed. At his signal, the Asura king met Wayne Green's gaze, and said, "My lord currently has only 2 7th level Time Realm fruits in his hand. How many items can you exchange for?" Of course, Silver Apple is not necessary. During the 300 years of closed-door training, the 7th level Time Realm tree in the Secret Realm produced another 7th level Time Realm fruit. Now he has 3 in hand. Song Chi's idea is to keep one as a backup in case the new round of 7th level Time Realm fruits are not mature when the Tianxu Sanqiong hits the galaxy ship. Even if the 7th level Time Realm fruits are produced again, Baimei has promised to give one before, which just happens to be used. After the Asura king finished speaking, there was silence in the reception room for dozens of seconds. Wayne Green closed his eyes again and calculated the specific value and trading method of several items. Half a minute later, he finally gave a reply. "How about all the assisted training chambers, plus the Abyssal Devil Fire?" In Jutian Market, Song Chi also thought for a while, but did not rush to answer. "Although Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin is also what my family and I need now, it is only a standard product of Wizard Civilization. We can take the 8th level one first." Following his voice transmission, the Asura king quickly said, 8th level Chaos Blood plus Black Abyss Magic Fire plus 8th level Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin. The two sides argued for a long time about the past and the present. In the end, although the Pure White Tower agreed to all the requirements, that is, to take out the 8th level Chaos Blood, and 8th level Wizard Magic Assisted Training Cabin and Abyss Magic Fire, the Asura king also took out an extra 6th level Time Realm fruit. Don't look at it as just a 6th level Time Realm fruit, but this rare resource that can directly make the Law of Time a small success is a resource that is hard to come by for any creature under the domination, and wizards are no exception. Time and space. Why is the word time always ranked before the word space? In fact, although both are the strongest laws of the Starry Sea, there are also differences in strength between the two. It is more difficult to comprehend the law of time than the law of space. Why are there so few creatures in the boundless Starry Sea who walk the path of time? It is probably because it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to just get started with this law. After completing the transaction, the Emperor of Asura did not rush to leave, but went further. "Master Pure White Tower, since you can take out so many Wizard Magic-assisted training cabins at one time, you must have special channels. I wonder if your tower is interested in signing a long-term transaction agreement. Wizard Magic-assisted training cabin is a universal high-level auxiliary training cabin jointly created by many giant forces in our wizard civilization. The production is limited each round." Seeing that the other party obviously wanted to refuse directly, The Emperor of Asura interrupted him forcefully and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Lord Pure White Tower. It's not too late to see the sincerity of our Lord first." As he said that, the dimensional space stone in his hand flashed again, and then a silver token appeared out of thin air. This order is called Market Walking Order. With this order, you can freely log into the market of the heavens every month and trade with all living things from different river systems in the boundless starry sea. As for the interests behind this transaction, you could ask Brook. He has a lot of say in this. After some induction, Song-Chi let the Emperor of Asura calm down and did not continue to speak, letting Wayne Green think about it himself. The other party is a true spirit wizard who is only one step away from the 9th level. He has his own scale in his heart. A single induction may have an extraordinary effect, but if it is repeated again and again, it will only make the other party feel deliberate. Sure enough, after thinking for a while, Wayne Green looked up at the Asura King again. It's not impossible to trade this wizard magic-assisted training chamber for a long time. The key is what are you going to use for the equivalent transaction? Hearing this, Song-Chi, who had already considered it, replied through the Asura King, "It depends on you. We can provide you with the raw materials needed to refine various magic potions, including various special mineral resources. If you are not satisfied with these, we can also provide floating land spiritual objects such as Quenching God Fruit, Dragon Blood Fruit, Law Fruit, and various high-quality enslaved creatures." Song-Chi brought out all the resources that he and the Longji Song family now controlled, including the considerable energy they possessed, and after listening, Wayne Green quickly smiled and gave a reply. Happy cooperation. Song-Chi was not surprised by this result. Whether it was the allure of the Zhu Tian market itself, or the power he and the Song family had now, they were no longer the same as before. Even if the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance was an undoubted immortal giant force, and it was not ordinary among the immortal giant forces, it would never be completely indifferent. Let alone the Zhu Tian market itself, the Quenching God Fruit and a large number of high-quality slave creatures alone were extremely difficult for the other party to refuse. Wizard civilization follows the path of meditation. They try their best to strengthen their own spirit to control endless knowledge, and then use the principle of leverage to pry infinite power. If the seeds of fire and the fire worships are the foundation of the human civilization of fire, then knowledge research and the wizard tower system are the foundation of the human civilization of wizards. As for the factors that affect knowledge research, in addition to the wizard tower, the most important one is the wizard's own mental power. Coincidentally, the Quenching God Fruit is a rare resource for improving mental power. Although the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance has the background, it is impossible that they do not have other resources to improve their spiritual power, but every new soul resource is obviously extremely important to them. In addition, the wizard civilization is famous for its wizard slave army. Even though they have conquered countless floating lands, and their civilization footprints are spread across infinite star fields, high-quality slave creatures are also one of the most popular commodities within the wizard civilization. The two sides reached an agreement on this matter again, and then the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance successively sent several 6th-level wizards, including a 7th-level True Spirit Wizard, to the Zhutian market where the transaction had not yet ended with Brooke Benjamin. During this process, the high-level officials of the Pure White Tower soon got a better understanding of the Zhutian market, and the more they understood the Zhutian market, the more excited these wizards became. The wizard system is based on knowledge. The more knowledge you have, the more powerful the wizards will be. However, knowledge is obviously not that easy to obtain, and it often requires a wizard organization to accumulate for thousands of years. In comparison, where else can you get all kinds of valuable knowledge more easily than a public trading market where all races of the stars meet? Ignoring the changes in the mood of the wizards of the Pure White Tower at this moment, the Emperor of Asura was still talking to Wayne Green in the reception room. Master Venta, I have heard of the wizard potions of wizard civilization. I wonder if your alliance has the universal life-extending potion. Of course, life-extending spiritual objects that can be mass-produced will also work. Mass-produced life-extending objects? And they must be universal? I'm afraid that. Wayne Green shook his head quickly, causing Song-Chi in the Zhutian market to sigh softly. Life-extending objects are hard to find, and although he was prepared, he was still helpless about this result. However, he still asked the Asura King to say again, it only needs to be effective for ordinary creatures with no strength. It doesn't matter if there are sequelae, as long as they are not too big. These two new conditions seemed to really remind Wayne Green on the opposite side of him of something, and the action of shaking his head suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, Wayne Green waved his hand and took out an object. A potion, or rather an alchemical potion of wizard civilization. This potion is bright red, and it is quite visually impactful at first glance. Through the 8th level power in his body, the Asura King can clearly capture the blood factor contained in the potion. Obviously, it is not the color that is different, but it is a potion made of the blood of some creatures. Without the need for the Asura King to speak, Wayne Green took the lead in explaining. This magic potion is called Scarlet Moon, and its main ingredient is scarlet blood. It uses the vitality contained in the blood of vampires, a long-lived species, to achieve the effect of prolonging life. Scarlet Moon is temporarily divided into 3 grades: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary grade can only prolong life by 50 years, the intermediate grade can prolong life by 200 years, and the advanced grade can prolong life by 500 years. However, it can only work on 0-level creatures in the Star Sea. Once taken, the biological genes will completely lose the possibility of sublimation and transformation, which means that there will be no breakthrough in the future. In addition, no matter the grade of the magic potion, each person can only take 1 dose. If these sequelae mentioned by Wayne Green were placed in the ears of other creatures in the Star Sea, it would definitely be unacceptable, but Song Chi, who heard the retelling of the Asura King, was different. There was no trace of ugliness on his face, but instead, he revealed a strong interest. This time, the magic potion for prolonging life was not for the Shinhua captain under the Dragon Ridge Song family, but for the scientific research clan members under the family. In the current environment of the Song family, as long as they can awaken the seed of the flame and work hard enough, they will basically have no lack of opportunities to make further progress. As long as they are promoted to the 2nd level, their lifespan can reach 300 years. There is not much need to get any life-extending resources specifically for them. Those who are capable will not stay at the 2nd level, but will advance all the way. As for those who stay at the 2nd level and cannot make any progress, the family needs the 6th or even 7th level of clan stabilizing combat power. How much need do we need to cultivate those clan members who stop at the 2nd level? The life-extending resources that Song Chi sought were for those clan members who had not awakened from the beginning to the end. Although these clan members had not awakened, the research they were responsible for was of utmost importance. For example, the complete set of production materials for the Truth Mechanical Behemoth that Song Chi had obtained before, and the Truth Mechanical Battlestar that had not yet been fully completed, all required the clan members of the Research Institute to have a sufficient lifespan. Just imagine, halfway through the research, it was obvious that an important difficulty was about to be overcome, but the main person in charge suddenly disappeared, and most of all the efforts were wasted. Don't feel too uncomfortable. This is not a simple case. In the past few hundred years, all major research institutes under the Song family have experienced such things one after another, and many of the family's research has been greatly affected by this. The project leader can be temporarily replaced, and all previous progress can be accurately recorded, but it takes time for the new leader and the new researchers to fully understand the progress of the project, including the relevant principles and previous erroneous data. For this reason, the progress of each research project has inevitably been greatly affected. It may not be obvious for individual projects, but when the entire project is piled up on a large-scale construction project that includes countless projects, such as the 7th level Truth Mechanical Behemoth and the Truth Mechanical Battlestar, the slowed progress is particularly obvious. In the face of this situation, there is only one way, that is to increase the life expectancy of the scientific research people. Seeing that the Asura King didn't care about the side effects of the Scarlet Moon potion at all, Wayne Green was also very surprised, but soon, he was replaced by excitement. This Scarlet Moon potion is a new type of magic potion developed by their Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance not long ago. The Alliance invested a lot for this, but the restriction that the final product can only be used by 0-level creatures directly cut the value of this potion in half. If this deal can be achieved, not to mention making a lot of money in a short period of time, at least the research investment can be slowly recovered, and it is not impossible to make a profit from it over time. Of course, the side effects of this Scarlet Moon potion are there, and it is impossible to make a lot of money from it, but at least the research department under the Pure White Tower Wizard Alliance can use this return funds to continue to try to develop other magic potions. Longxi Pan River System, Longji Continent. The Song Family Internal Affairs Hall is under the jurisdiction of the Research Department. Research Institute 1. Have you heard that the family got a new life-extending potion through special channels? It is said that this potion can extend the life of ordinary people like us by dozens or even hundreds of years. Hiss, really? It is absolutely true. My uncle is the vice president of the 2nd hospital. I heard that the most advanced life-extending potion can extend life by 500 years. No, I have to go and exchange it quickly. I have accumulated a lot of family merits over the years. Chapter 745. In fact, it is not just the Song family. For all ordinary citizens in the Xinhua human civilization who have not awakened, the word lifespan is an eternal pain in their hearts. As for letting these citizens follow other extraordinary systems, such as cultivating immortals, starry sky martial arts, magic, etc., have the high-level officials of the Xinhua civilization ever thought about it? Not only that, the four empires have also conducted pilot projects in specific areas, but in the end, they were not allowed to be fully opened. The reason is very simple. After all, ordinary citizens in the Xinhua human civilization account for the vast majority. If they are allowed to practice other extraordinary systems freely, even if they are those that have nothing to do with the Xinhua battleship system, the resources required are extremely terrifying. After many pilot projects, the four empires have come to the same conclusion. No matter what kind of extraordinary system is chosen, once it is combined with the Xinhua battleship system, there may not be much difference at first, but over time, the final result will have different degrees of impact on the Xinhua battleship system in the area, and the level of the Xinhua captains in the area will generally be lower than that of other star fields. This is just a few hundred years. If the time continues to extend, the impact will undoubtedly be greater. Because of this, the top leaders of the four empires all tacitly gave up this development method of letting 100 flowers bloom. Although the personal history of countless Xinhai civilizations clearly shows that 100 schools of thought can indeed promote the further development of civilized society, this needs to be based on peace and stability. If we can wait for the slow progress of civilized society without pressure, then 100 schools of thought will naturally be the best way to develop. But the problem is that the human civilization that has inherited the flame does not have such a stable external environment. Since more than 300,000 years ago, all the way to the present, how many threats has the Xinhua human civilization faced, such as the Tianhui clan, the Ghost Eye clan, the Starsea Zerg clan, the Corpse King clan, the Eight-Armed Snake Demon clan, etc. In just over 300,000 years, if it had not been unwaveringly devoted to the Xinhua battleship system, how could the Xinhua human civilization have come to this point today, the top advanced civilization, the first echelon under the hegemonic civilization? Which civilization that can reach this point has not been passed down for nearly 1,000,000 years? Not to mention that the Xinhua human civilization had reached this point as early as 100,000 years ago, which is definitely the height that the development method of letting 100 flowers bloom needs to look up to. Of course, it is not that the method of letting 100 flowers bloom is not good, but the time has not come. Even now, the Eight-Armed Snake Demon civilization has been expelled, and the Xinhua civilization has monopolized 2 river communities, but it is still not okay. In the consensus of the top leaders of the 4 major empires of the Xinhua human race, it is something that can only be considered after the Xinhua human civilization has a real mythical combat power, and ascends to the hegemony. Only by possessing mythical combat power can we be considered to have gained the real right to speak in this boundless broken star sea. At least, we will no longer easily become the victim of the game between the overlords of various civilizations. Only then can the Xinhua civilization have enough confidence to implement the development policy of letting 100 flowers bloom, thereby increasing the chances of cultivating new mythical combat power. The ecstasy of the scientific research members within the family did not attract Song Qi's attention. At this moment, his eyes were more on the family's current foundation. Occupying the most core star fields in the 2 river systems, coupled with a large amount of resources seized from the Eight-Armed Snake Demon civilization in the previous civilization war, it can be said that these 300 years are the absolute golden time for the development of the Longji Song family. Although there will be a period of growth in the future, it will never be comparable to these 300 years in terms of scale and efficiency. Dragon Ridge Continent, Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall. Qi Zhu, this is the detailed development data of the clan in the past 300 years, please take a look. In the hall shrouded in chaotic fog, Song Yiming sent a piece of information to Song Qi. In 300 years, not only has the family foundation accumulated rapidly, but many personnel in the clan have also changed. Before Song Qi went into seclusion, the head of the Longji Song family and the first king of the Longji kingdom was Song Xuansong, but now he has been replaced by Song Yiming. As for Song Xuansong, 50 years ago, on a floating land in the Dragon Snake River system, where the 6th level was promoted to the 7th level, he broke through with the 6th level Chongming Divine Bird and the 6th level Mist Half Snake Man that he had contracted. His ship was successfully promoted to a Star Destroyer. Now he is in seclusion deep underground in the Dragon Ridge continent. Did the Xingzhu attack fail? Alas! Looking at the glaring message at the top of the information in front of him, Song Qi shook his head and sighed. Song Shishing had used the 5th level Time Realm Fruit when attacking the Dreadnought before, so even with the assistance of the Blood Holy Grail more than 200 years ago, he still failed to be promoted. Fortunately, the Blood Holy Grail and he himself were not in trouble. Now he has bound a new battleship and has been cultivated to the level of the chasing ship, which is not far from attacking the battleship. Moreover, Song Shishing is only more than 5,000 years old now, and there are still more than 4,000 years before the deadline. There is still a chance to continue to attack the Star Destroyer captain. In addition, Song Xingru's ship was successfully promoted more than 100 years ago, and her own guidance technique broke through more than 10 years ago, becoming the 5th Star Destroyer captain of the Longji Song family after Song Qi and the other 4. This news has now spread throughout the Longji kingdom, including many surrounding kingdoms, and even many forces in the Xianqin divine dynasty are paying attention to it. 5 Star Destroyer captains from one family, this can be called a pseudo-immortal giant force. Song Xingru's promotion was not concealed by the Song family because of her personality, but Song Xuansong was different. As the former head of the Song family, he has a calm personality, a long-term vision and patience, so Song Wujiang and others concealed his information after discussion. For a long time in the future, Song Xuansong will become the secret force of the Longji Song family, and will not easily appear in the eyes of outsiders. In addition to the situation of attacking the Star Destroyer, the number of 6th level clansmen has also increased significantly in the past 300 years. From more than 20 people before Song Qi's retreat, it has now increased to more than 50 people, and the number of clansmen above the 4th level is as many as 4,000. The 3rd level clansmen exceed 200,000, and the 2nd level clansmen have exceeded 8 million. Speaking of this, we have to mention the current population base of the family. Since the upper limit of the base of the family was raised from 2 billion to 6 billion, after more than 300 years of development, the number of bloodline members of the Song family has already exceeded 5 billion, infinitely close to 6 billion. As a result, the direct impact is that the number of family members who have awakened the seeds of the flame has increased greatly. According to the statistics of the family's Internal Affairs Hall, the number of awakened family members has reached 160 million. Because of this, the family's 2nd level and above family members have increased so rapidly. His eyes quickly swept across the data screen in front of him, and at the same time, Song Qi asked softly, "How is the development of the Dragon Snake River system now?" "Not bad." Under the joint promotion of the family's Foreign Affairs Hall and the Shadow Department, more than 500 billion citizens have migrated to the Dragon Snake River system in the past 300 years. Although the development of the entire river system has not yet reached the highest efficiency, it is already very considerable, and it can provide huge benefits to the family every year. In addition, a large titanium crystal vein was discovered on a 7th level floating land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Snake River system, and it is a large vein with a vein core. The total reserves of this large titanium crystal vein are as high as 4.5 million pieces. Although the recovery rate of the vein core is only 8%, it can produce 360,000 titanium crystals without loss every year. In addition to the several veins that the family previously controlled, the family now produces nearly 800,000 titanium crystals without loss every year. Even if it is still not enough, it at least greatly reduces the pressure on the family. Listening to the various orderly reports from Song Yiming, Song Qi nodded secretly. From these reported news, all of them are telling the terrifying development speed of the Song family in the past 300 years. As far as the current foundation of the Song family is concerned, it will never be weaker than any immortal family for 10,000 years. Except for these, the most important thing is the retransformation of the mythical artifact deformation of the sky-swallowing python. After the continuous efforts of Song Wujiang and the other 2, more than 200 years ago, it was transformed from a lower-level colorful swallowing python to a higher-level colorful quality, and its attributes were naturally greatly improved. Special item: Swallowing Sky Python Shedding. Quality: colorful/upper level. Transformable: none. Effects: Mythical Shedding, 5-colored Spirit Seal, Ancient Python Spirit, Swallowing Yuan Shedding, Holy Blood Baptism, Sumra Python Belly, Sumru Extraction, 5-colored Swallowing Sky. Remarks: A snake shedding of an ancient mythical 7-color swallowing sky python, after being baptized by strange energy, turned into a colorful mythical item. Mythical shedding: actively evolve a certain item by 1 quality. The level of the evolved item cannot be higher than or equal to the swallowing sky python shedding itself. The cooling time depends on the quality of the evolved item. The minimum is not less than 500 years, and the maximum is not more than 30,000 years, 2358/3000. 5-color Spirit Seal. Mark the designated creature with the Swallowing Sky Python Spirit Seal. The creature with the Spirit Seal will have a special induction with the Swallowing Sky Python's metamorphosis. The current number of Spirit Seals is 200,000/200,000. Ancient Python Spirit. The creature with the Spirit Seal can actively communicate with the Swallowing Sky Python's metamorphosis and remotely summon a wisp of ancient mythical Python spirit to assist in combat. Swallowing Essence Metamorphosis. Swallowing Sky Python's metamorphosis inherits the swallowing talent of the mythical Swallowing Sky Python and can swallow all kinds of energy for autonomous evolution. The current swallowing progress is 2% per 100%. Holy Blood Baptism. Every 100 years, Swallowing Sky Python's metamorphosis will produce a batch of Swallowing Sky Python's holy blood. It can help flesh and blood creatures improve their genetic potential. Sumera Python Belly. Swallowing Sky Python's metamorphosis has a special Sumera space inside, which can actively store various resources or strange objects. Sumeru Extraction. Creatures with Swallowing Sky Python Spirit Seal can ignore space every 100 years and have the authority to extract 30 items from the Sumera Python belly. This authority cannot be superimposed and will be recalculated after 100 years. 5-color Swallowing Sky. The summoned 5-color Swallowing Sky Python spirit burns all its energy and launches a swallowing attack on the designated unit. It must be said that the transformation of this Swallowing Sky Python's metamorphosis has unprecedentedly improved its attributes. The effect of mythology metamorphosis alone is enough to be called against the sky. After being promoted to a colored upper-level quality, it can already promote black strange objects to colored lower-level strange objects. This is definitely a qualitative change. It's a pity that the cooling time of its previous use has not yet ended, otherwise Song Chi would definitely use it to evolve the Miracle Clone Cabin component on the Tianxu Sanqiong into a colorful lower-level quality. Another point that caught his attention was that after one transformation, the Essence Devouring Transformation effect did not disappear, which means that this strange object can continue to transform. However, considering that its progress has remained at 2% for more than 200 years, it can be imagined that if it wants to transform again, the energy it needs to devour must be extremely terrifying, and it is definitely not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. As he was thinking, he suddenly exclaimed. Just now, a new market transaction at the Zhutian market officially ended, and millions and tens of millions of Shanghai aliens were all teleported out of the market. After chatting with Song Yiming for a while, Song Chi logged into the Zhutian market again. Holding multiple antimatter sources and antimatter energy crystals, Song Chi did not rush to summon the Tianxu Sanqiong, but instead looked at the market itself under his feet. Including the previous civilization war, more than 2,000 years have passed since Zhutian market was promoted to the 7th level. During this long period of time, the market has been open for countless transactions. With the accumulation of these transactions, the transaction volume of the market itself has already accumulated to an astonishing number. As his eyes converged, the detailed attribute panel of Zhutian market soon appeared in front of him. Name, Zhutian market. Market owner, Song Chi. Level, LV78. Specifications, 36,000 km x 36,000 km. Basic configuration, 18,000 shops, 2,600 km x 2,600 km street stall area, 1 4-story inn, 1 LV78 full attribute training room, efficiency doubled when practicing psionic energy, 1 LV78 psionic energy protection array, 1 LV78 ultra-long-range space door random launch platform, 1 rank 7 spiritual machine synthesis platform, 1 rank 7 rare object origin improvement platform, 1 LV78 heavenly teleportation platform. Additional configuration, light hiding platform, silver, LV70, rank 6 blood baptism platform, red, kingdom of God mission platform, gold, LV80, 7/30. Features, avoid danger, can move freely in the void, avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point, can set 6 coordinate anchor points in any star field in the broken star sea. Feature 3, domination status, in the market, has the power of domination. Feature 4, mind control, in the outside world, can also have absolute control over the market. Upgrade requirements, 260 strands of floating land origin, 7th level, market transaction volume of 800,000 strands, 802489/800000, 1 Dominance True Spirit. Seeing that all the upgrade conditions have been met, he changed his mind, and the ground of the market under his feet trembled slightly, and then the market successfully upgraded from LV78 to LV79. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him again, it was indeed different. Of course, he only looked at the last column required for upgrade. Required for upgrade: 500 strands of floating land origin, level 7, market trading volume of 1 million strands, 802489/10000000, 1 dominant true spirit, 1 boundary breaking stone, 10 fixed void spirit crystals. 1 million strands? This seems to be okay. With the current trading volume of the market, it should be achieved in 100 years at most. However, the boundary breaking stone and fixed void spirit crystal are a bit troublesome. If I remember correctly, there seem to be 2 fixed void spirit crystals in the family secret vault. Although it is still not enough, I got a large piece of Hunyuan copper mother on the truth floating land before, which is enough to split into dozens of precious Hunyuan coppers. It can be replaced with Hunyuan copper. In this case, the only difference is the trading volume. After confirming this, he summoned the Tianxu Sanqiong. One by one, antimatter energy crystals and antimatter sources were integrated into the antimatter energy evolution engine. As they were fused and swallowed, the entire cabin was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. This process lasted for 2 minutes. When Song-Chi opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a dazzling tricolor light. Antimatter energy evolution engine successfully transformed into colorful quality. Antimatter energy evolution engine LV90. Quality: color/lower. Features: energy supply efficiency increased by 470%. Feature 2: engine thrust increased by 470%. Feature 3: high overload burst. Feature 4: all loaded parts of the warship with a quality lower than or equal to this part have their energy consumption reduced by 70%. Feature 5: antimatter source psionic pool. Feature 6: dual engines. Feature 7: antimatter hyperstate shuttle. Consumption: 5000/s psionic points. Energy supply: 52W/s psionic points. Buffer after overload: 30 minutes. Psionic pool: 180 million. Can store 180 million psionic points. Antimatter source psionic pool: the psionic pool storage of the loaded warship is tripled. Antimatter superstate shuttle: consume 5 million psionic points. The warship temporarily transforms into the antimatter superstate illusory mode and can ignore all physical objects and shuttle freely, lasting for 10 minutes. After being promoted to the lower level color quality, the energy supply efficiency of the engine has been greatly improved, and the psionic pool has soared to 180 million. With these 2 points alone, there is no need to worry about the energy supply and characteristic capabilities of the Tianxu Sanqiong for a long time in the future. Finally, the newly derived antimatter superstate shuttle characteristic is the best of the best, directly allowing the warship itself to enter the illusory superstate mode, and can ignore all physical objects and shuttle freely. This means that within 10 minutes of the activation of the characteristic, even if Song-Chi directly controls the warship to drill underground, there will be no problem. If there is only bad news, it is nothing more than the disappearance of the antimatter source evolution characteristic. This means that the potential of the antimatter energy evolution engine has come to an end, and it will no longer be able to continue to evolve by swallowing and fusing antimatter energy in the future. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed, but Song-Chi quickly adjusted his mentality. Don't forget, when he exchanged this antimatter energy evolution engine from the Yaoguang Star Tower, it was just a golden component, but now it has turned into a colorful lower-level component. Even if it can't keep up with the progress of the Tianxu Sanqiong in the future, it can still be sold at a very high price. Chapter 746. Buzz, the dull roar cut through the sky and rushed out of the Dragon Ridge continent. When it officially entered space, the warship wrapped in a layer of ordinary white light activated the jump component. After the violent space shock, the warship quickly disappeared into the depths of the quiet starry sky. This scene was seen by many Song clan members who entered and exited the Dragon Ridge continent, but it did not attract any attention. The reason is very simple. With the current strength of the Dragon Ridge Song family, frigates with a length of 100 or 200 meters can be seen everywhere. There are more than 8 million second-level clan members. It is not just talk. There are many who have never met. However, if these second and third level clan members really knew the true identity of the previous warship, they would be shocked beyond words. After a space jump, the Tianxu Sanqiong, with a length of only more than 200 meters, successfully arrived at a 6th-level floating land only tens of thousands of light-years away from the Dragon Ridge continent. In the battleship control room, Song-Chi retracted his gaze from the 6th-level floating land below where hundreds of thousands of battleships were constantly rising and falling, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This floating land is called Dragon Ridge Central Transit Floating Land. Although it is only level 6, it is a super transit and trading floating land built by the royal Song family. Above the sky of this floating land, there are more than 20 space wormhole channels in a ring, including wormholes connecting the star fields under the jurisdiction of various medium and large forces in the Dragon Ridge Kingdom, and wormholes connecting the star fields of the Yaoan Kingdom hundreds of thousands of light years away, including the Silver Plate Kingdom in the Silver Plate River system. In addition, the most critical are the 2 space wormholes in the middle, which connect to the trading Holy Land Demon Snake floating land built by the Xianqin Divine Dynasty in this 8-armed Snake Demon River system community, and the Demon God floating land, which is now the trading center of the entire Xinhua human civilization. In short, the Song family has successfully built this transit Holy Land through hundreds of years of efforts and negotiations, and united various forces. Of course, even if they have united with the Red Plate, Dragon Snake, Sky Plate, Silver Plate and other surrounding river systems, the foundation is here after all, and the competitiveness is naturally not as good as the Demon Snake continent and the Demon God floating land. Since the official opening of this transit floating land, most of the business done by the Song family is to collect tolls, and as for transactions, the proportion is limited. Because most of the captains of several major river systems will choose to go to the Demon Snake continent and the Demon God floating land for transactions. For this reason, Song-Chi and various forces have certainly made some responses, such as increasing the space wormhole toll to the Demon Snake and Demon God floating lands, although there are some effects, but still not much. Fortunately, even if it is just tolls, under the huge number of ships, the Song family still makes a lot of money, which is much more than building a medium-sized trading Holy Land by themselves. For this reason, the Song family also left the 3-eyed royal flagship on this floating land to maintain the order of the Central Transit floating land. If it were in the past, the sudden appearance of a star destroyer on this floating land where millions, or even tens of millions of warships shuttled, it would definitely attract great attention. But the more than 200-meter-long hull maintained by the Tianqiu Sangqiong at this moment perfectly avoided this point, allowing the warship to blend in with the rising and falling warships without any disobedience. This Rui Suixin pot newly acquired by the family is really good. Muttering, Song-Chi turned his eyes to a certain golden component on one side. Rui Suixin pot LV80. Quality, gold. Unique feature, Rui Suixin. Consumption, 1650/S, psionic points. Effect, the activity of the loaded warship hull is increased by 70%, and the medium self-healing ability is obtained, and the duration of the mythical mecha form is increased by a medium amount. Rui Suixin, the size of the warship can be freely controlled. The current minimum shrinkage is 80,000 times, and the maximum expansion is 8 times. After the warship changes, the quality of the warship itself will also change accordingly. This Rui Suixin pot was given to him by the family not long ago, but it was just a silver component at that time. It happened that the 8th level golden apple in the cultivation secret realm produced 3 more, so Song-Chi evolved it to gold quality. At present, the effect is indeed very good. As for the other 2 8th level golden apples, he temporarily evolved Oath Covenant to gold quality, which raised the binding force of this confidentiality agreement component to another level. Finally, for the 3rd one, he thought about it, and found that the silver components on the Tianqiu Sangqiong were not particularly eager to evolve. In the end, Song-Chi used it on a wisp of silver upgrade fire source. After the evolution, the silver upgraded fire source turned into gold, and in the territory of Xinhua human civilization, the value of the same upgraded fire source can be raised by 1 level. He was not in a hurry to sell this golden fire seed, although his clan was also short of it. But he still wanted to see if he could exchange other precious objects or resources from other captains later. Tianqiu Sangqiong has basically reached the limit of the 7th level. As the captain, what Song-Chi needs to do now is to prepare for its subsequent impact on the galaxy ship. However, it is obviously far from that simple to collect various special resources and additional resources needed to impact the galaxy ship. Even though he has already got several resources such as Dragon Blood Stone, Mother Earth Stone, Chaos Blood, etc., this is not enough. Thinking of this, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which had transformed into a frigate, quickly headed towards the transit space wormhole below. The purpose of Song-Chi's outing this time was to go to the Demon Snake continent, the Demon God Continent, and other large trading holy places to see if he could make up for the complete special resource formula required for the Star Destroyer to impact the galaxy ship. If there was a chance, he would have to get 1 or 2 additional promotion resources. He had carefully calculated before that, including the Luck Holy Blood and the Clone Blood Holy Grail, including the 9th level Dominant Source Blood, the 8th level Evil God's Blood, as well as the Chaos Blood and the Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone. The success rate of the promotion of the Tianxiu Sanqiong was only over 50%. It is necessary to ensure that all special resources are collected, and to get 1 or 2 more additional promotion resources to increase the success rate to more than 80%. In this way, if the 7th level Time Realm Fruit is included, the success rate will be quite impressive. Of course, even if the 7th level Time Realm Fruit is ineffective, he still has the Time Rewind feature of the Time Chessboard, which can allow the Tianxiu Sanqiong to return to 10 seconds ago. In this way, it is almost equivalent to having 4 impact opportunities, and there is basically no chance of failure. If it still fails, it can only be resurrected with the 9 lives life and death chest feature. Then he really has nothing to say. At worst, he can only collect various resources again. As for the promotion success rate of more than 90%, Song Qi does not force it. It is not that it cannot be done, but it is too difficult. This is a Star Destroyer attacking a galaxy ship. Usually, after reaching 50%, it is extremely difficult to improve it. Just like ordinary Star Destroyers, when attacking galaxies, it is generally between 15% and 30%. Moreover, even if the promotion success rate is really raised to more than 90%, the resources and time required will inevitably be far beyond imagination, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Song Qi's idea was very simple. Instead of spending a lot of energy to seek a promotion success rate of more than 90%, it would be better to make the most of the 7th level Time Realm Fruit. After all, when he was promoted to the galaxy ship in the future, the Time Realm Fruit would be completely ineffective. A portion of Chaos Blood, a 7th level Misty Half-Snake Man Slave, a Wisp of Golden Upgrade Fire Source. If it doesn't work, the remaining quota for bathing in the 9th level Floating Land Origin Energy Tide can also be taken out. In the battleship's main control room, Song Qi's eyes turned rapidly, and he was calculating the chips he could take out for the transaction. As for the 7th level Evil God Blood and the 8th level Dominant Source Blood, he basically ignored them. For the captains who attacked the galaxy ship, these were basically necessary things in their hands, and they were the lowest priority, and they were really not presentable. Not enough. Song Qi frowned, feeling that he didn't have enough chips in his hand. Right. As if he had thought of something, he transferred the control of the warship to the Qiongtian intelligent brain, and his figure disappeared in the warship. When he reappeared a few dozen seconds later, he had a storage capsule in his hand. When the storage capsule was opened, 2 wisps of flames with a faint black light appeared in the main control room. They were the 2 black fire seeds that Song Qi had successfully collected over the years, including the Shinshirt Song Cold Fire, plus the one he had traded from the master of the Pure White Tower not long ago. Now he has 3 black fire seeds that cannot be transformed into upgraded fire sources. Although one of them has been refined into a breakthrough true immortal pill, and has dimmed by 1/3, this does not affect the subsequent refining of a new breakthrough true immortal pill, and the 3-turn golden body pill that he has been thinking about for a long time. Turning his sight back to the Bagua furnace of creation remnant part, 3 strands of black fire were thrown into the furnace one after another. The brilliant light shone, and after 4 consecutive tremors, Song Qi successively obtained 4 high-level treasure pills with rich elixir patterns. 2 breakthrough immortal pills, 2 third-turn golden body pills. Staring at these 4 treasure pills, Song Qi's eyes flickered slightly. For these 4 pills, 3 strands of black wonder-level fire had completely dissipated. This was not an ordinary pill, and each one was almost equivalent to a black wonder. He was already clear about the effect of breakthrough immortal pills, which could indeed increase the chance of breaking through the 7th level by 20%. Third-turn golden body pills was a little different. Although he knew that it could give flesh and blood creatures the special physique of third-turn golden body, he had no idea what third-turn golden body was like, and what effects it had. Out of his trust in the Bagua furnace of creation remnant, he certainly wouldn't have too many doubts, but if he wanted to take it out as a bargaining chip later, it would be impossible to be so ignorant. Thinking about it, he went to the market again. In the sky of the market, besides Song Qi, the owner of the market, there was a second figure standing at this moment. Try this 3-turn golden body pill, and see how it works. Yes, master. Taking the pill thrown by Song Qi, the Asura king swallowed it without hesitation. Then he saw that this powerful Asura, who had already stepped into the limit of the 8th level, had his eyes closed, blood on his body was boiling, and the powerful blood pressure began to spread gradually, and finally covered the entire market of the heavens. Not far from the Asura king, Song Qi, who was blessed with the power of the 9th level, was not affected at all, and watched everything quietly. The physique is surging. The analysis of the power of the double pupils allowed him to clearly see that the physique of the Asura king was continuously improving. Even his life breath, which had already reached the limit of the 8th level, showed a trend of further improvement, with a posture of rushing straight to the 9th level. However, there is a huge difference between the 8th level and the 9th level, and in the end, the Asura king's aura remained at the level of half a step to the 9th level. But this is already great good news. The 8th level limit and the half a step to the 9th level seem to be only a fraction of the difference, but the actual combat power is essentially different. Just like the current market projection, after crossing the endless starry sky and descending, it showed the level of half a step to the 9th level, but when facing those 8th level creatures, it still showed a crushing momentum. The 8th level limit is no exception. Moreover, according to what the Asura king said, after the transformation of the 3-turn golden body pill into the 3-turn golden body of the special constitution, not only the physical strength had changed, but also the purity of the dominant power in the body, the speed of operation, etc. have been greatly improved. In this way, its combat power will be even more amazing among the creatures of the same level in the future, and the speed and probability of breakthrough in the future will also increase greatly. It can be said that this 3-turn golden body directly changed its bloodline potential and physical foundation from the root. After getting this specific result, countless thoughts flashed through Song Qi's heart. The first one was whether to take the remaining 3-turn golden body pill directly by himself, to permanently improve the speed of cultivation and the probability of breakthrough, which should also be effective for his future practice of guiding techniques. Then he turned to the idea of taking back the quota for the 9th level floating land origin energy tide bathing. The reason why he wanted to use this quota for trading before was mainly because the family did not have a suitable member to use it. Apart from him, the remaining 2 quotas could only count for flame boiling sea. As for the ancestors, the original ancestors and others, with the foundation of their ships, they were still far from impacting the galaxy ship. Rather than waiting for thousands, tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, it is better to use the value of this quota first. But now it is different. After the Asura Emperor obtained the 3rd golden body, he is now only 1 step away from the real 9th level. As long as this last quota is used on him, he will almost certainly break through the 9th level. The value that a real 9th level slave creature can play is undoubtedly unimaginable. Just think about the development of Xinhua human civilization to this day. The forces that have 9th level slave creatures will never exceed 20. Of course, with the full expansion of the territory under the Xinhua civilization, this number should have a significant increase, but it will never exceed 3 digits. If he could really create a true 9th level slave creature, Song Qi would naturally not hesitate at all. But in this case, the remaining 3rd level golden body pill cannot be used by myself, and can only be temporarily listed as a bargaining chip for external transactions. Add 2 breakthrough true immortal pills, and it should be enough. After making a decision, Song Qi quickly returned to the outside world. The Asura king had just entered the half-step 9th level, and he still needed to consolidate for a while. Chapter 747. Among a large number of warships of various ranks, the Tianxu Sangqiong soon entered one of the space wormholes. Because it did not reveal its identity, the Tianxu Sangqiong naturally paid the toll. 10 strands of the 2nd level floating land essence, not much, but by no means cheap. However, this is only relative to the 2nd level Xinhua warship. The 0, 1, 2, and 3 level Xinhua warships all need to pay for the 2nd level floating land essence. As for the 4, 5, and 6 level warships, they need to pay for the 5th level floating land essence. The number is also 10 strands. For the 7th level and above warships, the number is unified as 10 strands of the 7th level floating land essence. The floating land essence obtained in this way is so abundant that the Song family can make a lot of money every year. For this reason, the family deliberately increased the initial investment amount of the new generation of awakened clansmen each year. This can not only consume the increasing number of floating land essences of various ranks hoarded in the clan, but also improve the survival rate of the new generation of clansmen. The effect is quite good. In addition, with the help of this large amount of floating land essence, the Song family also established the Dragon Ridge Royal Investment Group. The investment group spends tens of billions of 1st and 2nd level floating land essence every year to invest in civilian captains, who have successfully awakened in the two major river systems of Chipan and Longxi under the jurisdiction of the kingdom. Compared with those small and medium-sized investment groups, consortiums, and families in the private sector, the investment agreement restrictions of the Dragon Ridge Royal Investment Group are much fairer. After hundreds of years of promotion, now every year, more than 70% of civilian captains who successfully graduate from the major Xinhua schools under the jurisdiction of the kingdom will choose to sign with the Dragon Ridge Royal Investment Group. In this process, taking into account the high mortality rate of alien exploration and the already quite loose investment agreement regulations, the actual financial income of the Dragon Ridge Royal Investment Group is not much. However, this is obviously not the key point. The key point is that in this process, the Song family has left a lot of favors on a large number of civilian captains. These seemingly insignificant personal connections are the greatest wealth. For example, more than 30 years ago, a second-level employee of the family's Foreign Affairs Investment Department accepted a total value of more than 10,000 strands of fourth-level floating land origin. After the price difference between the acquisition and the resale, the profit generated by this resource alone was close to 2,000 strands of fourth-level floating land origin, of which 80% was handed over to the family. As for the person who sent this or resource, it was a civilian captain signed by this second-level employee more than 200 years ago. This civilian captain was lucky. After more than 200 years, he was successfully promoted to a cruiser captain. Because of the initial conscientious investment of Dragon Ridge Royal Investment Group, the profits obtained from each exploration of alien star domains in these years were basically transferred to the Resource Recovery Department under the investment group for processing, and civilian captains like this, in the two major river systems under the entire Dragon Ridge Kingdom, will not be less than millions, or even tens of millions. The key point is that this is not the most important thing. The resources that these millions, or even tens of millions of Xinhua captains can leverage are only secondary. The key point is that among the increasing number of civilian captains, there are many lucky ones, who have risen all the way. According to the statistics of the Family Investment Department, more than 300 years have passed since the Dragon Ridge Royal Investment Group was officially established and invested in the first batch of civilian awakeners. So far, the highest level of the known surviving invested captains has reached the 4th level limit. In addition, there are nearly 20 ordinary Zulu captains. Although this is far less than the Song family's own family members, don't forget that this is only the result of 300 years. As long as the subsequent family persists, let alone 5,000 years, 10,000 years, even after 1,000 years, these captains will form a huge energy. Well, a huge energy that is friendly with the Song family, and can be used by them in most special times. The Song family has paid great attention to this matter in recent years, and the Elders' Council has also supported it many times. So far, Longxi Royal Investment Group has not only opened investment branches throughout the kingdom, but has even begun to infiltrate the surrounding kingdoms. For example, the Tianpan River System, the Yipan River System, etc. But because of the implicit rejection of the immortal families, the results can only be said to be average at present. In response, the Song family did not take any countermeasures. In the final analysis, it is still insufficient strength. Even if there are 5-star destroyers, can the surrounding immortal families watch the Song family stir up trouble in their own territory and remain indifferent? For this, there is only one way to break the deadlock, that is, the Song family is officially promoted to an immortal giant force. Only then can the Song family truly become the uncrowned king of several surrounding river systems. The landing point of the wormhole channel between the Dragon Ridge First Technical School floating land and the Demon Snake Continent is not inside the Demon Snake Continent, but the 5th Fragment Technical School base in the outer space of the Demon Snake Continent. This is not only the case with the space wormhole opened by the Song family, but all other transmission methods that are allowed to be set up, no matter who is behind it, are treated equally. The reason is very simple. The Demonic Snake Continent is the Demonic Snake Continent of the Xian Xining clan. If these means of transmission are set up inside the continent, if there is any chaos at the other end of the transmission in the future, wouldn't it be able to spread to the Demonic Snake Continent at any time? For this, the Tianzhu clan obviously will never allow it. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from the Xianxin continent, the Demonic Snake Continent is the second most important place in the Divine Dynasty. Therefore, even if there is a hint of threat, the Tianzhu clan will directly extinguish it. Rushing out of the space wormhole, passing the Sanlong fleet of the Song family station not far away, countless warships went straight to the Demonic Snake Continent below. Passing through the floating land shield that can't see the edge at a glance, the Tianxu Sanqiong activated the jump again, The demonic snake floating land public open area is located in the southern part of the floating land. It is also the most lively area in the entire continent, without a doubt. Compared with the daily ship traffic of 1 million starting from the Dragon Ridge First Transit floating land, the daily ship traffic of the demonic snake public open area is more than dozens, or even hundreds of times. Song Qi, who had expected this phenomenon, was not surprised at all. The Tianqiu Sanqiong was falling rapidly under his control. The Demon Snake Public Open Area, Longji Trading Mall. Longji Central Street, this is the most prosperous area in Longji City. Every store here has to pay an astronomical rent every year. It is in this place where every inch of land is valuable, and there are many stores with the prefix of Longji. There is no doubt that the owners of these stores are all Longji Song family. Longji Shop, top floor. The first direct line Song Guiyuan, Mi Chi Zhu. Song Chi's first stop is Longji City under his jurisdiction, and their purpose is also very clear. Under his gaze, Song Guiyuan, the store manager, who was born in the first lineage and had just been promoted to the captain of a battleship, understood the meaning. He quickly called a third-level clan member in the store. Go and get the storage capsule in the first warehouse. A few minutes later. Chi Zhu, these are the neutron star debris collected in the entire Demon Snake continent in the past 300 years, a total of 18 pieces. 18 pieces, not bad. The subsequent collection will continue. The number is not limited. Understood. After collecting the 18 pieces of neutron star debris, Song Qi walked around Longji City again. However, although Longji City can be regarded as an above-average trading city in this Demon Snake public open area, it is not the top one after all. After walking around, he did not find out the additional resources for the Impact Galaxy ship he wanted, and he did not plan to stay for long, and prepared to continue to go to other top trading cities. There are 3 recognized top trading cities in this Demon Snake public open area. The most popular one is the Xianqin city built by Tianju Ingshi. There are a large number of Xianqin immortals in this city. Immortal giants have opened shops in it. The richness and quality of the goods in this city far exceed other trading cities. In addition to Xianqin City, the second one is Beidou City, which is the trading city built by Beidou 7 Stars Palace, the strongest giant force in the Divine Dynasty. The third one is Mechanical City, which was built by Xianqin Heavy Industry Group and War King Palace. Most of the goods sold in the city are various novel mechanical creations. For example, mobile war stars of various levels, and pseudo 7th level star fortresses. In addition, in the past 100 years, a small controllable nuclear fusion power source with an output energy of up to the 7th level has been produced, which is highly sought after by various forces. Even the Longji Song family bought one. The first trading city in the Demon Snake public open area, Xianqin City. The layout is the same as that in Longji City. In this Xianqin City, the best plots of land have all been turned into more than a dozen trading shops by the Tianju Ying family. Of course, although the owners behind these trading shops are all surnamed Ying, they are controlled by several branches of the Ying family. Unlike the Song family, which has just passed 5,000 years of inheritance, the Tianju Ying family has been passed down for more than 250,000 years. I am afraid that even they themselves can hardly figure out the internal factions. However, the foundation is indeed impeccable. Even if each branch has its own branch, there are still countless good things in the dozen gold shops, and there is almost no difference. Qinwei Commercial Building, 3rd floor. I want this 100,000-year-old deepwater clam pearl. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Wait. After completing the transaction, Song Qi took the initiative to stop the maid. The maid exuded the breath of life of the 3rd level. After hearing Song Qi's greeting, she still smiled on her beautiful face without showing any impatience. My lord, is there anything else I can help you with? Does your Qinyu commercial building have additional resources for the Galaxy ship? Special resources are also fine. The moment she heard the word Galaxy ship, the maid's originally smiling face suddenly froze, and her eyes involuntarily turned around Song Qi, obviously examining whether Song Qi really had the qualifications. This action of the other party naturally could not be hidden from Song Qi, who possessed the power of the 7th level double pupil, but he did not feel disgusted. The daily flow of people in Xianqin City is so terrifying, and this Qinyu commercial building is one of the more than 10 most popular shops in the city. It is conceivable that there will be no shortage of guests to be received every day. In this way, if someone really proposed such a resource that ordinary people could not reach, he would directly ask the manager above, and the manager of the business building would just receive guests all day long and would not have to do anything else. Song Qi cooperated very well, and released a trace of the 7th level aura. Hello, your majesty, I am sorry, please follow me. Even if he was born in the Tianjuing family, a person at the level of a Star Destroyer captain is definitely a big shot. After feeling the terrifying life breath on Song Chi, the maid took him to the top floor of the shop without hesitation. Top floor, reception room. Song Chi sat on a luxurious leather chair, and soon an old man walked in from the outside. The old man had gray hair and beard, and a hunched body. He looked weak, but Song Chi could clearly feel the terrifying life energy hidden in his body. 7th level. The other party was also a Star Destroyer captain. However, considering that the Qinwei commercial building was originally a branch of the Tianjuing family, and it was most likely a very powerful lineage, he did not find it strange. After all, according to the information he had learned, the number of Star Destroyer captains owned by the Xianqining family alone was no less than 500. This was the data before the Civilization War, and it was still exposed to outsiders. Now that the rapid development period of hundreds of years has passed, this number must have doubled at least. Thinking of this, it is not surprising that there is a Star Destroyer captain in this Qinwei commercial building. When the old man walked into the reception room, a special light curtain slowly emerged around it. This is a shielding light curtain to ensure that our subsequent conversation will not be leaked. After explaining gently, the old man nodded to Song Chi, and then continued, I heard from the people below that you need additional resources to attack the galaxy ship? If there are special resources I need, it's fine. Since the other party came straight to the point, Song Chi naturally didn't hide it, and directly stated his purpose. And he added one more sentence later. If there is high-level evil god blood, it's fine, at least the 8th level peak, the 9th level is best. Hearing this, the look in the old man's eyes obviously changed, but before he recognized Song Chi's identity, he still tried to speak. I wonder if my friend can reveal his identity. Of course, my Qinwei commercial building has no other intentions. The main thing is that the things you mentioned are extremely valuable. We must first make sure that you have enough financial resources. The two looked at each other again, but Song Chi did not answer directly, but waved his hand and took out something. The old man on the other side paused, staring at the thing in his hand, and said, Is this Chaos Blood? Of course. Seeing Song Chi nod in confirmation, the old man looked at Song Chi deeply, confirming that Song Chi did have the capital for the transaction. Please wait a moment. The other party did not say much, but stood up again, greeted him, and left quickly. Song Chi's expression remained unchanged, and he waited quietly in the reception room. But this was only on the surface. In fact, he had been extremely vigilant in his heart, and he knew the value of a piece of chaos blood. Chapter 748. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. What Song Chi was worried about did not happen after all. As one of the 4 pillar-level forces of the human civilization, the Tianjuing clan would not do such a bad thing openly, even if it was just a branch of it. After returning, the old man clicked several times on the special terminal in his hand, and then a projection screen appeared in front of Song Chi. In the endless sea of insects, the ancient Mother Queen who had just entered the 9th level has more than 10 8th level dominant king insects and more than 100 7th level dominant king insects. What is this? After roughly scanning the information on the light screen in front of him, Song Chi's pupil shrank slightly, and at the same time, he looked at the old man opposite with a puzzled look. Facing his inquiring gaze, the old owner of Qinwei commercial building said calmly, The information of this ancient Mother Queen was personally verified by a galaxy ancestor of our lineage, and it is absolutely authentic. Moreover, it has been less than 10,000 years since it was promoted to the 9th level, and it is highly likely that it has not yet cultivated a 9th level guard king insect. Of course, the key point is that our lineage has been planning for a long time. Currently, there are 3 galaxy captains, and more than 30 Star Destroyer captains, who have confirmed their participation in this operation. The slave creatures extended from these Star Destroyer captains, the Star God Machine, battleship clones, and other 7th level combat forces, totaling no less than 50. Friends, rest assured, this action is not a whim. The 2 galaxy ancestors of our lineage have been planning for thousands of years, and you are not the last person we invite. Only when the number of participating Star Destroyer captains exceeds 50, the action will officially begin. I Qinyu commercial building can guarantee that the final success rate will never be less than 70%. Listening to the other party's confident words, Song Chi's doubts and vigilance in his heart did not diminish at all. Let's not talk about anything else. Your clan belongs to the Tianjuing clan. It's easy to get enough Star Destroyer captains to help. Why do you have to go through the trouble of gathering them in this public open area? Not only are they difficult to manage because of their different origins, but you also have to be wary of people with ulterior motives. How do you explain this? Haha, so this is what my friend is worried about. Seeing that Song Chi was worried about this, the old man quickly explained with a smile. There may be people with ulterior motives, but you can rest assured. There is a colorful lower-level confidentiality contract component on the ancestor ship of my clan. Although it has only been strengthened to level 99, its binding force is still guaranteed enough. As for why you don't ask for help from other clans, this is actually very simple. At this point, a bitter look flashed across the face of the very old Star Destroyer captain. My lineage doesn't have much say in the clan. Even this commercial building under our feet was obtained by two ancestors with their own energy. Because of some concerns, the old Star Destroyer captain did not speak too directly, but Song Chi was already nearly 2,500 years old this year, so he easily heard the hidden meaning in the other party's words. To put it bluntly, although the other party has the Wurzing clan on his head, it is actually just a branch that barely ranks among the upper class. In front of outsiders, it may call itself a noble of the Pillar of Heaven, but its say within the Ying family is limited. If it takes the initiative to cooperate with other branches, the subsequent benefits are difficult to guarantee. Perhaps seeing what Song Chi was thinking, the old man quickly said, "Don't worry, my lineage only requires one thing, that the energy core that may be bred in the body of the ancient Mother Queen, if it has not been bred, the top-level and special-level energy crystals bred in the bodies of other 7th-level and 8th-level dominant king insects are also based on their own abilities. The captain who gets the final kill has the priority to choose." After hearing this, Song Chi's doubts finally dissipated. The energy core mentioned by the other party is a special non-attribute energy entity of a higher level than the energy crystal. Except for those rare special environments, it can only be bred in the body of the 9th-level Star Sea Zerg. As far as he knows, this energy core can be used at most when the galaxy ship attacks the super-dimensional mothership, which can increase the promotion success rate by 4%, and if it is used in the process of the Star Destroyer attacking the galaxy ship, it can increase the promotion success rate by 12%. If the other party's purpose is this, then it is understandable that they are unwilling to cooperate with other branches of the Ying family. Even so, his vigilance in his heart has not completely dissipated. A piece of colored confidentiality contract-like component does have enough binding force, but don't forget that this is a component in the hands of the other party, and he has the right to terminate the contract at any time. How can you ensure that you will not regret after the action with only the colored lower-level confidentiality contract component in your hands? Obviously, Song Chi was not the only captain who mentioned this point. In response to his question, the old Captain Ing Yu quickly projected a light screen again. War King Hall 3rd Notary Hall contract. The information displayed on the light screen only had these 11 words, but Song Chi no longer had any doubts. War King Hall, he still had enough understanding of this force. As a supergiant force comparable to Big Dipper Hall. Xianqin Heavy Industry Group. Langia Wang Family. Langia Ming Family. War King Hall was founded 140,000 years ago by the captain who topped the Xianqin Star Destroyer King list and Xinhua Star Destroyer overall list 150,000 years ago after being promoted to the captain of the galaxy. So far, there are 3 galaxy captains revealed by the War King Palace. The former top captain had entered the stage of Extreme Galaxy Captain nearly 100,000 years ago. Recently, Song Chi has also received secret information collected by the Family Shadow Department. The ship of this War King Palace's first-generation War King is suspected to have successfully advanced and turned into a superdimensional mothership. When he appears again in the future, he may be a great superdimensional captain. Even if this news is not true, he is still willing to believe in War King Palace. 80,000 years ago, a prince of the Tianzhu Ying clan once entrusted War King Palace to notarize. No one knows what happened afterwards. The Ying prince actually wanted to unilaterally revoke the notarization, but War King Palace did not retreat at all. That time, the Ying Xinhua prince made a big fuss in War King Palace, almost making the entire Xinhua human civilization known to everyone. Even so, the first-generation War King did not hesitate to return from the human Emperor city to personally support this matter. In the end, it was Emperor Ying who took the initiative to arrest the prince of the Ying family, stripped him of his princely title, and ordered him to guard the human imperial city for 10,000 years. Because of this incident, War King Palace eventually became famous. Since then, whether it is the forces under the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, or even the forces in the other 3 empires, they all like to find War King Palace for notarization. War King Palace has lived up to this reputation. For thousands of years, they have always adhered to fairness and notarization selection, and there has never been any exception. Can you give me some consideration? Although there was no doubt in his heart, Song-Chi still did not agree easily. A swarm of insects controlled by the 9th level Ancient Mother Queen is dangerous. If he can get additional resources with similar effects from other channels, he is not willing to go this way. Fortunately, the attitude of this Qinwei commercial building is not bad. Of course, the subsequent invitation work will continue, and it is estimated that it will take at least 10 years. Let's do this. Within 10 years, if you are willing to participate in this operation, you can take the initiative to inform us with this communication disc. If there is no reply after 10 years, we will assume that it is rejected. That's it. No matter what, I will give you an accurate answer within 10 years. The 8th level dominant king insect has a special energy crystal in its body, which is even better than the top energy crystal. It is impossible to say that you don't want it. However, for the Star Destroyer impacting the Galaxy ship, the promotion success rate it can provide is only 6%, which is not as good as the Chaos Blood. If you really want to take a great risk to obtain it, Song-Chi is really unwilling. After leaving Qinwei commercial building, Song-Chi went around the shops opened by other branches of the Ying family. The result was not unexpected, and there was no gain. After that, he ran to Beidou City, Mechanical City and other trading cities one after another, but the result was still disappointing. Outside the starry sky, the 5th fragment transit base. Following the space wormhole corridor, Song-Chi returned to the Dragon Ridge Kingdom, but then he went to the Demon God floating land through another space wormhole. Similar to the layout of the Demon Snake floating land, a number of transit bases were also built in the starry sky outside the Demon God floating land. Countless Xinhua warships passed through these transit bases and continuously gathered on the Demon God floating land. Compared with the Demon Snake continent, the Song family developed better in the Demon God floating land, not only because the flow of people here is larger, but also because the Song family owns 2 plots of land in the Demon God public open area. One of them, like the Demon Snake continent, also built a Dragon Ridge trading city, and the number of Xinhua warships it handles every day is much higher than that of the Demon Snake continent. In addition, the Song family did not use the other piece of land to build a trading city, but chose to build it into a super cultivation base. Are you kidding? This is the Demon God floating land, the former ancestral land of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. Now, under the continuous fusion of the floating land origin core of the 4 Xinhua empires, it is about to become a real star continent. By then, the energy tide derived from the entire floating land will be unimaginable. In the past 300 years, the Song family has planted a batch of Tianqing grass in the super cultivation base every year. After 300 years, the number of Tianqing grass planted in the cultivation base has been extremely astonishing. According to the Song family's speculation, once the Demon God floating land is promoted, the energy tide of the 10th level will greatly accelerate the growth of the Tianqing grass in the cultivation base. At that time, not to mention the 300-year-old Tianqing grass that was planted at the beginning, even the Tianqing grass that was just planted in recent years will increase rapidly under the nourishment of the energy tide. In addition to its own high status in the star continent, with only this cultivation base, the family will have a great chance to cultivate Tianqing grass that is more than 3,000 years old. In the past, the Song family had limited resources, and could only cultivate 3,000-year-old super-quality Tianqing grass at most, and use it as the main material to prepare super-quality bodybuilding potions. But this does not mean that super-quality Tianqing grass is the limit. In fact, above the super-quality Tianqing grass, there is another Tianqing plant, which is the final form of Tianqing grass. Using it as the main material, Tianqing bodybuilding liquid can be prepared. Compared with the super-quality bodybuilding potion that has very limited auxiliary effect on the 7th level and above guidance techniques, this Sky Star bodybuilding fluid has a great auxiliary effect on the 8th level guidance techniques. However, the Sky Star plant can only be cultivated on the life floating land of the 9th level and above, and the Song family has never had the opportunity to cultivate it before. As for their own Dragon Ridge continent, it will take at least 10,000 years to reach the 9th level, which is too far away. Be careful, each plant must ensure a basic intake of a drop of Emerald Spirit Spring, which is the key to increasing their chances of surviving for 500 years in the future. Ordinary Sky Star grass has limited value. Only the 500-year-old top-quality Sky Star grass, the 1,000-year-old top-quality Sky Star grass, and even the 3,000-year-old super-quality Sky Star grass are the purpose of the family to build this multi-layer overlapping cultivation base, and even Song Bei, who was in charge of the cultivation base stationed for 100 years on the second-to-last floor of the cultivation base, gave a loud order. Upon hearing this, hundreds of busy Song family members in the entire second-to-last floor responded in unison. The cultivation base covers a large area, and the area of each floor is comparable to a low-level floating land. Because of this, hundreds of Song family members are needed to work here. Only on this second-to-last floor, 10 batches of Tianqing grass were planted. Counting the height of the 50 floors of the cultivation base, now this cultivation base has been planted with more than 30 floors. When the subsequent floating land is upgraded, the entire cultivation base will be basically completely planted. After giving the order, Song Bei did not stop and walked alone through the special alloy safety door deep in the second-to-last floor. When the alloy door behind him closed, the scene of the bottom of the underground appeared in front of him. I saw a Tianqing with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, like a huge mouth of an abyss, standing in the middle of the bottom layer. Buzz, a large amount of violent energy storms continued to pour out of the Tianqing, surging violently towards the sky. This was nothing else but a floating land origin eruption eye on the demon god floating land, and it was also an 8th level floating land origin eruption eye. When the Song family was given the freedom to choose 2 plots of land on the demon god floating land, Song Qi and his people, who had already planned, would not have considered this. In order to cultivate super quality Tianqing grass, or even Tianqing plant faster and better, the floating land origin required is extremely terrifying, and where else can there be a more concentrated floating land origin than on the floating land origin eruption eye? It's just that because of the family background, the Song family could only choose an 8th level floating land origin eruption eye in the end. There is no way. The Song family does not have enough resources. At present, they can only suppress the 8th level floating land origin eruption eye. Just like at this moment, a giant ape of the Sea of Stars is sitting cross-legged above the cenote. The violent energy gushing out of the eruption eye immediately turns to gentleness after touching the body of the giant ape of the Sea of Stars. Although the size of this giant ape of the Sea of Stars is only a few hundred meters, its real strength is the 8th level, but it has shrunk its body actively. It is precisely because of its suppression that the energy gushing out of the eruption eye of the floating land origin can be transformed into the most gentle energy, which continuously feeds the Tianqing grass cultivated in the dozens of cultivation bases above to accelerate the growth. Although the earliest batch of Tianqing grass was planted only more than 300 years ago, their actual age is close to 500 years, and this is the most direct benefit brought by the massive floating land origin energy supply. Chapter 749. Song Bei looked back and forth between the Star Sea giant ape and the floating land origin eruption eye for several times. Seeing that everything was normal, he was about to turn around. The next second, he suddenly caught a figure beside him. He was shocked by the sudden discovery. The 6th level phantom energy immediately surrounded his entire body. The light between his eyebrows flickered, and he subconsciously summoned his own ship. You must know that this is the deepest part of the breeding base. The confidentiality level has always been the highest level. In addition, he is also the 6th level, and has the blessing of double pupils. He can appear around him silently, which is definitely not something that ordinary creatures can do. But soon all his movements stopped again, and he had seen the identity of the figure beside him. Brother Qi, why are you here? Besides, can't you say hello in advance? I was almost scared to death. Beside him, Song Qi smiled, and he naturally saw that Song Bei was really scared just now. The Tianqiu Sanqiong has reached the limit of the 7th level. I see if I can find out about the relevant promotion resources. Song Bei only thought for a moment, and then quickly shook his head. It's difficult. Resources that can take effect when upgrading to a galaxy ship are rare. Now is the period of strength climbing after the rapid expansion of the Xinhua civilization. There are many Star Destroyer captains who have tried to attack the galaxy ship recently. Even if such resources appear, they are basically taken away at a high price early. Hearing this, Song Qi, who didn't have much hope, changed the topic directly. How is it? How is the arrangement here at the cultivation base? Not bad. At present, more than 80% of the Tianqing grass has been nourished by the Cuiqing Lingquan, and the origin of the grass and trees has been improved to a certain extent. Later, when the demon god floating land is officially promoted, under the energy tide of the 10th level, at least more than 30% of the Tianqing grass can complete the transformation of 500 years, more than 10% can be achieved after more than 1,000 years, and as for 3,000 years, it can be achieved. Half. Song Bei thought the answer was okay, but Song Qi heard it was far from it. Too much difference. Supergrade Tianqing grass can only guarantee half of its completion, so what about the higher grade Tianqing plant? Is it possible that only one plant will appear among 100 plants? It won't be long before Uncle Xian Song will break through. When I wait for the 8th level of the guiding technique, I will need a large amount of Tianqing body forging fluid to assist. The production of Tianqing plant must be guaranteed. Song Bei was obviously quite troubled by this. There is no way. I have tried my best. The production of Suiqing spiritual spring and Bisui spiritual spring is limited. It is the limit for each Tianqing grass to get 1 drop of spiritual spring to nourish it. If there are more, most of the Tianqing grass in the cultivation base will not be nourished at all. At this point, the two fell into silence. As for the production of Suiqing spiritual spring and Bisui spiritual spring, Song Qi, the owner, knew it very well. Bisui Lingquan was obtained when exploring the fragments of the Fairyland continent, while Suiqing Lingquan was accidentally obtained by a second-level clan member when exploring the alien star domain more than 200 years ago. Both were sent to the cultivation secret realm early on, and with the help of the never-ending time acceleration in the cultivation secret realm, the output of the 2 spiritual springs was accelerated. But time is limited after all, and the number of Tianqing grass cultivated is terrifying. The back and forth naturally formed the current situation. In this regard, Song Qi's mind was turning rapidly, and he was fully considering the solution to this problem. In the future, when he is promoted to the 8th level, the practice of guiding will only become more difficult, and it just so happens that the upper limit of the blood and flesh Ganoderma produced on the evil Buddha continent is the 7th level. Without the assistance of blood and flesh Ganoderma, the result of the already difficult practice can be imagined. For this reason, he must find a brand new substitute. And this heavenly star body forging fluid is the substitute chosen by Song Qi, and he will never allow any accidents to happen. Does the clan currently have high-level void crystals in reserve? Yes, but the quantity is not large. Is that so? You order someone to return to Lungji continent to transfer it, and I will go to the market first. Listening to Song Qi's order, Song Bei opened his mouth, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Is there something else? Song Bei originally wanted to tell Song Qi that he could return to Lungji continent through the Zhutian market at any time, and his speed was much faster than that of outsiders, but after thinking about it, he estimated that Song Qi should have other important matters, so he didn't say anything in the end. Before turning back to the second to last floor to make arrangements, he handed over the neutron star debris that he had purchased at a high price on the demon god floating land in these years to Song Qi. At the same time, he also received another order from Song Qi. During this period, we will mobilize all the family shadow members on the demon god floating land to collect all kinds of resources for the Star Destroyer to attack the galaxy ship. Although it has been mentioned before that there are basically no such resources in the trading cities of the demon god floating land, but according to Song Qi, the public open area of the demon god floating land is so large, including the giant forces of the 4 major empires of Xinhua, and countless civilian captains. What if, anyway, it will take 5 years to get a reply from Qinyu commercial building, so it's always right to try your luck first. Song Bei would not refute Song Qi's arrangement, and he quickly left to make arrangements. As for the civilization ruins mentioned earlier, he didn't ask much. The family is now piled up with various things, and Song Qi is preparing to attack the galaxy, and the demon god floating land under his feet is also about to be promoted. It is still too late to be separated in a short time. Only after this period of time, this matter will be officially put on the agenda. Zhutian Market, above the sky. The Tianxu Sangqiong, which has returned to its normal captain form of nearly 20,000 kilometers, hovered quietly. In the main control room of the battleship, as the neutron star debris merged, the cabin was constantly flashing with the light of eternal darkness. At a certain moment, when the light of eternal darkness completely dissipated, Song Qi also saw the source of all this again. Neutron Star Core Armor LV90. Quality, Black, 99 out of 100, withdrawing his sight from the attribute panel in front of him. Song Qi threw out another neutron star debris. Although the neutron star debris collected on both the demon snake floating land and the demon god floating land in the past 300 years is not much, Song Qi has collected a lot before, and there are also Zhutian Market, Red Star Continent, and other places that are constantly collecting, so the neutron star debris in his hand is enough. With the integration of this key neutron star debris, the light of eternal darkness appeared again in the battleship, but this time it was slightly different from before. In the gap between the flickering light of eternal darkness, there was a faint tricolor light. I don't know how long it took, the 2 dazzling lights dissipated one after another, and when Song Qi turned his sight back to the neutron star core armor, the surrounding of this component was already tricolor. Neutron Star Core Armor LV90. Quality, Color/Lower. Features, Neutron Star Fission. Feature 2, Neutron Star Core Pulse. Feature 3, Armor protection value increased by an additional 410%. Feature 4, Neutron Link. Feature 5, High Energy Particle Storm. Feature 6, Double Armor. Feature 7, Gamma Ray Burst. Consumption, 8,000/S, Psionic Points, Protection, 14.5 trillion. Sure enough, like the temporary sublimation of the mirror battleship, Feature 7 is also Gamma Ray Burst. Song Chi scanned the attribute panel in front of him and took a rough look. His sight finally fell on the quality column. Song Chi was indeed delighted that the ship's armor had finally been upgraded to colorful quality, but compared to that, he was more concerned about the potential of Neutron Star Core armor. In other words, whether Neutron Star Core armor could continue to evolve. Colored armor was indeed good, but above the color lower level, there were also color upper level and color extreme level. Whether Neutron Star Core armor had further hope was what Song Chi was most concerned about. It just so happened that he had 3 pieces of neutron star debris left in his hand. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Song Chi threw out another complete piece of neutron star debris, and his eyes were also fixed on the neutron star core armor parts. The next second, the 3-color light that shone again in the ship seemed to be the most beautiful beam of light Song Chi had ever seen. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded in the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong. Since it is possible to continue to fuse the neutron star debris, it naturally means that neutron star core armor still has the potential to continue to evolve. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he continued to fuse the last 2 pieces of neutron star debris in his hand into neutron star core armor, and then Song Chi rechecked its component properties. Neutron star core armor LV90. Quality, color/lower level, 3/300. 300 pieces, hiss. Rubbing his forehead helplessly, Song Chi felt helpless and happy in his heart. It took him so long to collect the previous 100 pieces of neutron star debris. Who knows how long it would take to collect 300 pieces. However, in comparison, he was obviously more satisfied that neutron star core armor would at least have color/higher parts in the future. So far, he has also seen the same level of colored lower level hull armor, but compared with neutron star core armor, the properties are far different. It is no exaggeration to say that neutron star core armor can be regarded as the best among hull armor. According to Song Chi's idea, this piece of top-grade hull armor should not be replaced if it can be replaced. Now that it is confirmed that it can grow to the color upper level at least, it can be said that he is relieved. At least for now, this piece of top-grade hull armor does not need to be replaced for a long time in the future. After dealing with this neutron star core armor, Song Chi turned his sight and looked at the outside of the market energy shield above his head along the holographic exterior. The solution he had thought of before was very simple. Since the production speed of Blue Water Spirit Spring and Emerald Spirit Spring could not keep up, he would further increase their breeding speed in a targeted manner. The Secret Realm Accelerator feature of Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm itself is difficult to change, but there is another way to further speed up the flow of time in the Secret Realm, that is, to invest more Secret Realm acceleration resources. As long as there are enough high-level void crystals to accelerate, the flow of time in the Cultivation Secret Realm will be further improved. What Song Chi wants to do at this moment is the plan he has tried several times in the past. Enter the depths of the dark side of the Void Sea to hunt high-level void demons. Chapter 750. Song Chi was not the type to hesitate. Having made a decision, he quickly put it into action. Amidst the fierce roar, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which had shrunk to a length of more than 200 meters, rushed out of the overhead psychic protection array and disappeared in the depths of the silent virtual sea in a blink of an eye. Time passed, and 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the depths of the dark side of the virtual sea, the ghost-like Tianxu Sangqiong was speeding along. With the help of the super hidden component 3 realms 5 elements voucher, the Tianxu Sangqiong seemed to be completely integrated with the dark side of the virtual sea, and there was no movement during the entire process. As for the various void gales, chaotic storms, void rifts, etc. encountered from time to time during the journey, it was basically difficult to have much impact on the warship hull. Today's Tianxu Sangqiong is no longer what it used to be. The Void Warehouse component, acquired hundreds of years ago, has brought the space resistance of the warship to a new height. As long as it does not encounter the super void storm that is rare in 1,000 years, the Tianxu Sangqiong can basically shuttle freely without any scruples. In the main control room of the warship, after a space fluctuation, Song Chi appeared out of thin air. Since returning from the Jutian market, he has not stopped his movements, controlling the Tianxu Sangqiong under him to turn around, and the speed has also skyrocketed rapidly. In the past 2 years, He has experienced more than a dozen battles in the dark side of the Void Sea, but unfortunately the scale is not large. The best one is just to kill 2 7th level Void Demons head-on. Together with the other sporadic gains, he has obtained only 5 7th level Void Crystals in total. For the Cultivation Secret Realm that currently needs a large number of high-level Void Crystals, 5 7th level Void Crystals can only support 1 round of acceleration, which is far from enough. There are quite a few Void Crystals of level 6 and below, but for the Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component that is evolved to gold quality and has reached level 80, the Void Crystals of level 6 and below are of very limited use. For this reason, in the past 2 years, he has successively set up many baits in various places on the dark side of the Void Sea he passed by, and left several enslaved level 5 and 6 Void Demons to watch secretly. Just now, he received a message from a level 6 Void Demon where one of the baits was located. A large number of demons were attracted by the bait. For this reason, he hurriedly left the market. No, it's too slow. Through real-time communication with the level 6 Void Demon, Song-Chi learned that the group of Void Demons had already seen the truth of the bait and were ready to leave. Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl Mirage Shadow activated. With the activation of this familiar feature, a certain jump component on the Tianxu Sangqiong was also activated. Completely ignoring the threat of the dense void winds around, the Tianxu Sangqiong still forcibly summoned the jump channel in the deep dark side of the virtual sea, where the space was already extremely unstable. When the warship rushed into the space channel, without the suppression of the law force field around the Star Destroyer, the unstable jump channel was immediately eroded by a large amount of void winds. Boom boom boom. Less than 2 seconds after the Tianxu Sangqiong rushed into the channel, the entire jump channel collapsed. The void storm caused by the collapse of the void chased the Tianxu Sangqiong along the remaining jump corridor. It was that the speed of the Tianxu Sangqiong was fast enough, otherwise, once it was caught up by this terrifying void storm, it would be hard to tell how much trouble it would have. Of course, this refers to the situation where Song-Chi does not actively activate the antimatter energy superstate shuttle feature. Once this feature is activated, the Tianxu Sangqiong will immediately transform into an illusory state. In this case, no matter how strong the destructive power of the void storm is, it cannot directly cause damage to the warship. However, this feature is Song-Chi's final backhand. Generally, he will not actively use this feature until the last moment. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine High Overload Burst. Flame Roaring Engine Overload. The 2 engines are activated at the same time. The overload operation state makes the Tianxu Sangqiong, which is already amazing, speed up again. At the same time, the approaching void storm behind finally began to be gradually pulled away. At a certain moment, a crack appeared at the end of the front field of vision. When the Tianxu Sangqiong rushed out along the crack, the warship successfully arrived at the end of the jump. The space fluctuations transmitted from the jump channel behind were extremely large, but even so, it was never discovered by the millions of void demons in the distance. Song-Chi turned his gaze to the 3 Realms 5-element certificate on the side, his eyes shining. Although the Mirage of the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl also has the effect of concealing the movement of the jump, there is an 8th level demon lord among the group of void demons in front, so it is naturally impossible to achieve this effect with just the Mirage. You must know that the jump channel behind collapsed all the way, and the resulting void storm was so terrifying. Only the 3 Realms 5-element certificate, a colorful upper-level component, can completely conceal such a big movement, and at the same time deceive the 8th level demon lord not far away. Following the direction of the 6th level void demon, Song-Chi found the 8th level demon lord with a terrifying aura in the dark void ahead. Because he was in the depths of the dark side of the void sea, with the help of the extremely compatible environment around him, the oppressive feeling emanating from this 8th level demon lord gave Song-Chi great pressure. Song-Chi had a hunch that even the Asura king, who was at the 8th level limit before, was far less threatening than this 8th level demon lord. But if you think Song-Chi is scared now, you are wrong. The battleship hatch slowly opened, and the Asura king holding a blood-red long sword rushed out impatiently. This is of course not over yet. This place is the opponent's home court. Although the Asura king has now entered the 9th level, it has not been fully consolidated after all. Relying on the Asura king alone is not a safe bet. As for the Tianxu Sangqiong itself, Song-Chi did not intend to let it go on the battlefield in person. It was not that he did not trust the combat power of his own ship, but the real body of the warship was now located deep in the dark side of the virtual sea. A son of a rich family should not sit in the hall. Compared with taking risks himself, he was more generous with a silver wonder. Golden light shone in the main control room, and then wisps of purple mist energy continued to spread outward along the golden token in Song Chi's hand. In a short time, a large circle of purple mist energy condensed outside the warship. The violent void wind around was trying to erode the purple mist energy, but the purple mist energy was always as stable as Mount Tai and could not be shaken at all. In the depths of the purple mist energy, an illusory secret world was hanging high, as if it was the real core support of the purple mist energy. At a certain moment, a purple mist handprint condensed in the shadow of the Zhutian market, and with the blood-red long sword in the hands of the Asura king, which had expanded to its peak size, they rushed towards the 8th level demon lord in the demon group in front. Purple mist handprint. Time and light sword light. Both of them were wrapped in a strong half-step 9th level power, and even before they got close, they frightened the 8th level void lord to death. As an 8th level peak level void lord, he did have the combat power of half-step 9th level in the dark depths of the void sea, but that was based on the right time and place, and with the help of his own powerful void affinity talent, which made people unable to defend against it. It was by no means that he could really withstand the attack of half-step 9th level. Subconsciously, the void power around him surged wildly, and he was about to sink into the void and dodge, but at some point, multiple black dragon bone chains had already quietly shot out from the void, tightly binding his entire body and limbs. The dragon bone chain was stained with the blood of the black dragon, and the infinite power of sealing demons lingered on it, which also gave it a very special attribute. Even though the Void Lord tried his best to erode it with the perfect space law close to the level of the Lord of Laws, he failed to break it open in the first time. This also made Deki completely miss the last chance to dodge. Swish! The purple mist handprint and the blood-colored sword light shot out together, and the handprint hit the dark chest of the Void Lord directly, and the blood-colored light blade light accurately cut the blood-colored spiral double horns on his head. The shining blood light almost illuminated the surrounding quiet sea of space, and there was also a miserable roar in the middle. It was nothing else but the miserable howl of the 8th level Void Lord. Under the Shura light of time, the blood-colored spiral double horns on his head were cut off. As an important symbol of the strength and status of the Void Demon clan, the bloody horns are naturally not just a simple decoration, but also the origin of the Void Demon's affinity with the laws of space. At this moment, they were directly cut off, which had a fundamental impact on the strength of the 8th level Void Demon. That is, Song Chi did not really want to kill, otherwise the knife just now would not have been cut on the demon's horns, but on its more fragile neck. Song Chi's purpose is very clear. He wants to enslave this 8th level peak Void Demon. If nothing unexpected happens, he will most likely participate in the action against the Ancient Mother Queen in the future, and if he can have an 8th level Void Demon slave that is hard to defend against, the subsequent actions will obviously be safer. In addition, an 8th level Void Demon, who is good at space, can also play a significant role in the ruins of the Fairyland continent. When the contract is completed, he can completely use it to replace the mirror battleship and let this 8th level Void Demon explore the ruins of the Fairyland continent for him. For more than 300 years, the mirror battleship has been active at the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. If not, he would not have let the Tianxu Sangqiu participate in the hunt this time. To be honest, without the assistance of the mirror battleship, it is indeed very inconvenient most of the time. At least, Song Chi is always worried about letting the Tianxu Sangqiu act personally. In addition, let's talk about the action against the Ancient Queen Insect Swarm later. If he can successfully complete the enslavement of the 8th level Void Demon, he can let the mirror battleship go instead of himself, so that he naturally has no worries. Roar! The roar that came again brought Song Chi back to his mind. Although his horns were cut off, the Lord of the Void was still an 8th level creature after all. It would be a big mistake to think that he had completely lost the ability to resist. Fortunately, Song Chi did not underestimate it. He quickly mobilized the dark energy in his body, and continued to gather towards the ancestral fire hole between his eyebrows. Deep in the ancestral fire hole, outside the black fire seed, the materialized Dragon Whale Palace was activated by this dark energy. Dragon Whale Temple. The three-color light flickered in the dark space of the virtual sea, and finally condensed into an illusory three-color palace. After this illusory Dragon Whale Palace was remotely recalled by Song Chi, it was not to protect the Tianxu Sangqiu itself. Under Song Chi's control, the illusory Dragon Whale Palace suddenly appeared above the head of the 8th level Void Demon. In an instant, a large amount of sealing power came from top to bottom, always suppressing the 8th level Void Demon. The Void Lord, who had just broken free from the Dragon Blood Demon locking chain, immediately fell into the second blockade cage. On the other side, the Emperor of Asura and the projection of the Tianxu market would not miss this opportunity. They kept attacking, leaving one hideous wound after another on the 8th level Void Demon while ensuring that they would not kill it. Song-Chi stopped only when the 8th level Void Demon completely lost its ability to resist. But at this time, Song-Chi did not rush to try to activate the Ring of Heavenly Power Control to enslave it, but asked the Emperor of Asura to bring the unconscious 8th level Void Demon back to the Tianxu Sanqiong. Inside the battleship, the Emperor of Asura took the unconscious 8th level Void Demon and took the initiative to send it to the Void Warehouse dimensional space derived from the Void Warehouse component. The dimensional space derived from this colorful component was originally used as a battleship prison. At this moment, Song-Chi had no worries at all about imprisoning the 8th level Void Demon in it. After doing all this, he turned his attention back to the millions of Void Demons in front of him. Whether it was the market projection, the Asura King, or the shadow of the Dragon Whale Palace that had not yet dissipated, the movement was not small. In addition, Song-Chi had learned from the 6th level Void Demon enslaved on the other side that this Void Demon was under the command of a 9th level Void Demon. He knew that the current situation was urgent, and he did not have much time left. Frost Void Prison. The activation of this golden void blocking component temporarily trapped the Void Demon group in front that had already fallen into chaos and was fleeing madly. And this was the best time for Song-Chi to take action. Neutron Star Core Armor. Neutron Star Fission. Neutron Star Core Armor. High Energy Particle Storm. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon. 10,000 symbols. Purple Sky Thunder Prison. Wuji Xian Quantum Star Destroyer Cannon. Xian Sword Formation. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Almost at the same time, all large-scale attack features on the Tianxu Sanqiong were activated. Countless high-energy particle streams, Purple Sky Thunder, and Quantum Sword Light continued to wreak havoc in this blockaded space. More than 1 million Void Demons were killed in a short period of time. In the end, only more than 37th level Demon Lords and a dozen lucky 6th level Void Demons survived. However, under this terrifying group attack, the golden quality Frost Void Cage could not escape the end of being broken. Just when the last 50 or so remaining Void Demons were ecstatically fleeing to the distance, a touch of golden light that appeared again on the Tianxu Sanqiong made them completely desperate. Of course, the real situation is actually 2 golden lights. However, the speed golden light Apajuo Zen Seal only works inside the warship, and the outside world cannot detect it. The golden light that appears outside is the Frost Void Cage that has resumed cooling. After that, Song-Chi summoned the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape, the 7th level Flame Giant, etc., and cooperated with the Asura King. The remaining 50+ Void Demons were completely killed not long after. Looking at the densely packed corpses of Void Demons around, if it was before, Song-Chi might have a headache, but now, with the help of the Void Absorption feature, there is no need to send out too many slave creatures. As long as he controls it with his mind, the corpses of the Void Demons can be automatically absorbed into the dimensional space derived from the Void Warehouse. However, it is not used casually. Song-Chi's main target is still the corpses of the Void Demons above the 4th level. After all, although the Void Absorption feature has no cooling time, it consumes a lot of psionic points each time. As for the low-level Void Demon corpses, the Abyss Devil could only control his army to collect them with all their strength, and take as many as they could. Less than 10 minutes later, the light curtain of the sealed space condensed by the Frost Void Cage above his head suddenly trembled violently, and dense cracks appeared in the area with the most severe tremors. Seeing this, Song-Chi immediately ordered all the slave creatures outside to withdraw their bodies to the warship. Because of his intentional control, all the slave creatures responsible for recovering the Void Demon corpses had never been too far away from the warship, so they returned very quickly. When more than 80% of the slave creatures returned to the warship, Song-Chi suddenly disappeared in the main control room of the warship. As soon as he appeared in Jutian Market, Song-Chi immediately triggered the Divine Mind mark on his body. In the depths of the dark side of the Void Sea, the 9th level Void Demon swung the Void Blade in his hand for the 2nd time. The next second, the sound of shattering followed. Crack! With just 2 strikes, the Frost Void Cage was completely shattered. Without the obstruction of the golden space light curtain, the 9th level Void Demon took in the entire battlefield situation at a glance. When he saw that there was not a single Void Demon alive in the entire venue, even he who had lived for more than 500,000 years could not help but flash a trace of confusion in his eyes. The next second, the depths of his eyes were quickly filled with blood, and he took a step forward, and the spatial laws that almost touched the power of the rules of the avenue flashed around him, and then he directly crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers and appeared directly above the Tianxu Sanqiong. Swish! The cold light invaded and passed through the outer 3-color energy shield of the battleship. Even though he was not in the Tianxu Sanqiong at the moment, Song Qi, who was far away in the Zhutian market, also heard the alarm tone that frightened him. Warning, the battleship's energy shield was damaged by the super strong energy impact from the outside world, and the current energy shield value is 18%. It should be noted that the Tianxu Sanqiong had never participated in the battle directly before, that is to say, this attack of the 9th level Void Demon directly knocked down 82% of the energy shield value of the Tianxu Sanqiong. This is not the previous Yin-Yang Hedging Annihilation Shield, but a real colorful lower level Myth-Pulse Energy Shield, and the enhancement level has also been raised to LV90. Thinking of this, Song Qi couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. At least the peak of the 9th level. Thinking of this, he dared not hesitate anymore, and once again activated the black hole field feature of the Qiongtian intelligent brain remotely. The peak of the 9th level, plus the Void Demon is a typical species with thin blood and high attack. The extreme explosive power is enough to make him burst out the 9th level limit, or even the pseudomyth level attack. Thinking of this, how can Song Qi feel at ease? At this moment, it is not the mirror battleship that remains in the dark depths of the virtual sea, but the main body of the Tianxu Sanqiong. It's good. Looking at the light above his head that was recalled across the endless void, Song Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was decisive enough before, and activated the long-range recall ability of Divine Mind chapter early, and did not give the 9th level Void Demon a second chance to attack. Soon, the black light transformed by the Tianxu Sanqiong returned to the market. After that, Song Qi stayed in the Zhutian market for half a day, mainly to clean up the collected Void Demon corpses in the cabin. Although he left in a hurry, the results of the battle were not bad. More than 600,000 of the million Void Demon corpses were actually obtained. These represent not only the Void Crystals, but also the source blood resources that can be extracted from their corpses. Of course, only the Void Demons of the 4th level and above can extract the source blood, but there are more than 10,000 of them, which is definitely a considerable fortune. After handing all of these over to the family, Song Qi quickly left the market again. There were barely more than 47th level Void Crystals, which was still not enough, and he needed to continue to act. Of course, the direction he chose this time was completely opposite to the previous one, and he used the space jumper and red sky jump device to jump many times to ensure that even with the ability of the 9th level Void Demon, it would not be able to find him again in a short time, and then he started hunting again. There are still 8 years before the action of Qinwei Commercial Building. Song Qi's idea is to use the next 8 years to hunt Void Demons, and ensure the needs of cultivating the secret realm for a long time. Battleship Main Control Room, where the Void Warehouse components are located. Tianquan Control Ring Tianquan Slavery Mark. A black light passed by, and a small black light followed the Void Warehouse component and accurately sank into its dimension. Not long after, seeing that he did not receive any prompts, Song Qi realized that the first enslavement attempt had failed. However, this was within his expectations, and he soon started the second attempt. Still failed. The third time, still failed. It is worthy of being an 8th level peak Void Demon. With a light cry, a smile flashed across Song Qi's face. Although it took nearly 200 attempts to finally succeed, no matter what, it has now been successfully enslaved. After the Asura King and 2 8th level giant apes, he had another 8th level slave creature under his command, which was of course something to be happy about. But before that, he had to deal with one thing first. Taking out a life creation pill and throwing it to the 8th level Void Demon, who had just awakened, Song Qi sent it to the Life System Medical Repair Cabin and started comprehensive treatment. The 2 horns on the top of the head were cut off, which was a great limitation for the Void Demon. If he wanted to restore his full combat power, or even replace the mirror battleship, he had to repair his demon horns first, otherwise it would be difficult for him to exert his normal 8th level combat power. Chapter 751. In the following 8 years, no other unexpected events occurred, not to mention the 9th level Void Demon. Even the 8th level one was not encountered. Fortunately, there were still many 7th level Void Demons. After Song Qi's statistics, he hunted more than 100 7th level Void Demons in the past 10 years, and obtained more than 100 7th level Void Crystals. With the further acceleration of the 7th level Void Crystals, and the superposition of the Secret Realm Accelerator characteristics, the production speed of the 2 special spiritual springs in the Cultivation Secret Realm has been greatly improved. According to his and Song Bei's estimates, at this rate, it will only take 100 years for all the Tianqing grass in this super cultivation base to be nourished by at least 3 drops of spiritual springs. In this way, the probability of them growing into super quality Tianqing grass, or even Tianqing plants in the future will rise sharply. Unfortunately, the Immortal Realm continent has been infected by some strange energy. Whether planting Tianqing grass or other plants, it is inevitable that special diseases will occur, and large-scale cultivation is impossible. Walking out of the bottom floor of the cultivation base together, Song Bei beside him sighed suddenly. Hearing this, Song Qi also remained silent. This is the most unsolvable point. The ruins of the Immortal Realm continent were discovered and opened up by him nearly 2,000 years ago. With the configuration of the heavenly transmission platform, the Song family can easily travel back and forth on a large scale. In this case, how could Song Qi, Song Wujiang and others not have other ideas in their hearts? That is a real star continent. Although a small part of it was broken in the incident hundreds of thousands of years ago, the foundation retained by the floating continent itself will never be weaker than those star continents that have just been promoted. Let alone the Song family, even in the eyes of the four great empires of Xinhua mankind, it is also a huge piece of fat meat that is enough to make people look forward to it. But just when the Song family was busy participating in the civilization war, and sending a small number of core members to the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent for development, a discovery made them feel cold in their hearts. The origin core of the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent was infected by alien energy. In addition to exploring the relics and caves left by the ancient Immortal Realm civilization, the development potential is almost zero. Although Song Qi was very disappointed about this, he was not too surprised in his heart. After all, he had contacted the immortal remnants in the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent before. Those remnants, who looked no different from the Xinghai humans, were abnormally bloodthirsty and xenophobic, with evil thoughts in their bodies, and were not like normal humans at all. Originally, he was very confused, but after realizing that the origin core of the Immortal Realm continent was infected by alien energy, all this basically formed a complete closed loop. After walking out of the cultivation base, Song Bei, who had been silent all the way, suddenly gave Song Qi a big surprise. Brother Qi, 6 months ago, the 323rd Shin level team of the Shadow Department sent a message that there was suspected information about the Law Source Core from Holy Temple City. Song Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. Law Source Core, like Dragon Blood Stone and Mother Earth Stone, is one of the special resources that Star Destroyers may use when attacking galaxy ships. If you can get one of these Law Source Cores, the 10% promotion success rate of Tianxu Sanqiong when trying to upgrade is basically guaranteed. Because the last type of this special resource formula, the body-building nest, has been harvested by the family at a colony in a certain alien star field, and it will be available soon. Tell me more about it. Song Qi got to the point, and Song Bei did not delay, and quickly repeated the news he had received. So, the Law Source Core was first spread from a 4th level Zulu captain? Yes, that person was just a civilian captain who failed to recognize the Law Source Core, and later leaked the news when he asked at a certain acquisition store. But this person is also very smart. After figuring out the terrifying value of the Law Source Core in his hand, he immediately moved into the Heaven Xinhua Hotel, and has not come out until now. He only said that he would make a move in public in a year, not giving those with ulterior motives a chance. Song Qi nodded slightly, and the light in his eyes continued to flow. Heaven Xinhua Hotel is an official chain hotel under the Acre Tianzhu royal family, not to mention that it is a special branch located in the Holy Temple City. There is no doubt about its safety. What Song Qi was thinking about at the moment was the available resources in his hands. Since the other party deliberately delayed for a year, it was natural that they wanted to use public opinion to spread the news of Law Source Core as much as possible. Although it was difficult to get the captain far away in the Xinhua Human River community to come over in a year, it was at least enough to make the entire Demon Snake public open area completely boiling. The large forces under the 4 empires that had industries in the public open area would most likely send representatives there. Facing the competition among many forces in half a year, Song Qi must ensure that the resources he could bring out were competitive enough. Captain Julu, do you know the color of that person's Xinhua seed? Song Bei obviously put a lot of effort into these. As soon as Song Qi finished speaking, he immediately replied, he is just an ordinary civilian captain. It is said that he was able to be promoted to Captain Julu because he got a chance in the previous civilization war. The Xinhua seed is the same as the warship itself. Both are purple. Purple? Hearing this answer, Song Qi's mind instantly emerged with the terms orange upgraded fire source, red upgraded fire source, silver upgraded fire source, etc. Having hoarded a lot of 5th-, 6th-, and 7th level silver apples, it was not difficult for him to take out these 3 upgraded fire sources. He believed that these 3 should also be what the civilian captain was extremely eager for. Almost immediately, These three were already determined by him as the core of the competition for the Law Source Core in half a year. However, these three alone were not enough. There would be no shortage of forces participating in the competition. There might not be many who were willing to take out 3 upgraded fire sources, but there would not be none at all. After leaving the cultivation base, he first returned to the demonic snake continent before the 10-year deadline and gave a positive answer to the Qin Yu commercial building. As long as the Law Source Core could be obtained, plus a special grade energy crystal, the success rate of the promotion of the Tianxu Sangqiong would be infinitely close to, or even exceed, the value of 70%. According to his previous plan, this success rate was enough for him to officially launch the attack on the Galaxy ship. 8-armed snake demon river system community, copper snake river system, copper snake floating land. On the surface of the floating land, tens of millions of Xinhua citizens who were fully developing the resources of the entire floating land looked up. In the depths of the sky, a supergiant warship with a length of nearly 20,000 kilometers tore through the clouds. With the roar of the engine, the warship fell all the way and soon hovered over the foggy swamp on the south side of the floating land, which had been strictly blocked. Outside the foggy swamp, 6 fleets firmly blocked the foggy swamp in a regular hexagon. They belonged to the 6 forces that divided the entire misty swamp. Lin sang, the people coming seemed to be the Star Destroyer ancestor of the Longji Song family. Just now, the Song family's garrison fleet sent a message that they want to take away a 6th-level misty half-snake man. Should we stop them? No, the Longji Song family has now actively revealed 5 Star Destroyer captains, and their subordinates occupy the richest star fields in the 2 river systems. Their rise has long been unstoppable. The ancestors of the clan have already said that unless there are special circumstances, they should not aggravate the conflict with the other party. Without these external interferences, Song Qi took away a 6th-level misty half-snake man at the fastest speed. Half a year later, the Holy Temple City. As one of the 4 most popular trading cities in the Demon God public open area, the Holy Temple City is far from comparable to the Longji city of the Song family in terms of land area, traffic flow, and daily resource throughput. In the past few days, the already bustling Holy Temple City has become even more popular. A large number of Xinhua captains gathered from all over the place, almost filling up this super trading city. The streets that were spacious in the past have become extremely crowded recently. Finally, the Ackermann Royal Patrol team personally stepped in and temporarily issued a special ban. All Xinhua captains entering the city are not allowed to use their ships as their own ships. All Xinhua warships must either stay at the docking station outside the city or take back the Xinhua ancestral orifice. Once this ban was issued, the order in the city was restored. Holy Temple City, 5th Central Street, Purple Lily Xinhua Restaurant. At the door of the restaurant, 2 beautiful 6th-level fox girls sent them off, and 3 figures stepped out of the restaurant. The leader of the 3 was none other than Song Qi. At this moment, Song Qi's face was covered with a layer of psionic barrier, and from the outside, his true face could not be seen at all. Of course, this barrier is ineffective against creatures whose strength is 1 level higher than his. As for the 2 people following him, they are the 2 persons in charge of the shops opened by the family in this Holy Temple City. Both of them are battleship captains, responsible for assisting Song Qi, the ancestor, in all his actions in this Holy Temple City. As early as a few days ago, Song Qi arrived in the Holy Temple City in advance, and the superior guest rooms of the Purple Lily Xinhua restaurant behind him were arranged by the 2. Although the location of this Purple Lily Xinhua restaurant is ordinary, and does not belong to the central streets of the Holy Temple City, under the recent hot flow of people, let alone the Purple Lily Xinhua restaurant, even the lowest class restaurant in the city has been full for more than half a month. The 3 of them walked fast, but today was the 1-year period that the civilian Captain Zhulu mentioned. When they arrived at the Heaven restaurant, the square in front of the restaurant was already crowded with people. Fortunately, Song Qi took the initiative to reveal a trace of his aura, and the crowd consciously made way for him, and finally let him come to the front of the square. As expected, all those who occupied the front position of the square at this time basically exuded a faint 7th-level pressure, and the worst were 6th-level existences. Who is this? Do you know him? I haven't seen him, but I feel familiar with the 2 people behind him. Where have I seen them? Oh right, they are the 2 managers of the Longji shop on the 2nd Central Street. Longji shop? That should be the star-killing ancestor of the Longji Song family. I just don't know who is coming. It's probably the one on the list. Yes, although the Longji Song family is now in the limelight, it has only been less than 2,000 years since it became an immortal clan. The only one who is preparing to attack the galaxy ship is the King of Cheongyu on the list. King of Cheongyu, is he the one who recently ranked 20th on the Shinhua Annihilator list? If it is really this person, then the next competition will be interesting to watch. Under the dense crowd, everyone talked to each other, making the whole square extremely noisy. Even so, those truly powerful captains can still clearly capture the important information they want from this large amount of noisy sound. As soon as the three words King of Cheongyu came out, most of the captains in the front row turned their eyes one after another and looked at Song Chi, who had just arrived. King of Cheongyu. Xianxin Annihilator King List 4. Shinhua Annihilator List 20. Any of the above is enough to cause a great sensation. The reason? Except for those who died unexpectedly, more than 90% of those who have been able to reach this point can become galaxy captains. The key is that once these Star Destroyer captains are promoted to galaxy ships, their combat power can instantly rush to the first echelon of galaxy captains. In other words, in the eyes of outsiders, Song Chi can now be regarded as half of the future Extreme Galaxy Captain. Even if the Extreme Galaxy Captain does not make any progress in the future, he can stand in the human civilization for 300,000 years. How can such a person not attract attention? For the gazes that gathered, Song Chi just nodded slightly to greet them, and then there was no other action. It seems that they saw the rejection that Song Chi showed intentionally, or unintentionally, or they may be more concerned about the upcoming Law Source Core. In short, no one took the initiative to talk to Song Chi, and Song Chi was happy with it. However, before the civilian Captain Julu arrived, a big accident happened again. Hiss, it's Edmund Akelamon, he's here too. The first prodigy of the Akelamon royal family in the past 30,000 years, the top of the current list of the Holy Temple Star Destroyer King, the third in the Shinhua Star Destroyer overall list, and the recognized civilization prodigy among the four empires. No, this person, who has the support of the Tianzhu royal family, shouldn't have prepared the resources needed to attack the galaxy ship long ago? Why does he have to collect them himself? Who knows, maybe it's related to the factional struggle within Akelamon. Impossible, Akelamon has been passed down for more than 200,000 years, and has its own complete training system. No matter how fierce the factional struggle is, it will never make fun of a civilization prodigy. After catching these news, Song Chi, who had been closing his eyes, couldn't help but open his eyes, and looked at the person who came. The third in the contemporary Shinhua Star Destroyer overall list, this kind of person is enough to arouse his interest. However, when he turned his sight, he found that the other party's golden eyes had already looked at him. As for the church restaurant in front, this Edmund Ackelman did not even take a second look. Obviously, the other party's purpose of coming here was not the Law Source Core. Could it be me? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Song Chi quickly shook his head. Although he is now on the Shinhua Star Destroyer overall list, his ranking is not low, but he knows very well that at the other party's level, he will basically only pay attention to the top 5 on the list, not to mention himself, who is ranked 20th. Even the Star Destroyer captains ranked 5th to 10th will basically not pay much attention to him. This may be a bit hurtful, but it is true. Could it be? Song Chi's eyes narrowed suddenly, as if he had guessed something. He actually didn't take the ranking of Shinhua Star Annihilator ranking 20 seriously. Because as far as he knew, the last update time of this ranking was when the Civilization War just ended more than 300 years ago. At that time, the Tianxu Sangqiong had not yet loaded the 3 Realms 5 Element Certificate and Void Warehouse, and the Time Chessboard had not been promoted to the Color Extreme position. Not to mention the recent promotion of Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine and Neutron Star Core Armor to Color, which were not taken into account. According to Song Chi's own estimation, if the current combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong was fully taken into account, there would be no pressure to rush into the top 5 of the Shinhua Star Annihilator ranking, and even the first place was not without any chance. It's just that he didn't have such an idea. In Song Chi's opinion, the 20th place in the Shinhua Star Destroyer list was just the right ranking, which would allow him to have a certain reputation without attracting too much attention. However, he was not the only one who knew these things. At least when he took the 2 parts of 3 Realms and 5 Element Certificate and Void Warehouse, the 4 Emperors saw it. Counting these 2 parts, plus the mirror image, the top-grade warship clone part, Song Chi believed that his potential in the eyes of the 4 Emperors would never be weaker than any of the top 5 on the list. In this way, if that Emperor Pei didn't personally reveal some of his own information to this Edmund Ackelman, it is not impossible that the other party came specifically for him. As time passed, Song Chi finally confirmed that the other party was indeed here for him, as he watched the other party approach step by step. Under the gaze of countless eyes around him, Edmund Ackermann finally walked slowly to Song Chi's side. A faint colorful light overflowed from his brows, and finally the colorful light enveloped Edmund and Song Chi. The chaotic noise was completely isolated, and the outside world could no longer perceive any communication between the two. Nice to meet you, Edmund Ackermann of the Holy Temple Federation. Song Chi of the Dragon Spine Kingdom. After a simple greeting, Edmund continued, I was quite curious when I heard the ancestor mention you before. Today, I heard that you arrived in the Holy Temple City, so I came here to say hello. There is no other intention. So, can I regard this as the Holy Temple Federation's first contemporary Star Destroyer captain showing goodwill to me? Ha ha, of course, during the previous civilization battlefield, I was stationed in the Human Emperor's city, and could not participate in person. Later, I heard that the civilization war could end early, mainly thanks to you. At that time, I thought that I must get to know you if I had the chance. When I heard that there was a chance today, I came here immediately. Song Chi could hear the sincerity in the other party's words, and was willing to make friends with him, so the conversation between the two was particularly smooth. After a while of conversation, the relationship between the two sides became completely familiar. However, at this time, a figure had already walked out of the Heavenly Fire restaurant outside. It was the captain of Zulu, who held the Law Source Core. Seeing this, Edmund did not waste any more time. In the end, he only said two words with deep meaning. Song, if nothing unexpected happens, we will go to Human Emperor's city together soon. If possible, we must do everything we can to improve the combat power of our ship before that. The last ray of darkness before dawn is the cruelest. The colored isolation light curtain has dissipated, and Edmund's figure has long disappeared in the crowd, but Song Chi has not been able to turn back for a long time. There is no doubt that the other party's last two sentences must have a deep meaning, but he can't fully understand it for a while. Go to Renwang City together? Why go to Renwang City? Will something big happen in Renwang City next? What is the last ray of darkness before dawn? Although it is difficult to figure it out for a while, Song Chi can be sure. No matter what the other party said, whether it is true or false, it will never be wrong to try to improve the combat power of Tianqiu Sanqiong as much as possible in the future. A ray of orange upgraded fire source, plus a piece of red ship armor. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, pulling Song Chi's drifting mind back to reality. Looking up, the Captain Zulu, whose face was a little pale, had taken out the Law Source Core at this moment. After confirming the authenticity of this Law Source Core, a captain in the field had already opened an offer. But this obviously won't be over in a short time. Although 99% of the people present are here to watch the fun, there are also quite a few captains who are really interested in trading. As one person officially bid, a large number of bids soon followed. A silver energy shield, one orange upgraded fire source, and one red upgraded fire source. I, Chiyu Xiong, am willing to take out one orange upgraded fire source, and one red upgraded fire source, plus one 7th level dominant source blood. When the captain of the Chiyu Xiong family spoke, the civilian Captain Zulu in front of him finally showed a strong desire on his face. But in the end, he continued to remain silent and did not respond. Seeing that the time was almost right, Song Chi, who had never spoken, finally spoke for the first time. One orange and one red upgraded fire source, plus one drop of level 7 master blood, one red slave component, and a level 6 mist half snake man. As soon as this offer came out, the number of people who continued to bid in the field instantly decreased by 90%. Everyone thought they could not afford a higher price. In front, the civilian Zulu captain's face also showed a deep surprise. But before he could speak, another offer sounded. One orange and one red upgraded fire source, one drop of level 7 master blood, plus one red hull armor, energy shield, air patrol radar, super main gun, shipborne engine, slave component, and finally a level 6 extreme star sea giant ape. This offer cannot be said to be higher than Song Chi's bid, but for a civilian Zulu captain, it is obviously more attractive. A complete set of red components, plus 2 upgraded fire sources, this can completely make a Zulu ship enter the limit. Chapter 752. However, these are obviously not the fundamental reasons. With the current Longji Song family, can't they come up with a complete set of red parts? The key is that the other party's offer has another supplement at the end. Add a 4th level moon spring, and a top grade life fruit. When these words came out, not to mention the civilian Captain Zulu in front, even the representatives of several extraordinary forces besides Song Chi breathed harder. It goes without saying that the moon spring can not only prolong life, but also avoid the long Shinhua seed buffer period after the Shinhua captain's ship fails to be promoted. In addition, it has always been rare, and its value has always been high. As for the top-grade life fruit, its value is even more amazing. As a product of the starry sky plant life ancient tree, each life fruit contains extremely strong life energy. Whether it is used for healing or prolonging life, it can be called a holy product. The key is that the other party asked for a top-grade life fruit, which can extend the life of carbon-based creatures with a life level lower than the 6th level by 1,000 years. This level of life-extending item is no less valuable than a piece of top-grade silver component, a 4th-grade moon spring, and a top-grade life fruit. The bidder took advantage of the limited potential and lack of confidence of this civilian Zulu captain. The above two resources can fully support his second attack in the future. Even if the first attack on the battleship fails, there will be enough time to start over. Faced with such a temptation, how can an ordinary civilian captain refuse? Song Chi turned his head, and his eyes fell on the bidder. The 7th-grade life breath exuding from the other party silently told of his extraordinary identity. Song Chi had been in seclusion for nearly 300 years, and the other party did not seem to be from the Xianqin divine dynasty, so he did not recognize him. Chi Zhu, you are from the Gong family of the Qiyu divine dynasty. Hearing this, the miniature Tianqiu Songqiong in the depths of Song Chi's brows quickly transmitted a large amount of relevant information under the powerful computing power of the Qiongtian intelligent brain. The Gong family is an immortal giant-level family of the Qiyu divine dynasty. The family has been passed down for more than 80,000 years. On the ancestral land of the family stands an 8th-level ancient tree of life. The peak combat power currently revealed is as follows: 1 Galaxy Captain, 3 Star Destroyer Captains, and an 8th-level slave creature, the Void Sea Flame Phoenix. Just looking at the power displayed, the power of the Gong family is amazing enough, but that is for others. Song Chi did not care. Not to mention that the current combat power of Tianqiu Songqiong is not weaker than any ordinary galaxy ship. The Asura King, who has entered the half-step 9th level not long ago, is enough to give the Song family enough confidence. Moreover, don't forget that Tianqiu Songqiong is now preparing to attack the galaxy ship. Once it is promoted later, the momentum of the Longji Song family and the Longji kingdom will immediately rush to the top immortal giants. What will the Gong family be by then? Retracting his gaze, Song Chi spoke again without hesitation. In addition to the previous offer, this king will also add a complete set of red parts, plus a 4th-level time realm fruit. This 4th-level time realm fruit is like a key chip to break the balance in the heart of the civilian captain. After that, although some people still continued to offer unwillingly, it never let him continue to waver. The 4th-level time realm fruit represents the second life of a Zulu warship when it is promoted. Compared with the moon spring, which requires a lot of resources to cultivate from scratch, the effect of the time realm fruit is obviously more overbearing, not to mention that Song Chi also gave him a 6th-level mist half-snake man. Song Chi had already told him personally about the auxiliary effect of the 6th-level mist half-snake man. Even if his ship could not be promoted in the future, he would still have the opportunity to impact the 5th-level guidance technique with this mist half-snake man alone. If he was lucky enough to become a battleship captain, he could even get a glimpse of the 6th-level guidance technique. It's over. I didn't expect it to be His Majesty Song Chi from the Longji Song family. He is the 20th ranked ruthless man on the Shinhua Star Destroyer list. But it makes sense. Although this person has not been promoted for a long time, who can rush to the Shinhua Star Destroyer list has not reached the limit of the Star Destroyer level. It is said that His Majesty the Sky King is less than 3,000 years old now. As the transaction was finally completed, Song Chi successfully took the law source core into his hands, and various discussions were heard again around him. But this time was different from before. Everyone had assumed that the person who came was the Sky King of the Longji Song family, because they really couldn't think of anyone in the Song family who could make Lord Edmund Ackelman come to greet them personally, except for King of the Sky, who ranked 20th on the Shinhua Star Annihilator list. Having taken what he wanted, Song Chi was in a very good mood and didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he chose to turn around and leave. He had something else to do right now. When he took the initiative to reply to Chin Yu commercial building before, the other party gave a specific time for action. Perhaps because the recruitment of manpower was not too smooth, the other party clearly stated that it would be postponed for another 10 years. After 10 years, no matter how many manpower was recruited, the action would definitely be launched. In this regard, Song Chi not only did not feel disgusted, but secretly cheered in his heart. Because of the urgency of time, one of the preparations he had planned before was delayed due to special reasons. He thought it would be difficult to catch up. Now the action has been postponed for another 10 years, which just allows him to continue to complete this preparation. Time flies, and it's already half a month later. Demon God Floating Land. After completing the transaction, Song Chi did not rush to leave this super floating land, but waited at the transit fragment base outside the floating land. On this day, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was quietly docked outside the first fragment transit base, received a communication request from the outside world. When he took the initiative to connect, a respectful voice soon came from the communication channel. Sir, your scheduled transmission to Xinxia continent is ready, and the transmission will be officially started in half an hour. Yes. Not long after the communication was cut off, the engine of Tianxu Sangqiong suddenly roared, and then the warship fell straight to the center of the first fragment transit base below. Before Tianxu Sangqiong, there were already many warships on this transmission array, all of which were ready to return to the Xinxia Empire. As one of the most powerful forces in the human civilization, how could the Xinxia Jiang clan not have the means of long-distance transmission? As far as Song Chi knows, the teleportation array below is called Xianyu Cross-Boundary Teleportation Array, and its technology is officially obtained from the former Xianyu civilization. According to known information, this Xianyu Cross-Boundary Teleportation Array can easily transmit hundreds of millions of light years, and there have even been reports of teleporting billions of light years at a time, but it has not been confirmed. Even so, it is definitely a strategic-level transmission method. Of course, it is still a big gap from the space wormhole generator, which is a rare item in the Star Sea. After all, even if Song Chi did not take the initiative to modify it with the rare item origin improvement platform, the longest connection distance of the space wormhole generator is as high as 300 billion light-years. However, the space wormhole generator is not without its shortcomings, that is, the number of space wormholes that can be maintained at the same time cannot exceed 50, and if there are more, some space wormholes will collapse on their own. Song Chi and others did not know this at first, and they only discovered it later, when the number of space wormholes opened by the family reached the upper limit 100 years ago. For this reason, they had to forcibly cancel the transaction with some forces that had previously signed the development agreement, and the family attracted many complaints for this. If not, how could there be no space wormholes connecting the floating lands such as the Demon Snake and the Demon God? I am afraid that there will be no fewer connecting wormholes between the 8-armed snake demon river system community and the Xinhua human river system community. However, for this matter, in the past 300 years, the top leaders of the 4 Tianzhu royal families have personally visited the door many times to discuss it. In the future, the Song family will take the initiative to eliminate some unnecessary space wormholes, and then use the quota for the development of the entire civilization. Of course, the Song family will have a share of the passage income generated by all these space wormholes in the future, and will never let the Song family suffer a loss. The diameter of this Immortal Realm cross-border teleportation array is not large, but when the Tianxu Sangqiong, with a length of nearly 20,000 kilometers, enters its range, a powerful space force completely covers it. Under the influence of this inexplicable space force, the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong began to shrink rapidly. It is not only the Tianxu Sangqiong that is like this, but all the Xinhua warships that enter the range of this teleportation platform are like this, which also makes the area of the Immortal Realm cross-boundary teleportation array not large, but the number of warships that can be teleported at a time is not different. Half an hour later, boundless white light spread on the teleportation platform, and the spiritual power in the spiritual stones laid on the teleportation platform was being extracted at a very fast speed. Swish! The white beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding starry sky with its own power, and at the same time, strong spatial fluctuations spread outward. When all the noises dissipated, the more than 6-digit Xinhua warships that were quietly hovering above the teleportation array just a moment ago all disappeared. At the same time, 800 million light-years away, outside the capital of the Xinxia Empire, the Xinxia continent, which is also at the peak of level 9, the Empire Transit Base Station. The strong spatial shock force almost affected the entire giant base station. As the spatial fluctuations dissipated, hundreds of thousands of Xinhua warships appeared out of thin air above the teleportation platform in the middle. Seeing this, the vast number of starships coming and going around were not surprised. In the 300 years since the end of the Civilization War, this kind of movement has happened more than once, and all captains have basically gotten used to it. Stop! The capital of the Empire Xinxia continent is ahead. Please show your identity. As the most popular floating land in the past hundreds of thousands of years of Xinhua human civilization, the number of ships handled by Xinxia continent every day is countless. Because of this, Tianzhu Jiang family has naturally established a complete management system. The most basic of these is that all warships entering Xinxia continent need to record their identities. Only in this way can the order within the floating land be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Song Qi from the Dragon-Rich Kingdom under the command of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty is going to the Xinxia Xinhua Zuding. After confirming Song Qi's identity, the Xinxia Royal Patrol Fleet will not stop him and respectfully let him pass. The value of the Xinhua Star Destroyer list is still intuitively reflected here. Xinxia Xinhua Zuding, as the highest ranking of the 4 Xinhua Zudings of Xinhua human civilization, is also fully responsible for all the awards won by the Song family in the civilization battlefield. At the moment, Song Qi came for the opportunity to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide. At the end of the previous civilization war, the Song family had obtained a total of 3 opportunities to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide. In the past 300 years, the Song family has not used it once. Song Qi is preparing to use it for the first time. The chaotic mist lingered, and pillars emitting starlight supported the sky above. Walking in the hall of the first ancestral temple of the Xinhua civilization, a sense of solemnity from the heart kept emerging in the bottom of his heart, until Song Qi saw a familiar figure. Longji Song Qi, meet you, sir. I don't know how the progress of the quota for bathing in the 9th level origin energy tide that I applied for 8 years ago is now. As early as when he decided to participate in the action against the ancient Mother Queen, Song Qi came to the Xinxia continent once. As for the purpose, it was naturally to apply for the first opportunity to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide. This bathing opportunity was not for himself, but for the Asura king, who had already stepped into the half-step 9th level. Helping the Emperor of Asura to truly enter the 9th level was the most critical preparation he made for participating in the action against the ancient Mother Queen of the Star Sea Zerg. Since it was clear that this action had a high probability of facing a serious crisis, what could be safer than carrying a 9th level slave creature with him? It just so happened that the Emperor of Asura had already entered the half-step 9th level, so this plan came about naturally. It's just that although their Song family got 3 places to bathe in the 9th level floating land's original energy tide, how could an outsider decide such a major event as the 8th level floating land impacting the 9th level floating land? To really bathe in this 9th level energy tide, the key still depends on the specific status of the 8th level floating lands under the 4 empires. Only when it is natural, the floating land's promotion will be truly promoted. Otherwise, forcing it to be promoted will only add to the accidents in the promotion process, and even lead to the final promotion failure. The person who was in charge of connecting with him the last time he came was this person in front of him. This was an extremely old man with a somewhat hunched figure. When he first met him, Song Qi was a little puzzled as to why a person with a life level of the 7th order would be like this, let alone the level of the Star Sea Overlord. Even creatures of the 3rd and 4th orders can already completely control their blood and qi in their bodies. Unless they really reach the end of their lives, their blood and qi in their bodies will completely go out of control, not to mention creatures of the 7th order. However, after some understanding, he realized that his doubts were a bit stupid. Because since the establishment of the 4 Xinhua ancestral halls, the members they recruited have always been the old captains, who survived the endless wars. These captains have all stood on the front lines of the battlefield again and again during the development and expansion of the Xinhua civilization, participated in countless wars, but in the end, one of their ships sank, leaving only the old soldiers who survived by chance. Among these captains who survived by chance, there were some who were seriously injured and could not be completely healed even by the high-quality repair cabin parts. The one in front of him was most likely one of them. Moreover, Song Qi also found that the old man, with the 7th life level, who was docking with him was not only hunched, but also had a shocking scar between his eyebrows. If the guess was correct, the other party's Xinhua Zuchu was most likely completely collapsed. In such a situation, he still survived. It must be said that the other party was lucky enough, but at the same time, this also showed how tragic the battle he had experienced was. After taking a glance at Song Qi, the old man saw that he had nothing in his hand. His face became serious, and he said nothing. He closed his eyes again, looking calm. Song Qi, who understood what he meant, smiled lightly, and clapped his hands quickly on his side, and several items were taken out one after another. As if he felt the slight fluctuation of space, the old man, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened half of his eyes, and took a look. Authentic silver-quality spiritual spring water, the 1,000-year-old monkey wine produced by the Xinghai giant ape clan, and half a caddy of Qingqiu cloud tea unique to Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce. Good boy, come on. The old man, who had his eyes closed and looked indifferent to external affairs just a moment ago, stood up quickly, his eyes fixed on the three objects floating in front of him. For a person who has long been useless, the attraction of these things is far stronger than anything else. After putting all the things away familiarly, the old man quickly projected a special light curtain. The content on the light curtain was very short, but it was what Song Qi wanted to see the most. In the 2945th year of the 30th year of the Xinhua calendar, the Xinhua Human River System Community, the Qiyu Divine Dynasty governs the Dantai River System, and the Qitong continent will officially impact the 9th level. Thank you, Elder Chong. Song Qi understood instantly after scanning his eyes. In the 2945th year of the 30th year of the Xinhua calendar, it is now 2940, which means that he needs to rush to the Qitong continent under the jurisdiction of the Dantai River System within 5 years. This is the origin quota certificate. Okay, don't disturb the old man's peace here, go quickly. Under the impatient urging of the old man, Song Qi quickly left the hall. He didn't care about the old man's attitude at all. He knew that the other party was afraid that he would delay. After all, the Qiyu Divine Dynasty is not close to the Divine Xia Dynasty. If you don't have some skills, it will not be easy to rush there within 5 years. However, for Song Qi, who has 2 top-quality jump components, Space Jumper and Qiqiong Jump Device, there is no need to worry about this. After leaving the Xinxia Xinhua Zuding, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was summoned immediately, and soon a residual shadow tore through the sky and rushed all the way to the outside of the floating land. The control of the warship was handed over to the Qiongtian Intelligent Brain, and it was asked to rush to the Qiyu Divine Dynasty. Song Qi himself entered the Zhutian market, preparing to continue to practice the guidance technique while on the way. However, before retreating, he secretly made a decision in his heart. It seems that I still have to report to the Xianqin Xinhua Zuding. For this active report, he was actually unwilling, otherwise it has been so long since he was promoted to the Star Destroyer Captain, and it is not that he has no time to go to the Xianqin continent in the middle. But now it seems that there is no way, and he must report to the official. Even if his existence has long been known to most of the top leaders of the 4 empires, the captain himself still has to go there in person to report and register. Chapter 753. Registering with the Xinhua Ancestor Court can greatly improve the Xinhua Seed Network privileges of a Star Destroyer Captain. The most intuitive of these is that the connected Xinhua LAN is enough to cover a whole galaxy spanning 1,000,000 light-years, making communication between Star Destroyer Captains extremely convenient. In addition, it can also allow the 4 Xinhua Ancestor Courts to directly contact the Star Destroyer Captains themselves through special means. This is the fundamental reason why the Xinhua human civilization has been able to quickly mobilize its peak combat power many times in its more than 300,000-year history, and to achieve the most accurate allocation in the shortest time, and to minimize the damage caused by the frontline crisis every time. However, everything has its pros and cons. For the entire civilization, this is of course 100 benefits without any harm, but for the Star Destroyer Captains under its jurisdiction, it is inevitable that their secrets will be exposed to outsiders. The 4 great ancestral temples can issue notices it will by special means, so can they also see all the secrets of the ancestral battleships bound to their ancestral seed origins in this way, although this has never been confirmed, and such incidents have never occurred in the ancestral temples of the 4 great empires in the past 300,000 years. People's hearts are like this, who would be willing to expose all their secrets to outsiders, even if there is only a tiny possibility. No one can accept it. Before this, Song Qi had the same idea in his heart. It's just that after what happened in front of him, he intuitively felt the huge disadvantages of black households. If it weren't for the fact that the time node of his second visit was not bad, if he came 2 years later, or even 4 or 5 years later, then even if the quality of the jump components loaded on the Tianqiu Sangqiong was high, it would definitely be too late. In that case, the final result will be only one, wasting this precious opportunity to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide. The senior officials of Xinhua Zutong will make reasonable adjustments according to the situation. Such a good thing will fall on a black household. In the eyes of the 4 Xinhua Zutong, those who actively register and report are the 3 good students. As for those black households who hide and are unwilling to report, every one of them is a thorn in the civilization, a young man who needs to be disciplined. They are eager to let the thorns in the civilization eat a turtle in this way, so that these people understand the benefits of being an official. Not only that the family will have 2 more opportunities to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide, Song Qi has considered more. Once the subsequent actions against the ancient Mother Queen of the Zerg are successful, the time for the Tianqiu Sangqiong to officially impact the galaxy ship will basically be dozens or hundreds of years, and when the Tianxu Sanqiong successfully lands on the Galaxy ship, he will need to contact more top-level exchanges and meetings of the Xinhua human civilization. And letting the warship complete the registration and reporting can reduce more than 90% of unnecessary troubles in the future. However, in addition to the above 2 points, there is actually another most critical point. Not to mention that the Zutian market is not far from promotion now, and once it is promoted, the Zutian market projection summoned by the market projection order will reach the real 9th-tier level in terms of combat power. Let's say that once the Tianxu Sanqiong arrives at the Galaxy ship, its combat power will reach the limit Galaxy ship. With such strength, even if we look at the entire Xinhua human civilization, it is enough to be called a high-ranking and powerful person. What if some secrets in the Tianxu Sanqiong are really exposed? Don't forget that in addition to the Tianxu Sanqiong itself, he still has the card of the Asura king in his hand. In addition, the family has never stopped the subsequent construction and assembly of the Truth Mechanical Battle Star. When the Truth Mechanical Battle Star is also released, Song Qi will be equivalent to holding 4 9th-tier combat powers in his hands. Tianxu Sanqiong itself. Projection of the Market of All Heavens. Emperor of Asura. Mechanical Battle Star of Truth. Facing such a person, even several emperors of the flame of humanity have to pay enough attention. Qiyu Divine Dynasty, Tantai River System. This river system is extremely large, with a diameter of nearly 1.9 million light-years. It was ranked in the top 5 among the more than 200 river systems under the jurisdiction of Qiyu Divine Dynasty. However, although this river system is large in area, the number of floating land inside the river system is not large, and more than 70% of the star fields are barren land. If not for this, when the river system was first developed more than 100,000 years ago, the Qiyu family would not have given almost all the management rights to the Tantai family, which contributed the most. It was originally thought that the Tantai family would soar to the sky by owning an entire river system, but unfortunately, they were unlucky. Not long after obtaining the Tantai river system, the Tantai family's galaxy ancestor, who had been a pioneer in the development of the system, died unexpectedly during an exploration of an alien star field. As a result, the Tantai clan, which had been developing rapidly, gradually fell into decline. That is, when the Tantai ancestor died, 2 new Star Destroyer captains had been trained in the clan. With these 2 Star Destroyers, the Tantai clan gradually gained a foothold in this huge river system. More than 100,000 years have passed, and the Qiyu Tantai clan has never returned to the ranks of immortal giants. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-immortal giant force. Even its ancestral land Tantai continent has only reached the initial level of level 8. In the battleship control room, Song Qi glanced at the relevant information about the Tantai family listed by the Cheongtian intelligent brain for several times. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were flashing with doubts that could not be concealed. Why should he rush to push a resource-based floating land to level 9, when his own ancestral land has not yet been promoted to level 8? For a force, the importance of an 8th level floating land of life is definitely higher. Unless the Tantai family wants to. As if he thought of something, the doubts in Song Qi's eyes disappeared and turned into a wisp of strange colors. If it is really as he thought, then the situation faced by the Tantai family may not be optimistic. Tianxu Sanqiong, after actively reporting its identity, and with the certificate token issued by the Xinxia Xinhua Zuding, the Tianxu Sanqiong was not blocked and entered the interior of the Red Copper continent. Compared with the same level floating land of life, the Red Copper continent, as a resource-based floating land, has no green at all. The red copper soil spreads endlessly, forming the main color of this floating land. However, this does not affect the liveliness of the floating land surface at this moment. Thousands of Xinhua warships of various levels are distributed everywhere in the Red Wasteland. They are waiting for the arrival of the super energy tide. Without paying attention to these, following the guidance of the token in his hand, Song Qi controlled the Tianxu Sanqiong and headed straight for the origin tide bathing place where he belonged. No matter what the reason was for the Tantai family, and what kind of trouble they had, it had nothing to do with him. As long as it did not affect the promotion of the Asura king, he did not care. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where there is light, there is darkness. Even if there are 4 empires suppressing them, these cannot be completely eliminated. However, he did not want to get involved in these, but it did not mean that trouble would not come to him. Red Copper Continent, the space where the core of the origin of the floating land is located deep in the core of the earth. Many core members of the Tantai family gathered here. In the encrypted group chat built by 3 Star Destroyers, the voices of the Tantai family were constantly echoing at this moment. It is certain that the Gong family, Yin Wang Financial Group, and Chunyu tribe have all arrived with their ultimate star destroyers. This is too much. The promotion of the Red Copper Continent has been officially reported to the four empires, and many captains, who have made great contributions in the civilization war, have applied to bathe in the subsequent promotion energy tide. Do they really dare to take action under such circumstances? No, those families are all famous immortal giant forces in the Divine Dynasty. They will not make such low-level mistakes. It is likely that they will attack after the subsequent promotion of the floating continent. It is even more likely that they will use some covert means to prevent Feng Zhu from being promoted. Over the years, we have also sought help from many giant forces, but after hearing the names of the three immortal giant forces such as the Yin Wang Financial Group, they all politely rejected us. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? While everyone continued to talk, the ultimate Star Destroyer captain named Tan Typhon looked at the Star Destroyer captain on the left. The two looked at each other, and Tan Tai Xian, a core member of the Tan Tai family, who had just been promoted to the captain of a Star Destroyer, nodded and said, I have already invited several people, and according to the report of the family patrol fleet 2 days ago, the most critical person has also arrived. Okay, Xian boy, you go and do this immediately. You can use all the things in the family library. Since your friends are willing to help, our Tan Tai family will naturally not be stingy. Falling Star Valley, the original energy tidal bathing site allocated by the Xinxia Xinhua Zuding for Song Qi. Tianxu Songqiong has been quietly hovering over this valley for several days, quietly waiting for the moment when Fu Lu is promoted. Buzz buzz buzz, the roar suddenly came from the battleship's main control room, forcing Song Qi to leave the market. Beep, receiving external location communication request, do you want to connect? A big question mark flashed through his mind. In this distant territory of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, he really didn't remember who he knew. But seeing that the visitor was also a Star Destroyer, he still connected the communication. Long time no see, Jingzhe. Song Qi raised his eyebrows, and before he could say anything, the man's voice in the communication channel came again. Let me introduce myself first, Tan Taixian, Yoguang Star Tower codename is Xuepa. Xuepa? You are actually from the Qiyu Divine Dynasty? Song Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't react much when the other party called out his codename. After all, with the previous civilization war, his identity, as a member of the Yoguang Star Tower, was no longer a secret. Until the other party called himself Xuepa, he was greatly surprised. He was very familiar with this member of the Tongqing Tower. He had obtained a golden quality special grade blood law crystal in a transaction with the other party in Baimei. Later, the other party also gave him various kinds of help for free many times. When they took out the familiar Yaguang Star Order one after another, the two of them completely let go and no longer had the previous alienation. After a pleasant conversation, Tan Taishuan's face suddenly changed, and he said to Song Qi seriously, Jingzhe, in fact, my real purpose this time is to ask you for help. Song Qi, who had guessed it long ago, was not surprised at all. He nodded gently and waited for Xuepa's words. My Tan Tai family ancestor is going to take advantage of this promotion of the Red Copper Continent to impact the galaxy in one fell swoop. Tan Tai Xian did not hide anything and told the whole story one by one, including how the three companies, including the Yin Wang Financial Group, which had existed for more than 100,000 years, secretly devoured the entire Tan Tai River system, and how they suppressed the Tan Tai family by various means. After hearing this, although Song Qi felt sympathy for the Tan Tai family's experience, his eyes sank slightly, and he did not speak for a long time. He had a good relationship with Xuepa, but the Tan Tai family was facing three immortal giants, among which the Yin Wang Financial Group was a top immortal giant financial group that could rival the Xianxin Heavy Industry Group. Even he was unwilling to provoke such a superpower for nothing. That is, it has not yet been heard that any of the Xinghe captains of the Yin Wang Financial Group has begun to try to attack the superdimensional mothership, otherwise Song Qi would instinctively refuse. Jingzhe, please give my Tan Tai family a hand. In return, please accept the 7th level blood core including a wisp of black fire. In addition, no matter whether my ancestor is promoted or not, the Tan Tai family owes 3 favors to the Longji Song family and the immortal Qin Qiongyu King. Song Qi did not remain silent after withdrawing his eyes from the 7th level blood core. He nodded gently. The hatch of the Tianxu Songqiong opened, and a figure rushed out. When he saw the figure clearly, Tan Taishuan's face was careless, and he thanked again. The figure that just rushed out was one of the 2 8th level Star Sea Giant Apes under Song Qi's command. With the help of this powerful 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape, Tan Taishuan's confidence soared instantly. With the close protection of an 8th level creature, he believed that as long as the galaxy ship did not come in person, Tan Typhon would hardly be disturbed by the outside world. Looking at Tan Taixian, who left in a hurry, Song Qi looked normal, with no change in his mood. Then a ray of traction light shot out from the Tianxu Sanqiong, pulling the 7th level blood core and the black fire seed into the warship. This time, he was willing to help. In addition to his friendship with Tan Taixian, the two objects in front of him also accounted for a large part of the reason. Although the black fire seed is not the kind that can be converted into a fire source for upgrading, it is still of great value to him, who needs to break the true immortal pill and 3-turn golden body pill. As for the 7th level blood core, it can barely be regarded as an additional promotion resource. Although it can only increase the promotion success rate by 2% when used in the process of upgrading the Star Destroyer to the Galaxy ship, its value is unquestionable. After all, it can only be produced by the Vampire clan, and the 7th level blood core comes from the 7th level Vampire Prince. In the territory of Xinhui human civilization, the 7th level vampire is still very rare. After this incident, he was completely sure of his thoughts. The Tantai family did not choose to be the first to be promoted to their ancestral land, which obviously means that they have already made a desperate bet. Once promoted, they will be able to easily control the entire Tantai River system and eliminate those cannibalistic forces in one fell swoop. If they fail to be promoted, they will not be able to show up again for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. It is precisely because of the great stakes that they chose the Red Copper Continent. The 9th level Floating Land Origin Energy Tide, and the 8th level Floating Land Origin Energy Tide. The two seem to be only one word different, but the success rate of promotion that can be improved is a world of difference. If the 8th level Energy Tide can increase the success rate of promotion by 5% 10% when impacting the Galaxy ship, then the 9th level Energy Tide is at least more than 20%, and the two are not comparable. 20% promotion success rate, if we had 10% of special resource formula for promotion, 8% of blood of the 8th level master, 10% 20% of blood of the alien race, and a 7th level blood core, the success rate can reach at least 50%. This is just the most basic calculation. If the Tantai family has some other preparations, it is not impossible to break through 60%. With such a high promotion success rate, it is no wonder that the other party will go all out. Shaking his head, Song Qi did not think about it anymore and returned to the market to practice the guidance technique. After that, there was no other trouble, which made Song Qi live a quiet life for more than a year. Well, due to the law of conservation of energy, he was quiet here, and naturally there were people who were making trouble. In the Red Copper Continent, deep in the sky and fog, many star destroyers were hovering here. Can anyone tell me why the Tantai family suddenly has an 8th level slave creature? With an 8th level slave creature in front of us, our previous plan will never succeed. Quick, report to the consortium headquarters. It's too late. The Red Copper Continent has begun to transform into the 9th level. Boom boom boom. Woo woo woo. The earth is shaking and the sky is howling. Outside the universe, a large number of floating land fragments and asteroids are captured by the powerful gravity of the Red Copper Continent, turning into flaming meteors and falling towards the surface of the floating land. However, under the control of the Red Copper Continent, which has already touched the 9th level floating land origin will, these flaming meteors all disintegrated before landing, and would not cause much damage to the floating land itself. With the fusion of more and more floating land fragments and asteroids, the diameter of the Red Copper Continent under his feet began to expand continuously. Originally only 400,000 light-years, it broke through 500,000 light-years in a short time. This expansion lasted for half a month, until the diameter of the Red Copper Continent reached 860,000 light-years. The promotion of the floating land was officially completed. A 9th level floating land usually has an average initial diameter of about 1 million light-years. Now this Red Copper Continent is only 860,000 light-years, and its foundation is obviously the lowest among the 9th level floating lands. But this makes sense. After all, the Tantai family just wants to use this to impact the Galaxy ship, not to fully cultivate this Red Copper Continent, so naturally they don't need to be so diligent and responsible. Although the floating land's foundation is not high, it does not affect the subsequent appearance of the energy tide. At a certain moment, when a large amount of gentle energy tide swept across the entire continent, it also meant that the 9th level energy tide of the Red Copper Continent was officially formed. At this moment, the Xinhua captains who had been waiting for a long time in various parts of the continent held their breath and concentrated their eyes, not daring to deviate at all, and stared at the warship promotion task panel. When the energy tide reaches its peak, they will start the final battleship promotion without hesitation. Compared with these captains, Song Chi is much more relaxed at this moment. Qianqiu Sanqiong is still hanging high above the valley, and has not absorbed the concentrated energy tide at all. Looking down along his line of sight, he can see a blood-colored creature of terrifying size sitting cross-legged. All the energy tides gathered in the valley are drawn around it, and with the rapid operation of the dominant power in its body, these energy tides are quickly injected into its body. Looking at this scene, even Song Chi now can't help but slow down his breathing and feel nervous. Whether the Asura King can truly be promoted to the 9th level this time is of great significance. Time passed by bit, and the energy tide continued, and there was no sign of decline for a long time. After all, it was a super energy tide derived from the 9th level floating land. Judging from its size alone, it would not be weaker than an ordinary 10th level mythical existence. In this way, the duration of its duration would naturally be longer than any previous experience of Song Chi. Therefore, Song Chi felt that this energy tide lasted particularly long. At a certain moment, he accurately sensed the weakening of the surrounding energy tide. Although compared with the beginning, the energy concentration was still far higher, but his perception was not wrong. Compared with the concentration of the previous moment, it was indeed weakened a little. Although the magnitude was not large, it also clearly showed one point. The duration of the energy tide has exceeded half, and although the subsequent energy tide will continue for a while, it will only become weaker and weaker, and will not exceed the previous one. But the key is that the Asura King in the valley below is still sitting cross-legged in the same place, and his aura has not changed much. Seeing this, Song Chi frowned. He knew very well that after this, the chance of the Asura King's breakthrough would decrease by 1 point for every second that passed. Is it going to fail? Is the 9th level obstacle really so terrifying? Half a step to the 9th level plus the 9th level origin energy tide can't. As he was muttering, his mind suddenly paused, and his eyes were attracted by the violent energy fluctuations generated in the valley below. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent energy continued to vibrate, and with the body of the Asura King as the center, a circle of energy vortex that was continuously expanding gradually took shape, and as time went on, the sense of oppression emitted by this energy vortex became stronger and stronger. After only a few minutes, Song Chi had to control the Qianqiu Sanqiong to pull up, and try to get out of the gravitational range of the energy vortex. Seeing this scene, he finally put his mind at ease. Although it was a little later than expected, the final result did not change. The Asura King was breaking through to the real 9th level. Half an hour later, the energy vortex reached its limit, and the pressure it emitted, confirmed by Song Chi, had indeed reached the official 9th level. Song Chi had personally come into contact with 9th level creatures many times before, and he was very familiar with the breath of 9th level life. When the energy vortex completely dissipated, the Asura Emperor, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. The blood of Asura flashed, and the 9th level pressure swept across the sky. Because he had just completed the promotion, the Asura Emperor could not fully control his own breath. He needed to retreat and consolidate for a period of time before he could be considered an authentic 9th level master. He was not in a hurry to take back the Asura Emperor. The red copper continent under his feet had now been promoted to the 9th level. Compared with the Dragon Ridge continent, the speed of the Asura Emperor's consolidation here was much faster. As for the action against the ancient Mother Queen, there was no need to rush. He left a Dragon Ridge anchor point on the Dragon Ridge continent, and he could return in an instant, and would not miss the time for action. Chapter 754. Xianqin Continent, Xianqin Longting City. Longting Central Square. Xianqin God King Monument stands in the middle of the square. Looking up, the ancient monument is engraved with gilded characters from top to bottom, with names widely sung in the entire Xianqin dynasty. Rank 1, Peerless King Yingji. Rank 2, War Spirit King Zhou Yi. Rank 3, Xiaolong King Yingli. Rank 4, Qiongyu King Song Chi. Rank 5, Jiwu King Lu Zhe. Rank 11, Hanhai King Zhao Yunkai. Song Chi, standing in the crowd, did not attract anyone's attention and left quietly. Although he had known his ranking on the Xianqin Star Annihilation King list for a long time, he had finally come to Xianqin Longting City once, so he still had to take a look. Seeing this Xianqin God King monument with his own eyes gave him a completely different feeling. Even with Song Chi's personality, he was quite moved and had the urge to do his best to improve his ranking on this God King monument where so many heroes gathered. He knew that this was the sense of honor in his heart. After all, leaving a name on this God King monument for one day would be passed down for thousands of years in the future. As a citizen of the Flame, who could be tempted by this? It was precisely because of this that Song Chi did not stay for long and turned to the address given by Qin Yu commercial building before. The 4th place on the Xian Qin Star Annihilation King list was already eye-catching enough. Of course, he understood the principle of too much is as bad as too little. Xian Qin Longting City, Handan Street. Yufeng Club, this should be it. Confirming that it was the address he was looking for, Song Chi took the initiative to step forward. Sir, this is a private place, may I ask? The Catwoman, whose exquisite body exudes the breath of the 6th level of life, stepped forward and was about to ask something, but was interrupted by the jade token that Song Chi had taken out in advance. Hello, Sir Yu. Please come in. The jade token was given by Qin Yu commercial building before, and it was regarded as a proof that Song Chi agreed to participate in the action against the ancient Mother Queen. As for the Sir Yu mentioned by the other party, this is an identity that Song Chi took the initiative to compile. The final participants of this action will not be less than 50 people, including not only people from the Xian Qin dynasty, but also captains from the other 3 empires, including the kingdom. Under such circumstances, the ancient branch responsible for organizing the action will not deliberately delve into the identities of all participants. Song Chi also compiled an identity under such circumstances. The reputation of the Sky King Song Chi is too big now. If he really participates in this capacity, I am afraid that before the operation begins, the attention of dozens of participating Star Destroyer captains will all be focused on him. This is definitely not what Song Chi wants to see. Entering the gate of the guild hall, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The unremarkable decoration style outside has transformed into a very long and magnificent corridor. On both sides of this corridor, there are symmetrical silver-white doors. A character garden number 1. A character garden number 2. The character garden number 1 scanning the fonts marked on these silver-white doors, Song Chi turned his eyes behind him. Catwoman, who had been paying attention to him as a guest, immediately understood and said in a soft voice, "These pavilions are not good or bad. The ones with bright lights on the door plates are already occupied. You can choose a vacant one to move in. If there is any action in the clan later, someone will come to inform you immediately." After understanding the meaning, Song Chi randomly chose an empty door on the right. Number 8. Jiaziyu, and as soon as the silver door was opened, Song Chi felt a strong spatial fluctuation enveloping him. Knowing that this level of spatial force could not cause any harm to him, Song Chi did not resist. When his body returned to normal, Song Chi found himself standing in an ancient pavilion. There were green plants with a faint fragrance dotted between the pavilions and towers, and with the birds flying overhead from time to time, the restless heart deep in his chest suddenly calmed down. After looking around the pavilion, Song Chi quickly sorted out the situation. Obviously, the so-called Jiazi 1 garden, Jiazi 2 garden, etc., are all quiet courtyards opened up in various places in Xianqin continent. The clan behind Qinwei commercial building is connected to Xianqin Longting City through special means, which created the special reception hall. Although these pavilions are opened in different places in Xianqin continent, they have roughly the same point. The phantom energy in the body was mobilized at full speed, and the shadow of double pupils flashed in Song Chi's eyes. With the blessing of the double pupils, the transparent light curtain above the pavilion was clearly captured. If nothing unexpected happens, this transparent light curtain is a very high energy isolation barrier. Although it will not affect the visual level, if the creatures living in the pavilion want to try to leave the inherent activity area, they must not even think about it. Not only the sky above, but also the deep ground under the feet is the same. It is likely that similar isolation methods are also arranged. Xianqin continent is the private land of Tianzhu clan. Apart from the public trading area that is open to the outside world, how can it allow outsiders to set foot on it at will? The Star Sea is too vast, and all kinds of weird means emerge in an endless stream. Even with the foundation of Tianzhu clan, there is no confidence to let this go. After retracting his sight, Song Chi's eyes stayed on the pool in the middle of the pavilion. No wonder the energy in the courtyard is so strong. It turns out that the bottom of the pool is a 7th level floating land origin eruption eye. To be honest, ignoring those minor details, the environment of this pavilion is indeed very good. At least the current Song family does not have such a place. It can only be said that the sedimentation and accumulation over a long period of time is not just the amount of resources and the strength of peak combat power. Song Chi, who had no other ideas, settled down in this pavilion. Without that impetuous intention, his practice of guiding skills has been much smoother. The bottleneck between LV78 and LV79, which he had no clue about before, has a hint of loosening. Even if it was close to the 8th level of the guidance technique, it was not so easy to break through. In the end, he failed to advance to level 79, but this slight touch saved Song Qi at least several decades, or even 100 years. After all, after the 7th level of the guidance technique, it was not unusual for each level to break through in 1,000 years, let alone hundreds of years. It was not surprising for those Star Destroyer captains, who had no other auxiliary resources to survive for thousands of years. One day, a space fluctuation came from the sky above the pavilion. Although no voice was heard, Song Qi knew that it was someone from the outside world calling him. After exiting the closed-door state, his mind moved, and then familiar space energy fluctuations began to appear on his body's surface. After a brief space change, Song Qi reappeared in the magnificent corridor. Before him, there were already many figures standing in the corridor, and it seemed that they had just been teleported from their respective pavilions. After waiting for a while, Song Qi found that including himself, there were as many as 52 captains who had appeared. This is definitely a scary number. After all, these are 52 Star Destroyer captains. After all the personnel appeared, another figure walked out from the depths of the corridor. The moment he saw this person, Song Qi's eyes narrowed instinctively. 8th level Galaxy Captain. The shadow of the double pupil flashed in his eyes, allowing him to capture the unfathomable life energy in the other person's body like the source sea. Even if it was just a glimpse, and he didn't dare to stay for long, he could accurately determine that the other party's guidance technique must have reached the 8th level, which is a new level of life that is fundamentally different from the 7th level life. I am Inquang. I believe you have all been waiting for this day for a long time, so I won't say any polite words. Let's go straight away. With that, the captain of the galaxy, who was born in the Tianjuing family, walked out of the Yufeng Hall first, followed by the 52 Star Destroyer captains. After leaving the Xianqin Longting city, dozens of terrifying Xinhua warships tore through the sky one after another, and rushed straight out of the Xianqin continent. This scene attracted the attention of countless eyes from all over the Xianqin continent. Even though it is the first floating land of the Xianqin divine dynasty, the number of Xinhua warships that have been swallowed and discharged for more than 200,000 years is countless, but the appearance of a galaxy ship and more than 50 star destroyers at a time is still rare in the past long years. In the eastern part of the Xianqin continent, deep in the body of a certain Zhangtian mountain, a figure who had been in seclusion for countless years was awakened. The lineage of Inquang. What are they planning to do by making such a big fuss? Send someone to investigate and see if they can find out anything. Central part of the continent, Sunlong Lake. Are you sure it's that kid Inquang? Let him go. The Xinhua civilization is about to undergo a major change. What about the branch? They can't even write 2 ing characters. Things like this are happening all over Xianqin continent at the moment. Although most of the clans have responded, they have tacitly limited it to a certain red line. Perhaps the members of Inquang's lineage will be suppressed by all the clans in the future, but their roots will never be hurt. The current Tianjuing clan is indeed a behemoth, with complex and bloated factions inside, but as long as the Ying Emperor is still there, the order within this superpower will not collapse, and the power of Tianjuing clan will continue to grow. Outside Xianqin continent, the transit base of the Divine Dynasty. With a greeting from a captain of the Royal Galaxy, the priority of the transmission of more than 50 warships was raised to the highest level. Only a few days later, Song Qi boarded a giant dark energy super long-distance transmission platform with the team. Under the solemn gaze of many staff members of the transit base, this giant dark energy super long-distance transmission platform slowly started. Below the transmission platform, 10 large dark energy reactors were operating at overload at the same time. Every moment, a huge amount of dark energy gathered on the transmission platform below. When it completely reached a certain upper limit, a dark energy light column with a terrifying diameter shot up into the sky, and the dark starry skies seemed to be pierced by this terrifying light column, accompanied by fierce space fluctuations. The spatial fluctuations caused by this dark energy beam were stronger than any Song Qi had seen before, except for the space wormhole that connected to the star field where the Truth Mechanical Civilization was located. The intense feeling of weightlessness enveloped his whole body. When the feeling of weightlessness dissipated, the feeling of vomiting that had not appeared for a long time followed. Fortunately, the level 78 guidance technique gave Song Qi a strong enough physique, and this discomfort lasted only for a moment. When he turned around, Song Qi looked into the distance along the holographic exterior of the warship. The next second his pupils shrank slightly. At the end of the starry sky, a familiar starry sky Great Wall came into view. On the endless Great Wall, countless Xinhua warships were distributed on it. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of artillery fire in the sky almost covered the entire vast starry sky. Outside the protective light curtain covering the sky above the starry sky Great Wall, dense Star Sea Zerg were frantically attacking every area of the starry sky Great Wall. The wreckage of the warships, the broken pieces of Zerg flesh, and the spilled blood were almost floating in every corner of the starry sky. Seeing this scene, Song Chi finally understood why the work of those transit bases was so solemn before, and his eyes were full of respect and solemnity when he looked at their dozens of warships. They only went through one teleportation and reached the endless sea of insects. This is one of the front lines of Shinhua human civilization, and it is also the existence that ranks among the top 3 in intensity among all the civilization battlefields under the jurisdiction of Shinhua human civilization. Endless sea of insects, endless sea of insects. Today Song Chi really felt why the word endless was added before the word sea of insects. Because the star sea of insects that this front needs to face is really endless. Watching this scene, Song Chi even suppressed his curiosity about the familiar starry sky Great Wall. At this moment, only the information related to the Star Sea Zerg remained in his mind. As far as he knew, the Star Sea Zerg was not among the hegemonic civilizations of the Broken Star Sea, at least that was the record in the Shinhua human civilization. As for the reason, it was not because the Star Sea Zerg was not strong. On the contrary, the Zerg in the entire Broken Star Sea was extremely powerful, so powerful that even when facing those top-ranked hegemonic civilizations, they could absolutely crush them. That's right, crushing. According to the official records of the Shinhua civilization, the Wizard civilization ranked 5th among all the known hegemonic civilizations, and they occupied as many as 8 river communities. The Angel civilization ranked 4th, and they also had 8 river communities. The third was the Shur clan civilization, which occupied 12 river communities 10,000 years ago. The second was the Titan Giant civilization, which directly controlled as many as 15 river communities. However, even these few overlord-level civilizations that almost stand on the top of the Broken Star Sea, if they are allowed to fight against the Star Sea Zerg alone, the outcome will only be crushed. Most of the Star Sea Zerg have only the instinct to devour, and will never follow the tacitly agreed-upon rules of recyclable development by all civilizations. Wherever they pass, everything will be devoured. In the eyes of the countless civilizations in the Broken Star Sea, they are not a real civilization, but a disaster for the entire Broken Star Sea. According to the accurate records of the Shinhua human civilization, there are no less than 40 river communities destroyed by the Star Sea Zerg. This is all the records of the Shinhua civilization. In fact, there will be more river communities that have been truly destroyed. Driven by this huge amount of resources and energy, the strength of the Star Sea Zerg has already expanded to a level that is unimaginable to any Star Sea civilization. Although the scale of the battlefield in front of us is terrifying, it is actually only one section of the battle line between the Star Sea Zerg and the Shinhua human civilization. In addition to the war with the Shinhua human civilization, the Star Sea Zerg are also fighting with countless civilizations in other star fields in the boundless Star Sea. Not to mention the distant ones, the Corpse King clan in the border of the Shinhua civilization is also fighting a war with the Star Sea Zerg. After solving the 8-armed snake demon civilization, there was no mythical combat power except the Shinhua human civilization, which was one of the important reasons why they did not directly attack the Corpse King clan in one go. Why don't you come to help? The roar from the distant starry sky suddenly pulled Song Chifei's thoughts back. Following the sound, he saw the person who spoke. Or rather, the warship that roared. It was a galaxy ship, a top galaxy ship with a hull length of 2 million kilometers. But even such a galaxy ship with a combat power that was absolutely enough to compete with the Ninth Order Overlord, the energy shield on the outer layer of the ship had already dimmed, and even its black and red hull had countless cracks and pits. Through these traces, he could imagine how fierce the other party had experienced a battle. Everyone listened to the order, rushed to the battlefield, and attacked freely. In Kwang's roar sounded in the communication group chat, and then he was seen rushing out first, and the only galaxy ship in the team roared and rushed towards the Great Wall at the end of the starry sky. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi narrowed his eyes, and the next second the warship engine roared, pushing the warship into a residual image, following the galaxy ship. 15 star destroyers set off almost at the same time as the Tianqiu Sangqiong. As for the remaining 30-odd ships, they were only a beat slower, but they also rushed towards the starry sky Great Wall without hesitation. Swish! The Zerg with a wingspan of more than 100,000 meters, and a body shape very similar to that of a wasp quickly vibrated their wings, and a large number of space laws gathered on their wings. The next second, their figures turned directly into a broken wing, wrapped in a terrifying space-cutting force, and quickly crossed the protective light curtain above the starry sky Great Wall. Every time a space-cutting force passed, the protective light curtain above the starry sky Great Wall would dim a little. There were even 7th-level Flying Wing King insects that used this space-cutting method to directly tear apart the already extremely weak protective light curtain somewhere. Following this tearing gap, a large number of tiger-shaped insects, explosive insects, and splashing insect swarms entered one after another, forcing the Xinhua warships inside the protective light curtain to take the initiative to approach and fight. The middle of the starry sky Great Wall, the core area of this section of the battle line. 2 minutes ago, 2 rank 8 flying winged insects took advantage of the 2 galaxy ships stationed here and cut a huge gap in the protective light curtain above the Great Wall. Although the 2 galaxy ships tried their best to repair it later, more than 1 million Star Sea Zergs poured into the Great Wall through this huge gap within 2 minutes, including 2 rank 8 Zergs and nearly 20 rank 7 Zergs. There are also many Xinhua fleets stationed in this area inside the Great Wall, more than 400,000. If it were normal, they would naturally be able to gradually eliminate these Zergs, but now they are on the battlefield, and there are more Zergs attacking from outside the newly repaired protective light curtain. If they are not intercepted, the barely repaired protective light curtain will not last long. Jixian, prepare to activate the spare number 3 Titan Type 1 Space Mechanical Fortress. No, number 3 Mechanical Fortress is the last one left on our front line. If we want to replenish it, we have to wait for another 20 years. We must not activate it easily. Now, when should we wait? Wait until the front line collapses. Once the front line collapses, we have to pay 10 times or even dozens of times the price to push it back. My lords, don't argue, it's reinforcements. Tear it apart. The sharp mouthparts of the 8th level Tiger Kingworm easily tore the hull of a senior star destroyer in front of it. With just one blow, the hull of this senior star destroyer that had just been promoted was damaged by more than 60%. If there was another blow, the warship would most likely sink directly. At this moment, a dull engine roar came from far away. A blazing beam of light shot out and landed directly on the carapace of the 8th level Tiger Kingworm that was about to bite again. Dark Energy Destroyer Cannon Dark Energy Hole Shot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The carapace of a tiger turtle as strong as the 8th level was completely torn apart by the whole shot of this blazing light column, leaving a horrible wound on its back. As the only extreme galaxy captain in the clan, Ying Kuang actively sought to impact the 9th level, so how could the foundation and combat power of his ship be ordinary? With just one strike, he almost severely damaged a Tiger Turtle King insect of the same level. Chapter 755. Before Ying Kuang could continue to attack, the second 8th level Zerg in the distance had already roared and rushed over. This was a flying winged king worm. Unlike the thick-skinned tiger-torn king worm, its wings, which were extremely tough but as thin as cicada wings, gave it extreme speed. As its wings flapped, the ferocious figure that was tens of millions of kilometers away a moment ago had turned into a residual image. Before the surrounding low and medium-level Xinhua warships could react, it had already swept to the front of Ying Kuang's ship. Wherever the 2 giant insect wings passed, 2 dark space cracks spread all the way. Boom, boom, boom. All the Xinhua warships on both sides of the flying winged king worm's flying path were split in half without any warning. These included 2 ordinary star destroyers. There is no doubt that all these cut Xinhua warships sank instantly, and the captains inside were not spared. The interference of the flying winged king worm not only caused great damage to the Xinhua fleet on the starry sky Great Wall, but also prevented Ying Kuang from completely destroying the 8th level Tiger Turtle King worm. Faced with 2 cutting rays that could even break the protective light curtain of the myth Great Wall, even with Ying Kuang's confidence, he could not ignore it and responded immediately. The intensity of the 8th level law force field emitted around the warship suddenly increased, and even the light emitted by the energy shield outside the warship hull also increased by several times. In this way, although the space-cutting rays were blocked outside, the 8th level Tiger Turtle King worm seized the opportunity to distance itself. Hiss! A sharp hiss came from its ferocious mouthparts. This seemed to be some special communication signal between the Star Sea Zerg. As this hiss was transmitted, dozens of 7th level king worms distributed in various parts of the swarm that rushed into the interior of the Great Wall responded one after another. In their huge compound eyes composed of thousands of hexagonal eyes, red light flashed, and they led their swarms of insects to rush towards the location of the 8th level Tiger King insect. They are about to launch an insect roar. Hurry up, stop them. All members of the 3rd Assault Fleet, listen to my order, follow me to charge, and stop all the Zerg flying in front of us. The 1st Legion of the Holy Temple Royal Star Sea Fleet, listen to my order. All the Xinhua captains here are experienced people. How well do they know about the Star Sea Zerg? With just one glance, many captains saw the purpose of this group of Zergs. Among them, those captains who were fleet commanders or commanders led their fleets and rushed towards the Zerg, flying near them like moths to a flame. The number of Zergs already had a great advantage, and most of the fleets had to focus on the Zerg outside the Great Wall, which further widened the gap in numbers between the two sides. Most of the people present were veterans of the battlefield. How could they not know that they would face a great risk of sinking if they just rushed forward? Even so, they still made this choice without complaint. It's not that they don't take their lives seriously, but everyone knows that once these Star Sea Zergs complete the gathering and form a real super insect roar, then it will be truly desperate. Insect roar is a special fighting method or ability unique to the Star Sea Zerg. When the Zerg enters the insect roar state, they will lose the ability to think, and their instincts will support them to chase the enemy units frantically. Once they catch up, these Zergs will explode without hesitation. The key is that this indiscriminate self-explosion is extremely powerful, coupled with the exaggerated number. Often every time the insect roar is activated, the Shinhua fleet on the scene will suffer extremely serious combat losses. The 8th level Overlord King Bug launched an attack, involving more than 1 million insect swarms. This level is undoubtedly a large insect roar. If it cannot be stopped, it is only a matter of time before the defense line under the feet collapses. The sound of explosions continued to be heard, most of which were from the Star Sea Zerg, but many were from the Shinhua warships. Just as the captains were risking their lives, a giant figure suddenly appeared and attracted their attention. 100,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. 1 million kilometers. The rapidly expanding Star Sea giant ape appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. As soon as it appeared, it held a giant mace and smashed it at the 8th level Tiger Turtle King Bug without hesitation. The Tiger Turtle King Bug would not stop there and wait for the mace to fall. It flapped its wings quickly, trying to adjust its position. Although the dark energy beam just now left a huge wound under its back shell, it did not affect its speed. But strangely, the mace continued to fall, and the wings of the Tiger King Worm were waving rapidly, but its body never moved at all. Several black light and white bone chains shot out from the void directly below, tightly binding its legs. The Tiger King Worm hissed again while struggling, but at this time the giant mace in the hands of the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape had torn through the starry sky and fell. Under Song Chi's intentional control, the Star Sea Giant Ape bombarded the location where the hideous wound on the back of the Tiger King Worm was, which was undoubtedly worse for the Tiger King Worm. The intense pain made its hissing sound even sharper. Mountain and sea giant power shattering mountain strike. The more serious the damage to the Tiger King Worm, the happier Song Chi was. With his telepathic transmission, the Star Sea Giant Ape directly used the strongest attack bloodline magical power. The law of force flowed through the golden mace, and with the terrifying power of the Star Sea Giant Ape, the mace fell fiercely on the back of the Tiger Turtle King Worm again. This time, the carapace on the back of the Tiger Turtle King Worm was shattered. The Star Sea Giant Ape itself is also known for its physique, and even its physique is better than that of the 8-armed Snake Demon clan. The full-strength attack of the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape can be imagined. What kind of energy it is wrapped in? Under the blow, the back of the Tiger Turtle King Worm was almost completely sunken, and the smelly blood was scattered everywhere. At a certain moment, the red light on its body was so strong that it seemed to see no hope of breaking free and wanted to self-destruct. At this time, a special energy suddenly shot out from a distance. After this energy entered the body of the Tiger Turtle King Worm, the energy in its body was immediately suppressed, and even the original self-destruction action was forcibly interrupted. Swish! Ignoring all these, the giant mace in the hands of the Star Sea Giant Ape slashed down again, completely destroying the severely injured 8th level King Insect. Buzz buzz buzz. Without the initial summons of the 8th level Tiger Tau King Insect, the surrounding insect swarms that were originally flying neatly seemed to have completely crashed. The clear flying movements a second ago suddenly stopped, and then they became completely chaotic and began to fly aimlessly. Even the more than 27th level King Insects could not control the situation for a while. Taking this opportunity, all the Shinhua warships around opened fire crazily, trying to take advantage of this hard-won opportunity to kill as many Zerg living forces as possible that rushed into the Great Wall. Above the starry sky Great Wall, the silver-white Star Destroyer was suspended high. In front of the warship, infinite sword energy gathered at a very fast speed with time, but in an instant, thousands of giant quantum sword lights condensed in an instant, with the silver-white Star Destroyer as the center. Immortal sword formation 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Swish, swish, swish. 10,000 quantum sword lights shot out, rushing straight to the most densely populated area of the Star Sea Zerg. Following that, a large number of explosions broke out one after another. A rough estimate is that the number of Star Sea Zerg killed in this round of sword-light explosions will never be less than 6 figures. Super Quantum Sword Formation, it is Lord Xiongyu King. Yes, it does look like the attack method of His Majesty the King of Xiongyu. I didn't expect that Lord Xiongyu King also came to the Endless Insect Sea front. This 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape should also be summoned by him, right? In the civilization war that lasted for nearly 2,000 years, he had used the attack method of Immortal Sword Formation. 10,000 swords returned to the origin many times. This attack method, which is very different from other warships, is naturally easy to be remembered by the captains below. Song Qi had expected this, and for this reason, he summoned the Tianxu Sanqiong Mirror Warship in advance without making a sound. In the Star Destroyer team that followed Ying Kuang, it can be seen that there are still 52 Star Destroyers, which did not arouse any suspicion. If not, he would not have acted so casually. With the swift attack of Tianxu Sanqiong, most of the Zerg inside the Starry Sky Great Wall were killed in a short time, and with the addition of 52 new Star Destroyers joining the battlefield, the battle situation quickly returned to balance. As if seeing the change in the battle situation, the Queen and the Queen's hiding behind did not continue, and the Zerg swarms covering the sky and the sun outside the Great Wall quickly retreated. Retreat? The Zerg tide retreated, we won. We held on, haha. King Xiongyu is awesome. Watching the dense Zerg swarms outside the city retreat like a tide, cheers rang out in the group chat. Many of them even shouted the 3 words King of the Sky. This is indeed the case. Although Song Qi only made a few moves this time, the impact he caused was a real impact on the entire battle situation. The veterans on the front line were all sharp-eyed. How could they not see the key to the move of King of the Sky this time? Because of this, not long after the war, the highest commander of this section of the front, Qi Xian, an 8th level senior captain of the galaxy, who was born in the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, personally summoned him. As for what he said, it was nothing more than thanking him for his move for the millions of captains on the entire front line. Later, he would report the matter directly to the Xinhua War headquarters, and the merits that should be issued would definitely not be less. Just as Song Qi was negotiating with the commander-in-chief of the front line, the mirror battleship also took action. It was not in wartime service. As soon as the battle was over, Ying Kuang naturally left with 52 Star Destroyers. Moreover, after such a battle, under normal circumstances, this section of the front line would not face a second attack by the Zerg in a short time. Following the fleet, Song Qi suddenly noticed a question raised by a strange captain in the communication group chat through his ethereal body. The Starry Sky Great Wall before looked very familiar. It looked like the civilized Great Wall on our mainland. From what you said, this must be your first time to the endless sea of insects. Who said there is only one civilized Great Wall? Well, it is indeed the civilized Great Wall, but it cannot be said to be the real civilized Great Wall, because the real civilized Great Wall is the one that stands in the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community now. Then what is this civilized Great Wall? Have you heard of Chaos Mirror Stone? No. This is a rare resource exclusive to Chaos God Land, and ranks first among the super strategic resources listed by our Xinhua human civilization. Chaos Mirror Stone is extremely rare. Even with the vastness of Chaos God Land, it usually takes thousands of years to breed a batch. As far as we know, it is divided into 3 categories: low, medium, and high. Low-level Chaos Mirror Stone can mirror black and lower Star Sea Wonders, medium level is lower level color, and high level is upper level color. Of course, each Chaos Mirror Stone can only be used once. Once mirrored, it cannot be changed. This civilization Great Wall is a mirror. Unfortunately, each Star Sea Wonder can only be mirrored once. If not, why would our Xinhua civilization be bound to a corner of Human Emperor City on Chaos God Land? The science captain in the group chat was obviously very knowledgeable, and explained the various relationships very clearly in a few words. At the same time, after hearing this, Song Qi's expectations and curiosity about the Chaos God Land became stronger. The Chaos Mirror Stone is a strange resource that can be called a creation of God. Its function is almost equivalent to a weakened version of the Miracle Clone Pod. Just hearing people mention its magical function made him very interested. What is the Miracle Clone Pod? For Song Qi, the value and importance of the black quality Miracle Clone Pod is not inferior to a colored lower level component in his mind, and even more. The key is that at a certain moment, another idea came into his mind. Using the Chaos Mirror Stone to mirror the Miracle Clone Pod, and then selling it later, I am afraid that I can at least exchange it for a brand new colored mythical component, the kind of super high quality one. At worst, he could use it as a soul-devouring altar for the second time, and choose to evolve a satisfactory mythical object. Under the leadership of Ying Kuang, more than 50 warships flew at a very fast speed, and soon left the rear battle line and disappeared into the depths of the dark starry sky. This star field is more than 10 billion light-years away from the Xinhua human civilization, and there are many river communities in the middle. In addition to the Zerg battle lines spontaneously formed by various civilizations, there is a river community of not too small behind. This river community is called Tianchong Cantilever River Community. The community is generally dominated by 3 major tribes. Because of the star field where the Zerg is rampant in the starry sky, none of the 3 tribes dare to start internal fighting lightly, so they have not been unified for hundreds of thousands of years. Tianchong Cantilever River Community, northern part, Tianma Tribe Territory. 9th level floating land, Tianma Continent. As one of the 9th level floating lands closest to the front line of the Insect Sea, the Tianma Continent is not only the ancestral land of the Tianma tribe, but also one of the main logistics bases of the front line of the starry sky. In this case, it also means that there are more than just the Tianma tribe on the Tianma floating land. Xinhua humans. Corpse Royal Family. Sky-splitting Bird Family. War Ghost Family. It can be said that as long as the creature seen in the front line of the starry sky can be found on this Tianma continent. On this day, a Xinhua fleet of only 2 digits arrived at the Tianma continent. Even though this fleet included a galaxy ship and dozens of star destroyers, it still did not attract much attention. In fact, this situation is too common on this Tianma continent. As the leading reserve base behind the endless insect sea front, the Tianma continent not only hoards a large amount of resources, but also has elite legions of various tribes stationed there that can rush to the front line at any time. It can be said that a large number of high-level combat forces gather on Tianma continent at all times. At the peak, several 9th-level masters, more than 3-digit 8th-level masters, and more than 5-digit 7th-level masters came at once. In comparison, although Song Qi and his team can be said to have a strong lineup, it is still far from attracting the collective attention of many creatures in the floating land. Tianma continent, Xinhua human fleet stationing area. Under the leadership of Ying Kuang, Song Qi, and dozens of others landed in a hidden base thousands of miles away from Xinhua city. This base is not large, but it is extremely concealed. Not only is it covered by multiple large-scale combined illusions, but the base itself is also located deep in a giant mountain range. This is the secret base of Ying Kuang's lineage on this Tianma continent. As soon as everyone entered the mountain, they heard 2 old voices. Ancestor Kuang, how is it? Is the trip going well? Song Qi, who had been teleported here through the Zhutian market, was mixed in the crowd, looking at the 2 figures in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. As expected, the old man who had been in this base was a captain of the galaxy, and they all exuded a powerful pressure unique to the 8th level guidance technique. This also verified what Qinyu Commercial Building said when it issued the invitation before, that this operation was led by 3 galaxy captains. Afterwards, through the introduction of a Ying family star destroyer captain, Song Qi and others learned that one of the 2 galaxy captains was also the galaxy ancestor of their lineage, and the other was a close friend of Ying Kuang in his early years. Although he was not a member of the Ying family, his ship's combat power was not bad, and his ship was a senior galaxy ship. The reason why the introduction was so detailed was obviously to give everyone enough confidence, so that they would not be restrained in the subsequent actions. That ancient Queen Mother has just been promoted, and is still consolidating her own strength. Her specific location is as follows. It is 2 million light-years away from the Shanghai Zerg front. This is the current situation. Do you have any questions? After explaining, Ying Kuang turned the topic to Song Qi and others. The final destination of the operation is the rear of the Shanghai Zerg. The danger level of such a place is not low. If there are any problems at the moment, it is better to raise them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once you really enter the Shanghai Zerg sphere of influence, it will be too late to regret it. Everyone was silent for a long time, and at a certain moment someone in the crowd spoke first. Lord Ying Kuang, as far as I know, the one in charge of our Star Sea front is the 9th original queen of the Star Sea Zerg. She is a mythical existence that is feared by the Star Sea. She has no less than 3 original emperors. If we really want to go 2 million light-years behind the front line, how can we ensure that we will not attract her attention? In addition, if we succeed in killing the ancient queen later, how can we ensure that we can return safely? The person who spoke was not Song Qi, but the one who popularized the mirror civilization Great Wall before. This person is obviously not small. Even when facing Ying Kuang, the captain of the galaxy, he has no scruples and directly expressed all his concerns. Ing Kwang did not care about these, but explained seriously, "My clan has been secretly planning for thousands of years, and has its own arrangements for these. First of all, the 9th original queen, this one has not only 3 original emperors, but 4. Speaking of this, he paused, which also made dozens of Star Destroyer captains in the base breathe more heavily. For primordial emperor insects, these represent 4 mythical combat powers. Although the combat power of the Star Sea Zerg is basically a little weaker than that of the same level, they still rely more on numbers to win, but mythical combat power is mythical combat power. How can creatures below mythology challenge it?" Chapter 756. Fortunately, the voice of the Extreme Galaxy Captain did not pause for too long, and soon Ing Kwang's voice continued to sound in the mountain space. "The broken Star Sea is boundless, and 1,000,000,000 light-years is just a drop in the ocean. Although the battle line where our Xinhua civilization is located is only a section of the Star Sea Zerg's external war, it also extends over 150 billion light-years. Our mirror civilization Great Wall is located in the westernmost part of the entire battle line, and it is nearly 100 billion light-years away from the center area with the highest intensity of the battle line. The Rakshasa civilization guarding there is the real main force to resist the Zerg on the entire battle line. The eyes of the 9th original queen are also there all year round." After listening to this explanation, most people suddenly felt relieved. Although it is nearly 100 billion light-years away, even with the means of a mythical queen, it is definitely not easy to rush over. As long as they are fast enough, they can retreat to the rear of the battle line before the Myth Queen Mother rushes to help. Are the 4 original Emperor insects really all left by the 9th original Queen Mother? In the crowd, Song Chi still had a trace of doubt in his heart. He didn't need to speak, because the captain who first asked the question in the front had asked the question before him. Of the 4 original Emperor insects, only 2 were left in the central battle line with the 9th original Queen Mother, and the other 2 were responsible for deterring the east and west sides respectively. But don't worry, the original Emperor insect sitting on the west side of the battle line is nearly 20 billion light-years away from the location of our mission this time, and the Xingyut Songlong of our human civilization, the Corpse Emperor Clan General and Minister Corpse, the War Ghost Clan Invincible War Ghost and many other 9th-level masters, all with a clan-level mythological background of their own civilizations, are confronting it. Although they can't suppress it, they are enough to limit its actions to a certain extent. In addition, after explaining this, Ing Kwang changed the subject. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, I have specially borrowed this component from my clan. After speaking, a beam of light shot out from the terminal in his hand, and finally a light curtain was projected in this mountain base. The light curtain showed a screenshot of the properties of a special component. Group Shuttle Device LV100 Quality, Color/Lower Level Features, Shuttle Team Binding Certificate Feature 2, Shuttle Distance increased by 3 times Feature 3, Space Resistance plus 34,000. Feature 7. Shuttle Team Indiscriminate Group Shuttle. Shuttle Team Binding Certificate. Consume 1 million psionic points, invite designated Xinhua warships and starships to join the shuttle team. The maximum number of shuttle team warships is 60, and the current number of shuttle team warships is 3/60. Shuttle Team. Indiscriminate Group Shuttle. Consume 10 million psionic points, ignore all space blockades, forbidden magic fields, space confinement, and other control methods, with energy levels lower than the component enhancement level, and all warships of the shuttle team will immediately conduct random or fixed-point ultra-long-range void shuttle. The current maximum shuttle distance is 6 billion light-years, and the cooling time is constant for 500 years. Ing Kwang did not intercept all the properties of this group shuttle component, but only displayed a few characteristics that are directly related to this action. Even so, it made everyone completely relieved. Confirming that the other party has selected the backup shuttle coordinates, 3 Galaxy ships, and 52 Star Destroyers have completed the binding with the component one after another. Okay, since everything has been prepared, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. We will set off directly today. Following Ing Kwang's order, dozens of giant warships emerged from the mountain base, with red, blue, and white-tail flames drawing dozens of long rainbows behind them, rushing straight into the sky. However, this scene can only be seen by members of the fleet, because the 55 warships have long been blessed with a black-level group concealment component, and it is difficult for outside creatures to detect their traces. Star Sea Zerg is just a very general term. There are also a large number of categories within the Zerg, such as Tiger AO Zerg, Exploding Zerg, Sputtering Zerg, and Flying Wing Zerg. Among them, there are naturally those Zerg that are extremely good at hiding and covering their tracks, and these Zerg are usually used as detection Zerg by those Zerg queens and Zerg mothers. On the continent of the best logistics base behind the front line, there is no doubt that there must be a large number of detection Zerg hidden there. Song Chi and his men acted in this way to prevent the Zerg from becoming vigilant. Tianshong Cantilever River Community, Northwest Region. At full speed, the 55 Xinhua warships arrived at this star field in less than a month. At the end of the starry sky ahead, the endless mirror civilization Great Wall came to an abrupt end here. This is the westernmost end of the front line facing the Star Sea Zerg. It can be seen that close to the west side of the mirror civilization Great Wall is a giant cluster nebula with thunder flashing inside all the time. This cluster nebula has an amazing diameter, extending for more than hundreds of billions of light years, and is also a recognized Star Sea restricted area. This thunder nebula is called the Thunder Prison Sea by the nearby civilization. A large amount of violent thunder is generated inside it all the time. In this extreme environment, the space inside the Thunder Prison Sea is extremely unstable, and ordinary jump wonders and technologies are difficult to take effect in it. In addition, the world-destroying thunder in the Thunder Prison Sea is also an extremely terrible natural disaster. Not to mention dominating living beings, it is said that it once annihilated a primordial emperor insect under the command of a Zerg primordial queen. After that, the reputation of the Thunder Prison Sea became more and more terrifying. Over time, the nearby Star Sea civilization listed it as an absolute Star Sea restricted area. However, it is not without advantages. At least the alliances of various races have used it as a natural barrier with the help of its existence, greatly reducing the pressure on other sections of the civilization front. Next, we need to use this Thunder Prison Sea to quietly go around to the rear of the Star Sea Zerg. But a captain in the group chat was about to refute, but Ing Kwang's serious voice sounded again. Everyone, please let go of the warship's resistance. This is a group thunderstorm immunity aura that allows the team to safely pass through the edge of the Thunder Prison Sea. Hearing this, the captain, who had been worried about this matter before, stopped talking and quietly waited for the special aura power covered by the Four Seas Guarding Galaxy ship. Reminder, the warship is under a special aura. It is estimated that the aura ability is thunder resistance plus 10,000, and all thunder attribute damage received is reduced by 40%. Are you sure to purify this aura ability? In the main control room of the mirror warship, the reminder sound of the replica Sky Intelligence Brain sounded, and then the other black replica Demon Buddha purifying relics component on the warship was activated. As long as Song Chi's mind moved, this component would immediately purify the immune aura ability on the mirror warship. Song Chi naturally rejected it quickly. After that, 55 Xinhua warships rushed into the terrifying thunderstorm nebula in front one after another. As soon as he entered the Thunder Prison Sea, Song Chi instantly understood why it could be used by various civilizations as a natural barrier to resist the attack of the Star Sea Zerg. Even though they were only passing through the edge of the Thunder Prison Sea, and there was a layer of high-quality thunder immunity aura to protect them, the erosion force on the hull was still terrifyingly strong. Song Chi noticed that the energy shields on the outer layer of most of the Star Destroyers in the team had undergone drastic changes the moment they entered the Thunder Prison Sea. The light emitted by these energy shields dimmed by more than 40% in an instant, and some even dimmed by more than 70%. The energy magnetic field inside the Thunder Prison Sea was too chaotic, and there was a lot of violent thunder power everywhere. Under the double erosion, the magnetic field and force field of the energy shield itself had a huge impact. If I guess correctly, the Star Destroyer that dimmed by more than 40% should be equipped with a golden energy shield, and the one that dimmed by 70% should be a silver energy shield. Of course, there are also 20% dimming, which are the golden shields strengthened to LV80 or above, or the black energy shields of LV70. As for the mirror battleship itself, it has the LV90 color quality Myth Pulse energy shield, and the blessing of the Thunder Immune aura, so the impact is actually limited, but Song Chi still uses the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl to weaken the brilliance of the energy shield by 20%. In addition, after entering the Thunder Prison Sea, the communication between the battleships was also cut off with a violent sizzling sound. This is because the magnetic wave force field emitted by the battleship is also severely disturbed. What makes everyone more nervous is that the violent thunder power around is not a one-time thing. As time goes by, these thunder powers continue to erode the battleship energy shield. It can be seen with the naked eye that the energy shields on the outer layers of the battleships are still dimming. It's okay for a short time, but if it lasts too long, when the energy shield is completely overloaded, how long can the Star Destroyer last? Before everyone had more worries, the 3 Galaxy ships in front that were not affected too much had already taken action. The hull of the second Ying's Galaxy ship suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. With its hull as the center, These black lights quickly built a special field. This field covers a wide range, wrapping more than 50 star destroyers in the rear, and at the same time isolating most of the interference of the chaotic magnetic field and the power of thunder, which greatly reduces the pressure on the star destroyers. After this incident, there were no other accidents during the raid. After a few hours, the fleet broke away from the Thunder Prison Sea and returned to the outside starry sky, but this place is no longer within the territory of the Alliance of Civilizations, but belongs to the Star Sea Zerg star field. The group concealment components are still functioning normally, protecting the 55 Shinhua warships as they shuttle through the quiet starry sky. Everyone, activate any concealment capabilities of your ships. We are preparing to jump. Inquam reminded in a deep voice in the reconnected magnetic wave communication group chat. Although there is a high-quality concealment component to assist, this is behind the Star Sea Zerg, and an extra layer of concealment effect is an extra layer of insurance. As soon as these words came out, more than 50 Shinhua warships that the fleet could capture each other a moment ago suddenly disappeared out of thin air. After dozens of seconds, the remaining warships were more or less hazy around them, and all the captains activated their own unique concealment capabilities. Buzz! In the depths of the void, dozens of violent space fluctuations emerged one after another. For a while, this shallow dark space was shaking wildly, but the starry sky outside was still as calm as water. Endless Zerg territory, 9-star realm, Tylo River system. A giant floating land of yellow sand in the starry sky, deep in the core of the earth. Sob sob sob. A large number of black shadows shuttled through this giant core space that had been expanded several times, and tens of thousands of black shadows entered and exited it every moment. Every time they entered and exited, the resources containing pure energy brought back by the Zerg would be left in this core space. In the middle of the core space, the floating land origin core was quietly suspended. It can be seen that a bloated body was tightly attached to the bottom of the origin core light ball, and the slender tentacles extended from the top of the bloated body all the way to the deepest part of the floating land origin core light ball. Boom boom boom. Every once in a while, the bloated body like a flesh worm would jump violently, and with each jump, the floating land origin core above its head would also dim a little. As the heart of a floating land in the Star Sea, the core of the floating land origin has a direct result of each dimming, which is the further expansion of the desert that occupies nearly 80% of the entire floating land. In this way, this floating land in the Star Sea, which is already on the verge of collapse, is accelerating towards collapse again. At a certain moment, the bloated figure in the core space of the floating land suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise suddenly appeared on his beautiful face, which was completely different from the hideous body. As his mind moved, a giant king insect outside the floating land received his command. Mo Ran found abnormal space fluctuations. Coordinates XXXX, 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 go and have a look. Yes, my emperor. At the same time, in the dark starry sky several light years away, 55 Shinhua warships appeared from the starry sky. In the fleet group chat, a captain was still discussing, and did not notice any abnormality at all. However, Song Chi was different. The mirror battleship was equipped with a high-level color replica of the Eye of Truth. The radar map immediately showed the giant figure rushing in the distance. At this time, he was not going to hide. The earlier he completed the action, the earlier he could evacuate, which would naturally be safer. In the Saihaitian In Galaxy ship, In Kwang looked at the message that the ship had just received with surprise. He instinctively turned his eyes to the Tianqiu Sangqiu mirror battleship that sent the message, but soon retracted his gaze. As a veteran Galaxy captain, he naturally knew the importance of the current situation. As for whether the message sent by Song Chi was credible, this was simple. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. It is always right to make arrangements in advance. If there is no accident later, it will not affect anything. Thinking of this, his voice immediately sounded in the communication group chat. Everyone pay attention. An 8th rank overlord insect is heading towards us. It seems that the ancient Queen Mother has sensed the fluctuations caused by our jump. Now everyone, listen up and execute backup plan number 2.